Chapter 1. Starting with the glove skill. Wow, Chris Paul just threw another alley-oop to Blake Griffin. How many is that now? No one can stop Chris, no one. Even if the opponent is the league's top perimeter defender, Tony Allen. Chris has the ball, weaving through the defense, makes a simple pick and roll at the top of the arc, and suddenly a no-loop pass. Andrew jumps high in the crowd and slams the ball into the hoop. When he lands, he glares fiercely at Gasol, muttering something. I really love this little guy, Charles. Do you think the Memphis team has a chance tonight? Shaquille O'Neal shook his head repeatedly, sitting next to Charles Barkley, as they provided commentary for the Memphis Grizzlies home game against the visiting Los Angeles Clippers. Only 7 minutes into the game, the score was 6-19, with Memphis trailing by 13 points, and star guard Mike Conley already burdened with 2 fouls, leaving the team in a passive position. It's okay, everyone stay focused. The opposing team is on a back-to-back and has traveled a long distance that we have the advantage of home court. Keep moving, let the ball rotate, and force them to take mid-range shots. Hollins clapped his hands to motivate the players, with a tactical board 5 meters away at his feet. On the outer edge of the crowd stood Lu Deng, wearing a number 7 jersey, raising his arms to cheer for everyone, his cheeks flushed. In just 4 days, he had adapted to his current identity. Yes, he was a time traveler. In fact, before this, he was just a fan, occasionally playing pickup games, watching American dramas, and playing 2K. Who would have thought that on a sunny afternoon while he was playing 2K, he would be transported to the NBA's 2001-2201-3 regular season, becoming Lu Deng, the number 7 player for the Memphis Grizzlies? Ironically, Lu Deng was just a bona fide water cooler attendant. Yellow-skinned players are rare in the NBA, and given the vast Chinese market behind him, the owners would be willing to sign 1 or 2 yellow faces. Of course, no one cared about his actual abilities. Even now, he was still just a player on a 10-day contract, with no signs of being upgraded to a guaranteed contract. After merging with his predecessor's memories, Lu Deng indeed struggled for a while. But then he thought, at least he could enter the arena to pick up balls and have the best VIP seats to watch the game, something that others couldn't buy with money, so why not? Enjoy it. After a series of self-denials and self-psyching, Lu Deng began to accept his current role with ease. He happily played the mascot, carrying bags and sneakers for the stars, even the rookies. Sitting in the front row of the bench, he cheered for them. You could say that he looked pretty cool swinging the towel around, a bit mischievous. This was the second game he had watched in 4 days. Although the team had just pulled off a last-second victory against the Knicks 2 days ago, he hadn't been present at the game. That was because he hadn't traveled with the team, he hadn't made the game roster. Today, he was only activated because the team's third-string guard was injured. With the sound of a whistle, the timeout ended. The home team inbound the ball. Conley quickly pushed it up the court, and just past half-court, he executed a simple pick-and-roll with Marc Gasol, passing to Marc as he rolled to the basket. Marc was about to lay it up when Crawford rushed in from behind, delivering a clean block that silenced the crowd. Oh my God, did you see that? Shaq, did you see that? Jamal just blocked Marc. His neck was almost hitting the rim. Yes, the momentum is completely on the side of the Los Angeles team. Now the Memphis team needs to think of a solution. Shaq's tone was filled with urgency, clearly not wanting the Clippers, whom Charles supported, to steal the spotlight. He wanted to oppose Charles, for his own sake and for the sake of the show. The ball went out of bounds and the Grizzlies continued to inbound. Conley stepped outside the three-point line to receive the ball, then delivered a behind-the-back bounce pass to Rudy Gay. Gay started to drive, and just as the ball bounced off the floor, a figure zipped by. Hall intercepted and drove to the hoop, a cold flash heading straight for the opponent's basket. Conley could only sprint to catch up, but just inside the 3-second area, Paul suddenly bent down and slowed his pace. Conley wrapped him up, and Paul tossed the ball up, gently banking it in, and 1. The referee blew the whistle. That I bet Chris did that on purpose. He definitely wanted Michael to catch up. Barkley exclaimed, mouth agape. Taking advantage of the dead ball, Hollins hurriedly substituted Conley out. Lee. He turned to Lu Deng. Yes, he had no other choice. He had to protect his starting guard. Without Conley directing the play, they were sure to lose now. He could only take a gamble. At this moment, Lu Deng was also wide-eyed, staring at his idol Paul in a daze. He didn't even notice the coach's gaze. Wasn't it better to feel the game up close, fetching water and towels for his teammates? Who had time to care about the game? No one would remember him, the bench warmer. Hollins walked up to Lu Deng with a grim expression. Remember, stay tight on him, don't let him get comfortable with the ball, cut off his passing lanes and force him to take long-range shots. Give the ball to Zach and Rudy. He didn't even look directly at Lu Deng, simply giving a few instructions before walking away. He crossed his arms and quietly watched the big screen. The team had the best wing defense, but their performance had not improved over the years, and the pressure on him was palpable. Hollins substituted out Marc Gasol and Conley. Although the height dropped a bit, the speed of movement increased. Lu Deng felt a bit dazed at this moment. He couldn't believe he was about to step onto the court, facing the league's top point guard, Paul. Although he played a few years of pickup ball, it was limited to college and community courts. Playing in the NBA was ridiculous, wasn't it? At that moment, a clear voice echoed in his subconscious. Ding! The system has detected the host's binding conditions. Would you like to open the new player experience pack? A system? Could he really cheat? Li Ming wondered. Yes. He answered firmly. The system quickly displayed a black dialog box, and upon clicking in, a gift package was opened. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained the Best Defensive Gloves Master Experience card. Would you like to open it? Yes. Best Defender? With this in hand, who would still want to be a mere water cooler attendant? Li Ming cursed inwardly. I'm finally going to rise up, sing my way to the top of life, and marry a rich beauty, right? Forget about Paul. Even if the basketball god Jordan came, it would be the Sami who would still be ground down to the floor by him. Chapter 2. Sharp Defense, Quick Counterattack. After the system matched, Li Ming confidently stepped onto the court. He high-fived calmly as he walked off the court and quickly made his way to the baseline. He felt a rush of heat throughout his body, as if he had boundless energy. Hey, who is this number 7? What's up with the coach? Doesn't he want to win? The home crowd was buzzing. Yeah, I've never seen him play before. Isn't Kyle sitting on the bench? Why is he putting the yellow guy instead? Clearly, the home fans were not buying into the coach's decision to substitute. Shaq, do you think Hollins has given up? No way. The first quarter isn't even over yet. Barkley laughed. I've indeed never seen this number 7 play, but since he can stay, there must be a reason for it. Hollins is an old school guy. After all, he must have his own logic. At this moment, Shaq was also laughing inside, but he was laughing at Charles. Had he forgotten the taste of a donkey's, but so quickly? The ball was now in play, and the opponent had substituted Nick Young onto the court, who brought the ball up. Hollins kept yelling at Li Ming, gesturing for him to stick to Paul, while Nick Young could be left to Rudy Gay. However, he ignored the coach's repeated instructions and coldly laughed as he ran towards Nick Young. Damn it, Nick Young won't pass the ball. That's already a folk tale from our era. Why bother sticking to Paul? Li Ming thought to himself. Chuckling quietly, he stealthily approached Nick Young from behind, who was facing Rudy Gay's long arms and was about to make a move to cut into the basket. Suddenly, he was poked from behind, and the ball flew into the air. Li Ming jumped and tipped the ball to the nearest Gay beside him. After receiving the ball, Gay dashed forward. He was also a fierce player. With a draft template back in the day that resembled Tracy McGrady, he had astonishing jumping ability and explosiveness, along with a solid mid-range shot. Most importantly, he had long arms that could rival Prince from the Pistons era. He made a move and skillfully dribbled past the double team of Nick Young and Griffin, facing off against DeAndre Jordan, and jump high. DeAndre Jordan was also fully focused, thinking, I'm a strong contender for the Defensive Player of the Year. You think I'll let you dunk? Think again. His long arms came down like a blanket. Just as the two were about to collide in the air, no one noticed that Li Ming, who had been in the backcourt earlier, had silently cut into the paint. Gay caught sight of a white shadow entering the key. Brilliant! With a bounce, DeAndre Jordan, midair, realized he had been fooled. By the time he tried to turn back, it was already too late. Li Ming leaped, dodging Nick Young, and executed a beautiful reverse layup, the ball swishing through the net. Wow, that looked pretty good. At least we got 2 points back. This offensive and defensive exchange energized the home crowd, and people began to reassess the little guy in front of them. The game continued. Paul made a gesture, slowly bringing the ball across half-court. He was a wise commander, always able to make the right decisions in various situations. Seeing the home crowd getting hyped, he intentionally slowed the pace. After all, they were leading, so there was no rush. Indeed, the god of point guards, a seasoned player. Li Ming smiled and approached, raising his long arm to block Paul's view. But Paul didn't even glance at him, delivering a beautiful pass to Griffin. Griffin, standing at the top of the arc, made a sidestep and tried to back down on Zach Randolph, but Randolph didn't budge, clearly aware of Griffin's shooting range. Is that all you've got? If you want to shoot, go ahead. Randolph smirked slightly, clapping his hands towards Griffin. Don't shoot. This idiot fell for it. Just as Paul came over to support, Griffin had already taken a shot, the ball hitting the front of the rim. Marc Gasol leaped high to grab the ball. Meanwhile, Li Ming and Gay quickly sprinted to the front court, their cross runs blocking their respective defenders behind them. Gasol, quick on his feet, made a quarterback-style long pass. The ball traced a beautiful arc in the air, and Li Ming jumped to catch it securely. He didn't even touch the ball, immediately tossing it high. Gay leaped up for a one-handed slam, forcefully dunking the ball into the hoop. Well done. After landing, Gay and Li Ming celebrated with a chest bump. Everyone was excited by this perfect collaboration, high-fiving each other as they returned to their half-court, and the Clippers' chance for a fast break was gone. Paul slowly brought the ball to the center circle, and Li Ming closely guarded him as Paul switched hands, using his backside to push against Li Ming, inching closer. Damn, No wonder he has the best backside in the league. It's really strong that Ming felt the pressure despite having glove-like defense. He still couldn't stop Paul from advancing step by step. This won't work, he'll break through. I need to change my approach. Lu Ming knew he no longer had the advantage in lower body strength, so he shifted up half a step, pressing into Paul. Paul smiled slightly, lowering his center of gravity just as he was about to make a move. Lu Ming suddenly stepped back, catching Paul off guard and causing him to lose his balance. Lu Ming took the opportunity to swipe the ball away. He accelerated suddenly, the path ahead clear. He executed a gorgeous, one-handed hang dunk, the type famously marked by Vince Carter. The FedEx Forum erupted into a frenzy, the big screen continuously replaying highlights from the previous plays. Rivers gestured to the referee, and the Clippers called timeout. Clearly, this championship coach could no longer sit. Still, he had lost the calm demeanor he had at the beginning. He began rubbing his hands and pacing back and forth on the court. A 90 run had directly stalled the Clippers, and the Grizzlies players came up to congratulate, continuously patting Lu Ming on the head, although they had never paid attention to him before. Hollins took a deep breath and extended his right hand to high-five Lu Ming. Conley sat silently on the bench, not out of stinginess, but because he was angry with himself. His early foul had cost him the chance to face Paul directly, and all the guards in the league took pride in going head-to-head with Paul. In their minds, the Clippers' Paul was a benchmark, a standard for traditional point guards. Keep up that pressure defense. Don't give them a chance to run baseline. Hollins pulled Rudy Gay aside, clearly dissatisfied with Gay's gamble-like defense. Wow, behold, this young Asian lad has imparted a lesson to our Chris. It appears he possesses an inexhaustible reservoir of energy within him. Even Barkley has begun to express admiration for this number 7 player. This is indeed his signature move. Initially, the league implemented a rule specifically to prevent Barkley from using his robust physique to bulldoze defenders on a route to the basket, hence the establishment of the Barkley rule. In essence, it was designed to inhibit Barkley from advancing from the center circle directly to the hoop, thus instituting a 5-second violation. Charles, do you believe Memphis still has a chance in this game? Shaquille jested. Although the Grizzlies held an advantage in the paint, their commander was still seated on the bench. While the Clippers' Chris was a master of orchestrating the game, unwilling to relinquish his lead without a fight. Barkley's assessment was indeed astute. He possessed considerable prowess, albeit overlooking the fact that Lu Ming, endowed with a myriad of skills, was the true X-factor. Chris, don't take it to heart. He merely an oddity. Don't let it disrupt your rhythm, Rivers advised, patting Paul's shoulder. Jamal, Blake, you two set screens with Chris at the arc and then swiftly cut towards the basket. We still hold the lead, so refrain from attempting three-pointers recklessly. Let us play methodically. Even if we don't score, we could draw fouls. Simultaneously, Rivers substituted Nick Young for the quicker and defensively adept Bledsoe, clearly intending to retaliate in kind and prepare for a vigorous assault on Memphis's rim. Chapter 3. Eating, Sleeping, and Battling Paul. With 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the first quarter, the Grizzlies surged back, narrowing the score to 15-19. Paul received the ball in the backcourt and swiftly advanced. Bledsoe executed a deceptive spin to shield the defender behind him, suddenly darting to the right baseline, where Paul's pass arrived promptly. The speed of the ball was astonishing, leaving Lu Ming with scarcely any time to react. Despite his earnest defensive efforts, he was cautious of Paul's potential breakthrough and thus refrained from applying excessive pressure. In that fleeting moment, Paul seized the opportunity and passed the ball. Indeed, Paul was remarkable, Lu Ming thought to himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bledsoe dribbled towards a 45-degree angle before executing a bounce pass to the descending Griffin. Griffin, noticing Randolph charging towards him, performed a no-look pass to Crawford, who calmly took a mid-range shot, sending the ball through the net with elegance. Following the basket, he directed some inaudible words towards Marc Gasol. This encapsulates the essence of NBA culture. During a game or in moments of confrontation, players often exchange barbs, seeking to provoke their opponents. Don't worry, we will catch up, Lu Ming said, patting Gasol on the shoulder. Gasol, taken aback, thought to himself, what nonsense is this? A rookie offering me advice? Absurd. He disdainfully shook his head and clumsily jogged to his designated position on the opposing half. Lu Ming dribbled at the top of the arc, searching for an opportunity, while Paul maintained close defensive pressure, leaving little room for a pass. Lu Ming could only signal for his teammates to set a screen. However, everyone merely observed him in silence, with no one suggesting a pick, not even Cunningham, who had just entered the game, seemingly indifferent to his plight. This league operates on the principle that to sway others, one must possess undeniable prowess. Neither Kobe nor Iverson would beckon their teammates for screens. They would merely signal for them to create space. Lu Ming began to grasp this truth, and decided to take matters into his own hands. With a sudden burst of acceleration, he came to an abrupt halt, yet Paul remained unfazed, maintaining his position and obstructing Li Ming's passing lane. Li Ming executed a feigned spin, swiftly maneuvering to the right perimeter and unleashed a long two-point jumper. Alas, I previously claimed that his feats were mere coincidences. The ball veered off course, sailing out of bounds without touching the rim, a complete airball. Gasol shrugged his shoulders at Li Ming and ambled back to half-court. Don't dwell on it, Randolph encouraged, still rooting for him. Lee, keep the ball moving. Hollins exclaimed from the sidelines, visibly anxious. Clearly, he yearned for the ball to reach the hands of the smooth-shooting Gasol or Randolph. The home crowd refrained from booing, showing a semblance of fairness, though the cheers had diminished significantly. What is this madness? Is there no shooting skill package? My newfound reputation cannot afford such a setback. Li Ming mused as he jogged back, inwardly cursing. Ding! The system chimed once more. Yes, this was the familiar sound he had been waiting for. Host, a new skill package is available. Would you like to open it? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have received a Larry Hughes experience card, along with 300 points. Host, Li Ming position, point guard height, 6 feet 3 inches weight, 185 pounds overall defensive value, 91 offensive value, 71, in reference to peak Kobe's 99, free throw, 86. What is this? An offensive value of only 71? And why Larry Hughes? Why not Derrick Rose? At least give me Karen Butler. This is utterly unplayable. As he pondered, Paul had already surged to the vicinity of the arc. I would wager that Chris would opt to solve this himself. He is inherently competitive, and this yellow-skinned player has ignited his desire to win. Barkley downed a bottle of water, wearing a mischievous grin directed at O'Neal. All right, I concur with your assessment. Paul will undoubtedly execute a classic shot over him. Let us watch. Shaq shook his head repeatedly. Paul executed a series of crossover dribbles. With Li Ming cautiously giving him a step, he was wary of Paul's agility and refrained from allowing him to drive. Griffin and Crawford astutely created space for him to operate one-on-one. Which way would he go, left or right? Li Ming has discerned that Paul is unlikely to pass the ball, and he ponders which direction Paul will take. Suddenly, Paul accelerates, charging straight at Li Ming. Li Ming braces himself, pressing his chest firmly against Paul's body. Yet, Paul springs away like a rubber ball, retreating beyond the three-point line to release a beautifully executed shot that swishes through the net. I told you he would take the shot himself, Barkley exclaims, leaping from his seat and performing a clumsy gorilla dance in the broadcast booth, eliciting laughter from all. It is perplexing. Why does he not confront me directly? Why opt for a three-pointer? Clearly, Li Ming, in this defensive stance, has fallen prey to his inexperience. Despite the defensive advantage, it was insufficient for him to make the correct judgment. The score has stretched to a 10-point gap once more, with only 36 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Li Ming receives the ball in the backcourt and swiftly advances. Rudy Gay shakes off his defender with a cut to the inside, and Li Ming instinctively tosses the ball toward him. But Gay is immediately met by Paul, who is in close proximity. This presents a mismatch. As the tall and lengthy Gay faces Paul, who stands at merely 183 centimeters. How will he choose to attack? Will he drive straight to the basket or post up? Barkley timely ignites the atmosphere in the arena. Gay, however, does not rush his shot. Instead, he slowly pivots to face Paul, executing several feints. Yet, Paul remains unfazed, firmly anchoring his position and anticipating that Gay will undoubtedly opt for a drive, given that his shooting is not as reliable as Conley's. As Gay lifts the ball above his head, Bobby Simmons swoops in from behind to swat it away, allowing Paul to seize control of the ball. Paul, with the commentary booth urging him on, strides forward. Li Ming has already sprinted back to the backcourt, arms outstretched beyond the three-point line, while Randolph stands behind, shaking his ample frame, clearly resigned to the lost fast break opportunity. He will not pass. He will surely continue to challenge me. Li Ming's thoughts race through his mind. As anticipated, Paul executes a crossover step, approaching the free throw line, with Li Ming closely shadowing him to deny any shooting opportunity. Paul retreats a step, then accelerates past Li Ming, finding a clear path beneath the hoop. Chris leaps into the air, elevating the ball with grace, an effortless display for a powerhouse point guard like him. Shaq cannot help but express his admiration. Just as everyone assumes the outcome is certain, Li Ming suddenly surges in from the side, executing a perfectly timed block, slamming the ball against the backboard. As the ball descends, it strikes DeAndre Jordan's leg and goes out of bounds. The referee swiftly signals possession for the home team. OMG, how brutal. How did this little guy manage that? He was up against Chris, the man who once posterized prime Dwight Howard. Shaq's face contorts in disbelief. Awesome. The fervent crowd began to descend into a frenzy once more. Indeed, such a block was bound to elevate morale. Paul incessantly gestured to the referee, indicating a possible foul, yet the official merely turned his head aside, choosing not to call such minor infractions, leaving it to the players on the court to resolve the matter themselves. As the game resumed, Gay inbounded the ball to Lu Ming. Glancing at the shot clock, he noted there were still 14 seconds remaining, ample time. A subtle smile graced his lips. Gasol had already established his position. His right arm raised a signal for a high pass. Lu Ming observed the situation at the top of the arc, displaying no urgency to shoot, determined to leave not even a second for the Clippers. He meticulously managed the clock, his eyes fixed on the movements of his teammates. Though Gasol had effectively sealed off Jordan, Bobby Simmons loomed nearby, ready to pounce for a steal. It was evident that Rivers had brought him in precisely for this purpose, to exploit his mobility and long reach to challenge the Grizzlies' interior defense, a strategy Lu Ming was all too aware of. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Lu Ming. With just 7 seconds left on the scoreboard, he charged toward the paint, feigning a shot while drawing in Simmons for a double team. Damn it, give me that ball. Gasol cursed under his breath, believing Lu Ming was about to take the shot. Indeed, if even he was thinking that way, it was a strategic moment. A towering shadow swiftly maneuvered beneath the basket. Simmons, who had been contending with Randolph, was drawn in by Lu Ming's deception. Consequently, Randolph found himself unguarded, receiving the ball for a deft bank shot. Swish. The lights illuminated as the score shifted to 19-24. The first quarter concluding with the Clippers' lead reduced to a mere 5 points, tightly contested. Wow, that was quite imaginative, exclaimed Barkley, acknowledging the brilliance of the play. In that fleeting moment, any hesitation could have led to a turnover. Barkley, now influenced by the small guard's performance, shed his previous disdain, even offering a hint of praise. Teammates approached him for high fives, and Gasol offered a sheepish smile, recognizing the brilliance of the diminutive guard before him. He had previously underestimated him. Lee, you played splendidly, Hollins exclaimed, giving him a hearty pat on the back. But next time, avoid such risky passes. They could be perilous with so little space. A tight pass is easily intercepted by long arms. The coach continued to voice his concerns from the sidelines. Lu Ming accepted the water offered by the staff, taking deep gulps as his gaze remained fixed on the Clippers bench. Similarly, a pair of eyes on the opposing side was locked onto him, suggesting that he had managed to provoke the league's top guard. Chapter 4. The Backcourt Whirlwind. Are you holding up? Absolutely, coach. Excellent. The next few minutes will present a challenge for you, as the opposition will likely adjust their strategy against you. Hollins spoke earnestly. In truth, Lu Ming understood that he was currently striving to buy as much time as possible for Conley. In their eyes, he would never be the one capable of deciding the outcome of the game. With the sound of the whistle, the second quarter commenced. The Los Angeles Clippers substituted in Randy Foye, a robust guard hailing from Indiana University, while Paul took a seat on the bench to rest. Typically, he would enter the game with about 7 minutes remaining in the second quarter. Hey, rookie, keep your eyes wide open, Randy Foye remarked as he passed Lu Ming, giving him a light pat on the backside. Damn, so arrogant just based on you? Do you think you're Tracy McGrady? Lu Ming held a deep-seated disdain for such stars. Indeed, his collegiate career was illustrious, but his entry into the NBA had been a disaster. No team executives would expend their time nurturing those young players who consistently underperformed or exhibited fragile attributes. Talent cannot be equivalently exchanged. This is a reality for ordinary individuals. Randy Foye and Jennings of the Bucks belonged to the same category. Players with singular attributes who relied solely on speed and physicality, impulsive and erratic in their shooting. Lu Ming swiftly filtered through his information on Foye. The game was underway. Randy dribbled past half court, and at that moment, he faced off against Lu Ming. Barkley remarked casually. On the court for the Grizzlies were Lu Ming, Tony Allen, Randolph, Cunningham, and Arthur, while Marc Gasol and Mike calmly rested on the bench. Shaquille adjusted his chair, lazily reclining with his hands resting on his waist. For the Clippers, Nick Young re-entered the fray. This was the moment for him and Crawford to lead the second unit in scoring. These two are renowned for their prowess in chaotic battles within the league, flanked by 2 tall, lengthy forwards and a backup guard orchestrating the plays. Their lineup is certainly formidable, rivaling that of their opponents. After all, their coach is an NBA championship tactician, a man capable of matching wits with the venerable Greg Popovich of the Spurs. Hey, Randy. Nick Young gestured for a pass as he sprinted past Randy Foye. A small scale 2-on-2? Li Ming anticipated Young's drive, but it turned out to be a feint. The ball was deftly passed to Crawford, concealed in the overlap of their shadows. Oh, I've been duped, Li Ming thought. It seemed this tactic was frequently employed in training, and I fell for it. Barkley keenly observed the unfolding situation. His excitement peaked. Crawford waved his hand, instantly spreading the players out, clearing the entire middle lane, signaling his intent to accelerate. This is bad. Cunningham is about to be exploited. Although he possesses arms as lengthy as those of Rudy Gay, his defensive stability is questionable, often leaning towards a gamble in his approach. Shaq quickly discerned the advantages on the court. Li Ming sensed that Cunningham would lose his defensive position, pivoting to create space on the right for a long-range shot. Collapsing towards the basket. After shaking off Cunningham, Crawford suddenly found himself confronted by Li Ming, who could only leap to pass the ball to the weak side, where Nick Young awaited. With less than 2 seconds remaining on the shot clock, Young rushed his attempt. Please don't make it. It cannot go in. If it does, I'll surely be reprimanded by the coach. He relinquished his defensive assignment once more. Fortunately, the ball clanged heavily off the front rim, yet the rebound was seized by the Clippers' Bobby Simmons. Randy quickly called for a retreat beyond the three-point line to reorganize the offense. Damn, that scared the life out of me. I can't afford to waste any more energy. I need to pressure Paul quickly and not squander time against such mediocre competition. Li Ming began to rally himself, rhythmically pounding the floor with his palms. Look, did you see that? The yellow-skinned kid is about to get serious. A voice from the stands boomed. His name is Li Ming. Someone else chimed in. Li Ming. Is he the Lee from Bruce Lee? Lee, take him down. Show them your true strength. Go, Asian kid, soar high. The FedEx Forum began to buzz with excitement as the crowd roared, waving their plastic clappers. Li Ming's lips curled into a slight smirk as he scoffed softly, suddenly lunging towards Randy, his hands rigorously obstructing his passing vision. Randy attempted to shake him off multiple times, but could not break free. Kid, not bad. You've got some physicality, Randy taunted, but Li Ming remained silent, intent on not letting himself be distracted, fervently waving his arms to block Randy's passing lanes. Damn it, just give me the ball already. Crawford began to grow impatient. How dare he? Usually Chris dictated the pace, but who did this guy think he was? He cursed silently in his heart. Crawford dashed forward, almost snatching the ball from Randy's hands, and swiftly passed it to Simmons, who was unguarded in the corner. It seemed he remained relatively composed. However, he was ultimately too hasty. The force of the pass was excessive, causing Simmons to fumble the catch and requiring a brief adjustment before attempting a shot. In that fleeting moment, Arthur had already closed in. Jamal was a master of one-on-one play. This pass should not have been made, as it was not his forte. If one did not know better, they might think he was passing a bomb. Barkley chimed in. Such a pass was nearly impossible for anyone to handle, and a golden opportunity was squandered. Now, Arthur had positioned himself optimally on defense, making a baseline shot or layup unrealistic. Let us see what unfolds next. Nick Young was circling in from the other side, while Randy had already established his position. A simple double screen allowed the ball to find its way into Nick Young's hands near the free throw line. Wow, he was formidable. Nick Young was poised to shoot. He soared high, releasing the ball at a perfect angle. Wait, what was that? When did that young player from Huaxia arrive at that position? Barkley exclaimed in astonishment. Wow. The number 7 guard from Huaxia intercepted Nick Young's shot mid-air. His astounding leap made one question whether a black soul resided within this yellow-skinned individual. The ball had yet to go out of bounds as both teams fiercely scrambled for possession on the floor. Arthur, while on the ground, passed the ball to the approaching number 7 Huaxia guard. With a flick of his wrist, the guard executed a long bounce pass that traversed half the court. Wow, Shaq. I tell you, that pass could not have been made without 20 years of experience. With such distance and precision, there are no more than 5 players in the entire league capable of such a feat, Barkley remarked, coughing slightly as he spoke. Having just choked on a sip of water. Indeed, I concur. My career involved working alongside top passers like Steve, so I understand the value of this play. It is no exaggeration to say that tonight, this guard from Huaxia has outshone Chris on the opposing team, at least for the moment. Shaquille O'Neal exclaimed, brandishing the microphone in the studio with animated gestures. Clearly, ESPN was in dire need of such topics to boost viewership, particularly for a smaller market team like Memphis. Speaking of the game, in a flash of brilliance, Li Ming executed a no-dribble pass that perfectly found Randolph, who was sprinting down the court, completing a magnificent alley-oop layup. For a 230-pound giant, Randolph was nothing short of a circular lightning bolt. The score was now 19-22, just a 3-point deficit. Li Ming fixed his gaze on the scoreboard, a faint smile gracing his lips. Randy quickly advanced past midcourt, and after a series of crisp passes, the ball found its way back into Bobby Simmons' hands, who was again unguarded. At this moment, everyone realized that Coach Hollins had devised a strategy aimed at counteracting Coach Rivers' substitutions. He had deliberately set a trap, enticing the players on the court to pass the ball to the unguarded Simmons, thereby magnifying Simmons' glaring lack of shooting ability. Indeed, Lionel Hollins displayed remarkable acumen, swiftly transforming Rivers' tactical advantages into disadvantages. He had seen through Bobby's shortcomings from the very beginning. Barkley's commentary was incisive. Originally, Bobby had entered the game to contend with the tall and lengthy Rudy Gay, but unexpectedly, Hollins relegated Gay to the bench and opted for the younger, more agile Arthur. A true battle of wits. The crux of the matter lay in the defense's relentless focus on this weakness. The Clippers' earlier turnover had stemmed from this very point. Shaquille was already on his feet, unable to remain seated. Thus, the home-fighting Grizzlies could confidently collapse their defense in the paint, staunchly thwarting the Clippers' attempts to penetrate. Let us observe whether the Clippers will make any strategic adjustments. Bobby hesitated with the ball for a moment before passing it back to Nick Young on the perimeter. With little time remaining, Nick Young attempted a challenging drifting three-pointer against Arthur's defense. Unfortunately, the shot failed to even graze the rim, resulting in a 24-second violation, granting possession to the home team, the Grizzlies. Oh, the home crowd erupted in cheers, so loud it felt as though the very sound could dislodge earwax. One would hardly believe that the fervor of the FedEx Forum could rival that of Salt Lake City. Lu Ming propelled forward, executing a splendid spin move the instant his gaze met Randy Foy's, leaving him behind as he strode purposefully into the paint. The speed was so astonishing that even Barkley and O'Neal on site were momentarily taken aback. Come on, Simmons, having been repeatedly toyed with, positioned himself firmly in the paint. You little yellow-skinned kid, allow me to impart a lesson from my days of dominance in the NCAA, he declared, ready to demonstrate what a rejection truly signifies. As Lu Ming leaped, Simmons raised his arms and sprung into the air, an overwhelming sense of pressure descending upon the court, while Randy Foy nearly jumped simultaneously, trapping Lu Ming in between. In a swift motion, Lu Ming crouched, bending his body to switch the ball to his left hand, and with a gliding descent, he slammed the ball into the hoop. The number 4 player from the red team committed a foul, resulting in an additional free throw. The whistle blew, and the referee signaled for the extra shot to the officials' table. Wow, did you see that? The Asian kid has ignited the FedEx Forum once again, with cheers cascading in waves. Lu Ming spread his arms, moving to the mid-court area with closed eyes, urging for more fervent applause, more accolades. Come on, he beckoned, his demeanor starkly contrasting the reserved and humble image typically associated with Chinese players, reminiscent of Yao Ming from the Houston Rockets. The disdainful murmurs from the Clippers bench sharply contrasted with the reactions from the opposing side. Coach Hollins stood with arms crossed, expressionless, while the assistant coach beside him clenched his fist, shouting and releasing pent-up emotions, possibly due to prolonged frustrations. Rivers opted not to call a timeout, seemingly wishing to afford Paul and Griffin additional rest, or perhaps he simply did not regard this diminutive player as a threat. Indeed, his roster has never lacked elite point guards, from Rajon Rondo of the Celtics to the current Chris Paul, all of whom are top-tier talents. Shaq, did you see that? His head is level with the rim. Yes, I saw it. What's even more terrifying is the speed at which he dribbles the ball. It reminds me of someone. Who? John Wall. Shaq responded with certainty, his gaze never leaving the number 7 player from China, a man with the swiftness of the wind. Indeed, the name John Wall speaks volumes without need for elaboration. Chapter 5. Los Angeles has never had just one team. Crawford's consistent performance kept the game tightly contested, leading to an official timeout amidst the back-and-forth exchanges. Jamal, grab a quick drink. You'll need to get back in soon. Rivers approached Crawford, who was seated and gasping for breath, gently patting him on the back. The relentless drives to the basket had clearly taken their toll. And you must push Zach away. Do not let him easily claim the ball in the paint. Force him to shoot from distance, Rivers shouted at DeAndre Jordan while holding the tactical board. Understood, coach. I got it. Little Jordan has enjoyed ample rest, and now he is bursting with energy, undoubtedly possessing an advantage in the forthcoming battles in the paint. Rivers remains inclined to employ a dual point guard lineup, yet he finds himself in a quandary regarding the optimal pairing with Paul. The choice between Bledsoe and Randy Foy indeed places him in a predicament. Both possess robust physiques, one with superior shooting accuracy and the other adept at penetrating defenses. As the referee's whistle sounded, the Clippers quintet took the court: Paul, Lil Jordan, Griffin, Crawford, and the other guard, Randy Foy. It appears Rivers intends to exploit three-point shooting to create space on the floor, thus opting to forego the explosive and incisive Bledsoe. Did you notice? Rivers has remarkably placed both Crawford and Paul alongside Griffin on the court. Shaq, with keen observation, was the first to identify this issue. Crawford, a player known for his explosive scoring ability, is suited to lead the second unit in chaotic play. However, within the first unit, he may be hesitant, as the ball predominantly resides in Paul's hands. Crawford's most significant characteristic, which also serves as his flaw, is his need to have the ball in hand. He does not excel in off-ball movement, with some suggesting he simply scorns it. In essence, on the playground, he is an unparalleled force, rivaling the likes of Jordan and Kobe, fitting into the category of a prolific scorer. Conversely, for the Grizzlies, Conley once again donned his uniform, pairing with Lu Ming in the backcourt, while Gay, Gasol, and Arthur formed the frontcourt. Curiously, Zach was absent from the court. What could Hollins be implying by deploying the inexperienced Arthur? Could he withstand the challenge posed by Andrew? Barkley remarked incredulously. The Clippers initiated the play from the backcourt. Paul orchestrated his teammates' movements while advancing the ball past half-court, meticulously counting down the seconds. It appeared he was aiming for efficiency rather than rushing the offense. Paul glanced at Griffin, who was nearing his position, yet opted to pass to the weak side to Crawford. Crawford, without a moment's hesitation, took a large step towards Gasol and deftly deposited the ball through the hoop. The score now stood at 42-40, with the Clippers surging ahead once more. What a cunning player, Crawford. Lu Ming gazed at him in admiration. Although they were adversaries on the court, he struggled to acclimate to the current state of play, for this man before him had captivated many. Lee, get into position, Conley admonished, casting a look of disdain his way. He could hardly fathom how this fellow could cheer for the opposing team, nearly reaching out to high-five them. As Paul confronted Conley, the latter had been brooding all evening. With a feint that deceived Paul, he passed the ball into the paint to Gasol. Inside the 3-second area, Gasol received the ball and executed a sidestep, with both Paul and Little Jordan lunging at him. Yet, he threaded the ball through the gap to Conley, who finished with a high bank shot that swished through the net. Once again, the score is leveled. The two players exhibit remarkable synergy, while Hollins on the sidelines displays a satisfied smile. The pick-and-roll duo of Conley and Gasol is one he has meticulously nurtured, crafted to mirror the championship roster of the Mavericks. Although Conley's three-point shooting lacks the sharpness of Terry's, Gasol's playmaking ability surpasses that of Nowitzki. Furthermore, Gasol possesses long-range capabilities, rendering him a diminished version of the Terry-Nowitzki combination. Paul receives the ball and launches a long pass to the frontcourt. Griffin, upon receiving it, makes a powerful drive, drawing the attention of two defenders before dishing the ball out to Crawford, who, without touching it, passes it to Paul, now positioned in the corner. Lu Ming rushes in, closely guarding Paul. Come on, didn't you say I'm a rookie? Go ahead, take me one-on-one. He incessantly provokes Paul, yet Paul chooses to disregard him. With a mesmerizing 360-degree spin, he delivers the ball back to Griffin, who has successfully evaded his defender and leaps high into the air. Wow, that was brutal. Welcome to the city of alley-oops, now relocated to Memphis, Tennessee, Barkley exclaims, tearing off his headset, his excitement akin to that of a 300-pound child. Gasol wears a dejected expression. Once again, he finds himself merely a backdrop for an alley-oop, as the Clippers utilize two simple pick-and-rolls to ensnare him, granting Griffin that precious half-second to take a shot. Indeed, impressive. He had only seen such prowess on television before. This diminutive dynamo is far more formidable than anticipated. Lu Ming quickly inbounds the ball, eager to catch the Clippers off guard, but the opposition swiftly retreats to half-court. As Conley crosses the midline, the Clippers have already assumed their positions. Displaying the poise of a seasoned player, Conley swiftly overcomes the burden of 3 personal fouls. Calmly surveying the scene as he methodically dribbles outside, searching for openings. Mike Gay shouts as he races past Conley. A simple give-and-go allows Gay to maneuver to the less defended baseline, and he quickly attempts a shot. However, under the interference of Randy, the ball veers off course, only to be snatched by the lurking DeAndre Jordan beneath the basket. Jordan glances at Paul and makes a long pass. Oh no! Lu Ming realizes the urgency and sprints after the ball, but Paul manages to secure it before him, continuing with a high toss. Unattended, Griffin showcases a spectacular 360-degree windmill dunk. What the hell? Are these guys raised on gunpowder? They're so fast, completely unable to keep pace. He finds himself outmatched, not only physically, but also in his anticipation of the game. As he ponders this, the screen in his mind illuminates once more. The host has successfully completed the preliminary test, and the merchandise city is now open for you. You may choose items and skills from the merchandise city using the coins in your possession. Lu Ming glances at his balance, currently standing at 1,300 items, presumably acquired through prior tests. Wow, a single top-tier shooting package costs 20,000 coins. What can 1,300 even buy? This is absurd. Dear host, you have one opportunity for a blind box, which you may open at any time. With a sense of excitement, Lu Ming exclaimed, "Ah, there's a mystery box. Open it." He confidently responded, "Congratulations on opening the mystery box. You have acquired the Invincible Fire Wheel item card, valid for 150 minutes. 150 minutes? Seriously? It's a one-time use, and only for 150 minutes, which is precisely the duration of a match, without much room for pauses, and certainly no overtime. To be prudent, I can only utilize it in the latter half of the first quarter or at the start of the second to sustain it for the entire game. And now, the moment has arrived. Open." A warm surge coursed through Lu Ming's legs, instantly rendering him light and ethereal. He dashed past Conley, exchanging a knowing glance, prompting Conley to promptly pass the ball. Lu Ming seized the opportunity to drive through the paint before retreating beyond the three-point line. After several exchanges, Randy Foye on the opposing team was left breathless, while Lu Ming remained unfazed, his heart steady. "Time is running out. What are you doing?" Conley expressed his dissatisfaction from the sidelines. Oh, Lu Ming finally realized, caught up in his exhilaration, he had completely lost track of time. Glancing up, he saw only 6 seconds remaining. He swiftly entered the key, evading Randy Foye by a couple of steps, only for DeAndre Jordan to leap towards him. "This is bad." Just as everyone anticipated a block, Paul shouted as he sprinted towards Gasol. It turned out that Lu Ming had indeed only drawn the defense to facilitate a pass to his teammate. Gasol was poised to leap, but was met with Paul's sudden intervention. Number 3 in red, foul. The whistle blew, granting Gasol 2 free throw opportunities. Lu Ming wore a mischievous grin as he fixed his gaze on Paul. Indeed, he had triumphed. Not only had he outpaced Randy Foye, but he had also drawn a foul from Paul. More importantly, he had secured 2 free throws for Gasol, a vital boost for his confidence, especially after having just been posterized, leaving his spirits low. Gasol confidently sank both free throws. During the dead ball, the Clippers substituted Crawford for Karen Butler. "Wow, this guy isn't retired yet," Lu Ming observed Butler in bewilderment. He one of the 3 Musketeers from the Wizards era. He later went to the Lakers. And now he's back with the Clippers? What a cost-saving move for the moving company. As Gasol took his free throws, the broadcast camera shifted to O.J. Mayo on the bench, sidelined due to injury. What was the significance of this camera cut? Could it be that Mayo could rest easy knowing we have a perfect substitute? The on-site cameraman was truly annoying, yet endearingly so. Lu Ming felt a blossoming joy in his heart. Paul passed the ball to Griffin, who attempted to push against Gasol, but failed to budge him. With a back-to-the-basket move, he delivered the ball to Jordan. Jordan, awkwardly feigning twice, then directly handed the ball to the cutting Randy Foye. Quick as a flash, Gay executed a splendid steal and was about to accelerate with the ball when Paul countered with a steal of his own. Facing Conley's defense, he executed a jump shot in midair. Perhaps Conley hesitated, retracting his movements, watching helplessly as the ball swished through the net. Gal Luo raised his right arm, shouting as he sprinted back to the defensive end, determined to prevent any fast break opportunity for the opponents, already signaling his teammates to reposition even as the ball went through the hoop. It was becoming quite intriguing, more entertaining by the moment. Lu Ming called for Conley to inbound the ball. "Wow, what nonsense is this? You, a rookie, dare to instruct me on the baseline?" Conley's mind was racing with frustration, feeling as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his thoughts. In the past, he would have been scolded for such a thing, given that he was the soul of the Grizzlies. It was akin to someone instructing Kobe to pass them the ball in the Lakers, gritting his teeth and facing the bewildered gazes of those around him. Conley reluctantly handed the ball to Lu Ming, who wasted no time waiting for his teammates to fully position themselves and dashed across the court like a wisp of smoke. Randy Foye and Griffin had formed a wall at the arc, ready to sandwich him in. However, unperturbed, he wove deftly between them, like an eel slipping through fingers. "You want to get past me," Griffin thought, swiftly turning to entangle Lu Ming, believing there was no angle left for a shot. "You can only await your blunder." He silently mused. Simultaneously, Jordan pivoted to face Lu Ming, who merely smiled, not pausing the ball. With a crouched leap, he executed an extreme stretch almost perpendicular to the basket, soaring past in one direction while deftly hooking the ball in with his opposite hand. "Impossible. This cannot be happening. I can't believe it," Barkley exclaimed, now like a devoted acolyte of Lu Ming. Shaq, this shot reminds me of Francis. The peak Francis could perform such a feat. What incredible core strength that must require. Barkley shook his head in disbelief. It's merely a coincidence. Don't be fooled. Do not let him sway you. Paul advised as he patted the stunned Griffin on the shoulder, displaying the demeanor of a seasoned leader. Just as the Grizzlies seemed to gain momentum, he motivated his teammates. Lu Ming spread his arms wide, mimicking a low-flying celebration reminiscent of the 90s Jason Terry. Spectators on the sidelines eagerly high-fived him, with several girls tossing aside their sodas and popcorn just to join in the celebration, creating a scene of unrestrained excitement. Damn, where did this number 7 come from? Rivers furrowed his brow, keenly observing his assistant coaches. We currently have no information on him, only that he is a player from China, with no previous league records or college statistics. A bespectacled assistant timidly remarked. Randolph swiftly initiated the play, while Paul boldly plunged into the encirclement of the Grizzlies without waiting for his teammates to fully position themselves. 1 against 4? This is not Chris's style. It resembles Kobe's modus operandi instead. Lu Ming closely adhered to Paul, denying him the opportunity to pivot. Yet Paul still managed to squeeze through a narrow gap into the interior, leaping against Randolph's long reach. The opportunity arose. Lu Ming bellowed, forcefully swatting the ball out of bounds from behind. The white number 7 was called for a foul. This marked Lu Ming's second infraction. In disbelief, he clasped his head with both hands, bouncing in place. Damn, that was a clean play. This must be a star referee's call. I touched the ball first. Only grazing his hand afterward, he cursed inwardly. Indeed, the call was difficult to judge. From my vantage point, it appeared to be a clean block, Shaq remarked. Pursing his lips, Paul confidently converted both free throws. Lu Ming glanced towards the bench, noticing that Hollins had no intention of substituting him. He merely gestured for a quick play. Conley received the ball, launching a long pass as Gay sprinted across the court like the wind. However, a figure even faster than him emerged. Upon receiving the pass, Gay caught sight of a white figure cutting into the paint, and without hesitation, he delivered the ball. A clean alley-oop ensued, and as the white figure landed, everyone realized the number emblazoned on his back, 7. Duka. Oh, splendid. A forward assisting the point guard for an alley-oop. Shaq, this is rather intriguing. Barkley began to appreciate this Chinese player, even feeling an uncontrollable urge to commend him. Otherwise, why do you think he earns so much? It's all about that mouth of his. For the remainder of the time, both teams exchanged blows, neither able to land a decisive strike. Soon, the first half concluded with the referee's whistle, the score standing at 54-51, with the home team, the Grizzlies, trailing by 3 points. As Lu Ming walked back to the locker room, he felt the fervor of the home crowd, with some even offering him hats and jerseys for autographs. Amidst the chants of Beat Lad, he made his way back to the locker room. Chapter 6, Crisis of Trust, Part 1. Everyone sprawled across their seats, while Hollins provided no special instructions, merely jotting down notes on the side. With a towel draped over his shoulder, Lu Ming cautiously approached the coach. Is there something you need? Hollins maintained his stoic expression. Coach, I believe we could consider switching to a zone defense. Who do you think you are? Someone muttered under their breath. Why switch to zone? Our defense is already quite effective. Guy was the first to respond, affirming the unwavering confidence of NBA players. They never perceive themselves as unable to keep pace with anyone else. The strategies employed on the international stage are ineffectual here. Utilizing a zone defense could be interpreted as an admission of being unable to match the opponent's speed. In the league, only a few teams, such as the Dallas Mavericks, Indiana Pacers, and San Antonio Spurs, have resorted to zone defense, and even then, it was merely during specific moments or plays. Moreover, with dedicated defensive coaches on the teams, such a direct escalation of concerns seems rather unwelcome. Hollins, however, remained silent, merely adjusting his glasses. If Lu Ming could recognize such an issue, surely he would not overlook it. There are valid reasons behind choosing not to employ his own defense. I will give your suggestion due consideration, Hollins remarked coolly. Marc Gasol and Conley were equally silent, though Conley forcefully slammed his locker shut, a sound loud enough to be heard by the neighboring Los Angeles team. Until that moment, he had scarcely acknowledged the presence of the player from Huaxia. Indeed, he had every right to do so, having arrived in the league amidst great expectations. He had been an unyielding starter since his debut season, a young talent the team was keen to nurture, surrounded by ample admiration and accolades. The 15-minute halftime intermission swiftly came to an end, and the players returned to the court. Unsurprisingly, Lu Ming was not in the starting lineup for the second half. The NBA is a realm of stark realities, After all, Mike Conley's reputation precedes him, and Tony Allen is renowned as a formidable defensive force. Their backcourt pairing could indeed be deemed luxurious, showing no trepidation in facing the opposing dual guards. "Hey, where's Lee?" The spectators in the stands erupted into a flurry of murmurs, clearly having noticed his absence. With the sound of the whistle, the Clippers initiated the play. The backcourt duo of Paul and Randy Foye advanced forward, while Tony Allen closely guarded Paul. Griffin received the ball at the top of the arc, and as Randy circled around him, he drew the defender away. Griffin, fixating on Gasol, took 2 steps inward before executing a powerful slam dunk. A stir erupted from the Clippers bench, as this play truly invigorated their spirits, serving as a formidable warning. Marc Gasol appeared cumbersome, unable to keep pace with the youthful Blake Griffin. Conley advanced the ball across the half-court line, bending slightly as he sought an opportunity. Gay positioned himself from the paint to receive a pass beyond the three-point arc, executing a no-look pass to Randolph at a 45-degree angle. Upon receiving the ball, Randolph hesitated, sensing he was a tad too far from the hoop, and began to back down. Just as he was about to make his move, Paul darted in from behind, intercepting the ball. In a moment of panic, Randolph committed a turnover, sending the ball out of bounds and granting possession to the Clippers. Paul brought the ball past half-court, raising his right arm in a fist, signaling his teammates to spread out as he prepared to accelerate. Conley and Gay exchanged a knowing glance, forming an intricate web to lure Paul into the paint. However, after sidestepping Conley, Paul launched the ball beyond the three-point line, catching Gay off guard as Randy Foye swiftly made a decisive three-point shot. Li Ming pounded his thigh in frustration, casting a hopeful glance towards the coach. Yet Hollins remained unresponsive, steadfast in his belief in the season's starting lineup. Gay, vexed, smacked his forehead and shook his head as he jogged towards the opponent's half. Conley and Tony Allen executed a pick-and-roll near the three-point line, with Tony passing the ball to Gay on the opposite side. Without regard for the defense, Gay charged forward. Seizing the moment, Paul established his position just outside the paint. As soon as Gay made contact, he tumbled to the floor. The referee's whistle sounded, and predictably, Paul emerged victorious once more. "Damn, that was too blatant, utterly shameless," Li Ming muttered in frustration. Gay continued to dispute with the referee, who eventually gestured for a technical foul. "Another free throw handed to the Clippers," Li Ming lamented. "There's nothing to argue about. Admitting mistakes is part of the game. This was a trap set by Paul, and basketball requires intelligence." These single-minded players, unable to remain seated, Li Ming rose and paced along the sidelines. Fixated on the unfolding events, Paul nonchalantly dribbled the ball across half-court, controlling the tempo at the top of the arc. Griffin deftly maneuvered under the basket, where Paul effortlessly delivered the ball, culminating in a flawless alley-oop. The swift play left Gasol beneath the basket with no chance to react, while Foye in the corner signaled for the ball, effectively shielding Griffin's drive. Conley glanced at the bench. Hollins showed no signs of engagement, even remaining seated. Conley understood this was a cue for them to adjust on the court. He skillfully controlled the ball near the center circle, signaling Gay to set a screen. Gay obediently complied, and after the pick, he moved to the 45-degree spot, where Conley promptly passed the ball into his hands. Gay took a tentative step, with Randolph seemingly unresponsive. "I'd wager this is Rivers' ploy. He intends for Randolph to guard Gay, obstructing his path to the basket and forcing him to take a shot." Shaq exclaimed loudly, "Ha! The championship coach did not earn his title without reason." Such classic strategies of small defending against big require a certain audacity. Barkley spoke wisely. For once a towering player with the ball chooses to back down into the paint, the smaller player finds it quite challenging to hold their ground. Rivers had the audacity to employ this tactic because the agile Griffin was always ready to provide support in the paint. Gay caught sight of the red-armed figure behind Randolph, hesitated briefly, yet ultimately decided to take the shot, which unfortunately did not find the net. Both players leaped into the air, vying for the rebound. Jordan, unable to secure the ball against Randolph, could only tap it once, while Griffin, overpowering Gasol, seized the rebound without pausing, executing a quarterback-style long pass. "Oh no!" Li Ming shouted, for just as the rebound hung in the balance, a red blur was already racing down the court. Chris Paul had dashed off for a fast break, while everyone else was distracted. By the time Conley realized, he could only watch helplessly as Paul laid the ball into the open basket. Hollins finally called a timeout after an 8-0 run had widened the score to a 10-point deficit. This was troubling, with a floor general like Paul on the opposing side. Trailing by 10 was quite a daunting task. Barkley sighed, finding himself inadvertently rooting for the Grizzlies, despite having initially proclaimed that the Clippers would win by 20 points. You are doing splendidly. Do not be intimidated by their physicality. They possess a leaping giant and a passing guard. However, we are not lacking. We have two versatile big men who can pass, defend, and shoot, along with two elite guards proficient in both offense and defense. There is no reason for us to fall behind. Young men, perform well and shed those burdens. Chapter 7, The Crisis of Trust, Part 2. Wow, what a performance. This guy deserves an Oscar. Absolutely perfect. If he were not a coach, he could surely be an actor or a politician with such talent. Wait, why isn't he mentioning substitutions? Why isn't he putting me in? It seems there is no intention to swap players at all. Is calling a timeout merely for some psychological reassurance? Lu Ming squeezed his way to the front row, yet the coach did not spare him a glance, nor did he even bring a tactical board. As the timeout concluded, the players returned to the court. Gay inbound the ball, Conley received it, with Paul tightly guarding him across the floor. This is experience. This is the influence of a superstar, Barkley remarked with genuine admiration. The sudden change in defensive strategy following the opponent's timeout can impose considerable psychological pressure, and Paul had evidently accomplished this. Conley, tightly marked by Paul, found no room to shoot and was compelled to pass the ball to the open Tony Allen. Oh, splendid. It seems the Clippers are preparing to employ the same tactics they used against Bobby Simmons in the first half against the Grizzlies. Shaq shouted loudly, observing that there was no one within a 5-mile radius, and his teammates were being closely monitored. Tony Allen had no choice but to throw the ball with great reluctance. Unfortunately, he failed to make contact, and the ball sailed out of bounds. Substitute Lee. The crowd began to chant, "We need Lee." The FedEx Forum erupted in a chorus of boos, and it was clear that the audience recognized Tony Allen's limitations. Their discontent was directed at the coach. The Clippers bench grew restless, acutely aware that the promising situation had been turned on its head, which severely impacted their morale. Paul was like a mountain, pressing down on everyone on the court, making it hard to breathe. The Clippers with Paul and those without him were practically two different teams. This was not flattery, but a stark truth. He not only orchestrated the offense, but also served as the linchpin of their defense. A superstar who inherently created his own system. How I wish I could possess such an aura, Lu Ming thought, clutching his head tightly and curling up on the bench, too afraid to glance at the score. A familiar chime resonated in his subconscious. "Host, you have received a free skill card. Please check. Open it." Lu Ming exclaimed with excitement. "Congratulations, you have acquired the step-back shooting ability, elevating your shooting skill to 91. Wow, 91? Even the basketball deity Michael Jordan only had a score of 90. Lu Ming felt an overwhelming urge to take the court, an impulse he could hardly suppress. Yet, the coach showed no intention of substituting him, and he felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his insides. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Suddenly, a wave of boos snapped him back to reality. He was oblivious to the events unfolding on the court until he saw Gasol writhing in agony on the ground. According to the commentators, it appeared that little Jordan had knocked him down while attempting a dunk. Damn, this guy is having a rough day. He's already been dunked on several times, Lu Ming thought, feeling a twinge of sympathy for his teammate, as they were on the same team. And it was a poor reflection on them. Gasol's face contorted in pain. Slow-motion replays revealed that he had landed on little Jordan's foot. It seemed he would be sidelined for a while. Lu Ming stood up, staring intently at the coach, his expression clearly pleading. "Substitute me, please." Gasol was helped off the court amidst enthusiastic applause, as the crowd appreciated this diligent, humble giant. Lu Ming was well aware of this. He was an avid NBA fan and understood the players' personalities intimately. "Lee, are you all right?" Hollins grasped his arm. "I can do it," Lu Ming replied resolutely, his eyes radiating determination. "We must execute the pick and roll and ensure the ball is passed to the weak side to find open opportunities." Hollins still seemed unconvinced. Lu Ming stretched his legs and stepped onto the court, where the score stood at 73-57, the largest gap of the day, with 7 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the third quarter. "Here comes the little warrior," he thought. A voice emerged from the crowd, followed by a burst of laughter. Indeed, it's your kung fu step." This was in reference to Lu Ming's previous layup, where he had executed a particularly exaggerated change of direction, prompting the foreigners to humorously nickname it the kung fu step. "Kid, your luck isn't so favorable now," Randy Foy remarked as he approached, giving Lu Ming a gentle nudge on the shoulder. "How arrogant. Shouldn't it be Paul saying that to me? Who do you think you are?" Lu Ming paid him no mind, merely shrugging before returning to his backcourt to inbound the ball. Yes, with Conley on the court, he was the primary ball handler. Conley dribbled, and Lu Ming, along with Tony Allen, set up screens on either side as Randolph trailed behind, swaying his signature large frame. Clearly, the strategy was to execute a fast break. If that failed, Randolph would position himself inside. Initiating from the outset would constrict the space for a breakthrough. A commonly employed tactic. Paul pressured Conley, who then passed the ball across to Tony Allen. After a brief hesitation, Allen delivered the ball to Randolph, who, after a couple of feints against DeAndre Jordan, returned it to Conley on the perimeter. Lu Deng found himself closely guarded by Randy. "I told you from now on. You won't even touch the ball," Randy taunted. "Oh really? I'll return the favor in full," Lu Deng retorted, stealing a glance at Conley. With a swift pivot, he shielded Randy behind him and darted into the paint, using Randolph's imposing physique to ward off the defender. Crouching low, he gestured towards the basket, signaling to Conley. Could this tall lad possibly make it? In that fleeting moment, Conley hesitated, not contemplating Lu Deng's vertical leap, but rather Jordan's long reach. This was a crucial play, and without further deliberation, Conley lofted the ball towards the rim. "Come on." In that instant, Jordan maneuvered around Randolph, surging into the lane. "This is my domain, and I won't allow you petty intruders to trespass." Both Lu Deng and Jordan leaped almost simultaneously. Who would make contact with the ball first? Would it be the height advantage Jordan or the quicker, leaping Lu Deng? The atmosphere intensified as the two renowned commentators began to stoke the excitement of the crowd. Amidst the cheers, a resounding thud echoed. Jordan, recognizing the futility of blocking, directly shoved Lu Deng to the ground. That must hurt. Losing balance from such a height and crashing down sideways, Barkley exclaimed in disbelief. "This should warrant at least a secondary violation. It's utterly disgraceful." The Grizzlies bench erupted in vocal protest. The referees were now reviewing the play at the scorer's table, engaged in fervent discussion, while players from both teams took the opportunity to hydrate. With Tony Allen and Randolph checking on Lu Deng's condition, Lu Deng shifted his body, rolling twice on the ground, then bent his knees and raised a hand, signaling that he was fine. "Thank goodness, as long as my back is unharmed, I'll be all right." Randolph etched a cross upon his chest, revealing a surprising devotion beneath his imposing exterior. A standard foul was called, resulting in 2 free throws, as the referee signaled. Was this not deemed a flagrant foul? Barkley exhibited an expression of disbelief, reflecting on how, in their era, such an incident would have led to an outright brawl. It was clearly an act intended to injure, rather than to engage in the game. Andre's fortune was remarkable. Even for a level 2 foul, ejection from the game would not be considered excessive. Lu Deng rose slowly, approaching the free throw line. Taking a deep breath, he sank the first shot, and a second followed suit. "I shall surely dunk over you. Just as I did in the first half," he jested, retreating to his half of the court while chuckling at Jordan. "Oh, is that so?" Jordan retorted dismissively, for he was a formidable defensive player of the new generation, his long arms posing a challenge to any opponent. During a dead ball, the Clippers replaced Paul with Crawford, prompting the Grizzlies to substitute Conley for Gay, hastening the pace of the game. Both coaches were strategically responding to each other's moves. Gay possessed ball-handling skills reminiscent of the Magic's Turkoglu, a player now termed a point forward, a 3-position player with the passing vision of a point guard. McGrady's nickname was well-deserved, yet his flaws were evident. He was impulsive and often fell into one-on-one play. Barkley observed Gay as he faced Griffin's defense, executing a deceptive drive before passing the ball into Randolph's hands. Randolph bent low to receive it, while Ming seized the moment to invade the 3-second zone. In a swift motion, Randolph spun, creating space from the trailing Rand of Faye, as Ming soared high to confront Jordan's outstretched arms. Would he succeed in dunking the ball this time? Barkley shouted from the commentary booth. "What a stubborn player. No wonder he has struggled to shine over the years." Merely excelling in defense, he remarked. Lu Deng cast a disdainful glance at Jordan midair, a sly smile gracing his lips as he passed to Gay, who was cutting in from the corner. With fluid grace, Gay extended his arms and gently deposited the ball into the basket. The transition from pass to score seamless and picturesque. Ah, so it was a setup for the pass. This young man is indeed remarkable, showing a spark of intelligence. Given time, he could evolve into a Chinese Steve, Barkley mused, shaking his head in disbelief at such a play emanating from an obscure Chinese player. Gay and Lu Deng celebrated with a chest bump, while Jordan stood, gritting his teeth beneath the basket, only snapping back to reality when Crawford called for the ball. Chapter 8, Crisis of Trust, Part 2, Crawford's series of crossovers and behind-the-back dribbles dazzled the audience, while Rivers wore a taut expression. Despite his reservations, he understood the principle. Trust the player until proven otherwise. Utilizing him is indeed a wise choice, for this gentleman possesses remarkable skills. Griffin had not touched the ball for an eternity. He extended his hand at the top of the arc, straining against Tony Allen's defense. As Crawford cast a fleeting glance his way. Yes, just a glance before he swiftly bent down and accelerated toward the basket. Executing a splendid layup, the ball swished through the net. It was that effortless, devoid of any passes or involvement from teammates. Damn. After all my effort to position myself for the ball, merely to serve another's glory. Griffin shot him an irritated glare. Crawford shrugged, as if to convey, "What can I say, my friend? This is just how I play." Lu Ming seized the ball and dashed towards the basket, only to encounter a double team, leaving him no opportunity to shoot. He retreated to the three-point line, dribbling and awaiting a chance. Hollins, on the sidelines, was pacing anxiously. He was not Rivers, but rather an old-school coach who advocated for ball sharing, insisting that the ball must circulate and involve everyone. He shouted at Lu Ming, veins bulging, gesticulating wildly. Lu Ming could not decipher his words, but it was evident they were not complimentary. Glancing at the shot clock, Lu Ming noticed only 9 seconds remained. He had been dribbling for 15 seconds, and thus far, he had not passed the ball. In the paint, Randolph was nearly in a scuffle with Jordan, as positioning beneath the basket resembled a wrestling match. Griffin stood within the paint, poised to provide help defense. What was this? Wasn't he supposed to be disinterested in defense? Why was he so aggressive today? Lu Ming's mind raced through his scant memories of Griffin. Right, he primarily defended during the final moments. Tony Allen shouted, signaling for the ball as he zigzagged at a 45-degree angle. An idea sparked. Lu Ming crouched and charged toward the basket, backing up against the defense before leaping back just as Griffin's fingertips were about to graze the ball. He released it. The ball went in, and he fell to the ground. At that moment, his mind was filled with one phrase: basketball deity. Indeed, this was the signature move of the legendary Michael Jordan, the fadeaway jumper, or as some might refer to it, the reclined jump shot. This maneuver demands significant core strength from the player. The arena fell silent, only to erupt moments later, as the spectators were treated to a visual feast. Get back on defense, quickly. As the home team celebrated, Crawford had already executed a fast break. Indeed, like a bolt of lightning. This was unacceptable. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming cast a glance toward the coach's direction. After 3 seconds of silence, Hollins nodded subtly. He raised both hands, forming a 2 and 3 gesture, to which the other players, faces etched with concern, responded in kind. They understood that this was an unavoidable moment. Yes, the Grizzlies had finally unleashed their 2 to 3 zone defense. This is a strategy to counter the opponent's breakthrough method. Of course, the risk lies in the possibility that their outside shooting might become the decisive factor in the game. It's a choice between 2 poisons. And now is the time to gamble. Let me make it clear that I will only engage in 3 rounds. If there is no effect after that, I shall switch to man-to-man defense. Tony Allen approached Lu Ming and said menacingly. The Grizzlies inbound the ball, and Lu Ming surged ahead, executing a series of feints and dribbles that tore through the Clippers' defense. Randolph followed up, receiving the ball with ease and executing a bank shot. The moment of truth for the defense had arrived. Shaq, is this the rhythm of his own defense? Barkley scoffed as he took a sip from his bottled water. Yes, indeed, he continued. Ladies and gentlemen, the Grizzlies have deployed a zone defense to counter the Clippers' Chris Paul, clearly aiming to cut off Paul's passing lanes and diminish his driving effectiveness. Shaq noticeably raised his voice, clearly skeptical of this approach. Currently, the Chinese player Lee and Tony Allen were at the forefront, while Rudy Gay and the others settled into low post positions, all lowering their centers of gravity. Prepared for the onslaught. It looks quite intimidating. Barkley struggled to suppress a laugh, his cheeks flushed. One could imagine Coach Hollins engaged in a mental struggle before settling on this defensive lineup, especially with the Clippers sharpshooters Crawford and Randy Foye, both of whom boasted a three-point shooting percentage consistently above 39. Coupled with Griffin's presence in the paint, it seemed they could only pray for their opponent's inaccuracy. Shaquille's assessment was quite astute. He too held a pessimistic view of this defensive arrangement. The audience in the arena raised various banners and plastic sticks, cheering fervently for their home team. Crawford brought the ball into the half court, glanced around, and executed a one-handed pass to the left side for Randy Foye. Faced with Tony Allen's suffocating defense, Foye had no choice but to dribble backward, creating space to leap and pass to DeAndre Jordan. Jordan turned to face Randolph and made a bounce pass to the cutting Griffin, who, confronted by rookie Arthur, elegantly extended his arm for a graceful one-handed layup. Suddenly, a shadow loomed and swatted the ball away. It was Zach. Wow, this black bear has shown his claws. Shaquille never concealed his admiration for Zach Randolph. As a fellow elite big man, he saw a reflection of his younger self in Randolph. The ball that fell was snatched by Crawford, who calmly glanced at Lu Ming and taunted, "Hey, kid, the NBA isn't what you think it is. I'm going to blow you away." Damn, why are they all so narcissistic? I don't like this kind of attitude, Lu Ming thought to himself, yet instinctively took a big step forward. Crawford disregarded Lu Ming's attempts to entangle him, rising up for a shot with effortless flair, asserting that it wouldn't be that simple. Lu Ming exerted all his strength to leap, yet his force was excessive, rendering him unable to control his body, and he descended directly upon Crawford. Alas, he had been deceived. As soon as he landed, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul beyond the three-point line, resulting in 3 free throws. Crawford lay on the ground, his fists clenched tightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Do not lose heart. You nearly managed to defend against me," he said, gently patting Lu Ming's shoulder, a subtle jab intended to wound. Jamal's experience proved invaluable. He was arguably one of the most adept one-on-one players in the league, capable of evading even Kobe's complete defense. Lee had done his utmost in that play. Shaq responded at a leisurely pace, unfazed. Holland's face turned a deep shade of anger, sweat beads forming on his forehead, while the bench sat in silence, the players wary of meeting their coach's gaze. The on-court players, however, were understanding. They knew it was unrealistic to expect Lu Ming to single-handedly guard Crawford, and thus did not chastise him excessively. Even Tony Allen approached to pat his shoulder, indicating that the foul was a wise choice, better than allowing Crawford a clear shot from beyond the arc. At least it disrupted his rhythm, preventing him from finding his groove too swiftly. Yet, this only deepened Lu Ming's discomfort. He yearned for greater expectations from his peers, as it would amplify his sense of presence. He desperately craved the feeling of being needed. Reflecting on his earlier days, when he felt superfluous, he cherished the current moment even more. "I will guard you. Do not evade me," Lu Ming suddenly declared loudly near the free throw line, directed at Crawford's ear. Indeed, all present heard him. Even the spectators on the sidelines could clearly discern his words. Chapter 9. The league's premier isolation scorer? Just him. "Hey Shaq, did you see that?" Lee is talking trash to Jamal. It seems he learns quickly, but trash talk won't hinder Jamal's scoring. Inciting a lion comes with its own risks. O'Neal nodded knowingly, drawing from his own experiences. Before retiring, he had teamed up with Crawford in Phoenix and understood the fierce determination that rivaled Kobe's. The ensuing game promised to be thrilling. Crawford remained unfazed by the banter, calmly sinking all 3 free throws, bringing the score to 73-54, the gap widening. With such a deficit, Paul could afford more rest, perhaps not even needing to take the court in the third or fourth quarters. This was untenable. A strategy to thwart the Clippers' scoring was imperative. Yet, how could he defend against this towering sharpshooter before him? Just as Lu Ming grappled with this dilemma, a chime pulled him into his subconscious. "Ding, you have just received a diamond. Would you like to use it?" "Yes. Please access the system store to select a matching item. I wish to know how to defend against taller players who shoot from the perimeter." "Apologies. Your inquiry is too vague for the system to provide a match. Please specify and try again." "How to defend Jamal Crawford." "Please hold on. The target player has been identified. Jamal Crawford, standing at 6 feet 5 inches, excels in the butterfly step layup and possesses a three-point shooting percentage that ranks among the top in the league. However, he consumes a significant amount of ball possession and has a high usage rate, which can be detrimental to team cohesion. Is there anything else you would like to inquire about?" "No, that's all. This consultation costs 600 points, leaving you with 1,300 points. "Seriously, it costs 600 points for this? I hardly learned anything new. I already knew all of this." It seems the system is not infallible. Without card drops, it merely plays a supporting role. Lu Ming bent down, awaiting the Clippers' offensive play. Sure enough, the ball found its way back to Crawford's hands, and Lu Ming once again matched up against him. This time, Lu Ming opted not to apply close defense, instead providing ample space. Crawford glanced down at his position, realizing he was somewhat far from the three-point line. And with his team leading by nearly 20 points, he chose to set the ball down and control the tempo instead of rushing to shoot. On the sidelines, Rivers displayed an approving expression. The coach must have been quite anxious moments ago, fearing Crawford would take the shot. "What's wrong? With so much space, are you not shooting? Are you lacking confidence?" Lu Ming began to taunt from the side, but Crawford remained silent, passing the ball to Bobby Simmons on the right. Simmons subsequently delivered the ball to DeAndre Jordan in the paint, who, looking bewildered, passed it back to Crawford. Crawford began to dribble, weaving through his legs, and suddenly accelerated, attempting to drive to the basket. Li Ming sidestepped to allow him through, and Crawford, taken by surprise, easily made his way in. Just as he leaped to pass, he abruptly changed his mind, adopting a horseback shooting posture to attempt a layup. What a thought. Welcome to the NBA. Behind him, Li Ming soared, arriving first to firmly swat the ball against the backboard. Was that intentional? Was it a trap? Is it a tap? Barkley could hardly believe his eyes. Crawford, equally astonished, wondered how he had been so easily outmaneuvered. Damn, I possess the glove function. You think it's that simple to break through Peyton's defense? Randolph retrieved the ball and launched a long pass to the front court. Tony Allen and Li Ming took off simultaneously, while Crawford stood frozen for a moment before chasing back. Li Ming caught the ball mid-air, immediately delivering a high toss, which Allen finished with a one-handed windmill to conclude the fast break. The speed of the transition between offense and defense was dazzling. Do not worry. He merely happened to be in that position, reacting instinctively, just an amateur's intuition to leap. Randy Foye made a face at Crawford. Crawford slowed his dribbling, bending down slightly as he moved forward, contemplating a strategy to break past Li Ming. This kid has impressive second start speed, almost rivaling the league's top stars. Isn't it said that individuals of Asian descent possess inferior athleticism? Evidently, he was not entirely comprehending the situation. Hey, Jamal, come on, let's settle this one-on-one. Li Ming teased, casting a knowing glance at Guy beside him. Guy immediately understood and moved away, creating an illusion of space for Crawford to operate. Jamal now measured his approach, stepping inward. Player number 7, Li, attempted a tentative steal, but ultimately resorted to using his body to impede Jamal's advance, slowing down his offensive momentum. Barkley was engrossed in narrating the game. As Jamal neared the free throw line, what would be his choice? A turnaround jumper, perhaps? Or a step closer, using his body as an axis for a delicate layup? If I were Jamal, in that position with the ball, I would decisively execute a turnaround jumper without hesitation. Shaq shook his head incessantly. The home crowd began to jeer, attempting to distract Crawford while simultaneously rallying behind Li. After all, the fans, despite their emotional biases, were acutely aware that it was unlikely for Li to consistently thwart Crawford's advances. They merely hoped he could delay them until Guy and Randolph could offer support. No, I must defeat this arrogant individual here, Li Ming resolved, shifting from passive defense to an aggressive stance. He began to disrupt Crawford's dribbling, and, after several attempts, fortune smiled upon him. As Crawford prepared to launch a shot, Li Ming skillfully flicked the ball away from underneath. Crawford leaped instinctively, but Li Ming was undeterred, pushing off the ground with determination, though the limited space near the sideline hindered his efforts. Ultimately, Li Ming succumbed to experience, seeing no hope of retrieval. Crawford deftly redirected the ball off Li Ming's leg, sending it out of bounds, yet still retaining possession for the Clippers. Just take him down, you can do it. Jamal, no unnecessary moves, just shoot. Paul shouted encouragingly in Crawford's ear as he took advantage of the moment during the inbound play. After passing the ball to Griffin, Crawford swiftly cut inside, bending low and extending his right arm, while Li Ming found himself firmly positioned behind him. Griffin, not overly ambitious, lofted the ball effortlessly into Crawford's waiting hands. Finish it right there, Griffin thought confidently, silently creating space by moving to the right corner at a 45-degree angle, with Guy closely shadowing him, extending his right arm to block any sudden drives. Crawford leaned against Li Ming, pausing for 2 seconds, not rushing into action, casting a glance toward the right. Being a right-handed player, he was bound to move that way. Li Ming adjusted his footing, creating a gap on the right side to allow Crawford entry. Does this fool not realize he is a right-handed player? Hollins was the first to sense the predicament. Though Guy and the others on the court were initially confused, they gradually began to believe that this diminutive player from Huaxia must have found a reasonable way to contain the situation. Let me take the right path and then employ the same old trick. This kid is a bit slow on the uptake. Crawford suddenly executed a lateral escape, performing a graceful spin before leaping high to execute his signature shooting motion. Li Ming let out a cold snort and followed suit, soaring into the air. He realized there was nothing he could do. The disparity in their wingspan and height rendered him unable to touch the ball. On the sidelines, Paul silently clenched his fist, aware that his earlier provocation had taken effect. Who said one must always attempt to block his shots? Li Ming disdainfully locked eyes with Crawford, his large hand flying towards Crawford's face, exuding an intent to obliterate his countenance. What on earth is this? This is utterly unconventional. Crawford was momentarily stunned by this unexpected action, causing the basketball to veer off its intended path, striking the rim. This was a maneuver he had mastered under the tutelage of Sean Battier, a technique specifically designed to counter Kobe's indefensible jump shots. Raja Bell of the Suns also frequently employed this tactic against marquee players like Kobe. Lu Deng felt a surge of delight as he and Crawford nearly landed simultaneously. How despicable. Clearly, Crawford was still reeling from the surprise. Lu Deng had already launched into a sprint, having heard Randolph's call from behind. The court-wide pass commenced, and speed was of the essence. Crawford pursued relentlessly, equally swift, but Lu Deng maneuvered to evade his grasp. Receiving the ball, yet losing the chance for a fast break as Crawford established his position against him, with Griffin and others closing in. This is intriguing. Lu Deng smiled faintly, executing a Carmelo-style step on a bug motion, prompting Crawford to shift his weight. This fellow seemed far easier to handle than Paul. Lu Deng chuckled mischievously, glancing at Randy Foye, who was poised to pounce, finding him more manageable as well. Come on, I want to let you score easily. You might as well return to the kitchen to wash dishes. In his eyes, all yellow-skinned Asians were destined for menial tasks. Ironically, he too emerged from a life of poverty as a black man. With a clever plan forming in his mind, Lu Deng decided against passing the ball. He aimed to utterly shatter Crawford's confidence. He abruptly extended his right foot, pulling his body to the right while swiftly driving the ball to the left. How swift? Crawford was taken aback. Lu Deng surged towards the 3-second zone, lightly leaning against Crawford before executing a spinning move. Did you think you could outsmart me? Too naive. Crawford remained unfazed, maintaining his stance, ever ready to contest Lu Deng's shot. Little did he know, Lu Deng had no intention of shooting just yet. He merely paused momentarily before accelerating again. This time, Crawford completely lost his position, watching helplessly as he charged into the paint. Without the time to react, he stood frozen, shouting for Andre. Yet, how could Andre make the necessary defense when he was firmly pinned behind by the formidable Randolph? Lu Deng casually executed a delicate layup, narrowing the score to 73-60. This play exuded a style reminiscent of Steve, a true master of rhythm, as Shaq timely offered his praise. Hollins clenched his fists. Pacing along the sidelines, he desperately needed such a basket for his team, which was mired in adversity and in dire need of a morale boost. He even unusually extended a thumbs up towards Lu Deng during the game. Paul rose, glanced at Rivers, and slowly made his way to the sidelines, performing a leg stretch. It appeared he was about to enter the game. Rivers, unwilling to squander his timeout while holding a significant lead, seemed poised to introduce his ace during the next dead ball. Crawford advanced with the ball, his steps rapid and his breathing labored. It was evident he was truly caught up in the moment. Lu Deng smirked mischievously, continuing to bend forward, his hands waving before him to disrupt Crawford's rhythm. Damn it, I can't get past you. Who do you think you are? Crawford suddenly accelerated, driving straight in. Lu Deng fell in response. What on earth was this fool doing? It was utterly irrational, especially with such a substantial lead. Such actions could easily attract the referee's attention. Indeed, before Barkley could finish his sentence, the whistle blew. Offensive foul. A clear shoulder dip was evident. How is this possible? Crawford exclaimed, jumping and waving his arms. He had practically covered the entire court, yet the referee upheld the foul, granting possession to the opponents. Lu Deng quickly inbound the ball. Gay brought it up the court, establishing himself at the arc to assess the situation. Arthur ran along the baseline, while Randolph reached out for the ball. Gay lofted a pass into the paint, and after a powerful dribble, Randolph executed a simple one-handed pass to the cutting Lu Deng, who prepared to dunk. Crawford, however, wrapped him up forcefully. The whistle blew. Number 11 in red committed a foul, resulting in 2 free throws. I believe his mentality is the issue, someone observed. Clearly, he fell for that kid's trick. He intended to provoke him. Had it been Chris, he would have handled the situation in 1,000 other ways. Barkley shook his head repeatedly, expressing his admiration for players like Crawford, who possess an abundance of offensive talent. However, there exists a distinct divide between stars and superstars. Many gifted players struggle to break through in the league for years, often due to their temperament. Those who have entered the Chinese league are generally former champions in their respective regions. The ability to control one's emotions is what defines a true ruler. During a brief intermission for free throws, Rivers substituted Crawford alongside DeAndre Jordan, further diminishing the team's height, seemingly preparing for a fast-paced game. 2 successful free throws brought the score to 73-62. With possession of the ball, Paul leisurely crossed half-court, closely followed by Lu Deng, who maintained a half-step distance. The others positioned themselves for continued defensive cooperation. With Paul on the court, an additional three-point threat emerged, compelling the team to remain vigilant. Paul executed a feigned shot, delivering the ball to Griffin at the arc. Griffin took a moment to assess the basket as Arthur launched into the air. Unhurried, Griffin sidestepped and executed a clean mid-range shot. Alas, a rookie is still a rookie, jumping at every action. Such defensive habits are detrimental. Lu Ming shook his head in resignation, while Randolph could only watch helplessly as Griffin took a shot, the ball swishing through the net, extending the lead to 13 points once again. Today's 13-point margin serves as a threshold, with both teams fiercely contesting this position, leaving one to wonder if the Grizzlies still have a chance. Barkley, observing Paul's recent entry onto the court, shook his head in exasperation. Chapter 10. Battling the Clippers. Elite. Paul's presence delivered a significant blow to the Grizzlies, who had just begun to build momentum. In the subsequent possession, Gay committed a strategic foul, allowing the Grizzlies to substitute Conley for the offensively limited Tony Allen. Hollins understood that the next few minutes were crucial. Entering the final quarter with a deficit exceeding 10 points would be disastrous. Barkley expressed his approval of this substitution. Upon entering the game, Conley resembled a wild stallion, for he had been stifled throughout the day. Nothing was worse than watching his team fall further behind from the sidelines. Despite carrying 4 fouls, he showed no signs of retreat against Paul, driving the ball forward. He was gradually acclimating to the referee's calls, having grasped the nuances, thus navigating the game with ease. Under his orchestration, the Grizzlies engaged the Clippers in a back-and-forth battle. Neither side could decisively dominate, with every position fiercely contested. As the third quarter approached its final 4 minutes, the score stood at 81-66, with the Grizzlies in possession of the ball. Since Conley's arrival, Lu Ming had been lurking in the background, focused solely on facilitating passes. This approach was untenable. They risked being overwhelmed if they adhered to conventional strategies. Lu Ming began to demand the ball more frequently, establishing himself at the top of the arc, guarded closely by Randy Foye. This fellow is swift and robust. How could Lu Ming shake him off? Lost in contemplation, he realized if evasion was not an option, he would have to shoot over him. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose for a shot from 2 meters beyond the three-point line. So far away, could it possibly succeed? Randy turned in terror, fixating on the direction of the soaring ball, which struck the rim with a resounding thud. It failed to enter, and Bobby Simmons secured the rebound, poised to make a long pass. Just as he was about to release the ball, he was intercepted by a guy nearby. This was dire. Randy shouted in alarm, for at that moment, Lu Ming had dashed into the paint like a flash. Quick, disrupt him, hold him back, he must not dunk. Paul leapt up in frustration, as he was currently being restrained by Conley beyond the three-point line, leaving him unable to assist. Jordan, with all his might, leapt high into the air, but Lu Ming merely feigned catching the ball, gliding past Guy effortlessly. The ball struck the ground and found its way to Randolph beside Jordan. The formidable bear, with no time to prepare, rose up for a bank shot, and the ball swished through the net, making the score 81-68. Truly thoughtless. Having fallen into the same pit thrice, how foolish can one be? Lu Ming directly greeted Jordan in Chinese, leaving Jordan utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "What?" as he shook his head in confusion, retreating to his half of the court. In this round, Paul advanced into the half-court early, while Randy dribbled behind him. Together with DeAndre Jordan, they executed a screen near the free-throw line, allowing Randy to receive the ball. He then passed it to the cutting Randy, who soared high into the air, performing an Iggy-style slam dunk, seemingly destined to score. Suddenly, a slender figure darted in from behind. Rudy Gay swatted the ball away with the precision of swatting a fly, yet he still committed a foul, leading to free throws for Randy. At this stage of the game, every possession bore immense significance, a truth both teams understood well. Thus, they would not allow easy scoring opportunities, especially for such momentum-building plays. The opposition would go to great lengths to thwart them. Randy nearly crashed onto the floor, the resounding thud echoing throughout the arena. Wow, I hope that floor doesn't break, one might think. Lu Ming was the first to approach Randy, extending a friendly hand to help him up, a small gesture that elicited applause from the crowd. Indeed, this young Chinese player exhibited commendable humility and grace. Shaquille O'Neal's milid apreciatively. Perhaps it was the severity of the fall or the impact of Lu Ming's gesture that led Randy Foye to miss both free throws. An uncommon occurrence, particularly for a guard. I bet if you were up there, you'd make at least one. Barkley jested to O'Neal, whose struggles at the charity stripe were well known among basketball aficionados. "Get out of here," O'Neal retorted, hurling a nearby toy at Barkley. "What did I say that was wrong?" I was merely speaking the truth. Barkley's laughter grew louder. The toy in question was part of a new promotional set featuring the league's various team mascots, typically distributed to fans during halftime alongside socks and arm sleeves for interactive games. Stay alert, stay alert. Do you think I put you in there for fun? Rivers shouted at Randy Foye on the court, curiously glancing at Bledsoe beside him. Damn it, just because I'm on the bench doesn't team mean I should take the blame. Bledsoe cursed inwardly. Indeed, this explosive guard found himself benched due to his free throw inefficiency. Rivers usually only called upon him when the opponent's point guard was exceptionally strong or when a breakthrough was urgently needed to change the dynamics of the game. Conley seized the ball and swiftly pushed it up the court, settling at the top of the arc to look for opportunities. Gay and Lu Ming executed a cross screen, effectively blocking their respective defenders. With the ball in hand, Gay faced the diminutive Randy Foye, who stood a head shorter than him. Gay took a probing step, but Randy remained unfazed, while Conley cut in, signaling for the ball, which was smoothly passed into his hands. Paul was hot on his heels, but Conley deftly bounced the ball to Lu Ming on the opposite side, now matched up against Simmons. This rookie was far easier to handle than Griffin. Lu Ming made a subtle move, eliciting a flurry of wild flails from Simmons. Now is the moment. He deftly maneuvered through the double team of Simmons and Griffin, swiftly pivoting to face them, awaiting their approach. Did he truly believe he could deceive me into colliding with him? How naive. Does he think I am one of those mindless fools? At that moment, both Gay on the court and DeAndre Jordan on the sidelines suddenly sneezed, a shared sensation of being called out surging from within them. Lu Ming glanced at the hoop and passed the ball to Randolph. Randolph shoved Simmons aside like a bear, delivering a thunderous dunk that reverberated through the rim, drawing a foul from Simmons in the process. It was only upon landing that everyone noticed his shorts had slipped down to his knees. Wow, these veteran players are incredibly ruthless on a street court. This would likely escalate into a brawl. A wave of laughter erupted from the FedEx Forum, seemingly threatening to lift the roof off, as the team shook off the gloom of a significant deficit and began to revel in the game itself. Randolph, without uttering much, observed the trembling Simmons, flashed a toothy grin, gently patted his shoulder, and then adjusted his shorts before nonchalantly strolling to the free throw line. Since arriving in Memphis, Randolph had truly transformed. Once notorious as a troublemaker during his days with the Blazers and Knicks, he had earned a reputation of a locker room poison. Lu Ming's mind raced to recall information about Randolph. It is remarkable how Hollins has managed to mentor Zach so effectively. Since coming to Memphis, his demeanor has mellowed considerably, and his statistics have seen a significant boost, with his shot selection appearing remarkably judicious, devoid of any selfish tendencies. Shaq continually extolled the virtues of this towering presence on the court. Indeed, he was even willing to engage in the gritty work he previously shunned, embracing the role of a blue-collar worker despite receiving a max contract, diligently defending every possession. Yes, the soul of this team's defense lies with the duo of black and white bears, with the black bear being of paramount importance. They are opponents that no team wishes to face, Shaq added. Randolph confidently sank the free throw, making the score 81-69. It remained Randolph controlling the ball in the second half, while Paul positioned himself early. Lu Ming, closely shadowing Paul, insisted that his opponent refrain from providing help defense. He was determined to stifle Paul, severing the Clippers' lethal offensive flow. Beads of sweat trickled down Paul's face as he exhaled softly, attempting to accelerate away. Yet Lu Ming clung to him like a specter, denying him any comfort in receiving the ball. He received the pass. Barkley let out a sigh of relief. First of all, I admire the determination and courage of this number 7, but I have some concerns. The third quarter is not yet over, and I wonder if he will have the energy to defend in the final quarter. Well, this is indeed a valid point. I have faced off against Yao on the court. These Chinese players are exceptionally astute, employing their intellect rather than relying solely on brute force. Evidently, Shaq remained non-committal regarding Barkley's inquiries. Paul was compelled to settle for a position near the center circle to receive the ball. He glanced at his gasping teammates and opponents. Perplexed by Lu Ming's agility, reminiscent of the game's onset, he hadn't even taken a deep breath. Spare yourselves the effort. You wouldn't comprehend. I am endowed with card bonuses beyond the grasp of mere mortals like you. Lu Ming began to feel a sense of elevation, a sly smile escaping the corners of his mouth. As Paul turned, he executed a no-look pass directly to Griffin, who stood just a step inside the three-point line. He recognized that spot as Griffin's sweet spot. Just as Griffin prepared to shoot, Arthur rushed in front of him, causing Griffin to hastily release the ball. which spun around the rim before falling away. Randolph firmly established his position beneath the basket, cradling the ball in his arms. He cast a glance at Lu Ming, who was closely guarded by Paul, leaving no opportunity for a fast break. Conley proactively approached for the ball, receiving it from Randolph, who then strode purposefully toward the opponent's basket, leaning against Simmons and reaching out for the ball. Randy Foye noticed this and moved in to disrupt Randolph's reception. Conley, at the top of the arc, patiently sought an opportunity while Lu Ming struggled to shake off Paul's defense. Yet, Paul was no pushover. His lower body was remarkably solid, making it difficult to escape his grasp. It appeared that constant breakthroughs were not viable. One must conserve energy for the final clash. Lu Ming smiled faintly, abruptly sprinting back beyond the three-point line. Conley, bewildered, watched him, gesturing with one hand for him to cut inside. Lu Ming met his gaze resolutely, signaling for the ball. Damn it, from this distance? Very well. Should you fail to make the shot, I shall send you soaring to the Colorado Plateau. Observing that his teammates had failed to create advantageous positions, Conley reluctantly passed the ball to the persistently demanding Lu Ming. Without any adjustment, Lu Ming leaped into the air to shoot. What just happened? Did you see that? The ball was at least 2 meters beyond the three-point line. Barkley exclaimed, eyes wide with trepidation as he looked at Shaq. Indeed, I witnessed it, Shaq replied calmly. I've stated it before. These players from Huaxia possess an astonishing reservoir of energy, relying on intellect to navigate the game. Every show of weakness is merely a precursor to their most potent strike. The FedEx Forum erupted into a frenzy as Lu Ming, from over 9 meters away from the hoop, executed a flawless jump shot that swished through the net, showcasing an astonishing core strength. Chapter 11. Gradually revealing brilliance in the final 40 seconds, neither side managed to secure a better opportunity amidst the physical tussle. And the third quarter concluded with a score of 81-72. Hey, for a rookie, you played quite well, Tony Allen remarked, approaching and extending his right fist. You weren't too shabby yourself, B.O. Lu Ming responded, exchanging a fist bump with him. Gay slumped in his chair, gesturing toward him with a nod. He was too exhausted to utter a word. Indeed, the relentless struggle with Griffin has drained much of his stamina. Coach Hollins often employs Gay in mismatched defensive assignments against the opposing power forwards, allowing Gay's footwork and lengthy reach to shine. On the offensive end, he can also significantly exhaust the opponent. Meanwhile, on the Clippers bench, Rivers gathers his players, articulating something fervently. The cameras fail to capture the clarity of his words, but one can sense his hoarse roar. Paul pulls Randy Foye aside, gesturing animatedly, seemingly imparting defensive strategies. Foye nods earnestly, occasionally lifting his gaze to meet Paul's, expressing his approval of the tactical instructions. A chuckle escapes Lu Ming. Inwardly, he muses, no one can defend against me. As the final quarter commences with the referee's whistle, both Paul and Conley remain on the sidelines, with neither team deploying their star guards. Typically, this allows ample time for rest, intending to reinstate them in the final 7 minutes to secure the game. This moment is a battleground for the substitute guards. Noticing that the opponent has chosen not to deploy Griffin initially, Hollins seizes the opportunity to rest Randolph, granting the formidable player a moment to recuperate. His presence is pivotal. With him, the team can diversify their tactics and disrupt the opponent's rhythm. A performance is essential. The time for showcasing talent is fleeting. Lu Ming swiftly inbounds the ball and penetrates the opposing half, extending his hand for the pass. Following a simple pick and roll with Tony Allen, Lu Ming pivots and drives toward the basket, feigning a shot. Simultaneously, the two backup big men of the Grizzlies leap to block, prompting Lu Ming to execute a reverse dribble. Arthur, stationed at the arc, charges into the paint, delivering a thunderous slam dunk, heralding the onset of a counterattack. Force him left, force him left. Rivers bellows at Randy Foye from the sidelines, clearly recognizing Lu Ming's tendency to turn left. Can't believe they see through that. Lu Ming thinks, do they not realize I have system enhancements? He positions himself at the arc, vacating the left side and rhythmically pounding the floor, teasingly beckoning. However, he has little time for theatrics or proof, as the ever-demanding Crawford snatches the ball away. With Paul and Griffin absent, this is his prime opportunity to rack up points. Tactical considerations are irrelevant. His singular focus is on scoring. 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 Arthur, being quite youthful, might struggle to contain Jamal. Barkley expresses his concern. He hopes the Grizzlies can withstand these crucial moments, at least delaying their collapse. Indeed, Jamal weaves through defenses like a slender reed, elusive and swift. O'Neal added, as Crawford executed a stunning dive, his left hand seemingly infused with spirit, delivering a flawless dribble with both strength and precision. The basketball danced to the left, while Crawford glided to the right, seamlessly maneuvering past the approaching Arthur, heading straight for the hoop. He was poised to dunk. He was indeed going to dunk. Barkley exclaimed in awe, the previous display of skill akin to a celestial being descending, earning thunderous applause. Yet, it was not over. O'Neal's gaze was fixed on Lu Ming, who was sprinting back. Lu Ming had anticipated this outcome the moment Arthur engaged with Crawford, prompting him to rush back for defensive support. Ordinarily, this play would have concluded with Crawford securing the dunk. For reasons unknown, he unexpectedly stuck out his tongue midair and switched the ball to his right hand, attempting a seemingly perfect layup. Damn it, do you think you're Jordan, pulling off a layup in midair? Lu Ming scoffed inwardly. Nevertheless, this gave him the opportunity to close the gap. System defensive match rate, 76. The familiar voice echoed in his subconscious once more. That is sufficient. Lu Ming smirked mischievously, exerting himself just as Crawford released the ball, his hand making contact with the basketball, altering its trajectory and sending it sailing out of bounds. That LL teach you to show off. This is my domain. Lu Ming glared fiercely at Crawford as he landed, repeatedly shouting. The audience could clearly see the spit he sprayed onto Crawford's face on the large screen overhead. The applause was unrelenting. This play was not merely a morale booster, but also a demonstration of his attitude to the coach. The camera shifted to Hollins, whose perpetually stoic face broke into a smile. It seemed Lu Ming had secured himself ample playing time for the future. Damn it, this was never your home court. The same thought resonated simultaneously in the minds of Conley and Gay, seated on the sidelines. They were evidently overshadowed by Lu Ming tonight. In the ensuing possessions, the Grizzlies' offense faltered, plagued by inexplicable turnovers that squandered scoring opportunities. Fortunately, inspired by Lu Ming's defensive prowess, the deficit did not widen further. With 6.5 minutes remaining, the game entered an official timeout. While played, Paul approached his teammates, exchanging high fives, relishing the precious moments of rest. Lu Ming settled into an empty seat beside Gay, gulping down water. His body felt hardly taxed, merely thirsty. It appeared that the defensive card truly was effective. Showing no signs of fatigue, Hollins, observing his abundant stamina, displayed a look of admiration. In truth, even if he were to exert himself significantly, it would be unavoidable. He had never intended to treat him as a star player, though perhaps his defensive attitude genuinely impressed him. However, as long as Conley remained on the bench, he would never be the primary choice, never. This was a stark reality. Lu Ming had a long journey ahead. The whistle blew, and he donned his gear to return to the court. Conley adjusted his arm sleeve and strode confidently to the center of the court, the roar of the crowd enveloping him. They understood all too well that securing victory required more than just a single player like Lu Ming. The opposing team already possessed superior strength, and Conley was the pivotal element determining how far this endeavor could go. Randolph maintained a stoic expression, shaking his head as he sprinted to position himself under the opposing basket. Gay was poised to shoot. Conley received the ball while Paul diligently guarded him across the court. Conley established himself at the arc, with Randolph setting a screen and then rolling towards the basket, drawing Griffin away. With composure, Conley passed the ball to Gay on the opposite side, who, without hesitation, unleashed a crisp shot with perfect trajectory. Perhaps it was due to the extended time spent sitting on the sidelines, as his muscles remained relaxed. The ball circled the rim before bouncing out. Just as Griffin and Randolph collided beneath the basket, a white blur soared past. Slam dunk. 89-84. Wow, did you see that, Shaq? Did you catch it? The game was nearing its conclusion, yet his movements were as agile as if the match had just begun. Lu Ming landed without celebration, immediately racing back while directing his teammates to their positions. Conley felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, yet, this time, a smile graced his face. He began to harbor a modicum of fondness for this arrogant player from the East. A commendable defensive attitude is the foundation of victory, a mantra repeatedly echoed by O'Neal. The audience began to chant Memphis Nights, a local anthem celebrated by the African-American community, which comprises a significant portion of Tennessee's residents. This song often resonates during traditional football and basketball games, invigorating the players on the court. Amidst the deafening cheers, Paul gradually brought the ball past half-court, clearly strategizing to prevent the opposing team from gaining momentum in their home arena. He needed to devise a plan. Biting his lip, Paul executed a one-handed bounce pass to the unguarded Griffin. After a couple of dribbles, Griffin passed to Crawford, who was waiting on the perimeter. He was not a shooter, nor was he adept at passing. Lu Ming relinquished his defense against Randevay, maneuvering around Griffin's screen, extending his right hand, and leaping high into the air. Clearly, Crawford was startled by the sudden appearance of the white blur. When did he arrive? Countless questions flooded his mind, causing his shot to veer off course. Chapter 12. Let the cheers roar even louder. Li Ming, not waiting for the ball to land, turned and shouted to Randolph. However, Griffin had him pinned, preventing him from generating power and securing the optimal position. Griffin initially failed to catch the ball, tapping it lightly before leaping again to grab the rebound. This remarkable ability to leap consecutively astounded the spectators. Just as Griffin prepared for a long pass, he was thwarted as the ball was swiped from beneath him. The crowd's gaze sharpened, for it was none other than number 7, erupting once more with a deafening cheer. Li's rebound would alter the course of the evening's contest. O'Neal remarked casually, "Indeed, there is still ample time remaining in the game." Allowing the home team to gain momentum at this juncture would be detrimental for the residents of Los Angeles. The audience erupted in waves of cheers, chanting Lee, Lee, Lee. Conley was not in a hurry to launch an offense. Instead, he patiently sought opportunities beyond the three-point line. A decision that proved prudent as success was paramount at this moment. The true weapon of the Grizzlies in these critical final moments was the formidable 320-pound figure, Randolph. Clearly, Coach Rivers had devised a strategy specifically targeting Randolph during the previous timeout, as he was currently being forcefully pushed out of the paint by Griffin. While the quicker Bobby Simmons lurked nearby, poised to provide assistance, Paul exchanged a knowing glance with Randy Foye, signaling a switch in defense. Henceforth, Foye would directly confront Li Ming. Could it be? The star was personally tasked with guarding this obscure player from Huaxia. Randy Foye could scarcely believe his eyes. Paul confidently maneuvered towards Li Ming, compelling Foye to circle around Conley. It wasn't that Conley lacked talent. Rather, to secure victory, it was imperative to stifle the momentum of this atmosphere creator, a judgment Paul had made during the previous offensive and defensive sequence. With 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, we awaited the unfolding events. Now, Chris Paul was directly assigned to guard the Huaxia player, Li Ming. Barkley, during his commentary, deliberately heightened the volume when mentioning Huaxia. It was evident that irrespective of the final outcome, tomorrow's headlines would prominently feature this matchup, as the league craved such spectacles to draw attention. And various businesses equally sought to capitalize on the ensuing popularity. "Come on, I've been waiting for you," Li Ming said coldly. "I truly hope your skills are as splendid as your conversational prowess." Paul smirked in disdain. Li Ming attempted to cut inside, but Paul closely shadowed him, leaving no space to pivot. He was forced to retreat to the three-point line, with Paul maintaining his composure. "All right, I must devise a way to surpass him," he thought. Yet the anticipated system failed to respond, and that familiar voice did not materialize. Damn it, how unreliable. At such a pivotal moment, when I need it most. "It's on standby." Li Ming salta internally. Gay maneuvered past him, yet Paul remained unfazed, fixated on Li Ming. Conley strode into the paint, executing a side-leaning jump shot, while Bobby Simmons, moving with equal speed, swiftly closed in, his long arms obscuring Conley's vision. "Gotcha!" A slight smile crept across Gay's lips as he deftly passed the ball to the fast-breaking Conley, who executed an unchallenged layup with ease. Randy Foye stood frozen in place, momentarily dazed. He was indeed having a frustrating evening, constantly targeted on defense, as every player with the ball seemed to engage in pick and rolls against him, relentlessly attacking his position. The score stood at 89-86. In the ensuing rounds, both teams found themselves ensnared by errors, rendering the atmosphere suffocating. As securing even a single point became an arduous task, time waned to under 3 minutes, with merely 2 minutes and 27 seconds remaining in a match. The Clippers held possession, and Paul swiftly advanced the ball into the frontcourt, where Li Ming matched him, adhering closely to him. Paul found himself devoid of any space to maneuver, as the Grizzlies once again deployed their zone defense. How would Chris choose to proceed? Would he opt for a three-point shot from beyond the arc, or would he endeavor to deliver the ball to the interior for Griffin? Barkley drained the last of his water in one go. During a dead ball, Rivers substituted Crawford for Jordan, aiming to enhance the height on the court and secure better control of the rebounds. Andre's entry was pivotal for the game's strategy. However, was this substitution perhaps too conservative? Barkley expressed his bewilderment at Rivers' decision, believing the time was ripe to adopt a more aggressive stance. Relying solely on defense proved precarious. Given the slender three-point lead, and time remained ample, this change might indeed alter the trajectory of the match. O'Neal shook his head in disapproval, sensing the potential for exploitation. On the Clippers bench, Crawford forcefully struck the towel against the back of his chair, his voice low yet audible enough for Rivers to catch. Jamal possessed a precise jump shot and could draw defenders, creating opportunities for his open teammates during critical moments. However, with Andre's presence, the Los Angeles players found their space constricted, severely hampering Chris's ability to penetrate. Barkley, a seasoned analyst, dissected the situation with piercing insight. Paul indeed surged into the paint only to retreat, confronted by the congestion beneath the basket, rendering passing virtually impossible. Griffin moved to the arc, signaling for the ball, yet Paul hesitated before releasing it. What was he thinking? Doug had never anticipated a player with such a dismal three-point shooting history, below 30%, to take a shot from that position. Barkley nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, Griffin had yet to develop his long-range capabilities when he first entered the league. With his three-point shooting being abysmal, he was confined to attacking the rim, showcasing his agility. Just as Griffin bent to make a move, Lu Ming again cast aside the obstructing Paul, suddenly accelerating to confront him. Griffin had scarcely begun his motion when Lu Ming crumpled to the floor. The red number 3-2 was called for an offensive foul. The referee's whistle was resolute. Rivers, beside himself, leapt in frustration, vocally expressing his ire. The FedEx Forum erupted in deafening cheers. Some fans even began to shed their shirts in exuberance, all rising to their feet to applaud the tireless defense of number 7. Lee, well done. MVP, MVP, MVP. It was unclear who initiated the chant, but soon the arena reverberated with the chorus of MVP. Wow, this was indeed a rare spectacle, Shaq. Barkley shook his head repeatedly. Lu Ming incessantly pounded his chest towards the crowd, sprinting to the sidelines, murmuring incantations, and mimicking the salute of the legendary Reggie Miller after his iconic baskets from the previous century. The cheers from the crowd intensified, fervently responding to this young man of yellow skin. Seizing the moment of the opponent's celebration, Rivers quickly pulled aside Little Jordan and whispered a few words to him. In this moment, the Grizzlies possessed the ball, calmly advances to the vicinity of the center circle, while Lu Ming weaves around the baseline. Gay successfully receives the pass. Keep moving. Keep moving. Holland shouts towards Randolph, signaling him to move to a higher position and create space. Randolph sways his hips, drawing away the defender. And Gay seizes the opportunity to cut in. Paul surges forth from the side, arms raised, firmly planted on both feet. If Rudy were to force his way in, he would undoubtedly be called for a charging foul, for the referee's whistle cannot favor one side over the other. Barkley wipes the sweat from his palms, acknowledging, indeed, Chris has already established his position. On Yale odds, Gay halts within the 3-second zone, momentarily frozen, with only 6 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Damn it! Hollins clenches his fist, crouched on the sidelines, keenly observing the defensive lapse of the opponent. The tight defense from Paul and the outstretched arms of DeAndre Jordan place Gay in a precarious situation as time slips away second by second. At that moment, Lu Ming dashes out from the baseline at an angle, then swiftly returns. Behind him, Randy Foye stumbles and falls to the ground. Seizing the moment, Lu Ming evades his pursuer. Gay catches sight of this opportunity and, with less than 2 seconds left, delivers a powerful pass. Not good. In the midst of Chris Paul's astonishment, Lu Ming twists his body to throw the ball into the basket. Yes, he has no time to make any adjustments. The shot is purely instinctive. This is the essence of the diminutive Hollis, renowned for his clutch shooting. Barkley reminisces about Hollis, the legendary big heart of the league, famed for making such buzzer beaters. Hollins passionately stomps his feet, releasing his emotions. The FedEx Forum transforms into a sea of joy under the guidance of the DJ, with a big screen continuously replaying the recent basket. Lu Ming, however, remains composed, fixated on the scoreboard, realizing they're just 1 point short. Chapter 13. The star of the night, boss. That last shot was mine. Randy Foye points to his chest. Position. Paul gazes at him calmly, succinctly uttering that word. He seems dissatisfied with the coach's substitution. On the offensive end, Jordan lacks the ability to take initiative and relies solely on being fed the ball. With Randolph, the formidable bear, occupying the paint, it is impossible to gain adequate position. On the defensive end, his footwork is lamentably sluggish, forcing him to retreat into the paint. Frustratingly, his defensive habits are woefully inadequate. Fixated on the statistics of shot blocking, he often loses his positioning, allowing opponents to execute sneaky layups with ease. At this juncture in the game, both coaches are judiciously conserving their timeouts, unwilling to call them lightly, and thus the players must adjust on the court autonomously. Paul, with a serious demeanor, crosses half court, while Griffin positions himself at the left wing. Randolph is stationed at the right arc, and Bobby Simmons remains near the baseline. Li Ming continues to employ a tight defensive strategy, preventing Paul from easily pivoting. Paul raises his hand, feigning a shot, yet Li Ming remains unfazed. With a swift flick of his eyes, Paul lowers his body, prompting Li Ming's center of gravity to shift, only for him to regain his stance just as quickly. A sense of foreboding washes over Li Ming. He is acutely aware of Paul's shooting range. Indeed, Paul swiftly rises and executes a clean, precise three-pointer. Like an arrow piercing the clouds, the ball finds its target with certainty. The score now stands at 92-88, a mere 4-point gap. Hollins calls a timeout from his sidelines. Mike, you and Rudy need to push the defensive line up, denying them easy three-point opportunities. Hollins instructs while sketching on the tactical board. The interior defense will be anchored by Zach. Should anyone penetrate, refrain from jumping and aim to contest, as Rudy will be there to provide support. At this moment, they must rely on Rudy Gay's defensive prowess. His long arms and formidable speed are the sole reasons Hollins can afford such audacity. On the offensive end, they might consider allowing Lee to attempt a couple of shots from the perimeter. Hollins turns his head towards Li Ming, resolutely addressing Conley. Come on, let us loudly proclaim that phrase, beat L.A. The Grizzlies, invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline, return to the court. I wager that Hollins intends to ensure the ball finds its way into Zach's hands. In the final moments, with less than 90 seconds remaining, that spot appears to be the most reliable. Barkley remarks with a hint of pride. Perhaps, O'Neal muses, fiddling with a toy in front of him, concealing his apprehension. Conley advances with the ball, while Randolph remains steadfast, closely guarding his position. Gay settles at the left corner, clearing the upper area for his two guards to maneuver. Li Ming quickly moves to a high position, calling for the ball, but Paul closely tracks him, pressing his hand against Li Ming's waist. Damn it! Is the referee blind? That is practically a foul. Li Ming is exasperated by Paul's subtle tactics. The referee is right there. It feels as though they are oblivious. Admittedly, such physicality is unlikely to draw a whistle in this moment. They expect the players to resolve it themselves. Moreover, facing a superstar like Paul, Li Ming cannot hope for the assistance of the officials, even on home turf. Furthermore, Paul is perhaps the most adept player in the league at navigating the referee's discretion, his actions stealthy and insidious, making them difficult to penalize. Basketball, after all, cannot exist devoid of confrontation. Li Ming received the ball at the arc, his back turned to the hoop. He cautiously glanced to his left, but Paul remained unmoved, firmly established in his stance. This would not suffice. He could not generate the necessary power. Li Ming passed the ball back to Conley, who made a direct drive towards the basket. Randy Foye, wary of committing a foul, could only retreat while attempting to keep Conley from leaping. Conley leaned against Foye, dribbling forcefully to the right, only to suddenly withdraw. Foye stumbled, nearly losing his balance once more. Alarmed, he realized Conley was about to shoot. He rushed to seal off the opportunity. Rivers, sensing the impending play, gestured urgently towards Foye. As Foye lunged forward, Li Ming seized the moment to slip down, while Paul found himself obstructed by his own teammate. In a flash, Conley flicked his wrist, passing the ball to Li Ming. Without adjusting, Li Ming took long strides into the paint. Andre Paul struggled to navigate through the crowd, shouting at DeAndre Jordan. This time, Jordan hesitated to jump, for beside him stood Randolph. If he committed, Randolph would be left unguarded. Just then, a massive figure descended upon Li Ming, pulling him down mid-air. Dunk? Not on my watch, Griffin muttered as he moved away from Li Ming. The foul was blatant and unequivocal. Li Ming crashed heavily onto the floor, momentarily unable to rise. It was a tactical foul, preferable to allowing an uncontested layup. Yet, Mike's previous pass displayed remarkable skill, demanding precision and timing. Shaquille O'Neal provided timely commentary on the unfolding scenario. Charles, what do you think? Let us see the free throws first. It's not over yet, Barkley replied, his words laden with double entendre, leaving much to ponder. Who knows which side he truly supports? Li Ming gradually rose, and Conley approached him on his left, whispering a few words. Li Ming nodded repeatedly, preparing for his free throws. The first shot struck the rim, yet still found its way in. The second followed suit. The score stood at 92-90. Observing his free throw, it seemed he was not invincible. His breath had begun to falter. Concerns mounted, with Conley under such scrutiny. The Grizzlies needed Lee to rise to the occasion. O'Neal signaled to the control center to amplify the crowd's noise. Indeed, the fervor of the home fans rendered the whistle nearly inaudible, complicating the live commentary. Rivers called yet another short timeout, leaving him with only one long timeout. while Hollins retained both a long and a short timeout, affording him a relative advantage. I know everyone is fatigued, but at this juncture, each individual must step up. Jamal, you will enter shortly to challenge their defense. Expend all your remaining energy. He yelled towards Crawford, exclaiming, "Damn it, now you think of me." If I had been on the court throughout the fourth quarter, they would never have caught up. Crawford stood at the perimeter, coldly observing him, internally cursing the coach's family countless times. With just 47 seconds remaining, the Los Angeles Clippers led the Memphis Grizzlies by 2 points in their home arena. The Clippers had possession of the ball, with Paul bringing it across half-court. Barkley loosened the button on his collar and straightened his posture. In the final moments of the match, the commentators on the sidelines were as tense as if facing a formidable adversary, sparing no effort to capture every detail. Crawford settled in the corner, hands resting on his knees, bending forward to observe his teammates' movements on the court. "Damn it, Jamal, move." Rivers shouted in his direction. Crawford glanced over and reluctantly took a couple of steps. Standing opposite him was Rudy Gay. Griffin turned slightly, signaling Paul to come over as he sought to assist in holding off the defender, creating that crucial half-step of space. However, Lu Ming clung to Paul like a persistent adhesive, completely obstructing his path to the basket. Chris had been holding the ball for too long, a troubling sign. Barkley heightened the atmosphere, chanting, "Beat LA, beat LA." Fans waved anything they could grasp, rallying for their home team, with beer and soda occasionally spilling onto the front rows. Utterly disregarded by the crowd, they shouted and cheered, embodying the fervor of the moment. Indeed, that was the feeling, that exhilarating sensation. Lu Ming took a deep breath, striving to absorb the atmosphere around him. "Lee, take down Paul." Someone yelled from the crowd. "Wow, do you think I don't want to? I'm trying my best. This is Paul we're talking about. One slip, and he LL exploited." Lu Ming clapped his hands on the floor, motivating himself. He stepped back 2 paces, slowly spreading his arms. "Lee, get in there. Damn it, what are you doing? I'm going to kick your ass. Get in there." Hollins shouted hoarsely, his fervor even drawing glances from the opposing bench. Rivers smiled slightly, sensing an opportunity. He advanced a couple of steps, nearly brushing the nose of the referee on the sidelines. Paul faced the mounting pressure on the court. He dared not take risks. If this offensive play failed to score, possession would shift to the opposing team. He had to handle the ball judiciously. In response to Lu Ming's provocation, he chose not to drive straight to the basket, but instead passed the ball to Griffin on the right. Griffin turned to face the hoop, almost colliding with Randolph's large visage. "Wow, that is utterly disgusting." Griffin grimaced, returning the ball to Paul. His disdain was not for Randolph's breath, but rather due to his inability to overpower him. Paul began a series of between-the-legs dribbles, with Lu Ming still refusing to advance, remaining near the 3-second area, granting Paul ample space to drive. Chris, seasoned and composed, refrained from rushing into an attack, opting instead to manage the clock and wait for the right moment. Truly, he was a master of control, as O'Neal generously lauded Paul. Just as the interior positioning became chaotic, Paul suddenly halted at the arc, rising high. He was going to shoot. If this ball went in, the Grizzlies would find themselves in a precarious position. One possession could not be reclaimed as long as the Los Angeles team maintained their composure to secure the victory. Lu Ming, with a delayed yet swift approach, took a substantial leap forward and launched himself into the air. Paul's shot was hindered, ricocheting off the rim, leading to a frenzied scramble for the ball. Bodies collided in the paint, and ultimately, the ball went out of bounds. The Memphis Grizzlies regained possession, as the referee confirmed the call after reviewing the footage. With only 21 seconds remaining, the Grizzlies held the ball. Hollins called for a lengthy timeout. "Rudy, you will inbound from the sideline. After you receive the ball, quickly drive down the lane to draw the defender away," he instructed. "Then pass it to Zach. Remember, avoid a three-pointer unless absolutely necessary. If we lose the rebound, we must foul immediately." Hollins' strategy was straightforward, with 7 or 8 seconds left. Either take a layup or draw a foul to push the game into overtime. Gay stepped to the line, while Conley retreated to receive the ball and advance it past half-court. Yet, how should he choose to proceed? Should he carefully seek a 2-point opportunity to force overtime, or seize the moment decisively? Barkley watched intently as the game unfolded. Gay made a move, and Conley successfully delivered the ball to Randolph. But Rivers had substituted in DeAndre Jordan, clearly targeting Hollins' tactics. Randolph found himself struggling against Jordan's imposing presence, with no clear angle to shoot as time dwindled. He was forced to pass back to Gay at the perimeter. Gay, covered by the long arms of Bobby Simmons, found no opportunity to shoot, while Conley was thwarted by Randy Foye's defense, unable to receive the ball. Li made a swift move to shake off his defender and dart towards Gay. With no time to ponder, Gay bounced the ball to Li, who, upon catching it, found Paul standing directly in front of him. There was no chance for a drive. The obstacles loomed large, and the referee might not blow the whistle. Observing his exhausted teammates, even a fortunate basket would offer little hope for victory in overtime. Resolute, Li began to dribble vigorously, retreating beyond the three-point line. Li passed the ball. Quickly, Holland shouted. Conley also maneuvered along the baseline, striving to create a perfect opportunity. In the final 3 seconds, Li executed a swift crossover, firmly placing the ball to his right. Alarmed, Paul instinctively stepped back. But those 2 steps would ultimately undermine the Clippers' entire effort and elevate Li, the underdog, to triumph. With remarkable speed, he stepped back and, with a nearly identical motion, launched a three-pointer over Paul. The air stilled, and the arena fell silent, with players, coaches, and spectators alike holding their breath. The ball traced a graceful arc and swished through the net. The shot was good, the lights illuminated. Wow, that kid from Huaxia did it. He did it. The FedEx Forum erupted in jubilation. Li spread his arms wide, kneeling on the court as teammates rushed in for embrace after embrace. The score stood at 92-93. That young man from Huaxia had clinched the game. Let us congratulate Li and once again celebrate the Memphis Grizzlies. Chapter 14. The Shedding of the Outer Garment. Exhaustion fully manifested. With an impressive record of 10 successful shots out of 12 attempts, and 5 successful free throws in 5 attempts, he scored 27 points in just 29 minutes of play, including the decisive three-pointer that concluded the game. Li Ming sat contemplatively in front of his locker, fixated on the statistics in his hands. His teammates had already showered and gradually departed, leaving the locker room bustling with reporters from various radio stations. He was a man of contradictions, disliking the clamor of crowds, yet fearing solitude. At times he spoke at length, but more often he preferred silence. With a profound depth within him, he inhaled the vastness of the universe, while feeling as though he only had a flickering oil lamp to illuminate his emotions, lying back in quiet contemplation. He had never imagined that he would one day gain fame, yearning instead for a life of seclusion. A cat and a dog. With a few jujube trees in the yard, this would suffice. Hey Li, the game is over. Rudy Gay approached him, bare-chested and wrapped in a towel. Hurry and get dressed. There's a press conference shortly, and the coach specifically requested your presence. Gay quickly donned his attire. Huh? Li Ming was taken aback. Yes, the press conference. Aren't those reporters out front? You can ignore them. They'll soon head to the press room if they can't catch anyone here. They're just trying their luck, hoping to get an early scoop, Gay explained as he put on his headphones. Under Gay's urging, Li Ming hastily dressed and exited the locker room. Suddenly, he bent down, a faint twinge of pain coursing through his calf. What's wrong? Gay inquired, leaning down to check. It's nothing. Li Ming waved him off, wondering if the fatigue had surged forth now that the game's adrenaline had dissipated. Hey Li. A melodious voice called out. Hello, I'm Diana, a reporter from the Memphis Sports Daily. What are your thoughts on your debut in the NBA? A journalist clad in a light red suit halted him, the hint of black lace visible beneath her jacket. Well, it was all right. I'm grateful to the coach for this opportunity and to everyone for their support, he replied. Your performance tonight hardly resembles that of a rookie. What about that game-winning shot? Don't you have anything to say? She stretched her arm, trying to break through the security barrier to get closer to him. All credit goes to my teammates. I merely happened to make those shots at the right moment, he stated humbly. Wow, this guy is humble. Full marks for him. Gay nodded approvingly from his side. He reaps the rewards without seeking undue credit and knows I share the praise. What a talent. Guy silently gave a thumbs up. Diana still wanted to inquire further, but Li Ming chuckled, waved his hand, and walked away. The crowd had no choice but to gather around Guy, which he relished, as he was a joyful soul who thrived in lively company. The press conference merely consisted of routine topics. Hollins maintained a perpetually grim expression, leading onlookers to mistakenly believe he had lost a match. Nevertheless, he did not conceal his admiration for Li Ming, specifically mentioning his remarkable defensive plays and the pivotal three-point shot he had taken. The customary meeting concluded swiftly, and under the guidance of the team doctor, Li Ming spent 20 minutes in the adjacent room applying ice bags to alleviate his muscle soreness and knee swelling. Accompanying him in this restorative process were Randolph and Tony Allen. Hey, Li, your performance tonight will leave those scouts astounded. They will lament their missed opportunity, Randolph remarked, always displaying an endearing demeanor that earned him popularity in the locker room. Even on days when he did not play, Randolph would arrive early and assist Li Ming with heavy luggage and water, cheerfully greeting him each time they left the court. While his kindness was extended to everyone, Li Ming, being in a foreign land, felt a genuine warmth from it. Li Ming smiled, refraining from directly answering the question. "Oh, feeling shy now? You weren't like that on the court. Tonight, you overshadowed Mike." Tony Allen was submerged in ice, occasionally tossing ice cubes at the two. His demeanor resembled that of a playful bull terrier on the court, yet off the court, he exhibited a boyish charm. Li Ming picked up an ice cube in response. The atmosphere was relaxed, and none could foresee that in the near future, Li Ming would emerge as the most reliable member of the defensive trio formed by the three of them. By the time he returned home, it was already 11:30 p.m. Li Ming struggled to fall asleep, opened a bottle of soda, and settled onto the sofa. Finally, he pinched himself hard. The pain confirmed his reality. He was sore all over, the intensity growing, particularly in his back and calves, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ding ding, the system chimed once more. "Dear host, your energy levels have significantly increased. Would you like to open the interface?" "Yes." Li Ming practically lay on the sofa, squeezing out this word through gritted teeth. Strength 71, 39. Defensive rebounds 81, 43. Dribbling 65, 29. Defensive awareness 66, 17. Offensive awareness 78, 37. Blocking 57, 9. Stealing 73, 21. The numbers in parentheses represent the initial values. Even so, was a strength of merely 71 sufficient? What is this defensive awareness nonsense? And why is it only rated at 66? The system seems to have perceived Li Ming's mental state. "Host, your lower body strength remains inadequate. Relying solely on card support cannot yield long-term effectiveness. To advance in the competition, extensive practice is essential." Practice? Wow. Even with the cards, I need to practice? Isn't this supposed to be an extraordinary system? Indeed, it is an extraordinary system, but it cannot compensate for human ordinariness. It cannot enhance a physique that is unremarkable. No matter how formidable the system, a robust physique is required to harness its power, lest it backfire upon you. You fool. What the hell? How can this system insult the host? This is truly outrageous. Li Ming felt deeply insulted. I sincerely apologize. It seems I inadvertently speak the truth. This system is indeed amusing, quite entertaining. Of course, if you find it burdensome, feel free to browse our marketplace. We offer various miraculous tonics, powerful remedies, and revitalizing pills. Anything you can think of, we can provide. However, a friendly reminder, host, these supplements and tonics are quite expensive, not affordable for the financially challenged. The system added this after a 5-second pause. Financially challenged? Who is the pauper here? Li Ming was furious, especially upon seeing his account balance in the system. The system is undergoing an upgrade. Please activate it again when needed. A reminder, activating the system also requires gold coins. What? Is that it? Just a attributes panel? Shouldn't I be informed of how many gold coins I've earned? This wretched system. I will eventually earn enough coins to replace you. Struggling to rise, Li Ming rubbed his slightly swollen knee and thought it best to apply some ointment. It's much cheaper. Observing the bruises on his calves, he recalled that they were likely from wrestling with Paul, where he was kneed while trying to maneuver past the opponent's screen. In the heat of the game, fueled by adrenaline and the system's support, he had felt no pain. As for the soreness in his back, it must have been from Griffin's blatant foul, resulting in a hard impact with the ground. He sat up, crossed his legs on the sofa, and grabbed his nearby laptop. Opening it revealed a deluge of news on Twitter, all about him. He had become a celebrity, not just in Memphis, but across North America. He had gained some renown. Some even compared him to Derrick Rose, who emerged from the University of Memphis, a tremendous honor. Yet, he knew well that the chasm between himself and Rose was not something a mere system could bridge, at least not the current one. He had discerned a pattern. The system itself was in a state of constant evolution. With the accumulation of game experience and increased playtime, new skills would eventually unlock. Until then, there was only one path: intensifying practice. Particularly, he needed to focus on strength training. To confront the formidable and resilient players of the NBA, he must enhance his physical resilience, lest he be easily knocked down. The first order of business was squat training, gradually increasing the weight. Li Ming diligently recorded these logs on his computer. Indeed, he was a man brimming with ambition, determined not to be underestimated by the system. The thought of being unable to unlock a particular skill due to personal limitations, thereby losing the chance to compete directly with his beloved basketball stars, would truly drive him to madness. It is worth noting that he has harbored a fervent passion for basketball since his middle school days. Even university, he represented his department in competitions. Although he was swiftly eliminated by the business department, he at least had the experience of participation. Such is life, is it not? One is either being trampled upon or traversing the path of being trampled. With this contemplation, he set aside his computer, made his way to his room, and gently turned off the light. Chapter 15. An influx of wonder in the span of a single night. He transformed entirely. Newspapers heralding his achievements circulated widely, soaring over Miami, Dallas, Indiana, and, of course, capturing his heart as well. Do you know? The young man named Lee from Huaxia has now become a figure even more remarkable than Derrick Rose. A group of girls clad in short skirts animatedly discussed his game from the previous night. I think he plays somewhat like Jin Billy. Just look at his penetrating moves, full of flair and unfathomable finesse. A boy sat among his peers, excitedly sharing a video in his hands. No, I believe he resembles Carter more. Only Carter possesses such explosive power and dominance. A nearby boy interjected, shaking his head. By the way, Sean is a Texan. Do you think he resembles your favorite, Luther Head? Luther Head, the guard for the Houston Rockets, was a quintessential shooter, excelling during his college years. I think calling him Head is a bit of an insult. He should be compared to McGrady at the very least, a voice chimed in softly. Come on, wake up. McGrady is old and has moved to Atlanta, so he must be like Derrick Rose. He has homegrown talent from our university, someone retorted. The group concluded this spirited debate amidst a joyful atmosphere. On the campus of the University of Memphis, Li Ming's posters were prominently displayed, with the school even considering an invitation for him to give a speech, incorporating it into their plans for the latter half of the year. The rise of an underdog is always so exhilarating. Similarly, on the desks of team managers in other cities lay detailed player reports on Li Ming. He had suddenly become a hot commodity, the object of everyone's desire. From morning onwards, his phone had not ceased ringing, with inquiries and probing offers flooding in. All parties sought some form of engagement with him. Some managers even went so far as to propose trades for him, offering high draft picks and immediate assets. However, all such overtures were firmly rejected by the team's manager, Diamond. At this moment, he is seated in the comfortable armchair of his office, deep in contemplation. The team has not engaged in any matches over the past couple of days. The players have been training individually during the day, rehearsing tactics. At 4:30 in the afternoon, they will convene to watch an hour of game footage, analyzing their respective strengths and weaknesses. It is now 6 in the morning. Yes, 6 o'clock, when Li Ming arrives at the gym, eager to practice his spot shooting. He has come to realize that nearly all his shots require the ball in his hands. Only those players like Ray Allen, who do not dominate the ball and shoot immediately upon receiving a pass, have greater opportunities. After all, he is not the primary ball handler within the team, and the ball cannot remain in his possession indefinitely, which does not bode well for maintaining his shooting rhythm. As he approaches the entrance, he hears the resounding dribble of a basketball from within. Wow, who could possibly be here this early, stealing my thunder? Do they really think it's 4:30 in Los Angeles? Bewildered, Li Ming steps into the gym. There he sees Mike Conley, shirtless, practicing his dribbling with both hands. After standing in stunned silence for several seconds, Li Ming finally manages to utter a word. Conley is a warm-hearted individual. He does not harbor jealousy over Li Ming's performance from the previous night. On the contrary, such healthy competition ignites within him a stronger desire to excel. He slightly raises his gaze, offering a polite smile, and continues to dribble vigorously. Li Ming retrieves a basketball from the hoop and moves to the right side of the basket to commence his shooting practice. 1, 2. He aims to complete 500 shots and 30 sprints within the next 2 hours, before heading to the weight room for an additional hour of strength training. All before 9 o'clock. These are the words he inscribed in his computer log last night, and he is now fervently striving to fulfill them. As he struggled to complete fewer than 70 shots, Conley approached, greeted him, and swiftly departed. How early must he have arrived to leave so soon? Indeed, it resonates with the adage that those who surpass you in talent often outwork you, a thought that can be quite disheartening. Pondering this, Li Ming seized the basketball, leaped high, yet failed to make contact with the distant hoop. The distance of his jump was too great, and his core strength lacked the requisite support. Is this truly the extent of my capabilities? He silently continued his shooting practice, and soon the session concluded. He made his way to the gym upstairs where, after adjusting his weights, he had barely completed one set when someone tapped him on the shoulder. Lee, I didn't realize you were here. I called you and received no answer, and my emails went unanswered. The visitor was Peter, the assistant to the team manager. Is there something you need? Li Ming slowly removed his headphones. Yes, the manager would like to see you in his office. Oh, Li Ming quietly changed his attire and followed Peter towards the manager's office. Truth be told, he had been at this place for quite some time, yet he had scarcely encountered the team manager. His previous communications had been with an executive director, essentially a subordinate. This time, the personal assistant of the new manager came to summon him, undoubtedly for a matter of great significance. In an office on the opposite side of the corridor, a sharply dressed man was intently studying a newspaper in his hands. Clad in a light blue suit, a custom gold pen was nestled in his breast pocket. From the corner of the pressed newspaper, a clear image of Li Ming riding a small Jordan was prominently displayed, occupying a considerable portion of the page. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and slowly turned a chair to gaze out towards the floor-to-ceiling windows, which offered a panoramic view of the bustling Manlin Square, with its myriad office buildings and commercial shops sprawling below. "You've arrived. Please take a seat." He greeted Li Ming with a professional smile, which sent shivers down Li Ming's spine. This was his first encounter with the actual manager, rather than just seeing his name on the team's bulletin board. "Hello." Li Ming nervously rubbed his hands together, unsure of what to say. "We have called you here primarily to discuss the contract," Damon stated directly. "Oh." Li Ming found himself captivated by the pen on the man's chest. "We are prepared to convert your contract into a fully guaranteed one until the end of the season." Presently, Li Ming held a 10-day contract. Should it be transformed into a guaranteed contract, he would receive a veteran minimum salary of $35 million. While this amount is considered the minimum in the NBA, it places him squarely in the middle class in America, alleviating his concerns about rent and utility bills, and even allowing him to purchase a better car for himself. "Very well," Li Ming replied with an unflinching demeanor, striving to mask the exhilaration within. "By the way, there are others waiting for you next door. Are you available now? If you would prefer, I can inform them of your unavailability." All right, I shall go meet them." Li Ming politely rose. The assistant led him into a room diagonally across, where two individuals were engaged in animated discussion, with a collection of cigarette butts resting in the ashtray before them. "Hi, Li." One of the newcomers warmly stood up and respectfully handed over a business card. The card prominently displayed the name, Rich Paul. "Wow, is this the renowned Rich Paul?" Li Ming thought, recognizing him as the agent of many illustrious NBA stars, including LeBron James. The burgeoning star guard of the Bobcats, Kemba Walker, was also under his representation. Li Ming inhaled deeply. The visitor's intentions were unmistakable. Noticing Li Ming's bewilderment, the visitor continued, "Your performance on the court is not only visually captivating, but also immensely appealing. You are a gem in need of refinement. Might you be interested in joining us, allowing our firm to enhance your image and maximize your commercial potential?" Rich Paul, undoubtedly the premier agent in the NBA, spoke with such charm that it was difficult to contemplate a refusal. They even had a printed contract ready, awaiting his signature. "I appreciate your company's kind offer. It is indeed an honor. However, I believe I require some time and space to contemplate the intricacies of this matter. I trust you will not mind." Li Ming smiled and said, "All right, let us keep in touch." It was rather embarrassing for Rich Paul to be turned away personally. He left without further ado, leaving his assistant to offer some conciliatory remarks. What a splendid opportunity. How could one refuse Rich Paul? This is a chance many players might never encounter in their lifetime. Peter remarked, astonished. What does he know? Has he never read The Three Kingdoms? Has he no understanding of military strategy? Does he not comprehend the story of the 3 visits to the thatched cottage? Is he unaware of the concept of luring the prey? Such ignorance is infuriating. Li Ming scoffed at the person before him. Once your value is established, will you still worry about contracts or business deals? You will find yourself breaking down doors instead. A gentleman knows to wait for the right price. Li Ming chuckled, feeling a blossom of joy within. Chapter 16. The water cannot be retrieved after the team practice concluded. It was only a little past 9. There was still ample time. Li Ming returned home early and opened his computer to stream some American dramas. Suddenly, his QQ notification chimed, revealing a familiar message. "I'm sorry, dear. I waited for your reply for a long time, but you never responded. Today, my father took me on a blind date with a surveyor from the county's surveying bureau. He is a good man, honest and considerate, and we will be getting married next month. I didn't want you to feel deceived, so I'm letting you know." The message was signed, "Your former beloved, Ingzi." Li Ming's heart sank, memories flooding back, those fragmented recollections finally weaving into a coherent narrative. How was he to convey this? The thought lingered in his mind. He glanced at the time. It was likely just past 11 in China. He dialed that familiar number. The prolonged beeping seemed to stretch into eternity. "Hello?" That voice pierced through his heart. "Yes, It was indeed the voice he had yearned for countless times. "It's me." A long silence ensued on the other end. "Is there something you need?" "Wow, this feels like a scene from a movie. Shouldn't she be eagerly inquiring about my well-being? Perhaps expressing a fervent sense of longing?" Li Ming's heart shattered into pieces. "No, I merely saw your message and wanted to check on you." "Message? I haven't been in touch with you for ages." Li Ming lowered his gaze to the date, November 26th, 2011. Indeed, it was from a year ago. Oddly perplexed, he pondered why he was only being notified now. It felt as though 4 days had transported him into another realm, leaving him utterly bewildered. "You seem to have vanished without a trace, without any warning. I tried every possible means to locate you." "I'm sorry," a voice on the other end broke into sobs. "No, listen, I am currently in America. Oh, I'm a bit busy right now. Take care of yourself." Before Li Ming could finish speaking, it seemed she was about to hang up. "No, Ingzi, please listen to me." He earnestly attempted to articulate everything he wished to convey, yet the words faltered at the precipice of his lips, leaving him with an overwhelming sensation akin to having his throat constricted. Whatever, those 3 words struck him deeply, a painful reminder of the countless disappointments that had birthed such despair. The boundless darkness, long buried within, surged forth like an unrelenting tide. Amidst the flickering light, he distinctly heard the sound of his own heart shattering, his soul scattering like fragile shards, unnoticed by anyone around him. "What are you doing? Why aren't you here for dinner?" A familiar male voice pierced through the silence, filled with urgency. It was a voice he recognized from his visit to Ingzi's hometown, her father. "Hey, Li Ming, you foolish boy, listen to me carefully. Do not pursue our Ingzi any longer. What are you thinking? She is already married. It's best to part ways amicably, as the old saying goes." After a brief cough, he continued, "If you keep this up, I will break your legs, and we will call the police to report you for disrupting another's family." The tone was decidedly severe, suggesting that Li Ming's reputation had not been particularly favorable, leaving a rather unsavory impression. Before Li Ming could retort, the call was abruptly terminated. What was this disdain he faced? He must have been quite a cad in the past. With a long sigh, he realized that 6 years of affection had evaporated in an instant. The sudden turn of events left him momentarily bewildered, causing him to forget nearly all the tactics and formations he had practiced during the day. On November 26th, 2012, under a clear sky, yet with a gray disposition, he penned a poignant line in his journal. Li Ming, restless at home, felt an ache in his heart, so he donned his clothes, closed the door, and stepped out with a bottle of beer in hand. His rented apartment lay on the eastern edge of the city, and as he ventured further eastward, he wandered aimlessly. Occasionally, when passing by the homeless, he would pause to linger, sometimes engaging them in conversation. Memphis, a city known for its relative tolerance, had once been the largest slave trading market in the South before the American Civil War, contributing to a vibrant community of African Americans. 30 miles further lay the entrance to Wolf River, where he paused before a bridge, staring blankly at the lights across the water. He picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it into the river, releasing his pent-up emotions. On his way back, he passed a bar, hesitated for a few seconds, and then decided to step inside. This is a modest bar, furnished with only a few tables, yet it is filled to capacity, with approximately 40 patrons in attendance. He strides directly to the bar, requesting the strongest drink available, and thanks the bartender. Gently, he brushes off the dirt from his shoulder, remnants from the riverbank. "All right, please hold on." The bartender, a nimble young African-American man in his 20s, swiftly prepares the drink. "Sir, here is your beverage." The fiery rose, capable of erasing all worries, he remarks with a smile. Li Ming remains silent, raising the glass to his lips and downing it in one gulp. It packs a punch, a fiery sensation that stings the throat intensely. "Hey, Billy, pour me a glass of brandy." A vibrant voice calls out. Li Ming turns to locate the source, spotting a stout African-American fellow, his face obscured, short in stature. Accompanying him is a tall, slender Asian man, both appearing to be in their 20s. "Well, Daniel, you're a bit late tonight," the bartender comments, indicating a familiarity with the duo. "Indeed. Don't even get me started. The neighbor's cat once again decided to relieve itself in my yard. I've just dealt with that nuisance and am utterly exasperated. I'm on the verge of insanity." The plump man struggles to settle onto the stool beside Li Ming, rhythmically drumming his hands on the bar. The slender man remains quiet, casting a glance at the bartender. "All right, the usual," he says. Before long, their drinks are prepared. The stout man lifts his glass and takes a hearty gulp, dramatically fanning the air in front of him, his antics reminiscent of a Broadway clown. eliciting laughter from Li Ming and lifting his spirits slightly. As a rotund fellow turned his head, his gaze fortuitously met Li's. He smacked his lips and turned away, only to suddenly approach moments later, exclaiming, "Hey, buddy, are you Li? Is it really you, Li?" Li Ming smiled and nodded. "Oh my, unbelievable," he exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief and extending his right hand to enthusiastically high-five Li Ming. His loud voice attracted the attention of those nearby. "Oh, it's truly Li. My goodness, I can hardly believe it. Li, do you live here too?" Others began to recognize Li Ming, swiftly gathering around him, chattering excitedly and encircling him. "I'm Daniel, and this is Wang Ping. We are both sophomores at Memphis. We watched your game yesterday on our apartment computer," the stout fellow rambled on, his words spilling forth like a machine gun. "That shot was incredible. I'm not even talking about the buzzer beater. I mean the play where you defended Blake Griffin. Absolutely phenomenal. How did you manage that? It looked like your head almost hit the backboard. How on earth did you do it?" A white man, swaying slightly with a bottle in hand, pushed his way forward. Yeah. How can you jump so high? Which university did you attend? I've never seen you around before. If we had you in Memphis, we could surely compete with the Kentucky Wildcats this year." An older black woman chimed in enthusiastically. Li Ming found himself at a loss, merely smiling faintly as he kept gesturing for the bartender to refill his drink, lost in his own thoughts. All right, everyone. Give our hero some space. He is exhausted and needs to unwind," the stout man called out to the crowd, who reluctantly shook their heads and dispersed. Chapter 18. A storm approaches. "Hey, buddy, are you all right?" he inquired with genuine concern, leaning close to Li Ming's ear again. "It's nothing, just some trivial matters." Li Ming responded. "Trivial matters, huh? Well, you've become a city hero, and it's probably not just about basketball. At your age, if a guy isn't troubled about work or promotions, then it must be about a woman." He patted Li Ming's shoulder vigorously, believing such directness would lift his spirits. "What is your name? Chinese? Korean? Japanese?" Li Ming did not directly answer the question, but instead leaned over to the quiet companion beside him. Hello, Wang Ping, a sophomore at the School of Information at the University of Memphis. You still haven't answered my question," Li Ming replied with a smile. "Oh right, I'm Chinese. From Fujian." He smiled shyly, running his hand through his hair. Quite amusing, these two fellows, one exuberantly passionate, the other bashfully reserved, truly complement each other. It's a mystery how they became friends, but Li Ming found himself chuckling at the sight of this tall young man. Although he was unaware of the troubles that had befallen him, he noticed the young man incessantly drinking and felt compelled to reassure him. "Everything shall pass. Look ahead. For tomorrow the sun will rise as usual," Wang Fei said, clearing his throat and speaking slowly. "Thank you," Li Ming replied, raising his glass to both of them, as well as to the patrons in the bar, and downing the contents in one swift motion. "That's the spirit. Now we are friends. By the way, where do you reside, Big Star?" "We live on Grant Avenue next door." Daniel requested another drink from the bartender. "I reside at 16 Wilson Street," Li Ming answered with a smile. "Then we are merely 2 streets apart, a distance of about 200 yards. Can we come visit you often?" "Of course. When you are not engaged in competitions or training," Wang Fei said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Li Ming did not rush to respond, merely gazing at him with a smile. In the dim light, his eyes sparkled with clarity. After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, he affirmed, "Certainly." The two individuals, brimming with excitement, exchanged high fives and embraced, exclaiming with delight that they had become friends with a superstar. "Wow, you could ask him to teach you a few practical skills," Daniel exclaimed animatedly. As time pressed on, Li Ming remarked, "I should be heading back. I have training tomorrow." "Oh, are you sure? Shall we escort you?" "No, it's quite all right. I'm good," Li Ming replied, shaking his head lightly. "Very well then, farewell, superstar," Daniel called out as Li Ming swiftly exited. He paused for a moment beneath the street lamp outside, gazing up at the moon. Tomorrow, the sun would rise as usual, and with a knowing smile, he made his way homeward. The following morning, Li Ming arrived at the gym for extra practice, seemingly having emerged from the sorrow of the previous day. In truth, he had no time to dwell on sadness. For the next evening, he was set to fly to Denver to face off against the top-ranked Nuggets in the Western Conference. As anticipated, Mike Conley was already at the gym, this time accompanied by Randolph and Gay. Quick, pay up," Gay exclaimed, tugging insistently at the large figure beside him. "Hey, Lee, we were just betting on what time you would show up. I wagered 200 that you would arrive before 6:30. Li Ming greeted everyone before stepping aside to stretch and warm up his joints. Conley and Randolph were engaged in pick-and-roll drills, this time with the big man stepping out to the perimeter for long-range shots. Indeed, this tactic can be lethal. With Randolph's shooting range, the opposing center will surely be drawn out, making it considerably easier for Conley to penetrate. This was specially designed by Hollins yesterday for the opposing starting center, the one referred to as the half-beast, Farid. He lacks a shooting touch, relying solely on dunking under the basket, struggling even with basic layups and bank shots, characterizing him as a rather unrefined player. Come here. After a brief interval, Conley gestured towards Lu Ming. Oh, all right. Lu Ming dashed over like a fledgling chick, harboring immense respect for Conley, whom he idolized, aspiring to become a selfless player adored by both coaches and teammates alike. You see, you have a habit. When you run to accelerate and evade, you tend to flail your arms and sprint recklessly. This is incorrect. Conley illustrated with gestures. You should maintain your hands at chest level, regardless of your direction, always ready to receive the ball, thereby confounding the opposing players. This approach offers two significant advantages. Firstly, after receiving the ball, you can release your shot without any adjustments, achieving maximum speed. Secondly, you can confound your opponents while providing cover for your teammates' movements. Conley patiently elucidated this to him, occasionally demonstrating near the baseline and under the basket how he should position himself and evade defenders. Now, I will run a pick and roll with you. Focus on drawing attention after your initial roll and swiftly release a shot from beyond the arc. Conley instructed, bending over at the arc and beckoning Lu Ming to move. Lee followed his guidance and practiced several repetitions. Excellent, just like that. Now, let's practice rolling out for an outside shot to create an opportunity for the ball handler. The key here is that both players involved in the pick and roll must execute crossing movements to generate space. Naturally, this requires not only quick footwork, but also a consistent shooting accuracy from the perimeter. Generally, only Rudy and I would opt to collaborate with you in this manner. Therefore, your primary focus now should be on honing your outside shooting. I've observed that your movement speed is commendable. Lee, sometimes your shooting resembles my grandmother's. Guy jested from his side. You lack the quick release. Your shooting preparation time is excessively prolonged. Conley unreservedly demonstrated his signature moves before Lu Ming. Come on. You must create your own shot and shoot without making any adjustments upon receiving the ball. Aim to practice 500 shots daily, if your stamina allows. 800 would be ideal. 800? Every day. Lee's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, Conley responded with conviction. To my knowledge, many players who match up against you shoot that number daily. To surpass them, you must outwork them, and you must continue to strengthen your lower body. Conley astutely identified his flaw. Indeed, during the latter half of the game against the Clippers, Lee had suffered from instability in his lower body on several defensive plays, and he had even missed a three-pointer that barely grazed the rim. This exemplifies a typical lack of stability. Excessive force can lead to a loss of balance, and in critical moments, insufficient steadiness may result in failure. Lu Ming removed his shirt, exposing his bare torso, and ran over to the nearby hoop to practice his shooting. Conley continued to engage in various drills with Gay and Randolph. Shortly thereafter, the gym began to fill with players, including Arthur, Pondexter, Chris Johnson, and Bells, who had missed the previous game due to injury. Lu Ming had now risen to fame. After greeting Conley, many approached him to exchange pleasantries, often playfully teasing him about his shooting. Among the crowd, most were forwards, with only Gerald Bells being a point guard and his primary rival. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the starting guards would remain Conley and Tony Allen, leaving him to compete with Bells and Wayne Ellington for backup minutes. He had little concern for Wayne Ellington, merely a rookie who would only see playtime during garbage minutes. But Bells was a different story. He was a vital asset to the team, averaging 12 to 13 points per game. More significantly, he had proven himself on the grand stage of the playoffs, during the miraculous upset against the Spurs. In the pivotal fourth game, while Randolph garnered attention for his 37 points and 16 rebounds, Bells also shone brightly, shooting 9 of 14 from the field, 4 of 6 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 5 for 5 from the free throw line, totaling 27 points along with 9 assists. With Conley effectively neutralized, he adeptly orchestrated the team's plays, contributing 4 steals, showcasing his tenacity. Coaches greatly favor such players. Consequently, Lu Ming paid particular attention to him, frequently glancing in his direction during practice. Perhaps Lu Ming's rise had instilled a sense of urgency in Bells, as he too had arrived early at the gym to intensify his training. Indeed, this fellow possessed considerable talent. Although his drills consisted merely of running and catch-and-shoot exercises, His soft touch left a profound impression on Lu Ming. Playing alongside Roy during their time with the Trailblazers had likely contributed significantly to his development. While Lu Ming had gained insight into his own teammates, he had no experience competing against the opposing players. Relying solely on game footage felt somewhat precarious. The old fellow he referred to was Andre Miller of the Nuggets, a formidable character renowned as an Iron Man in the league. Having missed only 5 games throughout his 16-year career, whether during his tenure with the 76ers, the Trailblazers, or the early days with the Nuggets, he had consistently been an indispensable starter. In recent years, as age has taken its toll, George Karl has relegated him to the bench, allowing him to lead the second unit to notable triumphs, often showcasing astonishing passes reminiscent of youthful exuberance. The sheer musculature of Andre Miller is enough to leave him in awe, and upon this reflection, Lu Ming shuddered, bellowing towards Gay to pass the ball. Chapter 19, Colorado. Here comes the young master after 2 days of intensive training. Lu Ming had gained some understanding of the team's common strategies as the plane swiftly descended into Colorado. On the bus to the hotel, he casually shared amusing videos from Twitter with Gay. The two had become inseparable, even sharing restroom breaks, much to the amusement of their teammates, who jokingly referred to them as conjoined twins. "Hey, Rudy, why not just marry Lee?" Arthur shouted, prompting hearty laughter from the entire bus. Even Hollins couldn't suppress a cough, turning his head towards the window. "Damn, that old face always looks like a frigid snowman. Do you think you're a princess?" Lu Ming silently mocked the head coach's direction. Suddenly, Zach Randolph leaned in. "Hey, it's still early, and it could get boring at the hotel. How about we explore a bit?" He grinned mischievously. "I heard the cocktails in Colorado are fantastic." Gay chimed in, suddenly animated. Conley, overhearing their conversation, turned his head away. Lu Ming had read about him in the newspaper. He was a paragon of virtue, wholly unlike those who rose from humble beginnings to sudden wealth. He could even be likened to a second Grant Hill. Yes, the renowned gentleman, the illustrious Grant Hill. Lu Ming pondered that players like Conley, who excelled academically during college, might become coaches or businessmen, or perhaps even politicians, governors, or presidential candidates. Such was his potential and emotional intelligence. Lu Ming chuckled at their suggestions, donned his headphones, and began to relish the journey. Yet he felt a twinge of anxiety. This was his first away game in memory. He was uncertain of what awaited him, having only witnessed the fervor of away fans in films, and he questioned whether playing at such high altitudes would leave him breathless. Many stars in the league found their performances diminished in Denver or Utah. Would he be any different? He couldn't help but repeatedly ask himself, is it truly possible? Will my system father assist me in overcoming this hurdle? Can I rely on that erratic system, akin to Duel Yu's 6 Meridian sword? Upon arriving at the hotel, it was 2:30 in the afternoon, with the game scheduled for 8 that evening. The team would convene at 5:30 to warm up, leaving a 3-hour gap. "Are you really not coming with us?" Gay knocked on his door once more. "No, you all enjoy yourselves. My knee is still a bit sore," Lu Ming, with an air of righteous indignation, proclaimed. Yet, the underlying message in his heart was, "Do you think I am like you? I have no fondness for those dark-skinned women. Nor do I particularly favor the Caucasians. The mere fragrance of their perfume is enough to make me retch from the previous night's repast. Wasting such talent on trivial pursuits." He sighed as he watched Guy and his entourage recede into the distance. Most infuriating of all was their inclusion of Arthur, this novice. Instead of learning the craft, he had yet to master the footwork of Zach Randolph, a player who had already secured a lucrative contract and possesses the means to indulge. Shouldn't this rookie strive with fervor to earn a contract for himself? This statement was directed not only at novices like Arthur, but also at himself. He must strive for the lucrative contract ahead, and for the time being, earn his place on the court. To truly captivate and conquer a traditional coach like Hollins, one must possess the warmth of the sun. Although the team manager wields considerable influence over player renewals, the coach's endorsement is equally vital. Only by securing playing opportunities can one demonstrate their potential, and it is through performance that a substantial contract can be attained. Otherwise, it remains mere rhetoric. At present, it is imperative to seize every moment within the limited time frame to impress the coach, who places great emphasis on teamwork and defense. Tonight, I aim to deliver over 10 assists, Lu Ming silently resolved. A good player must possess unwavering confidence, and a famous quote from the venerable Mr. Jordan flashed through his mind. He began to lie on his bed, closing his eyes, mentally cycling through tactical movements and the technical attributes of his teammates. To achieve more assists, he needed to familiarize himself with his teammates' preferred shooting zones. Beep beep. Host, how may I assist you? You currently have 2,300 points available for use. Please retrieve the shooting hot zones chart for my teammates. Apologies, but your points only allow for the inquiry of 3 individuals. Would you like to proceed? Are you toying with me? No. Thank you, Li Ming retorted, displeased. You may select 1 complimentary card. Currently available are the Stockton Ultimate Passing card and McGrady Step Back card. Which would you prefer? I want both. Regrettably, only one can be chosen. To acquire both, you would require 6 diamonds. You presently possess 2 diamonds and 2,300 points. Then open the marketplace. I will choose for myself. Host. It is not currently the designated time for marketplace access. Thus, you cannot make a selection. Damn it. Then I'll take the Stockton Ultimate Passing card. Understood. The Stockton Ultimate Passing card has been matched for you. Host, perform admirably tonight. We adore you. Love you, too. Li Ming grumbled, flipping over. Nevertheless, having the card enhancement was certainly better than having nothing at all. The essence of Stockton's passing, consistent for over 2 decades, was now in his possession, though he had yet to inquire about which era this card represented or its defensive attributes. This is quite a predicament. If Stockton were to be in his 40s, it would pose a significant challenge. Should he encounter a swift and agile guard like Ty Lawson, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. In this state of confusion, Li Ming drifted into a slumber, only to be roused by the team manager at an indeterminate hour. He hastily consumed a modest meal in the cafeteria. Just as he finished, he spotted the tardy arrival of Guy and his entourage. "Hello, Li," Guy said, shaking his head repeatedly, as if lamenting the missed opportunity. At 6 o'clock, they arrived punctually at the arena, where the players began to familiarize themselves with the venue and engage in warm-up exercises. Li Ming mechanically performed shuttle runs and some basic lateral movements, while Conley, under the gaze of his teammates, executed a spectacular one-handed windmill dunk. Oh wow, look at that vertical leap. It's no surprise he comes from a family of athletes. His parents' accolades in volleyball and high jump are impressive. His explosive power eclipses that of many elite dunkers, evoking envy among his peers, who quickly transformed into ardent admirers. Before long, the warm-up concluded, and home fans began to fill the stands. The head coach gathered everyone for a brief tactical briefing regarding the evening's game plan. As the DJ commenced the player introduction segment, the customary practice was to announce the visiting players, starting with the substitutes. From Alexander State University, number 4, guard Gerald Bellis. From University of Kansas, number 0, small forward Ming Arthur. From the University of Washington, number 20, power forward Quincy Pondexter. And from Huaxia, guard number 7 Lee. The atmosphere in the venue was rather subdued, with scarcely any applause. It seemed that the audience was not particularly engaged, leaving Li Ming feeling quite disheartened. Shortly thereafter, the star players made their entrance, beginning with the 22nd small forward Rudy Gay from the University of Connecticut. The host elongated Gay's name as he jogged onto the court, exchanging high fives with the crowd. Following the introduction of several key players, the final entrant was the 11th player from Ohio University, the celebrated guard Mike Conley, who had previously been selected in the first round as the 4th pick by the Memphis Grizzlies and had earned a spot on the all-tournament team. The DJ elevated the volume to its peak during Conley's introduction, which notably included mentions of his collegiate achievements and draft position, drawing the longest applause. This seemed to signify a special honor bestowed by the home team upon the visiting team's star. It was noteworthy that Randolph had received only a brief mention, with merely his university acknowledged. The DJ cleared his throat, and the introduction of the home team players commenced. The first to take the stage was the 24th guard, Andre Miller, the assist leader of the league for the 2001 to 2002 season, hailing from the University of Utah. Next was the sharpshooter, number 8 Danilo Gallinari, from Serie A in Italy, followed by the 34th center, Jamal Magley, from the University of Nevada. The starters continued with Wilson Chandler from the University of Kentucky leading the pack. The second to emerge was Tyler Lawson from the University of North Carolina, prompting Li Ming to rise and take a look. The third player to step forward was the half-orc Kenneth Farid, donning the number 35 jersey from Indiana University. Following him was the composed and tenacious defender, the number 4 player, Aaron Aflalo, from UCLA. Finally, let us direct all our applause and cheers to the last player to enter, the 9th small forward, Andre Iguodala, from the University of Arizona. The excitement in the arena reached a fever pitch. Even before the match commenced, the atmosphere was palpably charged. Was the game finally about to begin? Li Ming slowly rose to his feet, exchanging high fives with his teammates who were about to take the court. Chapter 20. The Denver Athletics team truly deserves its name. As both teams entered the arena, They embraced one another in a gesture of camaraderie. Today's lead referee is none other than the illustrious bald judge, Joey Crawford. Indeed, you read that correctly. He is the same individual who infamously issued a technical foul to Duncan while seated on the bench during the legendary Bulls vs. Spurs matchup. Given that the esteemed big fundamental already had a technical foul to his name, this infraction resulted in his immediate ejection from the game. Surprisingly, the reasoning provided was simply, "You smiled," which became a widely circulated anecdote in the years that followed. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that the veteran referee possesses commendable professional acumen. His officiating skills are unparalleled in the league, and he is seldom seen outside of nationally televised games. Recently, however, the spotlight is shining brightly upon the Denver Nuggets due to their remarkable performance this season, allowing the Memphis players to bask in reflected glory and showcase their talents on a national stage. As the players prepared for the jump ball, the commentary team, comprised of former Rockets head coach Jeff Van Gundy and the legendary power forward Chris Webber from the Adelman-era Kings, signifying that the league had assembled a formidable lineup for this match, truly luxurious and professional. The Nuggets gained possession, with Ty Lawson advancing the ball. Notably, Randolph astonishingly lost the jump ball to the shorter Farid, a surprising turn of events. Iguodala and Aflalo positioned themselves at the top of the arc, while Farid and Wilson Chandler settled closer to the paint. Mike Conley was matched up against Ty Lawson, with Tony Allen guarding Iguodala. Allen's physique allows him to effectively defend against positions 1 through 3 without disadvantage, a testament to his defensive awareness and robust build. Furthermore, he is a strong contender for the title of the league's best defender, making his matchup against Iguodala particularly intriguing, as Van Gundy noted. Before he could finish his thought, the crowd at the Denver Pepsi Center erupted in cheers as the score read 0-2, with the home team in the lead. Aflalo drove into the lane and scored with a resounding dunk. The speed of the ball is astonishing. Even the live commentator struggles to react in time. Conley initiates a quick play, passing the ball to the other side to Tony Allen, who then sets it up for Rudy Gay beyond the three-point line. Gay, searching for the moving Conley, skillfully evades 2 defenders, allowing Gay to lob the ball into the paint. The formidable Randolph receives it, and oh, what a sight it is. The 300-pound Zach faces off against the less than 260-pound Farid, a stark contrast in weight that suggests a daunting challenge. Randolph dribbles twice, executes a right turn, and with fluidity, he elevates for a layup. Yet, it is not over. Just as the ball leaves his hand, a massive hand from behind swats it decisively out of bounds. Wow, that leap. It seems the nickname of the Denver Athlete track team is well-deserved. They are all formidable. Jeff, what are your thoughts? Webber repeatedly pats his thigh. Let us observe further, as Gay on the opposing side is no slouch. He should have his chances. The Grizzlies continue their play, with Conley receiving the ball beyond the arc, disregarding the defender, and launching an audacious three-pointer. A hint of cold light precedes a swift release. Conley, my friend, is impressive. Lu Ming on the sidelines excitedly waves his towel. Iguodala exchanges a knowing glance with Lawson, who comprehends a cue, executing a quarterback-style long pass. Chandler swiftly breaks free, with Allen and Gay hot on his heels. However, Chandler merely taps the ball mid-air, and a figure beneath the basket leaps high, emphatically slamming the ball into the hoop. Iguodala has somehow appeared in the opposing half. This remarkable display of athleticism left spectators in awe by the time he landed. Randolph had yet to return to half-court. This is the tempo favored by the denizens of Denver. They are unafraid to engage in a fast-paced game. Their offensive and defensive rhythm even surpassing that of the legendary Nelson's Warriors, as Van Gundy remarked. Indeed, while George Karl relishes a quick transition game, he has also infused this dynamic team with a robust defensive ethos. With the departures of Anthony, Billups, and the Birdman, the post-Anthony Nuggets, bolstered by the formidable presence of Iguodala, now fear no challenge from any opponent. It is even difficult to ascertain whose team the Nuggets truly are at present. The nominal leader, Iguodala, averages only a handful of attempts per game, less than Lawson, and even fewer than the bench's Miller. Yet, this very uncertainty poses a dilemma for rival teams facing the Nuggets, as one cannot predict who might emerge in any given moment, potentially exploding into action with little warning. In the ensuing plays, the Grizzlies struggled with repeated errors in their interior game, either having their shots swiped by smaller defenders or disrupted upon receiving the ball, with Lawson even executing a couple of fast breaks following such turnovers. Tony Allen began guarding Lawson, effectively liberating Conley to focus on orchestrating the team's offense. However, across from him, Aflalo proved to be a formidable adversary, defending with great intensity. As Conley brought the ball past half-court, he spotted Gay being guarded by a point guard and made a long pass. Gay received the ball, but found himself far from the basket. Just as he attempted to drive, he was met with double coverage from Lawson and Iguodala, resulting in a turnover. Iguodala flung the ball ahead to Chandler, who sprinted toward the basket. This time, Gay kept pace, leaping as Chandler did. However, employing the same tactic again would yield no success. One cannot treat a veteran like a mere child as plaything. Gay's long arms were poised for a block, yet Chandler executed a behind-the-back pass, allowing Iguodala to soar skyward. Wow, Andre is the locomotive driving this train forward. He consistently appears at the most opportune moments, in the most advantageous position. Van Gundy does not conceal his admiration for Iguodala, recalling how, during his tenure with the Rockets, he encouraged Morey to negotiate with the 76ers, proposing a trade involving 2 first-round picks and cash for Iguodala. The 76ers had interest, but Morey's penny-pinching ultimately doomed the negotiations. Iguodala is a selfless player, eager to share the ball, with a proactive defensive mindset and a keen court vision. One could indeed describe him as a versatile talent. Weber exclaimed loudly that he personally holds great admiration for forwards who possess the ability to pass effectively. With a score of 10-3, the Grizzlies found themselves utterly powerless against a surge of momentum. It was evident to all that, apart from Lawson's 2 layups, every other attempt was a high-flying endeavor, which posed a considerable physical challenge to the defense. After several possessions, the Grizzlies players were already gasping for breath, particularly Gay and Randolph, who could barely straighten their backs. Hollins promptly called a timeout, with 9 minutes and 37 seconds remaining in the first quarter. We must move, we must remain vigilant, and not lose our defensive positions easily, Hollins shouted at Gay. Indeed, 2 baskets were conceded because Gay's reckless attempts had caused him to lose his position, allowing the Nuggets to launch counterattacks and score effortlessly. Hollins expressed his dissatisfaction with Gay's stationary defense, instructing Tony and Mike to tightly seal off their passing lanes, preventing them from making immediate entries into the paint. Understood, coach, Tony Allen replied as he vigorously wiped the sweat from his face with a towel. Mike, let them witness your true prowess. Advance step by step and hold the ground. Hollins substituted Gay with a more defensively aggressive Arthur. Just as the players were about to take the court, Hollins pulled Arthur aside and whispered a few words to him. It remained uncertain what changes the Grizzlies would implement. Lionel was a competent coach, always finding a way. Van Gundy, also a defensive-minded coach, spoke with deep respect and anticipation for Hollins. What can I say to you? You really know how to get them fired up. Li Ming tossed a bottle of water toward the dejected Gay. Gay, in turn, dragged Bellinelli along and sat beside Li Ming, his head hanging low. Don't say anything about me. Once you step on the court, you'll understand. They're just too fast. I've never seen a team possess such speed across multiple positions simultaneously. It defies logic. Is that so? What do you mean? Li Ming asked, puzzled. Well, logically speaking, to pursue speed, one would have to sacrifice height. Otherwise, the tall players would be relentlessly pursued, and the constant switches would exploit the slower footwork, Gay explained, taking a sip of water. However, lowering the height weakens the interior defense, allowing Zach to wreak havoc. You just saw it. Zach had no opportunity. Even if he shakes off the first defender, another will always be there to support. So what does that mean? Li Ming still did not grasp the concept. Thus, to overcome them, we must be quicker at every position. Chapter 21. Entrapped in a scoring crisis dam. He sees it quite clearly. Li Ming thought as he focused on Lawson on the court, pondering whether he could truly contain him if he were in the game. In the midst of the game, the Grizzlies finally managed to score a basket in the paint, only to be met with a swift counterattack from the Nuggets, leaving them bewildered. Conley, infuriated, slammed the ball onto the ground. Observing this, Allen hurriedly moved to inbound the ball, while Conley passed it to Arthur in the front court. He attempted to maneuver into the vicinity of the paint, yet Lawson shadowed him closely, with Iguodala lurking nearby, leaving him with no opportunity for a stealthy approach. While Farid may not possess the brute strength of Randolph, his agility is remarkable, with a rapid vertical leap and exceptional second jump ability. Randolph found himself helplessly entangled, unable to create any space for a response. Farid's energetic presence not only confined Randolph, but also liberated Iguodala and Chandler, allowing them to focus intently on their roles. As the shot clock dwindled, the ball found its way to Tony Allen, who, noticing the lack of options in the paint, reluctantly took a shot. Unsurprisingly, it missed. Fortunately, Randolph secured the rebound, finally finding some momentum as he maneuvered past Farid, poised to unleash a powerful dunk to vent his frustrations. However, he was abruptly halted by a Flalo from behind, resulting in his fourth foul. 2 free throws were awarded, and Crawford decisively blew his whistle. Randolph shook his head as he approached the free throw line, briefly steadying his breath. He made the first attempt, successfully sinking it, but the second shot fell short, landing in Iguodala's hands. He quickly surveyed his surroundings and, without waiting for his teammates to set up, drove the ball forward, deftly evading Allen and Conley's defense, and executed a reverse layup against Arthur. The whistle blew again, signaling an and one. On the sidelines, Hollins jumped in frustration, casting glances towards Gay, while George Karl remained composed, casually conversing with his assistant coach, exuding an air of tranquility. "Welcome to the NBA," Andre offered another lesson to the rookie. Weber applauded, reminiscing about this individual who had once been his protege, assisting him with his shoes during his later career with the 76ers. The tides of fortune shift. No one can remain perpetually youthful, yet there are those who embody that youthful spirit. How infuriating it is. Iguodala confidently converted his free throw, bringing the score to 18-6. As the game approached the halfway mark of the first quarter, the Grizzlies had managed only 6 points, a dismal display of inefficiency. Marc Gasol's injury left the Grizzlies vulnerable in the paint, and while Arthur was young, it was imperative for him to step up and assist the team at this juncture. Van Gundy, arms crossed, stated calmly, entering an official timeout. Hollins called the players over with a tactical board. "Lee, you will substitute for Allen. Regardless of who possesses the ball, be it you or Mike, execute a pick and roll with Zach. If we lose possession, quickly reposition to tighten the defense in the paint." However, Coach Li Ming's instructions were interrupted. "Execute the strategy," Hollins bellowed, unwilling to allow Zakrandov a moment's respite, for both the team's offense and defense relied heavily upon him. Despite gasping for breath, he remained seated throughout the tactical briefing, merely sipping water twice before making his way onto the court. Li Ming was the first to bound onto the playing field, having grown weary of the spectators' viewpoint, especially when his team was trailing. Eager to showcase his abilities, he yearned to demonstrate his prowess to the coach and the fans alike. His competitive spirit had only intensified. "Who is that number 7? He seems rather full of himself," murmured the crowd, followed by a chorus of boos. "What arrogance! He.S. just a substitute. Even Conley is struggling, so what does he have to be so proud of?" Others chimed in. This marks Li Ming's inaugural journey into the realm of away games, and an inexplicable chill suddenly courses down his spine. Conley rushes over, playfully slapping him on the backside, urging him to position himself quickly as the opponents prepare to launch an attack. "Oh right." Li Ming mechanically sprints forward. The Nuggets have substituted Lawson for the indomitable Miller. Though Yin Pa may be aged, he remains formidable, a player who once scored 52 points against Kidd, even at the venerable age of 34. Alongside Miller enters the Italian sharpshooter, Gallinari. Andre is a player who utilizes his intellect on the court, leveraging everything around him. Van Gundy remarks, as Weber nods in agreement, recalling their history as old teammates and rivals. What does it mean to use one's brain? It merely indicates a lack of speed and vertical leap, albeit with a certain cunning. Miller, possessing the ball, advances at a leisurely pace, while Conley positions himself defensively. Miller backs his way slowly into the paint, executing a jump pass to Gallinari at the left wing. Arthur rushes to contest, but Gallinari deftly pivots right. Unfazed as he releases a three-point shot, the ball swishes through the net, eliciting thunderous applause from the Pepsi Center. For this young man possesses a certain charm that endears him to many middle-aged female fans. Arthur appears slightly disheartened as Conley signals for a quick baseline play. Li Ming receives the ball, propelling forward with urgency. This marks his first offensive possession of the day. He scans the court, seizing the opportunity to score with both Iguodala and Lawson absent, a thought igniting in his mind within the confines of the paint. The defender, Aflalo, proves to be a far more manageable opponent than Iguodala. He vigorously dribbles left before swiftly darting to the right. Yet, Aflalo is no slouch, keeping pace. Li Ming disregards this, rising to shoot almost in tandem with Aflalo's leap, emitting a soft grunt as he releases the ball towards the paint. Randolph catches it, establishing position against Farid, executing a subtle half-turn to deliver an exquisitely concealed bounce pass. Conley strides into the key, performing an elegant one-handed layup. "Wow, that move was nothing short of breathtaking. A marvel to behold," Weber exclaims in admiration. 1 assist down, 9 to go. Li Ming retreats to midcourt, clearly bearing a mission. "Andre, give me the ball." Aflalo, at the arc, urges Miller to pass, evidently seeking to reclaim his earlier pride. Miller offers a mere glance, then executes a two-handed chest pass, sending the ball spinning into Farid's hands. Farid takes a powerful step, leaping high with two grand strides, nearly overpowering Randolph as he slams the ball through the hoop. The rim emits a resounding thud, trembling violently. Goodness, is he some kind of monster? Lu Ming observas, captivated by the intricate lines of Farid's physique. Although Farid is a starting center, his playing time is strictly limited to around 20 minutes per game. More often than not, Karl prefers to utilize the towering Kufos, whose touch is considerably softer and whose footwork in the paint is solid. In contrast, Farid relies solely on powerful dunks and lacks any independent offensive skills. Conley has slowed the pace of the game, patiently awaiting Randolph's positioning. The latter, exhausted, is laboriously maneuvering his way into the paint. Conley exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Ming, who executed a feint to deceive a Flaro before sprinting toward the baseline. Chandler, positioned closest to him, quickly rushed to provide defensive support. With that movement, Conley seized the opportunity to break through. He accelerated into the paint, leaping off one leg, striking a pose reminiscent of a lone chicken standing tall. By the time Miller called for his teammates to provide help, it was already too late. The ball struck the front of the rim, bouncing several times before finally dropping in. Conley took a deep breath and gave a thumbs up to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled knowingly, thinking, "All right, brother, make sure to set me up for a few assists. I need to boost my stats." His mind was consumed with the thought of achieving double-digit assists. Miller brought the ball up, and Chandler moved in to receive it, quickly passing it to the right side to Aflalo. "Hey, don't pass. Surely you can do more than just play defense," Lu Ming shouted, pounding the floor vigorously. "Wow, who is this guy?" So full of himself, the Nuggets bench erupted in boos. "Get him, A0. Some teammates began to jeer, while Aflalo cast a glance at the bench. "I don't think I've seen you before. What's the deal? Did you come up from the D-League? Do you even have a contract?" Aflalo mocked him. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Ming made a swift move, asserting his presence. "You think you can get past me that easily?" Lu Ming bent low, closely shadowing Aflalo, who was trying to inch his way inside. Miller and Chandler spread apart, providing ample space for a one-on-one, but Aflalo appeared hesitant, passing the ball to Chandler at the three-point line. Chandler then fed it to the lurking Gallinari in the corner. "Go deeper, yes, Andre, even deeper," Fungundi shouted. This was their lethal weapon. Through effective ball movement and interior manipulation, they ultimately delivered the ball to the corner, where that player launched a three-pointer. It was a perfectly executed strategy that significantly energized the players on the court. Van Gundy often orchestrated similar plays during his time with the Rockets. Back then, the one responsible for the final shot was Shane Battier, who had now joined the Heat in the East, finding more opportunities for open threes alongside LeBron. Conley was quick to close out on the three-point attempt, but Gallinari executed a bounce pass into the paint. Chandler soared into the key, while Farid firmly boxed out Randolph behind him. Chandler completed an effortless dunk. Upon landing, he waved his arms energetically, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. Lu Ming began to feel the effects of altitude. His head felt heavy, and his legs lacked their usual agility. The noise level in the arena was deafening. "Go back and tend to your sweet potatoes," a spectator yelled. "You are the one who should be planting sweet potatoes. Your entire family should." Lu Ming shot back. On the sidelines, Hollins urged the ball handler to push the pace, aiming to catch them off guard. But the players seemed leaden, and by the time they crossed half court, the opponents had already positioned themselves effectively. Miller remained tightly glued to Conley, and Lu Ming noticed that his desire to perform was not as pronounced today. This seasoned veteran possesses a wealth of experience. With his team enjoying a commanding lead, there is no necessity for him to score. His primary task is to control the game and invigorate his teammates. When the moment arises for him to step up, he will do so naturally. Presently, he is providing Lawson and Iguodala with a much-needed respite, preparing for the potential resurgence in the second half. Indeed, age brings wisdom. Andre Miller is truly remarkable. Having an experienced player at the point guard position is akin to possessing a treasure. Lu Ming, positioned beyond the three-point line, received a pass and, facing a flawless defense, took a decisive step towards the basket. As he halted, he deftly dished the ball to the trailing Arthur. Just as Arthur extended his long arms for a dunk, he was thwarted by Farid, causing the ball to ricochet off him and go out of bounds. What a waste of a potential assist. If it weren't for the system's current limitations, providing only a single passing card, I would have taken the shot myself, Lu Ming thought, glaring fiercely at Farid. Farid, bewildered, regarded him with confusion, pondering whether this player might be slightly unhinged. With so little playing time, he couldn't fathom why he shouldn't give his all on defense. Conley initiated the baseline inbound pass to Randolph, who repositioned himself to the right corner, further from the basket. He took a moment to assess. Yet Fari did not step up to defend him, allowing Randolph to shoot. Perhaps the exertion of battling for position had drained his energy as he inexplicably missed the shot, failing to even graze the rim, and the ball went out of bounds. Randolph himself was astonished. This play had been practiced countless times in training with Conley, and it had always proven effective. Clearly, today was not his day. Lu Deng cast a brief glance at him, and Randolph responded with a sheepish grin, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. As the Nuggets resumed play, the Grizzlies quickly established their defense, preventing a fast break. Miller ambled to the three-point line before suddenly accelerating, backing into Conley and opting for a soft floater rather than passing to Gallinari on his left. A crafty move indeed. The ball found its target flawlessly, almost in slow motion, as the DJ in the arena called out Andre's name, and the big screen replayed the recent basket. Thus, the first quarter concluded with a disheartening score of 34-16, the Grizzlies' defense resembling a sieve, utterly unable to keep pace with the Nuggets. Hollins trembled with rage, his facial muscles visibly twitching. During the brief intermission, he passionately delivered a psychological pep talk to his players. He understood that lamenting their performance would be futile. Instead, he focused on boosting their spirits. As the second quarter commenced, Hollins opted to bring in Bellis, choosing not to keep Conley on the court. Van Gundy found this decision perplexing, as Conley's playmaking prowess far surpassed that of Bellis. Leonard, however, likely had his own strategy in mind. A coach of his caliber would undoubtedly know how to deploy his best talent effectively. McCall could afford to rest a few extra minutes. Chris Webber, however, remained largely indifferent to the matter. In his perspective, no team in the league had yet managed to counter Denver's fast-paced onslaught. The only viable strategy seemed to be to outpace them, overwhelming the opposition with rapid-fire shots. Relying solely on defense was an unrealistic endeavor. After all, maintaining unwavering focus throughout the entire game is a monumental challenge, as fatigue is an inevitable aspect of human nature, and moments of laxity will inevitably occur. The Nuggets excel at capitalizing on such opportunities to launch counterattacks. George Karl signaled an okay gesture from the sidelines. Miller, grasping the cue, sidestepped to engage with Bayless, gradually encroaching upon the key. Bayless employed both hands against Miller's back, exerting pressure with his lower body. Yet Miller suddenly executed a step-back jumper, the ball gracefully arcing into the net. Following a Bayless inbounds pass, Miller unexpectedly pivoted around, executing a deft swipe to seize the ball. Bayless hurriedly stepped into the paint in an attempt to thwart him, but Miller halted, spun around, and took another step inside to bank the shot. The ball found its mark, the whistle blew, and Bayless incurred a foul. Wow, what a remarkably unpretentious footwork display. I suspect that Webber might have sought more fitting adjectives, but regrettably, he could not find them. The Pepsi Center erupted once again, with fans rising to their feet, engaging in a wave, an uncommon spectacle indeed. As the Jumbotron showcased highlights of the scoring play, it abruptly shifted to reveal Scarlett Johansson, adorned in a deep blue V-neck gown, further igniting the crowd's fervor. Some fervent fans, in a moment of exuberance, brazenly imitated the classic crotch-grabbing move from Michael Jackson's dance repertoire. The DJ, attuned to the atmosphere, skillfully played the interlude of Billie Jean, prompting an increasing number of attendees to shed their shirts, swaying with abandon. Lu Deng swiftly located Scarlett Johansson's position. She was seated beside a fellow industry colleague, engaged in animated conversation. The colleague retrieved a pair of sunglasses from her bag and placed them upon Scarlett's face. Wow, a goddess. I, too, wish to indulge in your bathwater. A voice of disdain echoed within, questioning, do you think you're Kevin Durant? This is a live broadcast match across the United States. Scarlett's presence at the game surely transcends mere interest in the sport. After all, the physical prowess of these formidable athletes is undeniable, their stamina far exceeding that of the average individual. One wonders who among them will emerge as the fortunate standout. Alas, why does it feel so humid? Sweating profusely right from the start. Miller, at the free throw line, gazes in bewilderment before sighing and making the shot with composure. In truth, I too am curious about the essence of Scarlett's bathwater, Webber mused. Oh, spare me that thought. You need to travel to the southern hemisphere for that. Let us instead focus on the game. And her seamless steal and subsequent basket truly deserves mention, Van Gundy interjected. In the midst of their conversation, Li Ming swiftly advanced past half-court, accelerating past his defender on the perimeter and making his way into the paint, where he encountered Kufos, a towering white center. Li Ming elevated the ball above his head as Kufos leapt to block, but with a graceful spin, Li Ming passed the ball to the fast-breaking Arthur, who soared effortlessly for a clean dunk. That's 2. We need 8 more. Li Ming called out to his teammates to return on defense. This action garnered the favor of Hollins on the sidelines, who frequently applauded in his direction. Miller, breaking from his usual demeanor, swiftly advanced the ball across half-court, facing off against Li Ming. As Miller called for his teammates to position themselves inside, he dribbled slowly, keenly observing the unfolding dynamics. Li Ming instinctively lowered his center of gravity, anticipating Miller's physicality. As expected, Miller exerted force with his back to the basket, leaving Li Ming struggling to keep pace with his fluctuating rhythm. It was challenging to gauge his tempo. Should he receive a foul card, it would be an annoyance, as Stockton's card merely showcased passing without substantial impact later on, unable to withstand Miller's formidable presence. Miller pushed toward the edge of the paint, and as he leapt, Li Ming quickly crouched down, only for Miller to pivot and glide beneath the rim, executing a one-leg jump at a tight angle, effortlessly banking the shot. After the basket, he gestured towards Carl, palms open as if to say, "Coach, I can still contribute. Please don't substitute me. I'm eager to overpower him." Ander's post-up game was well-renowned, yet this player from China appeared somewhat unremarkable, his physique too slender to withstand Ander's strength. In no time, he had already amassed 9 points. As Weber scoffed, at this juncture, Lionel, having joined the fray, likely possessed his own unique skills. The commentators remained objective, taking their time to draw conclusions, observing several more plays as Van Gundy stroked his gleaming bald head. Chapter 23. Go, Little Flying Mouse 41-22. Coach Hollins called a brief timeout. After a few succinct instructions, they returned to the game. Conley re-entered the court, curiously replacing an interior player, resulting in a lineup of Conley, Li Ming, Bella's Gay, and Arthur, a trio of guards. Was this a shift in strategy? Van Gundy pondered in confusion. On the other side, George Karl was equally decisive. With a wave of his hand, Kufos, who had just entered, was firmly planted back on the bench, while Iguodala and Lawson returned to the game. The Nuggets' remaining quintet included Gallinari, Chandler, and an unfamiliar Evan Fournier. At 2 meters and 8 centimeters, Gallinari was playing center. This was clearly a strategy to play at a fast pace, and the Nuggets appeared undaunted. Currently, neither side possessed a traditional center. Weber raised his voice, directing the camera's focus to the second-level fan tunnel, showcasing the drummer for the Miners team, a striking sight, as the uniformity of beautiful women with long legs suggested a certain absence of pants. This stands in stark contrast to the portly drummers of the Dallas Mavericks. Can a trio of guards from the Grizzlies penetrate the formidable front line of the Nuggets? Let's wait and see. Bellis advances with the ball. Conley moves without it, while Li Ming positions himself near the right three-point line. Arthur attempts to maneuver past Gallinari's defense to receive the pass. The opportunity arises. A slight smile graces Li Ming's lips as he swiftly darts towards Bellis. The Frenchman Fournier closely trails behind him. "Hey, rookie, welcome to the NBA." "Rookie? What pick were you?" Fournier appears baffled. "Wow, come on, don't hit the face." Li Ming feels the sting of the remark. He pushes off the ground with force, successfully breaking through Fournier's interception, prompting Iguodala nearby to quickly collapse defensively. Damn, how is he so fast? Iguodala's reaction is far swifter than reported in the news and newspapers, and significantly quicker at that. Curse be it. Li Ming reluctantly passes the ball back to Bellis, who reorganizes the play. He needs to devise a strategy. Beep, beep, the system chimes. "Host, you have received a card for the diminutive star, Stoudemire. Would you like to open it?" "Stoudemire? What on earth?" "Open the attribute panel. Player, Damon Stoudemire, height, 178 centimeters weight, 76 kilograms max vertical leap, 99 centimeters offense, 84 defense, 72 draft position, first round, 7th pick by the Toronto Raptors. Achievements: 1995 to 1996 Rookie of the Year, MVP of the Rookie Challenge, average 20, 6 points, 5 assists, and 2 rebounds over 3 seasons with the Raptors' technical characteristics. Exceptional at driving, particularly adept at challenging layups amidst defense, scoring amidst the crowd with ease. A master in chaotic situations. Well, this current scenario does suit the match. Host, a friendly reminder. Due to your lack of experience points, this card is limited to 7 minutes of usage. Please use wisely. What? Only 7 minutes? Forget it. I can't worry about that now. I need to match quickly. Li Ming subconsciously curses the system again. Back in the game, Iguodala has completed an impressive dunk, igniting the crowd's fervor. Fortunately, Conley has also been scoring consistently, preventing the point gap from widening further. The score currently stands at 46-27, with 8 minutes and 16 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Bellis inbounds the ball, and Li Ming actively moves forward to request it. After a moment's hesitation, Bellis relinquishes the ball, and Li Ming swiftly races past half-court. It must be said, this diminutive star is indeed quick. However, can the next system match provide me with some prominent stars of the 21st century rather than these over-the-hill veterans? Li Ming wore an expression of reluctance. Fournier once again positioned himself in front of him. This was his opportunity, and he understood that the young Frenchman had numerous defensive flaws. Facing Iguodala would not be an easy task, especially considering that Iguodala was currently at the peak of his prowess. Shifting the ball to his left hand, Li Ming executed a deceptive spin, swiftly transitioning to his right hand, skillfully evading Fournier's attempt to steal the ball. Before him lay an open path, with only Gallinari standing beneath the basket. A soft opponent yet again. Li Ming strode forward, leaping high into the air. "Lee, dunk it," guys shouted from the sidelines. Currently entangled in a relentless defensive struggle against Iguodala and Chandler, Karl's strategy was straightforward. By tightly marking Guy, they aimed to neutralize the Grizzlies' primary scorer. No matter how well Conley passed, a single focal point could not dismantle the Nuggets' defense. Simultaneously, by stifling Guy, the threat of Conley's passes diminished, severely hampering their offensive capabilities. Li Ming felt as light as a feather, as if his earlier heavy legs had suddenly transformed. With a powerful, straight-armed attack, he soared toward the hoop, much to Gallinari's dismay. Oh, Gallinari should have been more assertive. He seemed to shy away. He ought to confront him directly. Even if he couldn't stop the dunk, he should never allow number 7 to score so effortlessly. That could shift the momentum significantly, Van Gundy remarked, shaking his head. Indeed, he was the type of coach who despised soft players, and Gallinari was among them. The first requirement for playing under him was defense, defense, and more defense. It was surprising to see this unheralded player from Huaxiao perform so brilliantly. "I didn't expect this unknown talent to possess such skills," someone in the audience commented. However, another voice chimed in, "I doubt he can shoot. I've heard that people from Huaxiao have uneven legs and can hardly stand, let alone shoot." A burly man with a beard shouted loudly, "How dare he speak of me in such a manner?" Ever since acquiring the card, Li Ming's senses had heightened. He could overhear conversations within 100 meters and discern the player's hidden injuries to exploit defensive weaknesses. Yet, this ability lasted only as long as the card's effectiveness. Otherwise, he remained like any other individual. As Guy returned to the half-court, he exchanged a high-five with Li Ming, feeling quite frustrated with his performance. Only 4 points, 2 rebounds, and no assists thus far, utterly out of rhythm. Lawson breezed past half-court, executing a sharp change of direction before Conley. The moment Conley retreated, Lawson leaped into action. Oh no! Li Ming quickly darted forward. Lawson hadn't anticipated the help defense at that moment. Distracted, his shot veered slightly off course, allowing Arthur to seize the rebound. As soon as Li Ming landed, he sprinted out, and Arthur launched the ball down the court while Iguodala immediately took off in pursuit. Let us observe how this number 7 player from Huaxia handles this situation. With a tone laced with disdain, Weber spoke. As Li Ming received the ball, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Iguodala behind him. With all his might, he propelled himself into the air within the paint. Oh, you still have a long way to go, he thought. Iguodala soared high, seemingly on the verge of touching the basketball. Yet, Li Ming bent his waist, switched the ball to his left hand, and performed a second leap, akin to ascending a celestial ladder, slamming the ball through the hoop. Oh, he got it! He got it! The commentator exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Wow, he scored! He scored! He managed to dunk despite Andre's pursuit and interference. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reintroduce the number 7 player from Huaxiao Li. Weber elongated his vowels. Goodness, his change of expression is swifter than turning the pages of a book. I must admit, I am outdone, Van Gundy silently scorned Chris Weber beside him. The Pepsi Center suddenly fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Frankly, this play reminded me of Dwayne Wade from Miami on the East Coast. Indeed, the ascent and jump height were nearly identical, truly astonishing. After 2 seconds of astonishment, Iguodala shrugged his shoulders, opened his mouth towards Li Ming, and graciously patted him on the shoulder. Well done, buddy, he said with a smile, before running back to his half of the court. It seems this fellow possesses commendable character and an expansive heart. No wonder he achieves such success in his realm. His teammates adore him, his coach cherishes him, and he even managed to contain the Emperor, earning the finals MVP. Most importantly, he is equally triumphant in business, with his companies scattered throughout Silicon Valley. Truly, he is at the pinnacle of life. This time, Chandler held the ball, and with a simple screen from Iguodala, he made a move toward the basket, aiming for a dunk. However, Gay's long arms reached from behind, snatching the ball away. Gay swiftly transitioned down the court, noticing Li Ming unguarded on the left side. Not one to be greedy, he promptly passed the ball. Li Ming dashed towards the baseline, but Lawson had already returned to defend and followed closely. He circled around the corner, executing a series of between-the-legs dribbles as he retreated back to the vicinity of the free-throw line on the right side. Oh, how flashy. I suspect Coach Hollins would disapprove of such antics. The camera deftly shifted its focus to the Grizzlies' bench, where Hollins sat upright, occasionally adjusting the top button of his shirt, maintaining a stern expression. As Li Ming's gaze met Lawson's, Hollins suddenly rose to his feet. He's going to shoot. Can he make it? Weber exclaimed. Keep in mind, Lawson is quick too. You should be able to contest that shot. Just as this was said, Li Ming, airborne, noticed Lawson lunging at him. He deliberately leaned in Lawson's direction before twisting his body into an intricate shape and releasing the ball. It swished through the net, and the whistle blew. 8-1. Indeed, the card indicated that the little flying mouse excelled at shooting under intense pressure, adeptly leveraging his advantages while adhering to the rules. Any action that infringed upon the offensive player's cylinder was deemed a foul. Lee displays considerable acumen. Notably, this time Van Gundy referred to him as Lee rather than the earlier label of the Huasha player. Chapter 24. A lesson for the man who calls himself Little Iverson after scoring consecutively in 2 possessions. The score narrowed to 41-27. If they could reduce the deficit to under 10 points before halftime, there would still be a chance in the second half. Iguodala initiated an offensive play. Although he was a forward, his ability to orchestrate the team's offense made him a rare talent. Standing at the top of the arc, he noticed that after a few switches, Gay was now matched up with Lawson, who was caught off guard. This was a creative play. Gay towered over Lawson by 20 centimeters and would certainly turn slower. Van Gundy nodded in approval. Indeed, Lawson darted inside like an eel, executing a reverse layup that found its mark. He spread his arms wide, sticking out his tongue in a playful gesture from this direction. Wow, this crew is quite entertaining. Their tongues are impressively quick. Mike, let us switch on defense. Focus on your offense, he asserted confidently. Can you handle it? Lawson's footwork is swift, and he possesses substantial lower body strength. He won TB easy to defend, calmly replied. Don't worry, leave it to me. I intend to shatter his confidence. All right then, you take the lead. If it doesn't work out after a few possessions, we can switch back. If possible, I'll assist you as well. Conley swiftly dashed towards the opposing territory. In a moment of distraction caused by Chandler, Bellas unexpectedly launched a three-pointer. Indeed, he demonstrated the composure of a player seasoned by the trials of San Antonio. Weber referred to Bellas's remarkable performance during last year's playoff battle against the Spurs. Lawson, with the ball, pushed forward, closely guarded by Li Ming, who allowed him to veer towards the right, knowing that Lawson's proficiency on that side was limited, especially with Gay's long reach poised to obstruct any shot. With a sweeping crossover, Lawson shifted to the left, leaving Li Ming behind. He angled his body to force his way to the basket, but Arthur suddenly extended his arm to block his path. Lawson leaped with all his might, surprisingly. His elevated stance bore a faint resemblance to that of Iverson. Alas, mere appearance could not compensate for the dimensional disparity. It was precisely at that moment that Arthur's intervention freed Li Ming from Chandler's grasp. Li Ming leapt from behind, roaring as he snatched Lawson's attempt with a single hand. You may be strong, but I am the king, Li Ming coldly remarked to the astonished Lawson. This is just the beginning. With a nonchalant no-look pass, he flung the ball ahead, fully aware that Gay was already in motion. Gay's windmill dunk unleashed an entire evening's worth of pent-up frustration and elevated Li Ming's assist to 3. Undeterred, Lawson brushed aside the screen set by Chandler. Indeed, he intended to take on Li Ming alone. How bold of an obscure Chinese player to lecture me. What gave you such confidence? He exaggeratedly showcased what it meant to dribble with ostentation. George Karl, observing from the sidelines, shook his head in resignation. The team's morale was currently high, and substituting Lawson at this juncture could disrupt his emotional state and hinder cohesion. Thus, he chose to overlook Lawson's occasional whims. Li Ming remained unfazed. Regardless of Lawson's flashy dribbling, he stood his ground resolutely. Iguodala, incredulously shaking his head with hands on his hips just outside the three-point line, was a player who prioritized team play above all. To him, such solo endeavors were simply unfathomable. Even during his time alongside Iverson, he had always opted for the pass first, diligently fulfilling that role, despite criticism regarding his lack of leadership qualities, which he dismissed without concern. Lawson held the ball for a full 20 seconds, a duration that felt like an eternity to Karl and the players on the court. He finally chose to shoot, predictably opting for a long-range jumper, a substantial two-pointer, but Lu Ming remained steadfast in front of him, akin to a swift leopard, swatting his shot away. The ball went out of bounds with only 2.6 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Iguodala called for a timeout. "Buddy, you can't do this. Don't fall into their trap. We're leading by a significant margin." Engaging in isolation play is not the hallmark of a wise player. Iguodala spoke with remarkable tact. Lawson, somewhat apologetically, stuck out his tongue and nodded repeatedly. In truth, everyone was aware that in the next round, he would undoubtedly choose the same approach. He belonged to the type who sincerely admitted his faults yet remained resolutely unyielding. Moreover, he consistently felt the need to reclaim his dignity against Lu Ming, not merely in terms of lost points, but also in regard to pride. Many a valiant hero has met their demise due to pride alone. Even the formidable Han-Xin was ensnared by El Ho in the Weiyang Palace. Can he truly compare himself to Han-Xin? At best, he is nothing more than a thoughtless Xiaohoang. Lu Ming accepted the water handed to him by the staff and drank deeply, his gaze never wavering from the main team's bench. As for what his coach had said, not a single word registered in his mind. Following the timeout, the Grizzlies substituted Arthur for Randolph, seemingly to fortify their backcourt rebounding while simultaneously enhancing their offensive reliability. Although Gay is formidable, he tended to fixate on isolation plays, often making questionable shot selections and proving unreliable in crucial moments, only thriving in favorable circumstances. As the referee's whistle echoed, the Nuggets inbound the ball, with Gay's long arms enveloping Iguodala. With a mere 2.6 seconds remaining, a hasty shot was the only option, making the basket beneath the hoop the most prudent choice. Just as the 5-second inbounding window was about to elapse, Iguodala lofted the ball into the paint. However, Chandler failed to secure it amidst Randolph's interference. As he attempted to adjust for a shot, the shot clock illuminated, signaling a 24-second violation. Conley executed a quarterback-like long pass, the ball ricocheting at the arc's pinnacle before Bayless skillfully evaded Fournier's defense at the left top of the arc, concluding the offensive sequence with another three-pointer. The Grizzlies' three-point shooting was pivotal, drawing the Nuggets' interior defenders outward, thereby easing Conley's efforts in the second half. It remained uncertain how Lawson would choose to conclude this offensive series. Lawson's penetration has been a critical element in the Nuggets' dominance in the Western Conference this year, thriving within George Karl's system. Van Gundy has a profound understanding of utilizing such diminutive players. "Come on, North Carolina star guard. I am eager to see you face the floor." Lu Ming commenced his full-court defense, as Lawson evaded left and right, nearly failing to cross half-court within the 8-second limit. Lee's sudden, pressuring defense rendered him quite uncomfortable, potentially affecting his forthcoming shooting choices. Van Gundy, too, was keen to observe this guard's adaptability. At this juncture, the wisest course of action would be to distribute the ball. Heavens, they are equipped with powerful forwards like Chandler and Iguodala, whose athleticism poses a calamity for opposing teams. Yet, Lawson remained ensnared in isolation plays. I wager that after another couple of such possessions, George Karl would undoubtedly relegate him to the bench. Iguodala made a backdoor cut into the paint, but Lawson failed to release the ball in time, allowing a fleeting opportunity to slip away. "For heaven's sake, pass the ball, my friend. Surely you comprehend the concept of passing?" Gallinari began to exhibit impatience, having not touched the ball after several relentless sprints, an unfavorable circumstance for a shooter of his caliber. After all, he is not Ray Allen. He requires multiple touches to find his rhythm, and he still has a long journey, or perhaps a mountain, to traverse before reaching that level. Lu Ming initiated various minor disturbances to unsettle Lawson, enticing him into reckless shooting. Lawson, oblivious to the trap, plunged headlong into Lu Ming's embrace. Lu Ming fell in response, and the whistle blew. The home team committed their third foul. An air of impatience began to permeate the arena, as fans expressed their dissatisfaction with the erratic nature of the team's offense. What they craved was a sense of exhilaration. Perhaps it was the nationwide broadcast that intensified Lawson's anxiety. His desire to win and showcase his talents weighed heavily upon him. After all, this was his contract year, and he needed to deliver an exceptional performance to captivate the attention of the executives watching from their offices. The national stage was undeniably the optimum venue for his aspirations. George Karl could no longer restrain himself and called a timeout, exclaiming incredulously that someone could dare to compare themselves to the likes of Allen Iverson. Lu Ming followed the hastily retreating Lawson, incessantly chattering in his ear. "Oh, this is amusing. It reminds me of the mating rituals of male hippos in the animal kingdom." Weber quipped. Chapter 25. Stifling defense. Lu Ming remained unfazed. He had nothing to lose, as he was still merely a minimum salary player. Lawson, on the other hand, was vying for a starting point guard position with a potential salary in the millions. The imprint of the Denver Nuggets had indelibly etched itself into his very being. George Karl had facilitated his growth, just as Lawson had contributed to Karl's vision. The system demanded an explosive, agile guard to penetrate the opponent's basket. Do not let external factors sway you, nor allow others to encroach upon your spirit. A competent point guard is the brain of the team, the commander on the court, and must remain composed at all times, Karl stated, his tone firm yet straightforward. He was addressing Lawson, but also speaking to the entire team. The opponent would undoubtedly aim to employ Zach and attempt to manipulate the game tempo to their advantage. I need all of you to focus and showcase your unique attributes. The ball must move swiftly, always pass to the weak side. If there are no opportunities from the perimeter, drive towards the basket, seek out contact, and seize every chance to attack the rim. Let us go, kids, Karl urged, observing his players intently. On the Grizzlies side, Hollins pulled Gay aside for a whispered conversation before turning to Conley. "You'll play off the ball. Let Bayless orchestrate. You and Lee will work off the ball to tire them out." He picked up a tactical board and sketched a few plays. If Iguodala and Chandler attempted to pressure or double team from the wings, they would swing the ball back inside to allow Zach to finish. Hollins felt the weight of the world on his shoulders. Marc Gasol's injury left his rotations somewhat strained. The Grizzlies, already not proficient in three-point shooting, found their options further limited without an inside presence. They barely managed to stay competitive, relying on a few unexpected strikes from Bayless and Conley to avoid being overwhelmed. As the players returned to the court, Karl could hardly tolerate Lawson's erratic style any longer and substituted in a Flalo to bolster the defense, while pulling Chandler off the floor. It wasn't that Chandler had performed poorly. Rather, he had accumulated 3 fouls and required protection. In his place, a guard, Jordan Hamilton, was brought in. Accompanying him, of course, is our seasoned veteran, Andre Miller. Oh my, Jordan Hamilton, a name far more formidable than Anthony Carter. How audacious. Farid remains deprived of playing time, with Gallinari still filling in as a makeshift center, which is undoubtedly the most effective strategy to exhaust Randolph. On the offensive end, Gallinari's shooting range can effectively draw Randolph away from the basket. Miller confidently brings the ball up the court, while Iguodala maneuvers to create space. Gallinari, utilizing a screen, receives the ball, only to find Gay extending his right hand before him. Gallinari glances at the hoop and passes to a Flalo, but Lu Ming swiftly closes in, offering no room for a Flalo to pivot. In such a cramped position, a Flalo struggles to maintain possession and can only pass back to Miller on the perimeter. Conley keeps a vigilant watch on Miller, granting him just enough space to shoot, yet Miller has never been known as a three-point shooter. Even when wide open, he opts not to shoot, dribbling while closely monitoring his teammate's movements. Suddenly, with a burst of speed, he pushes past Conley, lumbering into the paint. Oh my, is he back for more? This is excessive. Lu Ming abandons his mark to rush at Miller, who adopts a shooting stance. Get down, he commands. Under the weight of Lu Ming's full-force block, he loses his balance, collapsing heavily onto Miller. The two are face-to-face, nearly in zero distance, the air around them thickening for 3 seconds. The whistle blows. It's a foul on number 7, leading to 2 free throws. Crawford gestures toward the technical foul. He wants to make it. Randolph approaches Miller, giving a playful nudge to his waist. Randolph understands, responding with an okay gesture. Miller steps up to the line. His first shot, successful. The second, still good. Oh my, that SA facial, it's quite swollen now. Lu Ming turns his head, startled to find a Flalo beside him. When did he sneak up? Could he possibly know I intended to launch a surprise attack? With the chance of a fast break on, Randolph passes to Conley, who plays it safe. As Conley crosses half court, he dishes the ball to Gay, who faces Iguodala once more. Oh my brother, must you be so relentless? It's been an entire evening. Must you make me shoot? The more Gay thinks about it, the angrier he becomes, forcing a contested jumper against Iguodala's defense. On the sidelines, Hollins, frustrated, kicks a bottle of pure water far away, prompting the rookies on the bench to hurriedly retrieve it, careful not to let Crawford see, lest they incur a technical foul. The ball ricochets off the rim, soaring high. Gay realizes the impending disaster, already charging into the paint, engaging in a tussle for position with Gallinari, while Iguodala joins the fray. Just as the battle beneath the basket intensifies, a voice calls out from the perimeter. A figure has stealthily infiltrated the paint, now soaring high, none other than Lu Ming. Number 7 from the Chinese team. He executed a magnificent one-armed slam dunk, forcefully driving the ball into the hoop. What are you doing? You need to stick to him. You can't let him slip into the paint like that. Farid shouted at Aflalo from the sidelines. Aflalo remained silent, merely shaking his head and raising his hands, indicating that the blame was not his. At that moment, Lu Ming had already taken a significant step outward, shifting his center of gravity, and by the time he attempted to change direction, the optimal opportunity had slipped away. Such is the nature of basketball. A mere fraction of a second can suffice to evade defense and execute a cut, a fact well understood by those who have played on the streets. Bellas began to shadow Iguodala across the court, yet his physique was vastly different from Iguodala's, and a slight nudge sent him flying. However, his intent wasn't to steal the ball, but merely to delay, preventing the track team from launching a fast break. Once the defensive positions were established, he and Gay swiftly exchanged roles. In this round, with Iguodala taking over the offense, how might he overcome the lengthy reach of Gay? Van Gundy and Weber were equally eager to find out. In an instant, Gallinari, Aflalo, and Jordan Hamilton sprang into action. Aflalo positioned himself to set a screen for Iguodala, while Gallinari maneuvered towards the opposite baseline. It must be noted that this straightforward zone play exemplified the transformative evolution of George Karl's team, which Van Gundy could not help but commend. Indeed, the ball should have been delivered to the weak side, enabling the Italian to execute a precise strike, Weber added. However, the situation unfolded differently. Gallinari merely drew away the opposing power forward, allowing Iguodala to pass the ball to Aflalo, who had popped out to the perimeter. This was a play that involved a double screen, necessitating that both the player rolling to the basket and the one moving to the outside possessed a certain level of shooting proficiency. Iguodala shielded his defender behind him, granting Aflalo a moment's respite to take a shot, yet would calmly permit such an occurrence to unfold unchallenged. He vigorously fought through the wall of bodies and leaped high into the air. Wow, truly a child of athletic lineage. Such impressive height. My goodness. Lu Ming, obstructed by Jordan Hamilton, could only watch helplessly as Aflalo launched his shot, while Conley's help defense filled him with delight. Such elevation, even with systematic enhancement, left me in awe. Lu Ming thought enviously as he observed Conley's soaring leap. Clearly, the shot was disrupted, and the rebound was once again claimed by Randolph. Randolph took long strides, executing a sweeping motion, while Conley and Lu Ming dashed out like blades, prompting the Nuggets to quickly regain their defensive positions. Iguodala swiftly closed in on the already ball-holding Conley. Conley leaped once more, initiating a layup motion, but Iguodala was equally relentless, extending his long arms from behind. Just as they were about to make contact with the ball, it ricocheted off the floor, and Lu Ming, following closely behind, effortlessly deposited the ball into the basket with little interference. In midair, he exchanged a gaze with Iguodala. There was no denying it. No matter how formidable Iguodala was, he could not simultaneously defend against both players who had leaped in succession. The deceptive nature of this play was indeed significant, aided by Conley's unselfishness. Had he opted for a forceful layup at that moment, he might have faced a formidable rejection, which would only bolster the home crowd's momentum. Chapter 26. The score narrows. The score tightened further to 51-37. The fast break received commendation from Weber. As the second quarter progresses, both teams struggle to accumulate points, remaining below 20. Opportunities are scarce. Every possession is fiercely contested. There are various floor balls and out-of-bounds situations, and even a reminiscent aerial save akin to the legendary Big Worm, executed by the Nuggets' own athletic marvel, Wilson Chandler. Currently, he sits on the bench, observing the unfolding dynamics, while Gay finds himself utterly stifled under his relentless defense. The Grizzlies' inability to break through is significantly tied to Gay's struggles. Lu Ming, frustrated, slaps his forehead and pounds the floor, bellowing at Iguodala. "What, you a monkey? Hey, Easter monkey, come spin for me." The crowd begins to echo with derogatory remarks. Lu Ming anticipated such reactions on his inaugural away game. After all, few could fathom that a player from Huaxia could repeatedly assault the hoop at the Pepsi Center. This is merely the beginning. My performance has yet to unfold, he thought, his eyes glinting with determination. Suddenly, he surged forward, catching Iguodala off guard, leading to a turnover as the ball was intercepted by Conley, setting up a 3-on-1 fast break. Conley gently tossed the ball, and Lu Ming soared into the air, seemingly poised for yet another dunk. However, mid-flight, he twisted and emphatically slammed the ball to the ground. Gay followed up with a spectacular 360-degree windmill dunk, demonstrating his intent to restore his teammates' confidence without seeking personal glory. The crucial assist added a gleaming entry to his assist tally. Without waiting for his teammates to position themselves, Old Miller executed a long outlet pass, sending Iguodala sprinting towards the basket. Gay lost track of his defensive assignment, forcing Conley to wrap him up. Iguodala failed to convert both free throws, but the foul proved worthwhile as Biyombo passed the ball to Conley, who dribbled into the paint and executed a no-look behind-the-back pass. Lu Ming, braving Gallinari's defense, sent the ball through the hoop, earning an additional free throw. The score stood at 51-39. Regrettably, Lu Ming missed the free throw, but Conley, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, made a swift step in and completed a putback dunk, his body nearly parallel to the floor, even momentarily pressing against Gallinari. The score shifted to 51-41 as the Grizzlies' backcourt duo began to reveal their initial chemistry, gradually eroding the Nuggets' advantage. The recent putback dunk was nothing short of spectacular, exuding tremendous explosiveness. Older fans might recall a similar moment from 1996, when Allen Iverson of the 76ers surged into the paint for a putback slam over Dikembe Mutombo during a game against the Raptors, following a missed free throw. Both players were celebrated figures in their time, one a first overall pick and the other a second, epitomizing the brilliance of their generation. Although the flair of Mike Conley and Danilo Gallinari's play may not quite match that of their predecessors, it is certainly headline-worthy. However, Gallinari has proven to be somewhat of a disappointment, despite his towering stature. In the past, Family Ming expressed his disdain for Gallinari due to his lackluster defense and injury-prone nature, often missing over 30 games in a season. What is particularly infuriating is that he carries a hefty contract, inciting frustration among supporters. Coach George Karl showed no intention of substituting Gallinari, seemingly determined to stick with his small ball lineup. Karl's stubbornness was palpable, especially as the score tightened. Jeff Van Gundy, a defensive-minded coach, continually offered advice to Karl, who detests seeing his team falter while holding a significant lead. Yet, Karl remained unfazed, engaging in light-hearted banter with his assistants, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events on the court. Perhaps he had a strategy in mind, intending to make adjustments in the second half. Chris Webber sought to mediate the tension, reminding everyone that the Nuggets head coach is among the elite in the league, an esteemed veteran with a glorious track record that ordinary coaches cannot match. Indeed, George Karl is the 7th coach in NBA history to achieve 1,000 victories, as Van Gundy noted. If this accolade is unfamiliar to you, the names preceding or alongside him, Larry Brown, Don Nelson, Jerry Sloan, and Greg Popovich, might ring a bell. Each individual mentioned here possesses an unparalleled dominance in their realm, adorned with an abundance of honors and accolades that one could scarcely enumerate. Notably, the audacity of George Karl as a coach is commendable. He had the fortitude to confine the team star, Anthony, to the bench for an entire game, even opting for a trade in exchange for cash and draft picks. Many jest that the current Denver team lacks star power, resembling a humble squad. Yet, paradoxically, this modest team currently boasts the top performance in the league. It seems George Karl must have infused his disciples with some enchanting elixir, propelling the team's success to extraordinary heights, as Webber humorously remarks. Despite a diminishing advantage, the fervor of the home crowd remains undeterred. The closer the game approaches halftime, the louder the jeers and cacophony grow when the visiting team possesses the ball. Meanwhile, the cheerleaders on the second level energetically perform, flaunting their long legs to rally support for the home team. During a free throw, Ty Lawson re-enters the game, substituting for Jordan Hamilton. The young man is quite unfortunate, having played for 3 minutes without a single shot, merely receiving the ball, setting a screen, and then heading for a shower. Today marks the first time Lawson and Miller are on the court together. One is seasoned while the other is youthful. One swift and the other deliberate. One aggressive and the other sagacious, creating a perfect complement to each other. Lawson controls the ball, with Iguodala and Miller flanking him, while Gallinari stands at the corner, seemingly stationary. Afflalo prowls, seeking an opportunity to receive a pass. Curiously, the young man hesitates to attack, remaining composed for several moments. This is concerning, as my position may be compromised, lamenting the little flying squirrel. Li Ming initiates a provocative defense, engaging in various minor antics. Lawson disregards him and passes to Gallinari in the corner. Conley's long arms obstruct his view, leading to another turnover for Gallinari. Conley swiftly retrieves the ball and crosses half-court. Old Miller exerts himself to keep pace, gritting his teeth as he doggedly follows Conley, positioning himself to impede Conley's impending three-point attempt. Conley leaps, lofting the ball into the paint, while Gallinari merely watches as Gay scores effortlessly. Indeed, you read that correctly. He did not even shift his feet, as he is wary of contact due to having accumulated 3 fouls. The score now stands at 51-43. A brief surge of 7-0 concludes the first half with Gay's dunk, as the resilient Grizzlies close the gap to within 10 points, reigniting the intrigue of the match. Let us observe the adjustments both teams will implement in the second half, Van Gundy remarks, noting the panting Randolph. Indeed, he has scarcely had any respite today. The Nuggets are a fast-paced team, and his exertion is considerable. Compared to his teammates, he may very well be specifically targeted in the second half. Chapter 27. Halftime. Hey, Rudy, have you recovered your stamina? Li Ming exclaims, enveloping Gay from behind. You rascal, don't speak nonsense. I'm merely conserving energy, preparing to unleash my prowess in the second half. Guy covered his face with his hands, burying it in his arms. Beside him, Randolph, panting heavily, seemed at a loss for words, raising his hand slightly before letting it fall, revealing a set of pearly whites. Goodness, they were dazzlingly white, almost blinding. These gentlemen, when they ventured out, often donned vibrant, flamboyant attire. From a distance, they resembled a line of moving coat racks, rendering everything else indistinguishable. Upon entering the locker room, everyone was sprawled haphazardly. George Karl clapped his hands, gathering the team around him. Kids, you played exceptionally well and gave it your all. Maintain your rhythm. All right, I have nothing more to add, he said, yawning deeply. Wow, could it be that the coach had been out enjoying himself the night before? At his age, one would think he could only manage a flicker of movement. Li Ming looked at Karl with a mischievous grin and settled beside Guy and Randolph. Despite the jovial banter, Karl was indeed quite capable. He recognized the disparity between his team and the opposition and refrained from placing undue pressure on the players, especially at such a moment. Life unfolds in peculiar ways. Sometimes what seems infinitely distant is, in fact, within reach, while what appears effortless can become as elusive as smoke. With the score closing in, it was crucial to instill hope among teammates. A hasty move now could yield counterproductive results. The ebb and flow of victory and defeat should rest with these young athletes, as the gap in skill was glaringly apparent, negating the need for additional pressure. However, not everyone shared this perspective, and two of the most fervent voices were Randolph and Li Ming. There were likely others, bench warmers lamenting their lack of playing time, whose underlying sentiments echoed. If only I had been on the court, the Nuggets would have been fortunate indeed. Randolph desperately yearned for victory and exerted himself. Yet he had to concede that he was off his game tonight. If fatigue had drained him on the defensive end, it might have been understandable. But his defensive performance resembled a calamity. Opposing forwards relentlessly penetrated the paint, exhausting him, and his heavy footfalls felt as though they were rooted to the ground. He failed to contain anyone. Had Guy, Arthur, or even Li Ming provided support, trailing by 30 points at halftime wouldn't have seemed far-fetched. As for the offensive side of things, it was even more disheartening. Shots taken from a mere distance failed to even graze the rim, all while being unguarded. Time and again, he struggled to establish position under the basket, unable to displace a soft player like Gallinari. A mere 6 points and 4 rebounds at halftime hardly reflected the prowess expected of a top-tier interior player. Zach glimpsed at George Karl, hesitant to speak. Coach, I understand. Randolph acknowledged, looking sincerely at Karl, as if to convey that he would strive to make amends in the second half. Zach, you might consider trying that approach. It will help conserve energy while disrupting their defensive strategy, Li Ming suggested. Oh, Randolph understood that Li Ming intended to draw him out for a high-position jump shot, as the opponent Farid lacked shooting ability. By pulling him out, not only could he exploit the offensive advantage, but it would also create numerous opportunities for Conley's drives, while conserving his own energy, a trifecta of benefits. Arthur, a quiet giant, rarely spoke. Even in this moment, he silently wore his headphones, lost in his own world. Yet, on the court, he transformed into a dedicated player, excelling in positioning, rebounding, on-ball defense, and help defense, taking on all the gritty and exhausting tasks, truly the type beloved by both coach and teammates. Baylor resembled a curious bird, always observing the crowd with keen interest. Possessing high basketball intelligence, he never ceased to learn, seizing every opportunity to absorb knowledge. Even during the discussions of pick-and-roll tactics among Conley and the trio, he would quietly sidle up to eavesdrop. In those moments, Conley would affectionately ruffle his hair, pretending to chastise him. The atmosphere within the Grizzlies was remarkably harmonious. No one could have anticipated that this team had struggled so significantly in previous years. Over 3 seasons, Gay had accumulated only 64 wins, fewer than some teams in the Bay Area achieved in a single year. After bidding farewell to Gasol, the team welcomed fresh talent, and the powerful inside duo of black and white began to emerge, while Conley's formidable rise gradually evoked memories of the peak Spurs. It could be said without exaggeration that the Grizzlies' interior was unafraid of challenges from any team in the league. Their only weakness resided in the shooting guard position. To this day, they lacked a truly dominant shooting guard, relying instead on Gay's occasional appearances, which often saw him pushed into the power forward role. Ming was fortunate. In the position where the team needed him most, he could showcase his skills. However, first and foremost, he had to accumulate game experience and points to earn the robust support of the system. Shifting focus to the Nuggets, Lawson and Miller were engaged in conversation, while Chandler reclined languidly in his seat. Iguodala animatedly explained positioning and ball-seeking to several rookies, his words punctuated with fervor. George Karl busily scribbled on the tactic board. "Coach, I believe I can defend Zach." Farid expressed his dissatisfaction regarding his playing time. Oh, good, very good," Karl nodded repeatedly, leaving Farid feeling increasingly uncertain. Yet he hesitated to press further. Gallinari felt disheartened by his first-half performance, sitting in silence next to rookie Fournier, perhaps finding a moment of shared understanding between the two international players. "Everyone gather around, gather around." Iguodala clapped emphatically, standing before the tactic board. "In the second half, we must maintain pressure on them, do not relent. No team can break us, nor disrupt our rhythm. Our only adversary is ourselves." As he uttered the subsequent words, he cast a glance towards Lawson. "Perhaps we could enhance our passing and positioning at the arc to dismantle their zone defense, thereby creating more opportunities for our shooters." Chandler added. "All right, leave Gay to me," Iguodala remarked, paying considerable attention to the young player, as the media often compared him to Gay, claiming that after McGrady, Gay and he were the most gifted small forwards. Clearly, he was discontent with such comparisons, despite his inherently humble nature. The opposing player, number 7, Miller, seemed to have an epiphany but refrained from voicing it. "What do the Huaxia players have to worry about? Leave it to me, provided you get the chance to play." Lawson scoffed. "Damn it." In the adjacent locker room, Lu Ming sneezed, cursing under his breath, convinced that someone was secretly insulting him. Lawson hesitated to speak, thinking, Iguodala, "You old man, I don't care about face. Even old man Karl hasn't said anything. So why should you?" Lawson had a stellar college career. But who here didn't? Many second-round picks were among the top players in their regions, scoring effortlessly. Aflalo and Kufos remained silent, the quietest members of the team, even in their daily lives. Oftentimes, I sensed their solitude. Were it not for basketball, these young men from impoverished backgrounds might resort to theft or robbery. Their environment had not changed over the years. Violence, guns, drugs, and sexual abuse, any of which could claim their lives. Basketball was the sole avenue out of the ghetto. Yet how many could truly escape? Ender Karl summoned Iguodala aside. Their conversation was inaudible, but Iguodala nodded repeatedly. "Did you see? Scarlett Johansson is at our arena." Someone muttered from a corner. "It seems Arthur is up in the stands." Another voice chimed in. "Really? ISNT, he is 76ers fan? Why would he come to an away game? Perhaps it's for a promotional event. Besides, the girl beside him is quite attractive," Jordan Hamilton remarked. "Why aren't you focusing on playing? You're always caught up in this nonsense." Lawson tossed a towel at him, as he shared a good rapport with the rookie. "Not at all. It's already trending on Twitter. Photos and videos are everywhere," Jordan Hamilton replied, bringing his iPad before Lawson, as Iguodala and the others gathered around. "That's quite impressive." "Indeed, it truly is. The necklace is rather exquisite," another voice responded. "All right, children, change into your uniforms and prepare to depart." The assistant entered, separating the crowd, and took a seat with an iPad in hand. Chapter 28. Engaging in a brawl? Is it not normal to bring a basketball? In the second half, the Nuggets largely retained the lineup from the latter part of the second quarter, with Andre Miller and Aaron Aflalo forming the backcourt, flanked by Iguodala and Chandler on the wings, while Kufos occupied the center position. The Grizzlies maintained their three-guard formation, with Rudy Gay and Arthur patrolling the forward positions, while Randolph rested on the bench. The Nuggets initiated the play, with Miller advancing over half-court, matched up against Lu Ming. He executed a two-handed pass to Aflalo. Lu Ming stayed close, applying pressure. Aflalo deftly bounced the ball to the cutting Chandler. Before Chandler could make a play, Beasley wrapped his arms around him and forcefully brought him down to the floor. The referee promptly blew the whistle and rushed to the technical area to review the play. Since it was 2012, the technology of the Brooklyn Replay Center had yet to exist, meaning the officials could not directly receive the results in their ears. In the case of such a significant foul, straddling the line between a flagrant and a technical, the referee had no choice but to review the footage of the sidelines. The play was rather dramatic, eliciting a chorus of boos from the spectators. Bellas, with his hands clasped atop his head, appeared utterly innocent, his large, blinking eyes seemingly conveying a message of bewilderment. I have no idea what just happened. I hardly exerted myself, yet this fellow has gone all out. After rolling on the ground twice, Chandler gradually rose, while Iguodala approached to console him. He remained unusually quiet, offering no further commentary. The referee signaled for 2 free throws, and as Chandler prepared to take a shot, Bellas unexpectedly stepped forward to whisper something to him. The ambient noise was too low to discern the content of their exchange. Subsequently, without warning, Chandler forcefully slammed the ball towards Bellas, then charged forward, landing 2 heavy punches to the back of Bellas' head and his face. By the time the crowd reacted, Bellas had already been brought down, with Chandler's arms tightly locked around his neck. A frenzy erupted as people rushed in, some attempting to separate the two, while others opportunistically took the chance to trip or strike in the chaos. Oh, Wilson is far too impulsive. He has so easily fallen into Bellas' trap. That play was designed to provoke him, Van Gundy remarked, shaking his head in confusion. Perhaps Bellas made an unsavory comment about his family. As you know, family holds significant importance for these players. Weber interjected, indeed. Remember when Carmelo chased down the bus of Kyle Lowry? It was said that Garnett was so startled he nearly cried. Had security not intervened, a furious Carmelo might have caused serious harm. Tonight's lead referee is Crawford, which suggests that Wilson is in considerable trouble. An ejection is certain. But I wonder if there will be further penalties once the league conducts its investigation. This could be a devastating blow to Karl's heat management strategy. It's utterly irrational, Weber observed, glancing at George Karl, who wore a serious expression on the bench. Indeed, the very essence of George Karl's small ball strategy lies in the dual forward approach of Chandler and Iguodala, who can effectively chase down opposing guards on the perimeter while also collapsing into the paint to assist against the rival center. It bears resemblance to a mobile force on the battlefield, often delivering the most lethal strikes when least expected. After deliberation, the officiating crew decided to administer equal punishment, resulting in both Chandler and Bellas being ejected from the game. A player from the Nuggets continued to execute the previous penalty. The on-court staff swiftly cleared the bloodstains from the floor. Indeed, the footage of Bells exiting the court clearly revealed the blood between his brow. Earlier, due to the chaos on the court, the obstruction from other players had obscured the view. Hollins said nothing, merely observing Bells in silence. He did not return to the locker room, but instead remained seated on the bench, while staff attended to him with cotton balls, cleaning the blood and performing a simple stitch. Gallinari executed both free throws with unwavering precision, bringing the score to 53-43, widening the gap back to 10 points. The Nuggets resumed their offense with a half-court inbound. Tony Allen replaced the departing Bells and appeared before Iguodala, who was in no rush to shoot. Instead, he passed the ball to Miller at the left corner, but Miller's jump shot fell short. Gay, like an old gorilla plucking a peach, secured the ball tightly in his embrace as Conley rushed forward to claim it, sprinting towards the opponent's territory. After a series of rapid plays at the top of the arc, Tony Allen found himself with an open layup, perhaps due to the earlier incident involving Bells. The Grizzlies moved with heightened urgency, sharing the ball more effectively. Hollins was pleased to witness this, continuously applauding and encouraging his team while pacing the sidelines. The teams engaged in a few minutes of fast-paced offense and defense, each seemingly wagering on who would tire first. With 6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, an official timeout was called, the score standing at 76-68, with the Grizzlies maintaining their grip. It was time to show them what they were made of. George Karl thought as he glanced at Farid. There was no need to attempt intercepting his passes. Simply holding his position would suffice. Karl remained somewhat apprehensive about the simplistic nature of his center. On the opposite side, Hollins appeared far more exuberant, animatedly conversing with his teammates, though the specifics were unclear. What was evident was that following the timeout, Zach Randolph was substituted in. "Zach, can you shoot threes?" Li Ming inquired, chasing after him. Randolph scratched his head sheepishly. "Well, that's hard to say, but if it's against Farid, feel free to pass me the ball." Rudy would undoubtedly be entangled by Iguodala on the perimeter, and any chance of victory would ultimately arise from this point. However, the coach had instructed him to remain in the paint, to play steadily and control the tempo. Randolph looked at him in confusion. "Don't worry, you can take a few shots when the moment is right. Will orders from the outside military not apply?" These old boys certainly disregard strategy. Seizing the opportunity during the opponent's inbound, Li Ming quickly relayed instructions to Randolph. Jordan Hamilton, replacing Chandler, caught the ball at the top of the arc, executing a handoff to Gallinari. Gallinari attempted several penetrations into the paint, but found no openings, returning the ball to the cutting Iguodala. Iguodala glanced at Randolph before jumping to pass, aiming for a follow, sneaking along the baseline. "Hey, gotcha." Li Ming deftly intercepted the ball from Afulalu, passing it to Conley, who sprinted ahead. "Huh, I told you, you can't get past me. What do you think I'll let you run the baseline for? Thanks for the assist." He couldn't resist teasing Afulalu, who was desperately trying to catch up to Conley. Wow, are the rookies today this arrogant? Afulalu looked at Li Ming with a puzzled expression, clearly not one of those foolish players who would be overly excited about the game. He simply couldn't comprehend the confidence emanating from an unremarkable player like Li Ming. Of course, he would never truly understand. Conley, poised beyond the three-point line, patiently sought an opportunity to pass, demonstrating his commitment to executing Holland's strategy. However, with Gallinari and Iguodala closely guarding Randolph, it seemed the opportunities inside were scant. Conley passed the ball to Tony Allen on the opposite side, and though Miller stepped forward, Allen hesitated to shoot. Lacking confidence in his own shooting, he returned the ball to the penetrating Li Ming, who, without pausing, swiftly cut inside, driving past Afulalu into the paint. With a feint that left defenders in his wake, he executed a clean half layup. The ball swished through the net. Wow, standing on one leg. This is like a smaller version of Dirk, isn't it? Who would have thought this Chinese player had it in him? Webb generously praised Li Ming in front of the live broadcast audience. Amidst the commentary, Li Ming unexpectedly reemerged in the second half, intercepting a pass from Iguodala intended for Miller. With all his might, he pushed past Miller's defense, leaping high into the air. In a moment of acrobatic finesse, he evaded Iguodala's pressure and dunked the ball into the hoop. It was an impressive move, reminiscent of Sakuraji Hanamichi driving through the defense of the three towering players from Shenyang. Wow, that was brutal. The home crowd fell silent. The play was electrifying, showcasing Li Ming's core strength to the entire nation. He quickly sprinted toward the VIP section, making a heart gesture toward Scarlett, and concluded with a cheeky gesture pointing at his waist. "What a rogue," Webb muttered under his breath. Chapter 29. 16 points in a single quarter. Exploding Lawson, 76-70. The gap had narrowed to 6 points in an instant. Seeing the Grizzlies gaining momentum, the Nuggets had no choice but to call a timeout for a strategic regroup. "Hey, Lee, impressive. How come I've never seen you hang in the air like that before?" Gay remarked, ruffling his hair. "That's a secret." Li Ming replied with a playful heart gesture. "Lee, you can handle him, right?" George called inquired, glancing at Lawson. "No problem, Coach," Lawson affirmed, rising from his seat. Karl, unusually, opted to bring back Lawson and Farid so early in the second half, deploying his best lineup. "Hey, Chris, look, George has brought in Farid, swapping him for the offensively stronger Gallinari. This seems like a preemptive strike," Van Gundy noted, trying to stir the atmosphere. "Indeed, that's a bit concerning, especially since Randolph is still on the bench." Weber's commentary is incisive and sharp, always getting straight to the point. "Hey, young man from Huaxia. Today I shall show you what NBA prowess truly looks like." Lawson, without waiting for Li Ming's reaction, accelerated past him effortlessly. "Ding, host. Your experience points have now accumulated to 4,000. You may unlock a new skill package. Would you like to proceed?" "Unlock it. Stop dragging this out. I'm in the midst of a game," Li Ming replied impatiently. "Congratulations, you have acquired a level 4 shooting skill package." "What? Level 4? Li Ming was utterly bewildered. "Indeed. How many levels are there in total?" 9 levels. "Wow, are you kidding me? Also, Could you please relay your messages all at once next time? Pressing the space key repeatedly is exhausting. And what on earth is this level 4? How is that a skill package? I can manage level 4 myself, Li Ming complained. No, you are merely at level 1. The level 4 shooting skill package references the player Francis from the Rockets. Francis? The big fella? He has never been known as a shooting player, has he? Never mind. Lawson had already completed the layup, and the Grizzlies had crossed half court. Lee, focus. Calmly shouted. Fine. Whatever. I'll use it. It's better than nothing. It seems this system isn't always reliable. I must rely on myself. I'll just hold on for now and practice to level up later. While Li Ming's thoughts were still racing, Conley's pass came in, narrowly evading a steal from a Flalo. Thanks to Arthur, who managed to save the ball, Li Ming regained possession, standing 2 meters beyond the three-point line, and took a shot that even his teammates hadn't anticipated. The three-pointer swished through the net effortlessly. Oh, not bad. The Grizzlies bench erupted in excitement. That shot was a morale booster, an impressive 9 meters away. It seems decent, though luck played a part. The real test lies ahead, Li Ming thought clearly. Lawson led a fast break, and Iguodala received the ball, executing a soft lob that went in with ease. Both teams capitalized on Randolph's absence, playing at a fast pace. Neither side intimidated by the other. Conley, with the ball, executed a long pass. As Gay received the ball in the paint, Farid's formidable hands loomed over him, obstructing his path to the basket. With no opportunity to shoot, Gay opted to pass to Conley, who moved to the right while sending the ball to the left. Li Ming caught the ball at the baseline, glanced at the hoop, and Lawson immediately leaped into action. This time he was deceived. Li Ming strode confidently into the arena, effortlessly engaging in horseback archery, only to find himself ensnared. Damningly, he had not anticipated such agility from his opponent. Lawson paid dearly for his oversight, casting an embarrassed glance at George Karl on the sidelines, raising his right hand as if to proclaim that the points he had squandered were his to reclaim. Iguodala swiftly initiated the baseline throw, while Aflalo directly passed the ball to the fast-moving Lawson, who was relentlessly pursued by Conley, sticking closely to him. In a dazzling display, Lawson executed a spinning move beneath the basket, and the ball, as if guided by an unseen force, penetrated the hoop at an astonishing angle. The ball garnered enthusiastic applause. As the opponent's demands were exceedingly high, both the force and angle were impeccable, truly showcasing skill before a national audience. Fear not, for I shall continuously pass you the ball. Guy approached and patted Li Ming on the shoulder, aware that his hands were warming up. Conley signaled, and Li Ming positioned himself deep beneath the opponent's basket. Despite Farid being considerably larger, Li Ming maintained a low center of gravity, making it uncomfortable for Farid to challenge him. In the paint, a smaller player positioning himself against a towering center often disrupts the latter's ability to exert force, a tactic frequently employed in offensive plays. This was, of course, a screen to create a fleeting moment of space for another trailing player. As anticipated, Conley skillfully maneuvered past several defenders, penetrating the lane for a delicate floater. Farid attempted to leap for a block, but was rendered powerless. Li Ming exerted all his strength to secure Farid's waist, akin to a forceful splash against the water surface, utterly ineffective. Don't lose heart. You should join in. I'll set you up for a shot, and you can overpower them, showcasing your prowess tomorrow. Lawson remained composed, understanding the necessity of exhausting the opponent's front line. Farid plunged into the paint like a cannonball, while Aflalo lobbed the ball into the basket, with Arthur holding his ground behind him. Despite Farid's strength, his handling was rather crude. Just as the live commentator cautioned against losing possession, Farid turned, only to have his dribble intercepted. Indeed, you heard correctly. Arthur was pressing against him, and with a mere dribble, Guy's long arm swooped in. Without a moment's hesitation, Guy called out Li Ming's name, delivering a quarterback-style pass that astonished the commentator, not for its force, but for the incredible speed with which Li Ming pursued the audacious pass. Goodness, how did he manage that? How did he catch up? Even the defending player surrendered, convinced the ball was destined to go out of bounds. Li Ming, amidst the crowd's astonishment, caught the ball and executed a Carter-like 360-degree dunk, dazzling the home fans. The game was utterly captivating, with both sides exchanging blows. A three-pointer here, a quick interior strike there, neither yielding an inch. Yet was it truly a back and forth? Humans are not machines. As long as they are human, there will be differences in stamina. Even the strongest tire eventually. Amidst the frenetic pace, one player moved with the agility reminiscent of the game's opening moments. In the subsequent exchanges, Lawson began to falter in his pursuit of Li Ming, having expended excessive energy on defense. He even missed several open shots by a considerable margin. In one matchup, Lu Ming intercepted Lawson's pass, once again sprinting tirelessly toward the opponent's basket. Lawson exerted every ounce of his strength in pursuit, yet he could only watch as the ball gracefully sailed through the hoop. Initially, there were defenders lurking beneath the basket, but as the game progressed, it became a mere spectacle of opposing players effortlessly scoring. The only relentless defender for the Nuggets was Iggy, tirelessly striving to protect the rim. Indeed, even Lu Ming held a deep admiration for him. His physical prowess was astounding. Despite the burden of fouls, Iggy often made astute decisions in one-on-one situations, maintaining his defensive position with aplomb. He even committed fouls to thwart Lu Ming's 2 dunks, refusing to tolerate such ease of scoring in his home arena. He would not grant the opponent a sliver of momentum, especially given that free throws are not always a guarantee, particularly in the current scenario. In the subsequent possession, Lu Ming launched 4 3-point attempts over Lawson, successfully sinking 2 and earned 3 free throw attempts, of which he converted only 1. Although he missed another 3-pointer, Arthur seized the rebound, allowing Lu Ming to cut to the basket for a resounding dunk. Wow, this diminutive guard electrified the entire arena. I dare say the league should consider easing certain rules and thresholds, thus affording more exceptional Hwaxiao players the opportunity to showcase their talents. Van Gundy passionately remarked, and when it comes to Hwaxiao players, no one would doubt his fervor. Indeed, it would be beneficial for the league's promotion, as the potential of the Hwaxiao market is colossal and unprecedented. I hope David Stern gives this suggestion earnest consideration. Weber also timely shared his perspective. As Crawford's whistle signaled the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 88-86, a mere 2 points apart. The Grizzlies launched a fierce offense, yet the Nuggets, under Iggy's orchestration, responded with equal vigor. In this segment, Lu Ming scored 16 points in a single quarter, accompanied by 4 assists and 3 rebounds, 2 of which were offensive, showcasing his fierce determination. One could aptly describe him as a beast. Chapter 30. The classic 2-on-2 coordination in the zone during a brief intermission. Both teams' players sat on the sidelines, gulping down water. However, Lu Ming seized the opportunity to snatch the assistant coach's tablet, scrutinizing the statistics of both teams, and couldn't help but frown. He had attempted 9 shots in the first 3 quarters, with 4 resulting in misses, an outcome he found intolerable. Fortunately, he was merely 3 assists shy of a double-digit tally. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Grizzlies Conley and Randolph remained on the bench. Lu Ming, along with Allen, Gay Arthur, and Nair, took to the court. They had sent out the rookie Nair, indicating that Coach Hollins hoped to grant Conley a few additional minutes of rest. Consequently, the burden on Lee's shoulders grew heavier. He was tasked not only with scoring, but also with orchestrating the offense on the court. Weber caught sight of Nair, who had yet to play a single minute that night. Indeed, Hollins still held great faith in the 7th player, believing he would bring forth surprises. The Nuggets swiftly executed a baseline inbounds pass, with Lawson and Iguodala darting into the opponent's territory from opposite sides. Gay, fully alert, closely monitored Iguodala, who sought an opportunity to cut to the basket. Lawson feigned a distraction, delivering the ball to the unguarded Aflalo. Nair, however, remained vigilant, ensuring his hands never strayed far from Aflalo's path. Yet, youth proved to be his undoing, as Aflalo easily faked him out, executing a smooth jump shot that found its mark. The deficit once again narrowed to 4 points. Do not fret. Maintain your position, Lu Ming encouraged, giving Nair a reassuring pat on the back, embodying a true leader's demeanor. Gay initiated an offensive maneuver, weaving left and right in search of a shooting opportunity, but found himself entangled in Iguodala's tenacious defense, ghost-like in its precision. Forced to fling the ball beyond the arc, it found its way into Lu Ming's hands. Rising to the occasion, he leapt and, without glancing, passed the ball to Arthur, who positioned himself to dunk against Farid's outstretched arms. Kid, you are too naive. One would think. Farid would never allow this rookie an easy score, swatting the ball away with a powerful hand, causing Arthur to crash heavily to the ground. Clifford blew the whistle. Foul, resulting in 2 free throws. Oh, well done, Arthur. Good job, baby. Randolph shouted from the bench, playfully shaking his backside at the camera. Farid needed to learn to control his body, to temper his urge to leap. Such impulsiveness was unacceptable, especially when facing off against a formidable opponent like Randolph, who could hold his own against Tim Duncan. Van Gundy provided timely commentary, echoing the sentiments of George Karl, who shared similar thoughts from the sidelines. Yet, what could be done? Gallinari's defense was woefully inadequate, and Chandler's absence left him a loss for substitutions in the paint. As the saying goes, a skilled cook cannot create a meal without ingredients. Even the most adept commander requires individuals to execute plans. One cannot simply charge in a battle alone. Thus, Randolph was afforded additional time to rest. Arthur's free throw lacked consistency, resulting in a miss, which Iguodala seized for a rebound, propelling Lawson to sprint towards the opposing basket. Iguodala, in a seamless motion, passed the ball. However, in the haste for speed, the force was excessive, sending the ball out of bounds. Iguodala shrugged apologetically, and the Grizzlies regained possession. Lu Deng steadily advanced past the half-court line, facing off against Aflalo. "Hey, buddy, are they leaving you all alone to guard me?" Lu Deng provocatively inquired. "Dealing with a novice like you, I am more than sufficient. I'm already showing you some courtesy," Aflalo replied lazily, adopting a posture that invited Lu Deng to take the shot, embodying a stance of go ahead if you dare. Lu Deng refrained from an aggressive approach, instead passing the ball to the interior, where Arthur awaited. This time, Arthur displayed wisdom, refraining from a hasty pivot. Instead, he leaned his body inward to gauge the opponent's strength and positioning before executing a half-turn with a delicate hook shot. Though his intentions were commendable, the execution was sluggish. Iguodala, having anticipated Arthur's next move, was already poised nearby and swatted the ball with a decisive block, securing it in his grasp. "Fast break 3-on-2, Iguodala announced, delivering the ball to Aflalo in the center. Aflalo leaped against Lu Deng, then passed to Lawson on the right, who halted abruptly, evading Kennard's defense, and sank a reliable mid-range jumper. The score stood at 96-91, with 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, signaling a night destined for a high-scoring affair. Quite intriguing, Lu Deng mused, glancing at the scoreboard and signaling Kennard to expedite the baseline inbounds. As soon as Kennard released the ball, Lu Deng executed a long pass to the interior player, Arthur. This time, Farid was effectively blocked by Tony Allen, allowing Arthur to glide effortlessly towards the hoop for an easy score. In a remarkable display of confidence, Lu Deng delivered the ball to Arthur for 3 consecutive plays. Despite the first 2 being thwarted, it appears that Lu Deng possesses a commendable composure akin to that of a seasoned leader. On the sidelines, Holland Lee stood up, applauding fervently. Such passing can significantly elevate the morale of teammates on the court. Basketball is often characterized by moments where a well-placed pass may go unrewarded due to a teammate's misstep or lack of positioning. In subsequent plays, hesitation may creep in, or worse, complaints may arise, which can undermine team unity. An exemplary point guard should be adept at maximizing the dynamic potential of every player on the court, facilitating the optimal expression of their individual strengths. Arthur embodies the essence of a defensive blue-collar worker. While his skills may appear rudimentary, his advantages are unmistakable. His speed and tenacity allow him to excel when receiving alley-oops or executing powerful dunks. In this manner, his defensive efforts have become notably more vigorous, yielding a commendable effect. After scoring, Arthur raised his right arm high, flashing a grin at Lu Deng, seemingly expressing gratitude for his unwavering passes and trust. As anticipated, during the subsequent defensive play, when the opponent set a pick, Arthur even ventured beyond the three-point line to assist his teammates in guarding against several smaller adversaries, thereby granting his teammates precious time to reposition. Lee has gradually begun to exhibit the essential qualities of a core guard. He is becoming increasingly self-assured, and his timing for passes is remarkably precise. Van Gundy has taken out a small notebook, diligently recording observations. This detail was captured by the lens of good fortune, teasing him for his apparent lack of focus on his duties. Now, with a lucrative commentary fee in hand, he surprisingly retains the heart of a coach. Returning to the match, Lawson lingered too long with the ball at the top of the arc, prompting George Karl, who had previously exuded calm, to begin vociferously reprimanding him from the sidelines. Lawson was compelled to leap and forcefully pass the ball to the right side, where Iguodala waited. With merely 3 seconds left on the shot clock, Tony Allen's large hand obscured his vision, leaving him no choice but to attempt a hurried shot. Iguodala, facing a defender, had a three-point shooting percentage of less than 30%, and ultimately, the ball did not find its mark. The rebound was secured by Lu Deng, who signaled for a slowdown in the offensive tempo, leisurely bringing the ball up court and delivering it to Tony Allen at the 0-degree angle. Allen took a moment to assess the basket before deftly passing the ball into the interior to Arthur. The pass was enigmatic and highly deceptive, garnering applause from the commentators. Tony Allen first lifted the ball above his head. Lawson leaped high before him, and Allen, in a seamless motion, advanced towards the paint, adopting a pose reminiscent of archery. Once again, capturing Farid's attention. Just at the moment of his hesitation, the ball was bounced to the ground. Arthur seized the ball and executed a one-handed dunk, a play worthy of the top 5 highlights. This was a classic tutorial on 2-on-2 play within a confined area, a tactic frequently employed by many NBA coaches. Particularly during the era of the Lakers under the OK moniker, Kobe and Odom often utilized this method to pass to Shaquille O'Neal. Damn! Aflalo slapped his thigh forcefully, as the gap narrowed back to 3 points. Both sides were tightly contested, with neither daring to relax. Every possession was fraught with tension. Chapter 31. A grand 3-point revival as the Grizzlies surged once more. George Karl, exasperated, called for a timeout. Do not fall easily into their trap. They aim to wear you down, depleting your stamina and nullifying your advantages, Karl shouted. The players wiped the sweat from their brows. It had been a long time since they witnessed the old man's fervor. Indeed, since the beginning of the season, they had enjoyed a smooth sail, even recently toppling the Eastern Conference champions, the Miami Heat. At this moment, they were riding high, dismissing the Memphis Grizzlies from the Southwest Division with little regard. In their eyes, the only teams of note in the West were Kobe's Lakers and Paul's Clippers, hardly acknowledging the Dallas Mavericks. We need to quicken the pace of our passing, applying pressure at the arc and on both baseline corners. Danilo, you're up. You must create space for them. Karl instructed. Gallinari nodded vigorously at the coach. He had not anticipated being called upon at such a critical juncture. There was no alternative, with Farid lacking a basket presence. To secure victory, a big man capable of spacing the floor had to be deployed. The previous few possessions had already demonstrated this necessity. As the Grizzlies dared to collapse their defense precisely because of this insight, the ensuing plays were not only classical, but also demonstrated remarkable patience. In just a few short years, the Grizzlies had revitalized the league. How has Coach Hollins managed it? Van Gundy marveled, especially in this era, where small ball strategies have gained widespread acceptance. Teams like the Golden State Warriors and Denver Nuggets, with their swift play, have captured the public's attention. Yet, Hollins steadfastly adhered to a slower-paced offensive and defensive transition. He refrained from initiating fast breaks, as this would minimize turnovers and prevent the opposition from counterattacking. The home team's advantage lay in their trio of small forwards, led by Iguodala. The Grizzlies cleverly skirted this aspect, persistently utilizing their power forward to exploit the opposing center, thereby exhausting the trio running the perimeter. Chris Webber's commentary was spot on, replete with quality. I believe Hollins to be a master of chess. He adeptly understands how to leverage strengths while mitigating weaknesses. What is that saying in Chinese? To use 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Indeed, one must admit that the commentary team is equally captivating as the match itself, with the duo frequently delivering witty remarks that amuse the audience before their screens. However, the fans in the arena are far from pleased, as the home team's once substantial 20-point lead has swiftly diminished, while the opposing team's morale surges ever higher. With half a quarter remaining, it remains uncertain who will emerge victorious. I also watched their previous game against the Los Angeles Clippers, where the Grizzlies fiercely contested until the final moments, ultimately clinching the victory for a reason. Van Gundy deliberately paused for effect. The head coach is one factor, but also the unexpected emergence of the number 7 player from the Chinese team, which I believe caught Rivers off guard. Certainly, George Karl today seems to be taking it lightly. Webber took over the discussion. On the Grizzlies side, Hollins has reintroduced Conley and Randolph, and rookie Kenner has admirably fulfilled his role, earning the coach's commendation. The Nuggets are undeniably formidable, a fact I do not dispute. Yet I wish to convey that if there is any team capable of defeating you, it can only be yourselves. Go forth, children. Hollins extended his right hand to energize the players. Wow, what a display. It deserves a perfect score. There's simply no denying it. One can almost feel the spark in the teammates' eyes. Li Ming strode confidently towards the center of the court. Lawson swiftly advanced past half court, with Conley standing guard before him, while Li Ming maneuvered behind Aflalo, poised to intercept Lawson's pass. Lawson glanced, delivering a bounce pass to Iguodala, who seamlessly returned it to Lawson, now penetrating the lane. Lawson's drive drew Tony Allen's defensive attention, allowing Gallinari to capitalize on the moment, stepping back to the 3-point line behind his teammate's screen. I had anticipated this. Do you not possess a hint of originality? Li Ming predicted the pass, intercepting it the moment Gallinari caught the ball, sending it soaring to the nearest Conley. Conley dashed toward the opponent's basket, with Lawson exerting every ounce of effort to catch up. It was a 3-on-3 situation. The Nuggets quickly fell back on defense, leaving little opportunity. Conley settled at the arc, maintaining possession as he sought an opening. George Karl's strategic substitution enhanced the game's dynamism once again, plunging both teams into a fierce battle, making fast breaks exceedingly challenging, especially as the Grizzlies lacked a renowned shooter like Gallinari. Conley, the most accurate three-point shooter, expended too much energy managing the team's offense and organizing the defense. A chance presented itself. Lu Ming, with a mischievous grin, raced toward Conley. What is he planning? Does he genuinely intend to shoot from that position again? Surely not. That shot in the first half was merely a fluke. Conley, with a tacit understanding, deftly passed the ball to Lu Ming. Through their previous collaborations, he had developed a general awareness of Lu Ming's shooting habits and choices. At this moment, his proactive request indicated a keen insight into the dynamics on the court. Indeed, as Lu Ming executed a wide-ranging change of direction, Aflalo instinctively retreated a couple of steps. Lu Ming then pulled the ball back, launched into a full jump shot, and the ball sailed through the net. A magnificent three-pointer, marking his return to the game. "Wow, Lee, he did it, Lee," Weber exclaimed, his voice piercing the air. The entire nation could hear his fervent cries. I told you, he can do it." He excitedly glanced at Van Gundy, seemingly awaiting a response. "What a joke. Just in the first half, you claimed such shots were largely dependent on luck. And now you're concerned about the stamina of the Huaxiao players in the second half." Van Gundy's mind was flooded with contempt directed at Weber. Who would have anticipated such a turn of events? Just as the home team had focused all their defensive efforts on the newly substituted Randolph, Lee unleashed that astonishing three-pointer. This Huaxiao lad always seemed to harbor unexpected surprises. Indeed, he was a selfless player, tirelessly assisting his teammates and providing screens, only to deliver a decisive blow when least expected. A chorus of boos began to resonate within the Pepsi Center, leaving one to wonder whether they were directed at the home team, the visiting team, or perhaps both. Gallinari initiated the baseline play, and Iguodala brought the ball up slowly, his eyes fixated on his teammates' movements, continuously strategizing. Gallinari extended his hand on the right side, and Iguodala promptly passed the ball. Gay closed in tightly at this moment. Allowing him an open three-pointer was out of the question. Gallinari attempted several evasive maneuvers, but to little avail, and was forced to pass back to Lawson on the perimeter. Lawson, without lifting his head, charged forward with all his might, only to find Tony Allen already positioned firmly in the paint. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Lawson had no choice but to deliver a bounce pass to the nearest Iguodala. Yet Randolph's large hand intercepted the ball, sending it out of bounds. With only 9 seconds left on the shot clock, the Nuggets retained possession. Iguodala inbound the ball, and Lawson, after circling around, forced a contested three-pointer that miraculously found its mark. Incredible. How did that even go in? Lu Ming thought, astonished, as Allen's hand was nearly plastered to Lawson's face. Observing George Karl's grim expression nearby, it was clear that while the shot had succeeded, it was not the approach he desired. He consistently emphasized the importance of team basketball, advocating for swift ball movement to the weak side. In his eyes, such a contested shot was utterly irresponsible. Sensing the veteran coach's ire, Lawson refrained from celebrating, sprinting back to his half of the court, positioning himself at the arc to thwart any chance of a fast break for the Grizzlies. From this perspective, is indeed commendable. Chapter 32, holding firmly to the score. Not bad at all. Lu Ming maneuvered past Lawson, quietly positioning himself at the right 0-degree angle. With Aflalo closely at his side, Conley glanced at Randolph and Gay, yet passed the ball to Tony Allen at the top of the arc. Despite facing no defender, Allen hesitated to shoot, opting instead to lob the ball into the paint, which nearly resulted in a turnover. In his attempt to reach the ball, Randolph lost his original position, and now the double team from Iguodala and Gallinari was upon him, leaving him with no room to turn his back to the basket. Zach shouted as he dashed past him, yet Randolph executed a behind-the-back pass to the cutting Conley, who soared high to dunk the ball into the basket. Wow, that pass was exquisite. Perhaps this is the true significance of Holland's substituting in Zach. Even though he may not have many shooting opportunities, he consistently draws the attention of the opposing defense, creating effortless scoring chances for his teammates. It is worth noting that a big man delivering an alley-oop to a smaller guard indeed presents a striking sight. One cannot help but reminisce about the days of the Philadelphia 76ers, when Mutombo frequently assisted the 183cm Iverson with such plays. It is truly impressive, significantly boosting the morale of the team. The teacher has initiated an offensive play, and Conley unexpectedly assumes full-court defense. Lawson, unhurried, skillfully navigates through his defense and passes the ball to Iguodala. Gay instinctively takes a step back. Iguodala glances at the three-point line and swiftly releases the shot. The ball swishes through the net. The score stands at 101-97, with the Nuggets maintaining a 4-point lead. Damn, just because I don't shoot, you think I'm only capable of dunking? Iguodala is not one for ostentation. He merely shrugs and flashes a grin at Gay without uttering a word. Gay advances to request the ball, bringing it into the front court. Iguodala grants him a step of space, enticing him into a three-point attempt. However, Gay does not hasten to shoot. Instead, he opts to wait for Randolph to establish his position inside. Flanking Randolph are Gallinari and Miller, the latter having been substituted in during the previous timeout. During critical moments, Karl tends to favor the seasoned experience of Miller. Miller chooses to abandon the perimeter defense on Tony Allen to provide assistance in guarding Randolph beneath the basket. At such a critical juncture, Coach Hollins consistently kept Tony Allen on the court, firstly due to his unwavering belief in Allen's defensive prowess, and secondly because he had no viable alternatives. Either inexperienced rookies or the only player with right-handed offensive capabilities, Bayless, had already been disqualified. The two coaches were engaged in a tactical battle, each responding adeptly to the other's moves. Gay lofted the ball to Randolph, who, without any hesitation, launched into a powerful leap. Miller, realizing he had lost his position, resorted to a direct embrace. At this moment, the significance of the sacrificial player is clearly evident. He has evidently arrived with a specific mission. With Gallinari having committed 4 fouls, another infringement would result in his substitution, leaving the team at a disadvantage. The referee's whistle blows for 2 free throws. Perhaps having spent too long waiting, Randolph surprisingly fails to convert either attempt. Miller silently revels in this unexpected fortune. Iguodala initiates the play, and Miller advances past the half-court line, swiftly delivering the ball to Lawson, who has found an opening. With a swift stride, Lawson penetrates the lane, and, as Conley lunges to contest, he releases the ball just at the moment of contact. The shot is successful. The whistle sounds, and 1. This exchange of offense and defense has an almost athletic flair to it. One might assert that this choice reflects Lawson's maturation. He refrains from launching a shot from the perimeter and instead seeks opportunities within the paint. Van Gundy expresses his approval of this decision. Meanwhile, Weber nods in agreement, and the camera pans to the sidelines, capturing Scarlett Johansson. Whenever Lawson possesses the ball, the camera shifts to the sideline, and the reasons remain open to interpretation. Beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. Lawson approaches the free throw line, exhaling onto his hand. What troubles his grip? Is he attempting to dry it? After steadying his breath, he confidently sinks the shot, revealing a deliberate effort to slow the game's tempo, an instruction undoubtedly relayed to him and Miller during the timeout by George Karl. After all, what is one additional free throw? Lu Ming strides into the opponent's half, arms raised, signaling for the ball. However, Afflalo is quick to respond, appearing before him. Conley initially lacks the opportunity to pass. Randolph sets a screen, allowing Conley to drive down the lane for a floater, only for Iguodala to suddenly emerge, redirecting the ball towards Miller. Miller charges toward the basket, with Grizzlies players hastily retreating. Yet, they are still a step behind. It becomes a 3-on-2 situation. Miller, composed, dishes the ball to Lawson, who, amidst Conley's interference, executes a reverse layup. The score stands at 107-98 as Conley calls a timeout. With 4 minutes and 17 seconds remaining, the Grizzlies have endured a swift 7-0 run, narrowing the deficit to 9 points. It remains to be seen what strategic adjustments Hollins will implement. The home team excels at capitalizing on such fleeting opportunities, thus mistakes cannot be afforded. Van Gundy articulates this with subtlety. In truth, it is apparent to all that the sole player failing to defend for the Grizzlies is Rudy Gay. His performance tonight has been subpar, characterized by a gamble-like defense. If he fails to make the initial stop, he seldom returns to defend. Thus far, with 17 attempts, he has made only 6 baskets, without any free throws, amassing a mere 12 points. Such inefficiency is unbecoming of a premier scorer. Stand firm in your position. Do not allow the opponent to penetrate. Maintain a judicious perimeter defense, then swiftly return to guard the paint, Hollins bellows. Finally, he glances at Lu Ming, swallowing the words on the tip of his tongue, opting instead to pat his shoulder firmly. Lu Ming comprehends his intent, sees the opportunity to act independently. If they falter, he bears the burden, but should they prevail, the credit belongs to the coach's adjustments. Nevertheless, he could not conceal the excitement within. Hollins had begun to take notice of him, and, in a timely manner, exhibited a semblance of friendliness, which was sufficient. Lu Ming quietly clenched his fist, inwardly calling out to the system as if it were a paternal figure. He twisted open a bottle of water handed to him by a teaching assistant and drank deeply. The whistle blew, signaling the players to return to the court. Indeed, Guy remained firmly seated on the bench, and Holland seemed too indifferent to reprimand him, with Arthur taking his place on the court. Back in the game, Conley and Lu Ming executed a cross screen before passing the ball to Randolph, who had positioned himself at the three-point line. After performing several moves to draw the defense, Randolph returned the ball to Conley, who, with precision and finesse, executed a clean three-pointer. The pace here is relentless. Lawson swiftly penetrates the lane. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the basketball, seemingly endowed with sight, weaves through three defenders to find its way into Iguodala's hands. Iguodala executes his signature raise-the-roof move, emphatically slamming the ball into the hoop. Upon landing, he mimics the motorcycle engine gesture famously performed by Carter. The score stands at 109-101. Lu Ming, utilizing Randolph's screen, navigates to the three-point line to receive the ball, and Conley delivers a timely pass. "Watch this," Lu Ming declares, as he rises high over Aflalo's defense. The ball finding its mark, with the whistle signaling a foul. 3 points plus the free throw. Wow, did that shot seem a bit too solo? It's worth noting that Arthur stood unguarded nearby. Weber can hardly believe his eyes. Yet, the shot counts. Its improbability morphs into a reality, for in this moment, each possession is critical, and the Nuggets show no fear. Scoring 4 points in a single possession alters the dynamics significantly. Lu Ming shares a subtle smile with Randolph. The free throw is successful, bringing the score to 109-105, with 3 minutes and 56 seconds remaining, narrowing the gap to 4 points once again. The match intensifies. In the subsequent exchanges, both teams ramp up their defensive intensity, resulting in a dearth of scoring opportunities, punctuated by various turnovers that conclude these transitions. Hollins promptly calls for a lengthy timeout, with just 2 minutes and 11 seconds left on the clock. Do not attempt to seek opportunities in the paint with every play. Consider mid-range shots instead. The opposition possesses a defensive void. You must create such opportunities for your teammates, Hollins advises, emphasizing the need to shoot immediately after setting a screen. He reintroduces Gay to the court, and one cannot help but admire his acumen, rather than berating him. It is wiser to allow him to observe the opposing team's offensive and defensive maneuvers from the sidelines, fostering his understanding of the game. In these rounds, Arthur's lack of a basket was seized upon by Karl, resulting in the Grizzlies missing a crucial player capable of creating opportunities independently. Hollins was acutely aware of this and hoped that Gay would grasp the significance as well. A direct shot after a screen wasn't that the tactic previously practiced by Randolph, Conley, Gay, and others? Lu Ming pondered this in his heart. On the Nuggets side, Karl did not implement any special arrangements. He merely urged his team to keep the ball moving, to avoid conservatism, and to apply pressure defense, denying the opponent any chance for beyond the arc. The timeout concluded. Conley gathered everyone for a brief discussion before quickly executing an inbounds pass. Gay brought the ball past half court, while Conley played off the ball, an adjustment to fully utilize Conley's sharpshooting abilities, as he was the most reliable outside shooter among the 5 on the court. Randolph once again called for an on-ball screen, and Gay delivered the ball to Conley. However, the seasoned Miller anticipated this move and remained immobile. In the next possession, "I will annihilate you from this position." Yes, he had remained steadfastly on the right side of the 5-man formation, convinced that Conley would receive the ball there, given that the long arms of Iguodala were creating interference on the opposite side. Thus, Miller did not need to navigate through Randolph's formidable physique. As Conley noticed Miller looming before him, he refrained from taking an immediate shot. Instead, he paused, awaiting Randolph and Gay to reposition. Gay, entangled by Iguodala, found himself without an opportunity to receive the ball. Meanwhile, Randolph was closely guarded by Aflalo and Gallinari, leaving Conley with no choice. "Lee," he shouted, flinging the ball away. Exactly just like that. Lu Ming swiftly utilized Conley's screen to dash towards the opposite corner, the only area where the interior players could not provide help defense. This is bad. Lawson sensed the impending danger and pushed Lu Ming. As it was not a shooting foul, and the team's total fouls had not yet reached 4, there would be no free throws awarded. Only 3. 2 seconds remained on the shot clock. He noticed it. Not bad at all. Lu Ming silently got up and moved to the other side. Gay was set to inbound the ball, and Conley circled to receive it. Lawson and Miller exchanged a knowing glance, swiftly switching their defensive assignments, with Lawson closing in. Under Lawson's interference, the shot resulted in a 24-second violation, granting possession to the Nuggets. Hollins forcefully tossed his tactical board onto the floor, pacing back and forth in agitation. At this moment, one could sense that the air in the arena had solidified. Every possession and each pass bore immense significance. Iguodala seized the ball, stationed himself at the top of the arc, and controlled the tempo. He refrained from taking the risky option of lobbing the ball into the paint, instead opting to pass around the arc and beyond the three-point line in search of an opportunity. After countless screens and movements, the ball eventually found its way into Aflalo's hands, presenting a wide-open chance. The Grizzlies players felt their hearts leap into their throats as the ball danced around the rim twice before bouncing out. Yet Miller snatched the invaluable rebound. Wow, Coach Karl had substituted him for this very reason. Although he did not score, his prior defensive maneuver and this crucial offensive rebound shifted the dynamics of the game. With 1 minute and 16 seconds remaining, Miller dribbled at the top of the arc, methodically controlling the ball. Iguodala, utilizing screens, persistently evaded his defender, weaving through players, and in a fleeting moment, pointed towards the ceiling. Miller understood the cue and sent a high lob pass. Iguodala leapt with all his might. Should he dunk this, the Grizzlies would be in dire straits. Alas, a sense of despair surged among the players on the court and the bench alike, for at this juncture of the game, they lacked the stamina to intercept such a high ball. Yet, amidst the crowd, one figure refused to concede. He forcefully pushed past Gallinari, leaping powerfully to intercept the pass aimed at Iguodala. This was unfathomable, defying logic. George Karl incredulously clutched his head, repeatedly signaling to the referee that there had been contact. A foul. However, it was in vain. Crawford ignored him, unwilling to blow the whistle lightly at this moment. Intent on upholding the integrity of the game by allowing the players to resolve matters within the confines of the rules, deeming such physicality insignificant. Quick, grab it. The ball is still in play. Lu Deng shouted from midair. Conley and Miller lunged for the ball simultaneously, rolling on the floor, neither relinquishing their grip. After a fervent tussle, the ball was ultimately secured by Gay, who swiftly passed it to Lu Deng. Lu Deng sprinted towards the basket, where Iguodala waited. With all his strength, he soared into the air, and just as Iguodala closed in, the ball found its way to Conley, who had already positioned himself beyond the three-point line. Drawing back his bow, he released an arrow in one fluid motion, claiming another 3 points. With 37 seconds remaining, the Grizzlies narrowed the score to 109-108, trailing by just 1 point. George Karl refrained from calling a timeout, merely glancing at Lawson, gesturing towards his wristwatch. Lawson understood, settling beyond the three-point line to run down the clock. Iguodala stood firm at the right 45-degree angle, no longer weaving as he had before. Hollins raised his right hand, and Conley, comprehending, made a fist gesture towards his teammate. It appeared the Memphis team aimed to defend this possession without intentions of committing a foul. I must confess, this approach is somewhat perilous. Even if the Nuggets failed to penetrate, should the home team secure the rebound, the Grizzlies could find themselves in dire straits. Time is now of the essence. Miller advances to seize the ball. Less than 10 seconds remain on the shot clock. Aflalo and Iguodala execute a cross-screen, while Ming closely shadows Aflalo. The ball finds its way to Iguodala beyond the three-point line, and he leaps high, with Gay attempting to intercept. The ball is deftly passed to Lawson in midair, and with time dwindling and Conley defending fiercely, Lawson releases a high lob. It misses. Lu Deng charges into the paint, firmly securing the rebound. With 14 seconds left on the shot clock, Hollins calls for a timeout. The Pepsi Center falls into a hushed silence. It is difficult to predict the outcome, as ample time remains for the Grizzlies to orchestrate a meticulous play. Hollins gathers his players, though his words are indecipherable. On the Nuggets side, Karl is incessantly strategizing with Iguodala. Time elapses, and the players return to the court. Hey, I'll make the game-winning shot from this position. Do you believe that? Lu Deng taunts Lawson while pointing to the right corner near the three-point line. Lawson turns his head away, incredulous, thinking, who do you think you are? The coach will designate the final shot, which will undoubtedly be in the hands of Zach Randolph or Mike Conley. Save your breath. Lawson shakes his head in disbelief. Indeed, don't fall for his antics. He is merely trying to distract you. The bench also seems to have caught wind of Lu Deng's provocation. To them, he appears as nothing more than a jester, intent on unsettling their focus to allow Conley a clear shot. Lawson closely trails Conley, who retrieves the ball from the backcourt and positions himself at the right three-point line. Surveying his teammates' movements, Gay and Lu Deng peel off along the baseline, and with 7 seconds remaining, Randolph unexpectedly surfaces to receive the ball beneath the basket. The bench, along with commentators Van Gundy and Chris Webber, remains utterly silent. Will he attempt a 2-point game winner himself? Or will he drive to the hoop for a chance at free throws? Finally, Webber breaks the silence. Randolph pivots swiftly, glances at the hoop, and mimics a shooting motion, while Gallinari remains vigilant, closely guarding him. Randolph bends low and forcefully dribbles inward. This is troubling. He intends to overpower him. Observing Gallinari being pushed back from beyond the arc, Afflalo rushes in to assist defensively. In that fleeting moment, Lu Ming utilizes Conley's screen to dart to the corner, poised to receive the ball. Simultaneously, Randolph, out of the corner of his eye, spots him and delivers a powerful bounce pass. Lu Ming is left unguarded. This is not good. Lawson yells, attempting to contest, but Gay clings to him tenaciously. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming releases the shot just before Afflalo can close in. The arc of the ball was perfect, piercing directly into the net, the lights illuminating the moment. 109-110. Again, another last-minute victory. Van Gundy shouted in initialization. Holland stomped his feet vigorously, while Lu Ming saved him once more, securing a crucial triumph in his confrontation with the esteemed coach of 1,000 victories. Indeed, years later, this will be a source of immense pride for him. The player number 7 from Huaxia has once again clinched victory in a breathtaking finale. Under the watchful gaze of American spectators, he executed a long-range 2-pointer of immeasurable worth. He accomplished it, indeed, even proclaiming during a timeout to the opposing player the famous words of Larry Bird. In the next round, I shall decisively defeat you here. It was simply incredible, utterly astonishing. Let us anticipate the performance of the Memphis Grizzlies against the Chicago Bulls the night after tomorrow, exclaimed Webber. The Denver Nuggets bench was left in disbelief, heads cradled in hands. George Karl remained stoic and silent. Holland stepped forward to greet him, and the two coaches exchanged warm embraces. Ty Lawson shed his jacket, flinging it to the ground, striding towards the player tunnel without a backward glance, oblivious to the outstretched hands of fans seeking autographs. Andre Iguodala approached graciously to give Lu Ming a high five, whispering words of encouragement into his ear. Lu Ming felt a buzzing in his head, reciprocating the gesture and sharing a smile with Iguodala before they both retreated to the player tunnel. Throughout the match, Lu Ming played for 31 minutes, achieving 10 out of 14 shooting, perfect from the free throw line with 4 out of 4, amassing 28 points and 6 rebounds. The only regret was that his assists remained at 8, just shy of a double-digit figure. Conley scored 21 points, Randolph contributed a modest 16, and Gay added 14. On the opposing side, Iguodala recorded 21 points, 13 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 steals, while Lawson tallied 19 points and 6 assists. And Gallinari and Miller each added 19 and 14 points, respectively, with 8 assists. Chapter 34. A first encounter upon opening the door. Lu Ming's eye caught a note affixed to the doorknob. There are no friends here, he mused to himself. Upon unfolding the note, he read 2 lines. Buddy, we watch your game, and we really wanted to see it live, but Wang Ping has class and we're out of money. If you come back and have no training, remember to look for us, you know where to find us. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile, a genuine smile, recognizing that the note must have been left by Daniel, given the distinctive manner of expression. He entered the room, discarded his shoes, took a shower, and languidly reclined on the couch. Just as he reached for his computer, the doorbell rang. Hey, Lee. As anticipated, Daniel's large face filled the doorway when it opened. How did you know I was back? Lu Ming asked, perplexed. We didn't know. Actually, Daniel presses the doorbell every day. Wang Ping chimed in as he appeared from behind Daniel. Lu Ming found himself at a loss for words, yet he felt an undeniable joy in being remembered by others. So, you must be the Lu Ming whom you both incessantly mention? He mused. Unbeknownst to him, there stood a girl beside them, clad in a denim miniskirt. She wore a white V-neck sweater atop a light red leather skirt, complemented by knee-high boots and round black frame glasses. In her arms, she cradled a substantial stack of books. This is my sister, Wang Lele. Wang Ping introduced her with a warm smile. What sister? You only emerged 56 minutes before me, the girl retorted, playfully tapping Wang Ping's forehead. His comical attempt to dodge her playful gesture elicited laughter from Lu Ming. Upon closer inspection, he noted the striking resemblance between the two. They appeared to be cut from the same cloth. Are you not going to invite us in for a seat? She teased, leaning against the door with a playful lift of her right leg. Oh yes, please come in. Lu Ming stammered, feeling a bit embarrassed as he ushered the trio into the house. Make yourselves comfortable, he added gesturing toward the disheveled sofa. His cheeks flushed with warmth as he excused himself to fetch drinks, seeking a moment away from their gaze. "I never imagined you delving into Spinoza and Nietzsche," Wang Lele remarked as she paused before Li Ming's bookshelf, casually extracting a copy of Gabriel Garc, M.Reques's Love in the Time of Cholera. Li Ming, blushing, chose not to respond, instead retrieving milk and beer from the refrigerator for his guests. "I apologize for the lack of fresh fruits. I was away recently, and the selection at home is quite sparse. Please make do with the almonds," he said, gesturing toward the nut bowl on the coffee table. He deliberately averted his gaze from Wang Lele, yet she seemed to possess an uncanny ability to catch his fleeting glances, holding his attention with her own. Daniel and Wang Ping settled onto the central sofa, while Li Ming perched on a nearby high stool, and Wang Lele returned to the sofa, nestling beside Wang Ping. Li Ming noticed her instinctively smoothing her skirt as she sat, exuding a refined demeanor that captivated him, leaving his ears aflame. "Hey Li, we watch your game. How did you manage that long three-pointer twice?" Wang Ping exclaimed, his demeanor transforming as he discussed basketball. "Indeed, I observed them practicing. Their shooting form appeared distorted from such a distance," Daniel added, equally puzzled. That stems from insufficient core strength, or possibly a misalignment in the PowerPoint." Li Ming pondered thoughtfully. "What was the atmosphere like at the away game? Was it excessively loud? I've heard Denver fans can be quite rowdy," Daniel inquired, cracking open a beer. "I've been to Denver as well, but never to watch a game at the arena. You know how it is, my friend. The tickets are exorbitantly priced. Capitalists and team managers often inflate the cost to $1,000 or $2,000, and even the most undesirable seats are priced at $400 or $500, Li Ming replied. Daniel felt somewhat helpless. "That's the food expenses for my two sisters for over half a month, my friend," he lamented, taking another large swig of his drink. It seemed that this gentleman possessed a considerable sense of familial responsibility. Later, he learned from Wang Ping that Daniel was indeed an exceptional individual, endowed with a brilliant mind and holding a full scholarship. However, he dedicated a substantial portion of his funds to support his mother and sisters, and occasionally took on part-time work in computer programming outside of school. Nonetheless, those were matters for another time. At present, it was evident that these two gentlemen were more intrigued by him. To be precise, there were three, as Wang Lele would sometimes join in the inquiries. When confronted with challenging topics, Li Ming often resorted to evasive tactics, deflecting questions such as, "When did you come to America?" or "Where do you attend university?" Li Ming found himself at a loss to respond to their inquiries. Fortunately, they did not press him further. Instead, they persistently urged him to procure autographs of their favored celebrities during his next away game. This somewhat disheartened Li Ming, as he had always believed himself to be the star in their hearts. Wang Ping seemed to perceive this awkwardness and reassured him, "Do not worry. I believe the coach will soon have you starting in the lineup. At that time, you'll have your own signature sneakers and various endorsements." Li Ming recognized that he was attempting to uplift his spirits. However, after this away game journey, he had witnessed the true prowess of those stars. Not to mention, merely the likes of Iguodala presented a daunting challenge for him to match. What about Kobe? Monta Ellis. Even his teammate Rudy Gay was a thought he dared not entertain. Initially, he had planned to take a shower and play on the computer before heading directly to the gym for extra practice. Suddenly, Wang Lele interjected, "I've noticed that every time you pass the ball, he extends 1 foot in advance. The direction you pass is the same as the direction in which you extend your foot." Li Ming was taken aback, completely bewildered. How could she, who was supposed to be just a pretty face, understand basketball so well? This issue had previously been pointed out by Rudy Gay and Mike Conley. It cannot be rectified in a short span of time. To be precise, it resembles an instinctive reaction that can only be altered through extensive practice. Indeed, Li Ming found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly unwrapping snacks for everyone. Were I the coach, I would instruct the players to maintain a step's distance during defense. Observe the direction of their footwork, and then make an accurate judgment to intercept the pass. Wang Lele raised his hands in delight, his large eyes seemingly urging, "Speak quickly. Praise my cleverness." "Fortunately, you are not George Karl," Wang Ping chuckled. "Oh, you are just envious, you fool," Wang Lele exclaimed, hurling a cushion from the sofa at her brother's head. "I am merely speaking the truth. He has done well, saving the team twice. Let's take it slow," Wang Ping pleaded, cradling his head. Li Ming grabbed a bottle of soda, clinking it with Daniel's, and they exchanged smiles before downing their drinks. "Of course, you are just foolish," Wang Lele remarked, adjusting her clothes and hair. Have you ever seen a brother in his sophomore year while his sister is a junior? She asked, covering her mouth with her hands. Oh my, here she comes again, Daniel laughed, almost collapsing into Li Ming's embrace. It turned out that when Wang Ping and his sister first came to the United States for college, she had to spend an extra year in preparatory courses due to language barriers, while she entered university directly. Thus, despite attending the same institution, the elder brother found himself a year behind his sister. She never missed an opportunity to tease him about it, and it was evident that this would continue in the future. Li Ming observed Wang Lele and Daniel, shaking his head in amusement. Chapter 35. Her hair smells delightful. Oh dear, it's almost 4 o'clock. I have a class. Daniel suddenly exclaimed. So, are you leaving? Wang Ping asked, clutching the half-finished bottle of beer. Are you not going? I'll one tea cover for you, if the professor inquires. He added as Daniel sprang toward the door to change his shoes. Let us head to class. We'll connect later, he said, his gaze fixed on Wang Lele. I don't have any classes this afternoon. Wang Lele rolled her eyes at him. Wang Ping said nothing, scratching his head as he followed Daniel's lead. In a short while, only 2 individuals remained in the room. Do you have many classes, typically? Li Ming inquired, seemingly struggling to find conversation. Not too many, Wang Lele replied, her interest piqued by the books on a shelf as she stood to gaze intently. That one is about Afghan women, poverty, war, and violence. All steeped in a profound patriarchal oppression. He pointed to the book in her hands, 1,000 Splendid Suns. I also appreciate that one. The Mountains Echoed is quite good too. Wang Lele refers to the author, Khaled Hosseini. Particularly noteworthy are the intricate details within the narrative. There is a moment when Miriam, having cooked rice too hard, suffers a brutal act where he seizes her hair and forcefully slams her head against the wall, followed by lashes from a whip, compelling her to swallow shards of broken dishes, and then striking her with such force that the porcelain pieces emerge from either side of her jaw. As she recounts these memories, she tightly shuts her eyes, striving to suppress the vivid words and images that linger. This occurred after her miscarriage, as Rashid consistently exploited various pretexts to inflict punishment upon her, which I believe speaks more to a psychological oppression and trauma. Li Ming abruptly downed the remainder of his drink, his eyes widening in disbelief. Growing up in such an environment, even the faintest inklings of rebellion are often stifled during those harsh, mistreated nights. This time, Wang Lele chose a seat closer to him, facing him directly. I find greater solace in Pasternak's Dr. Zhivago, a work that allows me to find tranquility. Li Ming opened another bottle of beer for himself. Every individual deserves redemption. Each person should possess the right to choose. Wang Lele smiled as she quoted a line from the book, which also reflects the author's own reality. Against the backdrop of the former Soviet Union, he was unable to attend the Nobel Prize ceremony in Stockholm, despite the fact that this book had elevated him to the pinnacle of global acclaim. Following that, a prolonged silence enveloped them, both uncertain how to disrupt the delicate balance. Humanity is indeed a peculiar creature. 2 initially unfamiliar individuals, seemingly devoid of connection, suddenly find a common language, only to become apprehensive in the face of newfound understanding. They both endeavored to mask their unease, attempting to prevent the other from uncovering their vulnerabilities. Suddenly, the sound of a jar shattering broke the stillness. A cat, most likely the stray cat, Li Ming mused with a resigned smile as he rubbed his hands together. It's still early. Shall we go for a walk? Wang Lele's right hand clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, the fabric visibly creased, indicating her internal struggle against her own suggestion, ultimately mustering considerable resolve to voice that half-sentence. Sure, Li Ming replied almost instinctively, though he himself was uncertain where they should go or what they should do. Yet, the presence of this young woman instilled a sense of relaxation within him, igniting an irresistible impulse to know her better. Even if it was just stepping outside for some fresh air, he would wager he would be eager to join her. Do you want to change your clothes? It was only as Li Ming gently urged Wang Lele towards the door that he realized he was wearing slippers, and notably, the other sock was nowhere to be found. Ah, my apologies. Please sit for a moment while I change, he said, scratching his head as he dashed into the room. Yes, you read that correctly. He dashed. Wow, is she asking me out? Is this a date? She must be falling for me. Li Ming's heart swelled with delight as he swiftly shed his garments. What on earth should I wear? Should it be formal or casual? Would a suit be too deliberate? Li Ming rummaged through his sparsely populated wardrobe. Ding ding, host. Could you please refrain from self-adoration? She is simply bored. She does not harbor any affection for you. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 103 gene, size, 34C. Major, graphic design and planning, hobbies, literature, basketball, and photography. Stop. I do not require such data. These are my joys, and I shall seek them myself. What on earth? This system possesses such functionality? Is it not merely a technical enhancement? Can also meddle in my life? Shao, did you not perceive the subtle sorrow in her gaze, akin to the sunlight on a winter's day? Li Ming spoke with a hint of enchantment. At this moment, he felt exuberant, not overly concerned with the system's commentary. Moreover, after the game against the Nuggets, he had affectionately named the system Shao, and yes, henceforth, he would refer to it as such. According to the data, women, in the initial stages, may emit a certain degree of affection to deceive thoughtless males, only to abandon, ravage, and trample them when they are ensnared. What nonsense is this? You are envious of my masculine allure, unwilling to acknowledge it. Li Ming laughed heartily. Pa pa pa. Are you addressing me? A knock resounded from outside the door, belonging to Wang Lele. Oh no, it seems my soliloquy was too loud. No. I was merely contemplating which outfit to choose. I shall be ready shortly. Ultimately, Li Ming selected a sporty outfit. All right, let us depart. Before long, Li Ming appeared before Wang Lele, clad in a vibrant red tracksuit, exuding vitality. He had even shaved, and upon closer inspection, he was rather appealing. Wang Lele pursed her lips and tugged at his sleeve. Li Ming did not drive his well-worn car, as Wang Lele expressed a desire to stroll by the riverside. To the east of their home flowed a long river leading to the Wolf Valley, a place bustling with vendors. Around 4 or 5 o'clock, people would gather there to purchase beer and hot dogs, as well as ice cream and various cakes that defied naming, favored by young ladies. Why are you walking so fast? Wang Lele called from behind. Only then did Li Ming realize he was striding too quickly. In truth, he was not moving fast at all, but his thoughts were preoccupied, and hence his pace mirrored his mind, which was undoubtedly filled with everything concerning Miss Wang Lele. Wang Lele swiftly approached and linked her arm with Li Ming's, startling him into a crimson blush. Thus he was led along. Look, there are plush toys. At a vendor beneath a bridge, Wang Lele dashed forward with utmost speed. Wow, are there these as well? Aren't they all food? Has this become a market for my hometown? Uncertain whether the United States has city management, Li Ming approached with hesitation. As an array of figurines came into view, he inadvertently brushed against Lele's hair, which exuded a delightful fragrance, an indescribable freshness. It must be head shoulders, he mused, leaning in closer. Hey, are you selecting figurines for your boyfriend? Take your time. Our collection is the most comprehensive, he said. Wow, boyfriend, he thought, realizing that to outsiders, they appeared perfectly matched. Glancing down at Lele, he noticed her expression was rather neutral, as she diligently scrutinized the toys before her, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened, even wounded. Is this one appealing? He asked, holding up a basketball shoe keychain. Quite nice, Lele replied, attaching one of the keychains to his zipper. Li Ming, resembling a docile kitten, complied with her actions. Boss, I would like these 2 keychains, she said, not even turning around, addressing the proprietor. All right, that will be 34, he responded, handing her a paper bag. Lele carefully cradled it, joyfully bouncing ahead, while Li Ming clumsily followed behind. Chapter 36. For the next match, do your best. The two ambled along, stopping intermittently. And at one point, they shared hamburgers on a park bench. As Li Ming contemplated whether to invite her to a movie while the iron was hot, a thought jolted him back to reality. He nearly forgot about his evening elective class. Lele pointed to her phone. Oh, all right, let us plan for another time, he replied, feeling somewhat glum. Come on, cheer up. We gotta know each other, after all. Just think. I can brag to my classmates that I know a big star from our city, she said with a smile. Many of them adore basketball. Before long, a red Chevrolet pulled up in front of them. Classmates here. I must return to school now. For the next match, give it your all. We'll be cheering for you from our computers, she said, flashing him a victory sign. At that moment, Li Ming felt a resurgence of competitive spirit. He jogged home, performing 30 high knees at the traffic light, attracting the attention of passers-by. Some recognized him, but many did not. To the average American, all Asians appeared quite similar. Without his jersey, it would indeed be challenging to distinguish him at a glance. Upon arriving home, he hurriedly powered on his computer, eager for the latest updates as he prepared for an upcoming away game against the Chicago Bulls. He only recalls that during the 2010 to 2011 season, Derrick Rose snatched the MVP title from LeBron James, becoming the youngest MVP in history. However, he could not find the information he desired. Indeed, It is now September 2012, and it is impossible for him to search for news of the future. He almost forgot that detail. Nevertheless, it is certain that Derrick Rose has recently undergone knee surgery, and his season is essentially over. Never mind, he thought. The coach would provide specific guidance during tomorrow's training session. With that, he shut his laptop and walked into his room, turning off the lights. That night, Lu Ming tossed and turned, unable to sleep, though not due to the impending competition. Early the next morning, he arrived at the arena. For following a series of away games, Hollins had granted the players a reprieve that morning, with everyone expected to assemble after 3 in the afternoon for some agility drills and video analysis. Nonetheless, a few had arrived even earlier than he, specifically 4, Bayless, Gay, Conley, and Randolph. Some of them were already shirtless, hydrating, indicating they had been practicing for quite some time. Lee, what's going on? Why are you always so late? Gay tossed a basketball in his direction. Lu Ming tied his shoelaces and began warming up along the baseline, while Conley tirelessly practiced his three-point shots, with Randolph and Bayless assisting him in retrieving the balls and keeping count. Gay, on the other hand, was engaged in a solitary mid-range routine, executing feints and practicing his footwork. His height and wingspan rendered him nearly unguardable at that position. Yet, his approach to the game was often unconventional, as he seemed enamored with shooting from beyond the arc. His fixation on three-pointers had begun to irk both Hollins and his teammates. Given that his highest shooting percentage over 3 seasons barely surpassed 31%, a catastrophic figure for a forward who averaged 4 three-point attempts per game. He was aware of his struggles, but found himself unable to rein them in. In fact, he was likely to be traded to the Raptors in the latter half of the season, though Lu Ming refrained from divulging such information, cherishing his friendship with Gay, who was refreshingly candid, his emotions easily readable, almost frighteningly innocent. Rudy, are you going to practice mid-range shots? I can help you retrieve the balls. Lu Ming called out to Gay. No, I won't work on my fadeaway jumper, Gay replied without turning back. All right then, I'll entertain myself, Lu Ming said, grabbing a basketball from the ground and attempting a long-range three-pointer, which missed spectacularly. Hey man, you're a celebrity now. Everyone is talking about you, Bayless remarked as he approached. It was then that Lu Ming noticed Conley had just finished his three-point practice. It's not too bad in the end. It was Mike and Zach who made that pass to me. We intentionally practiced these during our drills. Clearly, Lu Ming aimed to leave a favorable impression on this potential rival. With Derrick injured, you're likely to face Nate. That guy is built like a tank, Bayless said, launching a three-pointer from a 45-degree angle. Nate Robinson? He one of the Bulls? Wasn't he with the Knicks? It is not uncommon for a troublesome player to switch teams every couple of years. Lu Ming appeared to hold Robinson in slight disdain. After all, few players are capable of consistently sinking shots while being closely guarded by Iguodala. Indeed, even the likes of Kobe and LeBron have faltered against him. He was particularly wary of tall, agile perimeter players, as his own physical limitations rendered it impractical for him to shadow such behemoths for an entire game, even with the aid of cards. Currently, the opposing team boasted one such player, Marco Bellinelli, yet another Italian sharpshooter. It seemed there was an abundance of Italian marksmen. Just after contending with Gallinari, he now faced the more nimble Bellinelli. Have you ever faced Bellinelli? Lu Ming inquired, feigning eagerness and friendliness. In truth, he had already scoured the internet for all available information about him. Having arrived from 2021, he was also aware of Bellinelli's subsequent championship victory with the Spurs. His understanding of the player's technical attributes was quite profound. Oh, he is a commendable athlete. I faced him during his time with the Hornets. His three-point shooting is precise, and his release is swift, Bellinelli replied after a moment's contemplation. Lu Ming internally groaned in frustration. This was hardly enlightening. I was asking about any defensive tips against him, he thought, as 1,000 exasperated thoughts raced through his mind. Oh, really? That certainly makes him challenging to guard. Lu Ming feigned surprise. In reality, it was manageable. The player heavily relied on movement. If one could effectively defend against his catch, it would significantly diminish his shooting percentage. Bellinelli added, you could say I have a bit of conscience left. Lu Ming offered a hint of approval, yet remarked, I see. We'll need to stay close to him then. Indeed, for a 6'5", 200-pound shooter, Bellinelli was remarkably agile and consistently capable of impressive performances. He executed a self-alley-oop off the backboard with ease. The key is to surround him, Lu Ming mused thoughtfully. Bellinelli felt a surge of satisfaction, perceiving Lu Ming as an amiable individual, at least not overly arrogant. It was evident that he sensed both pressure and crisis, yet he continued to project an air of nonchalance. I'm the man who scored 28 points and dished out 11 assists against the Spurs, an inner voice encouraged him. The Bulls were formidable not merely due to their roster or Derrick Rose. He intentionally paused to gauge Lu Deng's reaction. Rather, it was their coach, Tom Thibodeau, whose dedication and effectiveness on the defensive end were widely recognized. Lu Deng wholeheartedly agrees with this point. The coach is indeed remarkable. During his school days, he frequently followed the coach's matches, whether during his tenure with the Timberwolves, the Bulls, or later with the Knicks. The coach's tenacious defense has always left a profound impression on people. Chapter 37. Warm up at the United Center. Lu Deng couldn't help but shiver. The weather in Chicago is still rather chilly, especially at this time of year. This city is not unfamiliar to him, not due to the realm of basketball, but rather because he had previously visited for a concert. Indeed, it was at Grant Park, located in the southwestern part of the city, where he vividly recalls the day two heavy metal bands from Montreal performed. He joined the throng below, singing and dancing along with the crowd. These are all the memories that his current body can recall about this city. His mind is seemingly filled with an elusive hum of electric currents, constantly reminding him of the traces he has left in this urban landscape. The team bus soon arrived at their hotel. To his surprise, the hotel had unusually displayed a banner welcoming the Memphis Grizzlies, an uncommon sight indeed. It seems the hotel's executive director is not a true basketball enthusiast, at least not a supporter of the Bulls. Hey Lee, did you see that? They're actually welcoming the visiting team. Gay pressed a hefty backpack firmly into Lu Deng's arms. However, the local newspapers were far less cordial. On the flight to Chicago, the seat back in front of him was littered with articles from the Chicago Tribune and the Chicago Daily News. Several newspapers have devoted extensive coverage to the forthcoming match. Even a smaller magazine has gone so far as to describe Lu Deng, the emerging talent, as an exceptionally explosive defender. The backdrop of the article features a framed photograph of him executing a slam dunk. This city has never been in want of defenders. From the legendary figures of the past to the more recent Ben Gordon, and now the star player Derrick Rose, all of whom possess explosive athleticism. Newspapers and magazines also crave such sensational stories to capture attention, and few things attract a crowd quite like players of Asian descent. After a brief intermission, the team bus arrived punctually at the United Center at 6 o'clock. The arena, vast enough to accommodate 21,000 spectators, still bore the remnants of the Blackhawks banners, a testament to the shared home of the NHL's Chicago Blackhawks and the NBA's Chicago Bulls. Conley was already warming up, while Ming lingered at the periphery, quietly observing Carlos Boozer across the court. Adorned with thick finger sleeves, Boozer repeatedly practiced his long-range shots. This player is no stranger to him. He is the man who once left Yao Ming helpless during the playoffs, now one of the new dual threats of the Utah Jazz. However, what captivates him even more than the player's fame is Boozer's peculiar shooting form. Goodness, that shooting stance is truly remarkable. Even Sean Marion would likely be unable to resist a few jabs of critique, yet frustratingly, he is quite accurate. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the Grizzlies' half of the court, as it turned out that Nate Robinson had just executed a soaring dunk over Muhammad. He is the man whom Lu Deng will face for the majority of tonight's game, prompting Lu Deng to steal a few more glances. Of course, it is also possible that Hamilton will have more time matched up against him, depending on Thibodeau's decisions. Since Derrick Rose's injury, the Chicago Bulls have been in dire need of a bona fide point guard, especially after parting ways with Kirk Hinrich this season, further complicating matters. One might argue that Thibodeau has faced misfortune. In the realm of Chinese Taoism or mysticism, he could indeed be deemed a tragic figure. Despite the team finishing atop the league standings for 2 consecutive seasons, they failed to even advance to the semi-finals of their division. Particularly 2 years ago when they were shockingly ousted by the underwhelming Philadelphia 76ers in a first-round upset. The patience of the team's management is likely wearing thin. While one could contend he is ineffective, his team consistently ranks at the top, yet he cannot seem to secure victories against any formidable opponent. There may be contrarians who argue, but our Rose was injured. Had he remained healthy, who could have defeated him? He might even have retained the MVP title. However, injuries are indeed a factor, a variable that both coaches and players must manage. In the final moments of the first playoff game, with a substantial lead, Thibodeau stubbornly kept Rose on the court, resulting in a devastating injury, a torn anterior cruciate ligament. His habit of overexerting his starters, often playing them for 42 or 43 minutes, makes injuries almost inevitable. From his player management, it is evident that rookies under his guidance face calamity, rarely receiving any playing time. He relentlessly drives his starters, insisting they stay on the court even with minor injuries, and refusing to spare them even when severely injured. Rudy Gay's voice jolted him back to reality. Following closely was Gay's powerful pass. Oh no, who can handle such force? Li Ming showta. Gay pointed skyward and swiftly darted towards the basket. Understanding the signal, Li Ming unleashed a powerful strike on the ground, the ball barely clearing the rim. As Gay swooped in with a fierce slam dunk, the ball soared through the air, traveling a remarkable distance of 4 meters. With the jumping foot perfectly positioned on the free throw line, one might wonder if such audacious antics in this arena could lead to a risk of confrontation. Seasoned fans are likely familiar with the lore surrounding this moment, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. On the opposite side of the court, Nate, spurred on by the crowd's excitement, executed an impressive rim-rattling dunk. Although the game had yet to commence, both sides were already subtly engaging in a contest of wills. Curiously, as Nate landed, his finger did not point toward Gay, who had just completed the dunk. Instead, it lingered in the direction of Li Ming, accompanied by a playful grimace and a baby-like gesture. Li Ming turned his head away, ignoring him. Shortly thereafter, Hollins clapped his hands, signaling for everyone to settle down and form a circle for some basic stretching and leg exercises. Conley, meanwhile, practiced his slides along the sidelines. Having had little rest in the previous game against the Nuggets, one could only wonder how his performance might be affected today. By 7:30, fans began to trickle into the arena, and the DJ at the sidelines commenced interactive activities. The cheerleaders, with their long legs, collaborated with the team mascot to toss gifts into the crowd. Some cheerleaders, due to their lesser strength, had to take several steps back and rise on their toes to barely reach the distant stands with their throws. Following the release of the gifts, they would often stumble a few steps, their ample chests swaying in unison. This prompted playful calls from the crowd. "Oh, sister, why not call your brother for help? Brother is strong. Brother can assist you." Today, the studio guests included the legendary Reggie Miller, the king of pressure, and his equally formidable counterpart, Larry Bird. Even before the game commenced, the two engaged in a lively exchange filled with witty banter, their words flying and the atmosphere palpable. So much so that even the Bobcats in far-off Charlotte could sense the heat of the studio. Chapter 38, The Mid-Range Prince. Hamilton the game officially commenced under the commentary of the live broadcast. The visiting team's starting 5 comprised Conley and Tony Allen in the backcourt, Rudy Gay at small forward, Arthur at power forward, and Zach Randolph as center. The home team featured a backcourt duo of Bellinelli and Hamilton, with Radmanovic at small forward, Carlos Boozer at power forward, and Joakim Noah at center. The tip-off was contested between Randolph and Noah, with the ball secured by Randolph, allowing the Grizzlies to launch the first offensive play. Larry, it's quite peculiar. Today the home team seems to lack a traditional point guard. Did you notice that? Reggie Miller inquired, glancing at Larry Bird. Indeed, whether during his tenure with the Pistons or now with the Bulls, Hamilton embodies the role of a finisher. He resembles a sharp blade, Bird replied leisurely. Excellently observed, no faults at all. Remarkably, he didn't even mention Bellinelli. The king of pressure indeed sees Bellinelli's insertion into the starting lineup as hardly worthy of special mention. He is merely a role player, Bird continued. True, Bellinelli is more akin to a catch-and-shoot specialist, Miller concurred. With no alternative, Miller could only rationalize his position, for he was accompanied by such a partner. As they conversed, Conley had already dribbled past the halfway line and established himself at the top of the arc. Gay maneuvered along the baseline to receive the pass. Meanwhile, Randolph struggled to secure his position beneath the basket. Although Noah lacked the bulk of the formidable bear, his strength was undeniably equal, standing his ground firmly against Randolph's efforts. All attempts to lob the ball to him were thwarted by Noah's defensive prowess. It appeared that opportunities in the paint were becoming increasingly scarce. With a flick of his wrist, Conley deftly directed the ball to Tony Allen, who had positioned himself at the right 45-degree angle. Allen lifted his hand for a three-pointer, but it failed to find its mark. Inside the court, Nelly skillfully advances the ball, while Hamilton's agile movements compel Tony Allen to remain vigilant. Boozer secures the ball at the top, gradually pivoting before the basket. Noticing Arthur's reluctance to apply pressure, he raises his hand for a mid-range shot. Perhaps due to the tension, his release is stiff, causing the ball to ricochet off the front of the rim. Noah leaps to claim the rebound and swiftly passes it to the awaiting Hamilton. Without hesitation, Hamilton steps inside the free throw line and effortlessly sinks the shot. This moment evokes memories of his time with the Pistons, reminiscent of when Big Ben would grab an offensive rebound and directly assist Hamilton for a basket. Bird nods in approval. Damn, I let him show off completely. What can I say now? Miller claps, remaining silent, offering a knowing glance for him to reflect on. Gay inbounds the ball to Conley, who delivers a long pass to a sprinting Arthur. Arthur leaps, but is a fraction too late. Noah cleanly intercepts the ball from behind. Once again, a long pass finds Boozer, who, still before the half-court line, takes advantage and lofts a high pass to Hamilton, who executes a splendid mid-air fold. Does he still possess such skills? Lu Ming scrutinizes the masked man before him. With a score of 0-4, the home team, the Bulls, quickly finds their rhythm, showcasing long passes, rebounds, defense, and assists. The Grizzlies appeared unhurried as the ball traversed midcourt, steadily delivered to Randolph in the paint. Randolph, taking deliberate strides, executed a slow turn and, under the interference of Noah, made a remarkably straightforward low shot. The score stood at 2-4, with exchanges from both sides. Suddenly, Bellinelli accelerated the tempo. Hamilton dashed forward, swiftly retreating to evade Tony Allen's perimeter defense. Bellinelli released the ball just in time, and Hamilton rose to shoot, sinking a clean three-pointer. Such a shot is rather uncommon. Most of Hamilton's attempts are jump shots taken near the free throw line after evading his defender. The significance of this three-pointer is profound, particularly at the onset of the game, as it will afford him greater shooting space in the subsequent plays, compelling the opponents to extend their defense, thereby increasing his opportunities for mid-range shots. Gay faltered, and the ball was intercepted by Radmanovi, who swiftly launched it to the baseline for Hamilton. The masked man took 2 steps inward before executing a sudden stop, releasing a shot against Allen's outstretched hand. The ball swished through the net, the whistle sounded, and it was an and-one. The free throw was converted with certainty. One player had amassed 10 consecutive points, casting a shadow over the visiting team's prospects. Hollins displayed neither anger nor the intention to call a timeout. Instead, he persistently gestured for Conley to hasten across half-court. Randolph positioned himself at the top, receiving the ball and executing a handoff with Conley, who, leveraging Bellinelli's body, skillfully deposited the ball into the basket. In this moment, Bellinelli refrains from making a move, as Conley has already initiated his action. Should he exert himself or reach out, he risks conceding an and-one, which will be an unfavorable outcome. This time, the ball was advanced by Hamilton, and one cannot help but acknowledge the astuteness of the play. Reggie Miller remarked while observing the masked player on the court. As another formidable sharpshooter, he possessed an identical instinct. Miller had already sensed that the defensive focus of the Grizzlies was shifting toward Hamilton's direction. At this moment, he opted to play a different strategy, utilizing his own constraints to create more opportunities for his teammates. This is the mark of a wise player. Indeed, after 2 screens, Bellinelli found himself with an open 3-point chance, and Conley watched as the ball gracefully swished through the net. The deafening roar from the United Center nearly knocked Lu Ming off his feet, as he sat mesmerized by the unfolding spectacle. In truth, Hollins had been keenly observing the 2 matches. His decision not to start Lu Ming held a deeper significance. By keeping him on the bench, he could perhaps lead the second unit to greater prominence after an official timeout. Whether one believes it or not, Hollins had already begun to cultivate this young talent. Perhaps in the near future, the Grizzlies could implement a dual point guard strategy. Meanwhile, Lu Ming remained vigilant, meticulously observing the movements of players on the court, not just his teammates, but also the positioning of their opponents. Gay had just scored a long 2-pointer when Hamilton swiftly executed a half shot under the double screen set by his teammates. The score stood at 4-15, with the Grizzlies trailing by 11 points. Conley glanced at Hollins, who remained unmoved. It appeared that he was exercising caution in his tactical duel against Thibodeau. As long as Thibodeau refrained from making adjustments, Hollins would hold his ground. As the ancient military adage goes, if the enemy does not move, I shall not move. I shall endure this contest, for whoever maintains their composure shall ultimately prevail. Gay, with the ball in hand, advanced and settled at the arc, receiving a pass from Conley. With a powerful dribble, he leisurely entered the paint, prompting Radmanovic to pivot swiftly in response. In that fleeting moment, Conley executed a behind-the-back pass into Gay's hands, who retaliated with a successful half shot. The score shifted to 6-15. Noah inbound the ball as Hamilton carried it across midcourt, with Radmanovic signaling for the ball. He is a tall sharpshooter capable of playing 3 positions on the front line. His only drawback is his slow pivot against shorter opponents, making him susceptible to their strategies. However, he has proven his worth alongside Kobe in the Lakers. After joining the Bulls and undergoing Thibodeau's coaching, his defensive awareness has significantly improved, making him a vital part of the rotation. Following Rose's injury, he has frequently been elevated to the small forward position. Today, he finds himself matched up against Rudy Gay. Radmanovi receives the ball, facing the basket. He takes a moment to aim, prompting Gay to react quickly, but with composure, he passes the ball back to a descending Hamilton, who executes a quick stop and nails a mid-range shot. With the score at 6-17, Hollins can no longer remain seated and calls for a timeout. The masked player receives a standing ovation from the crowd. Chapter 39, a duel with Lu Deng. Damn it. How could you let him receive the ball in that position? Hollins shouts at Tony Allen. Don't allow anyone to shoot over you. Rudy, show them what you're made of. Hollins firmly pats Gay's shoulder. Gay remains silent, sweating profusely. Despite being recognized as a tough competitor in the league, he dares not meet Hollins' gaze, merely nodding like a chick. On the Bulls' side, Thibodeau offers little commentary, simply instructing his players to play freely and maintain their positions to defend each possession. Lu Deng has been warming up on the sidelines. Following Rose's serious injury, he has become the Bulls' key player. For reasons unknown, Thibodeau has opted not to start him today, possibly due to a minor ankle sprain sustained in the previous game against the Knicks. Lu, how are you feeling? He gently inquires. I'm good, coach. Feeling fantastic. No pain at all, Deng confidently replies. All right, go ignite their fire and aim to blow them away in the first quarter. As the timeout concludes, the Grizzlies bring in Lu Ming, forming a three-guard lineup with Bayless and Conley, while Gay and Randolph secure the paint. The Bulls substitute Radmanovi for their star small forward, Lu Deng, whose entrance is met with a euphoric roar from the home crowd. The camera briefly shifts to Scottie Pippen on the sidelines. This shot carries significant meaning. It appears Chicago has finally found his successor, Larry Bird quips. Indeed, as the epitome of a versatile small forward in the league, Pippen has always held a unique status, even in later years, competing alongside the legendary Jordan. Deng, a product of Chicago, is a top-tier small forward from Duke University, having quickly established his value within just 2 years. His all-around skills inevitably draw comparisons to Pippen. Oh, and compared to Pippen, the attention seems to gravitate more towards Larsa beside him. Yes, that famed blonde beauty, a magnet for young talent. I suspect her doorframe might just be green. Larry Bird shifted the conversation. Well, I must say, I have encountered those headlines as well, and I too am curious to savor the taste of donuts. Scott is rather aged, and the court has drained him of all his energy. He likely struggles to find sustenance. Reggie Miller's incessant chatter can be quite irksome, particularly when he seizes the moment to deliver a cutting remark. Returning to the matter at hand, dear spectators, let us discuss the game. Bellowing forth, Beria advanced with the ball, while Rudy Gay slipped beneath the basket, reaching out for the pass. Lu Deng bent low, firmly pressing against Gay's waist. Gay found himself in an awkward position, unable to exert his strength, and had to retreat once more to the vicinity of the free throw line. Conley and Ming executed a double screen, successfully delivering the ball into the hands of Randolph, who effortlessly sank a long two-pointer, bringing the score to 8-17. Zach possesses a deft touch. For a man weighing 300 pounds, his finesse is commendable and remarkably smooth. As the replay of the basket unfolded, Larry Bird took the opportunity to enlighten the audience about Randolph's illustrious career. Indeed, he performs admirably, Miller interjected. Bellinelli received the ball. Maneuvering to the right beyond the three-point arc, Deng approached to take possession, executing a triple threat stance before driving into the lane and passing to Boozer on the opposite side. Boozer feigned an attack, pivoting gracefully to return the ball to Deng, who, with a deft arch, released a shot that found its mark. During this period, the game was characterized by back-and-forth exchanges, indicating that the Bulls aimed to decisively overpower the Grizzlies. Conley gestured for his teammates to slow the pace and proceed cautiously. Hollis cast a knowing glance from the sidelines. Lu Ming stealthily maneuvered behind Conley. Without glancing at his teammates, Conley executed a cross-court pass. Lu Ming, not waiting for Randolph to establish position, attempted a three-pointer. The shot missed, and both Randolph and Noah leaped simultaneously. Lee, what on earth are you doing? Hollins bellowed, frustrated that his strategy of playing it safe had been undermined by a hasty shot. However, this play not only caught him off guard but also surprised the Bulls. Amidst the astonishment, Lu Ming charged into the paint, gathering momentum to execute a powerful dunk over Noah. Noah, momentarily dazed, fell heavily to the floor, struggling to regain his bearings. Who is this number 7? I've never seen him before. Murmurs began circulating through the crowd. I don't know. Perhaps he was called up from the D-League. The Grizzlies' backup guards were injured, so he was brought in as a temporary replacement, someone speculated. Have you seen those reports? They've already begun to celebrate our little player with headlines about the pride of Huaxia, Bird remarked pensively. I believe it won't be long before he is mentioned as a starter, playing alongside Conley. Alternatively, they might as well trade Conley. There's no need for two overlapping guards. The team should consolidate its ball handling and focus on development. These onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, spoke without filter. Yet, it must be said that their unrestrained commentary had indeed rekindled interest in the local sports radio, especially since baseball had captured much of the attention in the Chicago area. Basketball had only begun to regain its footing in recent years, largely due to Rose's arrival. With a score of 10-20, the Bulls inbound the ball. Lu Deng executed a dazzling layup, navigating through the defenses of Gay and Conley, twisting his body like a pretzel to score off the backboard. What incredible agility! This young man's future is bright, Miller exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically. Conley and Beliers exchanged passes at midcourt, gradually retreating to the three-point line. Once again, Li Ming circled behind Conley, who flicked his right wrist lightly. The ball landed in Li Ming's hands, and without a moment's hesitation, he launched a three-pointer that echoed the finesse of a prime-time Tracy McGrady, swishing through the net. 13-22. That was an excellent screen. It seems this washout player and Conley are developing a palpable chemistry, Bird observed, reflecting on the high-fiving duo. Indeed, Bird possessed a keen eye. He could foresee developments well ahead of others. The diminutive duo before us may very well embody the burgeoning hopes of the Memphis populace in the forthcoming years. Complemented by the formidable Zach Randolph in the paint, once Marc Gasol returns from injury, they shall pose a formidable challenge to any opponent. Lu Deng let out a grunt, once more calling out to Bellinelli for the ball, seemingly intent on exhausting every ounce of his strength in one fervent effort. With a series of deft dribbles between his legs, he executed a right-handed pullback, angling his body to maneuver into the key, using Randolph's presence to guide the ball into the basket. The ball swished through the net, and the whistle blew, successfully converting the 2+1 opportunity. The ball proved to be formidable, not only resulting in a goal, but also forcing the opposing team's sole legitimate center to incur a foul. Deng took a moment to steady his breath before confidently converting the free throw. Li Ming and Conley exchanged a glance, swiftly dashing forward. Conley executed a long throw, and just when everyone anticipated that Li Ming was about to receive the ball, a shadow suddenly darted in, deflecting the ball out of bounds. Upon landing, it became clear that it was number 9, Lu Deng. Indeed, this man's astonishing explosiveness and long reach reignited the cheers of the home fans. This is intriguing, Li Ming mused, intentionally brushing shoulders with him. Both pretended as if nothing had happened, taking their positions at the sidelines, awaiting the inbound. Chapter 40. What a prestigious schools. It's all about the esteemed institutions, after all. This play distinctly showcased the disparity in physical prowess between the two. Lu Deng arrived late, but managed to thwart what seemed to be an inevitable pass with his long arms. Miller shook his head. Hey, Reggie, although you often speak nonsensically, this time I must stand by you. This play truly illustrates the difference in skill. Bird added with a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, who is Lu Deng? He is a standout player from Duke University, a marquee figure, a favorite of Coach K. The talents he has nurtured are all formidable in their own right. A smirk of disdain crept onto Larry Bird's lips. Deng's entry invigorated the Bulls, who had already seized the initiative. Indeed, Thibodeau's team was proving to be a tough opponent with a widening gap of 13-25, prompting Li Ming to furrow his brow. Bellers initiated the play, and Li Ming leaped beyond the three-point line to receive the ball, with Conley and Gay spreading to either side. Left or right? I recall Deng is a left-handed player. Li Ming's mind swiftly calculated in that fleeting moment. To close the gap, they needed to penetrate the perimeter defense. Only by breaching the outer defense could Noah, the imposing interior defender, be drawn out, allowing Randolph more opportunities inside. Li Ming swiftly cut in from the right, yet Deng's footwork was equally agile. And even from the right side, Li Ming found little advantage. I've got him. Here comes the chance. Leaning against Deng, Li Ming jumped to pass the ball to Bellers at the arc. Before Boozer could react, Bellers swiftly delivered the ball to the other side to Gay. Gay, relentless, launched a high arcing shot that found its mark. Boozer had misjudged the play, losing his position and allowing Gay to seize the opportunity. The deficit shrank back within 10 points. Thibodeau called for a timeout with 4:40 remaining in the first quarter. Do not be intimidated by their FAAD. The opposing side is drained. Randolph has exerted too much energy on defense. Let us intensify our efforts, Thibodeau declared, gesturing decisively as Boozer exited the game for Nate Robinson. The team's height diminished once more, with Deng shifting to the power forward position, suggesting that Thibodeau desired even greater speed on the court. Wow, bringing in Nate at this moment? Up by 10, and you're putting in Nate? The utilization of personnel by Thibodeau is indeed perplexing, I must concede. Clad in jersey number 2, Nate Robinson strides into the center of the court, vigorously gesticulating in a display reminiscent of a chest-thumping gorilla. As Lu Deng initiates the play, Nate dribbles past half-court, closely shadowed by Bayless. After a series of crossovers that send Bayless stumbling, Nate suddenly accelerates. Alas, he is barreling towards Zach. Like a cannonball, Nate launches himself into the air. Sensing the futility of defense, Randolph instinctively reaches out. Just as they are on the verge of contact, Ming intervenes, grabbing Robinson to prevent the impending collision. A foul is called, and Ming raises his hands in triumph, thwarting Randolph's plight. Thibodeau is indeed something of a strategist, seemingly intent on exhausting our towering presence in the paint. Upon witnessing this, Hollins swiftly substitutes Randolph for Arthur, opting for a smaller lineup to counter the opposition's diminutive arrangement. You wish to play fast? Very well. I shall oblige, he seems to convey. Ming gives a thumbs up towards the coach, but Hollins turns his face away, appearing to silently admonish. Focus on your game. Managing the lineup is my responsibility. Arthur clumsily positions himself beside Noah as Robinson steps to the free throw line, aiming to make both shots. Bayless sprints down the court with the ball, while Ming deftly utilizes Conley's screen to retrieve the ball, passing it to the cutting Gay. Disturbed by Noah's long reach, Gay attempts a forceful shot beneath the basket, only to be called for traveling. The camera shifts to the sideline where Hollins, exasperated, slaps his forehead and mutters a few choice remarks about the opposing players. Robinson plays with explosive energy. Each time he receives the ball, he either charges directly toward the basket or dishes it to Noah in the paint. In less than 2 minutes on the court, Arthur has already accrued 2 fouls. He is still too inexperienced compared to Noah, as Bird shakes his head in disapproval. With Arthur now in foul trouble, the team is left with the seldom used Iranian center, Haddadi. Nevertheless, Hollins seems reluctant to call upon him. Instead, he gestures to Arthur to loosen up, encouraging him not to fear fouls. Seizing the opportunity during a free throw break, Ming gathers the team to discuss shifting to a zone defense, allowing Zach Randolph some much-needed rest. The players nod in agreement. It is evident that even with 4 or 5 fouls, their individual contributions pale in comparison to Randolph's pivotal role in both offense and defense. As long as Randolph occupies the paint, the team retains a sense of assurance for counterattacks. Glancing at the scoreboard, Ming swiftly pushes the ball forward, completing an offensive drive in under 7 seconds, challenging Noah's reach to earn 2 free throw attempts. You wish to wear down our interior strength? Then let us return the favor, he thinks. Whether it's Lu Deng from Duke or Joakim Noah from Florida, he is determined to compete with these esteemed collegiate athletes. It is not the prestigious schools that instill a sense of urgency. To ascend in rank, one must score points over players adorned with greater accolades, and strive to win each defensive matchup. Only then will the media take notice, and coaches will acknowledge your efforts. Ming gritted his teeth, rubbing his waist. For during his recent drive, Noah's elbow had inadvertently struck him. Perhaps it was due to his earlier exertion, or perhaps an excess of enthusiasm. But he missed a free throw. Frustrated, Ming retreated, clapping his hands as Lu Deng regained possession. He shouted towards Gay, and with unspoken understanding, they switched positions. Indeed, he was to defend the opposing team's key player in the forthcoming play. Deng cast a cold glance his way, then accelerated. Ming adhered closely, exhibiting tenacious defense akin to a relentless adhesive. Deng found no room to shoot. Quite commendable. Deng began to suppress his smile, retreating to the three-point line to gather momentum for another drive. Ming allowed him to penetrate from the right, pursuing from behind. Deng's jump shot was contested, yet Noah, positioned favorably, seized the rebound. Randolph, in his attempt to secure the board, suffered significantly. Arthur, accustomed to leaping but lacking the savvy of the seasoned Noah, consistently found himself outmaneuvered beneath the basket. Noah passed the ball to Deng, who sought another opportunity from the perimeter. Noah spun past Arthur, and Deng's pass arrived promptly. You wish to dunk? Have you consulted your elder? Ming dashed towards the paint, swatting the ball away from Noah's grasp. Gay collected the ball, racing towards the opposing basket, while Thibodeau directed his players to transition back on defense. In a 2-on-2 situation, Gay leaped high, striking the ball towards the ground in the face of Deng's outstretched arms, and Ming followed up with an effortless dunk. Chapter 41. Noah's Roar Wow. That play bore a hint of McGrady's finesse, quite ethereal, Bird remarked, draining his water. Miller simply shrugged, offering no words. Indeed, whether acknowledged or not. That offensive and defensive display left a lasting impression, revealing Lu Ming's true prowess. Lu Deng patted Robinson's back, affirming his earlier spirited defense. Adopting the demeanor of an elder brother, the activity of the Grizzlies' perimeter players had evidently captured his attention. He began to deliberately control the tempo, opting not to engage in a back-and-forth contest. Indeed, flexibility was essential. With Randolph removed from the game, there was no need to persist in a relentless pursuit of speed. A smile graced his face as he lofted a high pass to Noah in the paint. Although Noah lacked a mid-range shooting ability, he gradually dribbled his way closer to the basket, executing a series of pivot moves. Seizing the fleeting moment of hesitation from Arthur, he deftly banked a shot off the backboard at a sharp angle. It appeared that Thibodeau's coaching had borne fruit, despite Noah's limited progress in mid-range shooting over the past 2 years. His proficiency in executing sharp-angle bank shots and hook shots while moving away from the basket had notably improved. This enhancement granted him a variety of options when confronting different defenders, beyond simply facilitating plays from the high post. He could also drive towards the hoop for a dunk or even position himself effectively against a lean, agile center like Arthur. Arthur, a player who danced between the power forward and center roles, possessed a slender build, yet exhibited impressive footwork. Noah shouted at Arthur, their faces nearly touching. Saliva spraying onto Arthur's face. Disdainfully, Arthur pushed him away and lowered his head, striding past half-court to establish his position. At the top of the arc, Gay received the ball, fixated on the darting movements of Conley and Lu Ming, yet he swiftly passed the ball out to Bellas beyond the three-point line. Bellas smiled slightly, asserting, "You think I'm a frail cat, just because I remain quiet?" With arms outstretched, he effortlessly sank the shot. The ball moves swiftly, and the struggle beneath the basket consumes an excessive amount of attention, leaving the unassuming Bellas unnoticed on the perimeter, allowing him to seize an opportunity. Thibodeau is evidently displeased with such defense, vociferously directing his players towards the outer line. Matched against Bellas is Nate Robinson, whose physical prowess allows him to guard Bellas without difficulty. However, his concern for the interior presence of Gay leads him to be overly aggressive in his efforts to assist Gay and Arthur. Lu Deng swiftly penetrates the lane, but after several spins, he finds himself closely guarded by Lu Ming with no space to shoot. He must leap once more, passing to Noah, who now faces Gay as an additional defender. Noah, unfazed by the double team, calmly pivots to face the basket, glancing at the rim. Gay remains motionless, shrugging as if to suggest, "Go ahead, shoot, why not?" Arthur, meanwhile, tightly guards Noah's left hand, preventing him from maneuvering that way. After a series of moves, Noah finally attempts a half-hook shot. This night is destined to be Noah's, as the ball ricochets off the rim several times before finally settling into the net. The score stands at 19-29, with a 10-point deficit still intact, yet the atmosphere is vibrant. Curiously, having previously watched Noah's games with the Bulls and Knicks, Lu Ming is astonished. He never exhibited such a half-hook shot ability before. Arthur and Gay share his disbelief. Unable to comprehend the stroke of luck Noah seems to have encountered. "Hey, Rudy," Lu Ming calls out. Gay, as if jolted back to reality, barely manages to receive Lu Ming's pass, but one of his feet is already out of bounds. Hollins signals for a timeout. "Rudy, what are you doing? This isn't just one night." Hollins's frustration is palpable, stemming from long-standing grievances. Gay stares wide-eyed, hesitating to respond. "Lee, you need to step up. On defense. Help out in the paint. Assist Arthur." Hollins insists, clearly out of options. Although Arthur appears somewhat inexperienced, he can at least keep pace. Had Haddadi been on the court, Thibodeau's team would likely have exploited him mercilessly. On the floor, Haddadi resembles a slow-motion highlight reel. Do not allow Noah to easily penetrate the paint. Do not fear. They have not vanquished us. They have not truly defeated us. As long as the deficit does not widen, victory shall ultimately belong to us. Hollins fervently encourages his teammates. Lu Ming, standing nearest to him, feels as though his eardrums might burst. The scene shifts to the bench, where Thibodeau is engrossed in sketching strategies on a clipboard, filled with various formations and tactical notations. The players stand quietly in a circle around him, heads bowed, attentively listening to his tactical analysis. His arrival brought a transformative change to this fragmented team. Closest to him was Jimmy Butler, resting off the court. It seemed that Thibodeau had kept a few tricks up his sleeve. As the timeout concluded, the players returned to the court, and the Bulls prepared to inbound the ball. Deng incessantly gestured from the top of the arc, directing his teammates' movements. Lu Ming clung to him, denying any opportunity for a drive. Just as Deng was vocally orchestrating his teammates, Conley suddenly slipped behind him, deftly poking the ball away, which landed in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming, with a swift motion, tossed it forward. Conley surged ahead, completing a layup before the opposition could react. Deng, frustrated, thumped his head lightly. He pressed forward to demand the ball again. This time, he eschewed a pass, charging confidently to the basket and executing a smooth layup. Indeed, this was the demeanor befitting a top-tier player, proving oneself on the court, unperturbed by setbacks. Ready to retaliate, Miller declared emphatically. With 47 seconds remaining, Lu Ming held the ball, calmly assessing the unfolding situation while awaiting Conley's movement. Conley had been facilitating plays for his teammates throughout the past few possessions, having taken only one shot prior to this. Lu Ming was intentionally crafting opportunities for him. He understood that to secure the victory, Conley's game needed to ignite, while he had already formulated his own strategy in his mind. Little master, let us warm up the teammates' hands first before we rely on the system's support to take you down in the second half. He faced Deng's defense with unwavering determination, advancing towards him, the sound of muscles straining almost palpable even through the screen. Indeed, Deng was formidable. As a representative of a new generation of rugged forwards, his physical prowess was indisputable, and Lu Ming found himself at a disadvantage. He met Deng's imposing hand with a motion reminiscent of drawing a bow, as Conley finally maneuvered around Bella's screen to find an open spot. Lu Ming glanced at Deng and delivered the ball securely to Conley, who executed a clean mid-range shot just in time to beat the shot clock with a near-perfect release. Chapter 42. The surge begins. Robinson quickly advanced with the ball, Deng stationed at the arc. After Noah executed a simple play at the top, he handed off to the descending Deng. Both Gay and Lu Ming lunged forward, but Deng utilized a behind-the-back dribble. Noah followed up, leaping high. Arthur lost control of his body, once again deceived into jumping, while Noah dunked the ball amidst a foul, earning an additional free throw. What do you think, young one? Care to return to college for a few more years of training? Noah incessantly provoked the young man before him. Arthur, however, displayed remarkable composure, choosing not to engage with Noah's taunts. One could argue that his wisdom lay in his indifference. Regardless of Noah's provocations, he remained unperturbed and calm. Observing this, Noah soon lost interest and silently approached the free throw line. Remarkably, Noah, who had consistently struggled with a free throw success rate below 60%, found himself in rare form tonight. In the final 6 seconds, Conley, with the ball, was disrupted by Lu Deng, failing to take a shot as the first quarter concluded with the Bulls leading 32-21 on their home turf. Hollins encouraged the players as they exchanged high fives. "Children, you are performing admirably and with great tenacity. Trust me, we will make a comeback before halftime." The players could hear the coach's determined voice. "Lee." Hollins called Lu Ming aside. Ignoring the water he had just opened, Lee hurried over, taking 2 steps for everyone. Hollins grasped his arm firmly. "Can you attempt more three-point shots from the perimeter? We need to accelerate our play in the first 6 minutes of the second quarter." "I can do that," Lu Ming replied, swallowing hard and gazing earnestly at the coach, aware that an opportunity to shine had presented itself. If he could leave a favorable impression on the coach at this moment, he might soon find himself in the starting lineup. Uncertain of his current shooting stats, as the system had not chimed in a while, perhaps his points were insufficient, or his experience level too low to unlock the merchandise city. He nonetheless felt confident that he could achieve a shooting percentage above 40% from beyond the arc given his current rhythm. As the second quarter commenced, Thibodeau brought Jimmy Butler onto the court, selected in the first round as the 30th pick. It was commendable for this sophomore to garner an average of 20 minutes under Thibodeau's guidance. Consequently, he played with great intensity, his presence felt in nearly every defensive play. A high lob from Gay was intercepted by him. This young man, Jimmy, has immense potential ahead. His attitude is exactly what a coach appreciates. Though his outside shooting leaves much to be desired, Miller offered a fair assessment. Currently on the court for the Bulls were Deng, Butler, Bellinelli, Boozer, and Gibson, with Noah resting on the sidelines. The newly introduced Jimmy Butler and Taj Gibson exuded vitality, maintaining a high-intensity defense on the Bulls' front line. The Grizzlies struggled with every pass, forced to incessantly weave outside in search of opportunities. Lu Ming sprinted towards the ball holder, Biyombo, who selflessly passed the ball while shielding against an approaching defender, creating a fraction of a second for a shot. Is he going to take the shot? At this distance, can he make it? Bird covered his mouth, clearly lacking confidence in the young Chinese guard before him, as he had never even heard of him prior to this moment. Li Ming leapt high, maintaining a shooting form that was picturesque, as if frozen in mid-air. Only Carmelo Anthony could rival such elegance. The force behind the ball was considerable, striking the backboard before finding its way through the net, leaving one to ponder the element of luck involved. Nonetheless, it remained a three-pointer. The score stood at 24-32, and Bellinelli could hardly believe his eyes. Although he felt he had not been able to close the gap in time, he had effectively delayed the shot, leading him to question whether Li Ming's core strength was indeed that formidable. Lu Deng advanced the ball across half-court, passing it to Butler, who, just as the commentator pondered whether he would pass, had already taken his shot. Indeed, a man must act swiftly when opportunity presents itself. One must shoot without hesitation, yet alas, his aim was woefully off. Embarrassed, he shook his head and retreated. At this juncture, Butler was still an unassuming rookie. Li Ming offered a slight smile, almost simultaneously passing the ball back to Bellas, who, under Gibson's interference, executed a half-hearted layup. The teams exchanged possession amidst a series of turnovers and intense defensive maneuvers, the familiar clang of iron resonating throughout the United Center. Li Ming finally seized an opportunity to cut from the baseline to the basket, successfully executing a floating shot, followed closely by Lu Deng, who mirrored the same technique to score 2 points from the identical spot. This scenario bears a striking resemblance to the latter days of the Stalingrad siege in 1942, where every inch of territory and every structure is fiercely contested, with neither side conceding ground. The score oscillates, yet the unfolding drama leaves much to be desired, as both teams are renowned for their defensive prowess. Even with the introduction of smaller lineups, the pace remains unrelenting and tightly contested. At times, a mere sideline throw becomes a battleground, fiercely fought over multiple times, and the cacophony of entwined muscles is incessant beneath the basket. With 7 minutes remaining, Thibodeau finally called for a timeout, the score standing at 32-41, with the Grizzlies trailing by 9 points. "Are you all right?" Thibodeau inquired, patting the perspiring Lu Deng, who had been instrumental in breaching the opponent's staunch defense, clearly facing an immense test of endurance. "I'm fine, coach," Deng replied, his demeanor somewhat naive. Thibodeau's inquiry was merely a formality. Regardless of Deng's response, he had no intention of substituting him. The timeout was solely to remove Gibson from play, as he had been waiting for a dead ball opportunity that had yet to present itself. Replacing Gibson with Radmanovi would introduce an additional three-point threat, compelling the Grizzlies' defense to stretch outward, thereby creating more space inside. As the timeout concluded, the players returned to the court. Deng dribbled beyond the three-point line, executing a cross-court pass to the stationary Bellinelli in the corner. Conley rushed to intercept, yet failed to prevent the ball from finding the net. The score now stands at 32-44, revealing the cold-blooded nature of the Bulls' sharpshooters, who possess an audacious spirit, always ready to deliver a decisive blow when least expected. The defense appears increasingly precarious. It seems the pace must quicken. Li Ming glanced at Bellinelli and then at Radmanovic, sensing trouble. Conley slowly advanced past half-court, and Bells moved forward to receive the ball. Li Ming quickly maneuvered to the opposite side, extending his hand for the pass. Upon receiving the ball, he pressed against Bellinelli, seizing the opportunity to score a couple more points while Noah was absent. His intention was clear, to exploit Boozer's sluggishness to draw fouls in the paint. Boozer, predictably, fell for the bait, his large hands pressing down on Li Ming's body, yet Li Ming managed to squeeze through, deftly flicking the ball into the hoop, an impressive 2+1. The free throw was executed flawlessly, leaving Boozer shaking his head in disbelief, gesturing to his teammates, unable to comprehend how he had seemingly sealed off Li Ming's shooting angle. Lu Deng passed the ball back to Bellinelli, prompting Li Ming to close in swiftly. Bellinelli executed a sharp change of direction, entering the paint before spinning and releasing the ball. Radmanovic caught the pass and was about to shoot when Conley intercepted, the whistle blowing for a foul. 3 free throws. Indeed, it was a 3-point foul, necessitating 3 attempts. Conley, hunched over and gasping for breath, could have been substituted by Hollins for a much-needed rest. Continuing at this pace would undoubtedly deplete his stamina in the latter half. Unfortunately, Hollins, conservative coach, was hesitant to make the switch. He preferred to maintain a reliable playmaker on the court, and Conley was the optimal choice. Radmanovic was steady, sinking all 3 free throws. This strategic substitution elicited an immediate response from Thibodeau, the camera shifting once more to the coach on the home team's bench, his expression ashen, as if he were the coach of a team trailing by a significant margin. Bells advanced with the ball, while Lu Ming sprinted past him, receiving the pass instantly. He halted, facing Bellinelli's defense without a hint of hesitation, and launched another three-pointer from an even greater distance. The ball swished through the net, undeniably unguardable, and he would continue to score. Lu Ming taunted Bellinelli, shaking his head and spouting trash talk, leaving Bellinelli utterly bewildered. Chapter 43. The horn of counterattack sounds. The Bulls clearly lacked a thorough understanding of Lu Ming, appearing perplexed by the unfolding events on the court. With a few remarks of confusion echoing from the bench, the score stood at 37-49, as both teams struggled to find their rhythm. Hitting iron on several consecutive possessions, the clock showing 6 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. This kid is far too audacious. Oh, pardon me, who is he again? A voice softly emanated from behind. Thibodeau gestured for a pause. Both teams made substitutions. The Grizzlies brought Randolph into play, while Thibodeau introduced Noah. Thibodeau continued to employ Nate Robinson in the point guard position, with Bellinelli and Lu Deng oscillating on the wing, and Noah alongside Boozer fortifying the interior. This was a remarkably formidable lineup, and the Grizzlies were likely to find themselves embroiled in yet another fierce contest. Lu Ming advanced with the ball, as Gay and Conley spread out to the flanks, while Bellas awaited at the baseline and Randolph anchored himself beneath the basket. Bellinelli was reluctant to leave Lu Ming unguarded, particularly after he had sunk 2 pivotal three-pointers. Lu Deng vociferously directed his teammates to maintain their positioning, ensuring no opportunities for outside shots. Quite astute. If no three-pointers are permitted, then a relentless bear claw it shall be. Lu Ming exchanged a knowing glance with Randolph, executing a subtly concealed pass to Conley on the right. Conley strode forward, drawing Boozer's defensive attention before launching a high-arching shot. Randolph's imposing figure loomed large, perfectly executing the alley-oop. The score stood at 39-49. The play exhibited a remarkable artistry and imagination. Had the ball been directly lobbed into the basket, it might have been thwarted by the lurking Noah. Instead, it was deftly passed to Conley on the right, who, with a penetrating cut, drew the attention of the defenders on both sides. Seizing the moment while Boozer and Noah hesitated, they executed a flawless collaboration. Lu Ming had begun to gradually grasp his teammates' intentions, and his passing appeared increasingly effortless. Ding ding, host, due to your recent outstanding performance, your energy levels have significantly surged, successfully activating the invincible three-point mode. Invincible three-point mode? What does that entail? Is it reminiscent of Peja during his Kings days, or Ray Allen in his Supersonics prime? Goodness, must this system always be so enigmatic? As Lu Ming pondered this, Bellinelli charged forward, performing a skilled feint that captured Lu Ming's attention and defensive focus. He then executed a long-distance bounce pass to Robinson, who, astonishingly unguarded, managed to miss the shot. This fellow is rather amusing. He can be precise when it matters, yet whimsical in his approach. Thibodeau wore a pained expression, pacing restlessly along the sidelines. Randolph secured the rebound, and with a loud shout, he took a large stride as if to launch a long pass. However, Lu Deng and Bellinelli had already positioned themselves effectively, prompting him to hesitate and pass the ball to his side to Bellas. Conley and Lu Ming lingered on either side, seeking opportunities for an open three-pointer. Bellas passed the ball to Randolph at the top of the arc, who gestured continuously, yet Boozer remained grounded. He was compelled to pass it back to Conley on the perimeter, who found himself tightly guarded by Lu Deng. Suddenly, Gay darted past, receiving the ball seamlessly. With a swift motion, Lu Ming followed up, executing a graceful jump shot that swished through the net. This play was executed with subtlety. Everyone assumed the dominant presence in the paint would complete the play, yet Lu Ming, emerging unexpectedly, seized the chance. It seemed even Gay and Randolph were taken aback. A fitting embodiment of the adage, mistakes can lead to unexpected outcomes. The score tightened once more. As Deng prepared to inbound the ball, Robinson was poised to accelerate, but Conley swiftly snatched the ball away. Lu Ming hurriedly advanced towards the opponent's basket, setting up a 2-on-2 opportunity. Instead of opting for a pass, Conley confronted the still-standing Deng, drawing Robinson away. Under Deng's influence, Conley executed an acrobatic layup, slamming the ball backwards into the hoop. Wow, that was explosive. This must surely top today as highlights. Reggie Miller exclaimed. It is often said that Conley possesses incredible athleticism, yet his modest demeanor rarely allows him to showcase such dunks during games. He usually plays the role of facilitator for his teammates. Hey buddy, that was quite a showstopper. Well done. Gay quickly approached to congratulate calmly with a friendly pat on the head. The score stands at 43-49, with a deficit of 6 points remaining. Thibodeau refrains from calling a timeout. Instead, he urges Lu Deng to expedite the play. Robinson, having learned from previous experiences, promptly returns the ball to Deng and swiftly positions himself at the baseline, awaiting an opportunity. Bellinelli gracefully maneuvers along the perimeter, closely shadowed by Li Ming, while Gay steadfastly restricts Boozer's movements from behind. The ball ultimately found its way into Boozer's hands, where he and Noah executed a compact 2-on-2 collaboration. Following a series of breathtaking passes, the ball gracefully sailed through the hoop. The score now stood at 43-51, showcasing Boozer's prowess as one of the league's most skilled shooters, a title some would argue belongs to the Mavericks' Dirk Nowitzki as well. It was simply magnificent. They nearly passed the ball into the basket. Miller clapped enthusiastically, and the crowd began to stir with excitement, fervently cheering for their home team. Indeed, after Li Ming's previous barrage of relentless three-pointers had left them breathless, this moment provided a much-needed release. What is the worry? With the invincible three-point card in hand, what is there to fear? Li Ming shouted for the ball, leaving Bellas perplexed, who had no choice but to pass it to him. With swift strides, Li Ming crossed half-court, while Bellinelli pondered whether he would veer left or right, only to find Li Ming had already taken a shot. What on earth? No pass whatsoever? Not even a single assist? What is going on? It's not like there's only 24 seconds left. Bellinelli was filled with questions, as were the players on the court, including his teammates. Naturally, the coaches on both sides were equally bewildered. I had discussed with him the importance of seizing opportunities for outside shots, but I meant opportunities, not this reckless solo attempt. Hollins shook his head in disbelief. What is this? Is he trying to play the role of a returning king? Shouldn't the Grizzlies game revolve around Mike Conley? Where did this kid come from? Thibodeau was fuming inwardly. What on earth is happening? If this continues, I might have to personally shadow a rookie. Lu Deng, too, was at a loss regarding the unfolding situation. As the ball sailed through the air, it found its way into the hoop amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, akin to a cloud saturated with rain, coyly concealed beneath the barely perceptible sun, almost as if it wished to speak, yet felt a tinge of shyness. The score stood at 46-51, leaving the crowd momentarily speechless, with the fans seemingly unable to grasp the unfolding situation. If the previous two attempts had been attributed to fortune, then this time, it seemed we had no reason to doubt. The number 7 player from Huaxia had once again executed a remarkable long-range three-pointer. Larry Bird deliberately elongated his final notes. The most astonishing aspect was that from the moment he dribbled the ball from the backcourt to the front, it took him less than 6 seconds to release his shot. Do not afford him any space to shoot. Be even more assertive, urged Lu Deng, as he patted Marco Bellinelli on the shoulder. He did not demand an immediate switch in defense, seemingly to preserve Bellinelli's dignity while also keen to observe the outcomes of the ensuing plays. With under 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Lu Deng furrowed his brow, made a swift dash past half-court, and from beyond the three-point line. He launched his own shot, piercing through the net with precision. A sweet ball. The score now at 46-54. This is the essence of a true superstar. You may have scored a three-pointer against me, but fear not, for in the next play, I shall respond in kind. The shot indeed took Rudy Gay, his opponent, by surprise. After all, the rival's primary shooting range lies just within a step of the free throw line. Making such a distant three-pointer, especially when time is ample and the team is ahead, not the first choice. As the game escalated into a heated climax, it became increasingly captivating. Baylor, holding the ball, advanced into the half-court, while Conley sprinted forward, seeking to receive a pass. Robinson attempted to navigate through the wall of screens, but was a step too slow. Conley had already penetrated the paint, soaring high against Boozer's outstretched arms. However, Boozer displayed remarkable restraint this time, refraining from jumping prematurely and instead waiting for Conley to leap before making his move to block. Conley found himself completely blind to the basket, his shooting space entirely shut down. In a moment of desperation, he executed a swift pivot, flinging the ball back to Li Ming. Faced with Bellinelli's defense, Li Ming dribbled backward, stepping beyond the three-point line. What on earth is this guy doing? Can he even play? It seemed like the crowd was beginning to voice their discontent. Li Ming executed a wide change of direction, followed by a quick pullback, nearly causing Bellinelli to stumble. Noticing Bellinelli's loss of balance, he launched a three-pointer reminiscent of a mounted archer, a remarkably difficult shot that tested his equilibrium, evoking memories of Fujima's three-pointer against Xiangbei. I want to let you in, Bellinelli gritted his teeth, determined to contest the shot, knowing he could not allow another entry. Failure would lead to being benched by the coach. He bore down heavily on Lu Ming, yet the ball was already released before he could fully contest it, and a mischievous smile crept across Lu Ming's face. Do it! The shot rippled through the air and found its mark. The whistle sounded, and an improbable three-point play was completed. Without waiting for the free throw, Thibodeau could no longer remain seated and called a lengthy timeout. This shot was significant. Calling a timeout before the free throw could disrupt the rhythm and allow the players a moment to hydrate. Chapter 44. The 3 minutes that defied fate rule. Shortly, you will defend the opposing number 7. Do not allow him to receive the ball beyond the three-point line. Seal him off. Thibodeau spoke loudly to Lu Deng while gently caressing Bellinelli's back. This gesture only deepened Bellinelli's unease. He feared the coach was dissatisfied with his defensive performance. Indeed, after a brief outline of a few tactical plays involving short passes and cuts, Bellinelli found himself firmly anchored to the bench as the masked hero Hamilton made his reappearance. Hamilton's return was not aimed at scoring. Rather, it was to occupy the opposing forwards in the mid-range area. If Gay and Randolph could be drawn out, then Boozer and Noah would have opportunities beneath the basket. Thibodeau, ever the seasoned strategist, knew that with a lead, there was no need to compete in three-point shooting. A few solid inside plays would quell the opponent's budding momentum. On the other side, Hollins was bent over, engaged in conversation with Randolph, the formidable bear who had exerted considerable energy on defense. Despite incessantly wiping his body with a towel, beads of sweat continued to trickle down his forehead. Gay lay sprawled on the floor, hands planted, quietly absorbing the coach's directives. It seemed both coaches had placed their bets on the more dominant inside players. Lu Ming was animatedly discussing tactics with Conley, gesturing various positional movements while Bellas observed them silently. With the whistle blown, the players took to the court once more. Lu Ming resumed his free throws, adjusting his breath before executing a graceful shot that found its mark. The score now stood at 50-54. With the game tightly contested, the Bulls players could not afford to be complacent as they quickly advanced into their half. Lu Ming kept a close watch on the newly substituted Hamilton, maintaining a half-step distance that prevented him from taking a comfortable shot or making a sudden drive. Noah continuously shifted positions in the paint, finding it challenging to evade Randolph's imposing figure. Boozer, however, appeared remarkably composed, having remained stationary at the arc, always facing the basket. His presence was not merely to set screens for his teammates. Rather, it was a testament to his playing style over the years. Astonishingly, this top-tier interior player averaged only 3 free throws per game despite logging 36 minutes each night. One might muse that even my grandmother would secure more free throws were she on the court. Reggie Miller gleefully mocked this seemingly soft big man, quipping that if he had such height, he would relentlessly drive to the basket all night long. Beside him, Larry Bird fanned the flames. Lu Deng held onto the ball on the perimeter for far too long, failing to find a suitable opportunity to pass to a teammate, and was left with no choice but to grit his teeth and drive towards the basket. However, the paint was crowded with Joakim Noah, Zach Randolph, and the newly arrived Rudy Gay, leaving him with little room to maneuver. He was forced to lean back and release a shot. Clearly, such a difficult attempt was akin to a lunar expedition, and it was hardly surprising that it missed. The rebound was snatched by Noah, who attempted another shot, but it failed to find its mark, as his hands had grown cold from lack of use. Bayless soared through the crowd to secure this crucial defensive rebound and took off down the court with the ball. Conley was the first to dash into the opponent's paint, but Hamilton was always there, so Bayless had no choice but to pass to the better positioned Gay. With a graceful 180-degree spin, Gay executed a slick bounce pass that found Lu Ming at the free throw line, who, gritting his teeth, prepared to dunk. Deng leapt up behind him, and as everyone marveled at their remarkable verticals, Lu Ming switched to his left hand midair, delivering a clean layup that narrowly grazed the edge of the backboard. Striking an unusually sharp angle, the ball swished through the net. The score was now 52-54, a mere 2 points apart, and the atmosphere in the arena plummeted to a chilling low, particularly for the home team. Meanwhile, on the Grizzlies bench, the players erupted in cheers, wildly waving their towels. Indeed, they were riding a wave of momentum, fully capable of catching up or even surpassing their opponents before halftime. Such is the nature of this world, with the home team's defensive focus centered on Randolph and Gay in the paint, and Conley drawing most of the attention on the perimeter. Lu Ming found himself with ample opportunities to shoot. Miller, ever the charismatic commentator, interjected with clever quips, exuding a seasoned perspective on life. The outcome was evident. Lee seized this opportunity to showcase his prowess on such a grand stage, deserving of more applause and recognition. Miller, shifting his tone, lavished praise upon Li Ming. After tonight, the leading newspapers in Chicago would surely print those very words, as they encapsulated the moment vividly and effectively. Larry Bird, mouth agape, watched him, eager to contribute, yet unable to find a moment to speak. For just moments ago, during Miller's impassioned commentary, the Grizzlies had inadvertently interrupted the Bulls' passing sequence, and now Conley was sprinting towards the basket. Mike had been on the lookout for an open teammate all night. How would he handle this play? Would he opt for a layup himself or kick it out to the perimeter? Conley cast a glance at Noah's positioning and deftly maneuvered to his left, executing a subtle scoop shot. Having analyzed the game footage, he was aware that Noah would be a fraction slow to pivot in that direction. The ball, as if guided by an invisible force, soared swiftly into the net. The score equalized at 54-54, rendering the match truly captivating. Hamilton inbound the ball, and Lu Deng rapidly advanced it to the front court. As he sought to create space for his teammates, Li Ming, with a swift crouch, intercepted the ball yet again. He dashed across the midcourt, with Conley signaling for the ball on his right. Li Ming glanced to his right, then backwards at Deng, and with a powerful leap, he attempted a shot that seemed to challenge the very heavens. The vertical height he achieved certainly exceeded 90 centimeters. Deng, leaping behind him, hesitated. He had already committed 2 fouls, and further contact would likely result in another foul call. He could only watch as Li Ming dunked the ball into the hoop. The score shifted to 56-54, with just 1 minute and 37 seconds remaining in the game. "Quick, back on defense," Li Ming shouted, extending his arms. His teammates appeared invigorated, swiftly positioning themselves, thwarting the Bulls' fast break opportunity. Deng brought the ball past half-court, with Boozer coming to receive it. He executed a deceptive large step, but Gay remained unfazed. As Boozer attempted to lift the ball again, seeking to arc it, Conley had already circled around him, deftly swiping the ball away. Gay sprinted towards the opposing basket, and upon receiving Conley's pass, Li Ming did not hesitate. With a long throw, Gay leapt high. Duka! 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 The rim reverberated, the vibrations palpable throughout the United Center. Wow! Lee had the opportunity to dunk himself, as the path before him was utterly clear. Yet he chose to pass the ball, indicating that the Memphis team now possessed more scoring options. His selflessness not only elevated this team, but also enriched his own legacy. Larry Bird remarked with approval. The camera shifted to the sidelines where Hollins remained expressionless, as if someone owed him money, his brow furrowed deeply. On the other hand, Thibodeau exhibited some excitement. One could distinctly observe the looseness of the top button on his shirt. With a score of 58-54, the Grizzlies had surged ahead by 4 points. Indeed, they still had the opportunity to further their advantage. Of course, the Bulls also had a chance to level the score, and both teams would vie for every possession, every rebound, and every box out in the ensuing moments. Lu Deng initiated the inbound pass, while Hamilton brought the ball past half-court. Deng began to seek an opportunity to cut into the paint. He needed to step up, for the team required him now. The ball finally reached Deng's hands with difficulty, but Li Ming swiftly positioned himself in front of him, sticking closely. Deng feigned to the right, but Li Ming was unfazed. He then shifted left, the movement too exaggerated, and upon contact, Li Ming fell to the ground. The whistle blew, offensive foul. Yes, the shoulder drop was conspicuous, especially with the referee right in front. Anyone with clear vision would call it. The ball returned to the Grizzlies as Bayless brought it past half-court, with Randolph establishing position under the basket, receiving a high pass into his hands. He gently stepped to the right, and Noah leaped to block him, followed by a spectacular maneuver. Randolph twirled his considerable frame, executing a low shot from the left side and scoring 2 more points. The mindset of the Bulls players subtly shifted, yet Thibodeau had no intention of calling timeout. He wanted them to adjust on their own. After bringing the ball past half-court, Lu Deng signaled for Boozer to set screen, with Boozer positioning himself to impede his defender, allowing Deng to slip into the free throw line area, adopting a poised stance akin to drawing a bow. The exertion from his earlier evasion had drained him of considerable energy, resulting in a noticeable floatiness to his shot as the ball struck the front of the rim. Randolph seized this pivotal rebound, letting out a roar as he propelled it forward to Conley. "Ignite, my invincible three-point card." Li Ming, head down, sprinted fiercely ahead. Although Conley was swift, Hamilton, driven by the urgency of securing his playing time, relentlessly pursued him from behind. With no alternative, Conley passed the ball to Li Ming, who leaped to receive it, creating a half-body distance from his defender. After taking a deep breath, he attempted the shot once more from 2 steps away from the three-point line. This time, it was a positive arc shot, slightly leaning forward, making it difficult for opponents to defend. The ball circled the rim several times before finally settling into the net. The score stood at 63-54, with merely 6 seconds remaining in the first half. Under the pressure from the Grizzlies, the Bulls were unable to execute an effective shot in the final moments. As time expired, the first half concluded with the Grizzlies, particularly the remarkable trio of Conley, Randolph, and Lee, having unleashed an impressive 18-4 scoring run in the last 3 minutes and 40 seconds, successfully overtaking the home team. This match marked the only occasion in which Lu Ming's team took the lead in the first half among the 3 games he participated in. Notably, the opponent was the Chicago Bulls, who had secured the best record in the league for 2 consecutive seasons. Following tonight's performance, Lu Ming's name is poised to grace the covers of various magazines once more, attracting an influx of endorsements and business opportunities for this fortunate individual. Now, dear spectators, let us anticipate a captivating second half, and do remember to leave your positive reviews and stars. Chapter 45. The man who once left Yao Ming helpless during halftime. Thibodeau did not impose any specific tactical adjustments, but rather focused on psychological encouragement. The Grizzlies are a commendable team, and Coach Hollins has developed a robust and well-rounded defensive system. However, it is not without its flaws. For we are superior. Thibodeau paused to take a sip of water. The Grizzlies lack a renowned sharpshooter like Gallinari, so their shooting percentage will likely falter as fatigue sets in during the second half. Let us all take this time to rest and allow our muscles to relax and adapt. On the other side, Hollins spoke little, merely urging his players to rest as much as possible and stay hydrated. He recognized that at this juncture, words are futile. The fierce defensive pressure from the opposing team would surely weigh on his players. The best course of action now is to alleviate their psychological burden as much as possible. After this game, I plan to watch a movie with Lake Gay. Lu Ming, towel in hand, appeared wistful, while Gay looked utterly bewildered. Soon, the brief 15-minute intermission concluded, and the players returned to the court. In the second half, Thibodeau reinstated Bellinelli to the starting lineup, allowing Noah to rest, leaving only Boozer in the paint, while Hamilton, Radmanovic, and Taj Gibson joined him on the court. For the Grizzlies, Conley remained on the bench, while Arthur, Gay, Allen, Lu Ming, and Bellis took the floor. Coach Hollins opted not to deploy Randolph, indicating that both teams were evenly matched in their strategies. Both coaches are astute, and such arrangements pose no issues. Bellinelli excels in offense and defense, and having Taj Gibson alongside him effectively mitigates this concern. Additionally, with Radmanovic, a tall three-point shooter, spacing on the perimeter is further enhanced. The Bulls initiated the play, with Bellinelli handling the ball, navigating through a series of screens. Boozer moved to a high position to set a pick, and after a few simple combinations, the ball found its way back to Boozer. Faced with the relatively inexperienced Arthur, Boozer rose for a long-range two-pointer. By go. This kid is far easier to outmaneuver than Rudy Gay or Randolph, only capable of stationary defense. A mere nudge sends him flying. Boozer had already contemplated his strategy for the next round against Arthur. As Bellis dribbled the ball, he glanced towards the sideline, where the coach offered no specific instructions. The ball was passed to the elevated Gay, who, confronted by Gibson's defense, began to back down for a post-up. The sound of muscles colliding echoed as he maneuvered. Taj's lower body strength was substantial, enabling him to secure nearly 20 minutes of playing time under the stern guidance of Coach Thibodeau, a feat he accomplished almost every evening. Clearly, Larry Bird had conducted his research. Though no longer a player, having transitioned into commentary, he remained fiercely competitive. The pride of one of the league's elite demanded extensive preparation before each broadcast, including an in-depth understanding of player skill sets. Gay struggled to pivot and execute a bank shot. The ball found its way into the hoop, yet he was drenched in sweat and felt a disconcerting jab from Gibson in his lower back, a dull ache lingering. The Bulls quickly advanced, and the ball returned to Boozer, who noticed Arthur hastily closing in to obstruct his shooting view. However, Boozer merely feigned shot, bending low to slip into the paint as Arthur lunged. This foolishness, how easily he leaped and how slowly he learned, left Gay, exasperated, compelled to grasp the vacant Boozer before him. After 2 free throws, fortune smiled upon Gay as Boozer missed one, allowing him a free point. He whispered a few words into Arthur's ear, a subtle admonition. Despite his own aggressive leaping and gambling-style defense, Li Ming and Bellas simultaneously cast disdainful glances at Gay. I surmised that Hollins on the sidelines was experiencing a similar mental struggle. Li Ming dribbled past half-court, locating Gay beyond the arc, unguarded. He took a relaxed shot, only to clang the iron. The rebound was secured by Gibson. Embarrassed, he sheepishly stuck out his tongue at Li Ming, conveying, "Buddy, it's not by choice. You know how it is. My shooting from the perimeter is as unpredictable as a malfunctioning machine gun." The Bulls' defensive strategy was clear. Rather than exhaust themselves chasing other players, they opted to set a trap, delivering the ball to the often erratic Gay. Li Ming shook his head. The Bulls once again passed the ball to Boozer, at which point the Grizzlies players realized that in the second half, this fellow had hardly ventured into the paint. The Bulls' interior presence was limited to the 2'6" faux center, Gibson. Meanwhile, the nearly 2'10" Boozer lingered on the perimeter, making it quite challenging for Arthur to defend him. Just as the commentator was finishing his sentence, Boozer took another shot, this time without even a feint, merely glancing at the hoop. Arthur hesitated to rush in, and Boozer released the ball. The score was 65-59, with the Bulls accumulating 5 points over 3 consecutive possessions, all courtesy of Boozer, only conceding a single free throw in between. Li Ming glanced at Arthur, signaling for Gay to switch onto him, while Arthur would guard the less menacing Gibson outside. Gay understood the cue without needing further explanation. On the offensive end, Gay pushed the ball down the court, executing a jump pass to Bellas, who stood beyond the three-point line, with Hamilton closing in defensively. Hamilton's role was primarily to use his presence to create shooting opportunities for his teammates. On defense, he could only strive not to be overwhelmed, as his age rendered him unable to keep pace with those sprightly 20-somethings. Bellas tentatively extended his right foot, but Hamilton did not react. Despite his age, the experience of being a core player of a championship team was undeniable. He still had a legacy in the league that could not be compared to the likes of a greenhorn like Arthur. Seeing that Hamilton remained unfazed, Bellas accelerated his drive. Just as Bellas believed he had successfully evaded him, Hamilton, almost imperceptibly, snatched the ball from behind without any contact, sending a long pass down the court. Bellinelli received the ball, positioning himself beyond the three-point line, but Gay was quick and had already closed in, his large hands looming over him. With a sly grin, Bellinelli passed the ball to the arriving Boozer, who took 2 steps into the paint and unleashed a thunderous dunk that electrified the home crowd. "Wow, how about that? I told you this ticket was worth it. Even though we can't see Derek, having Carlos is just as good. Have you ever seen a big man with such a touch?" A fan excitedly gestured to his female companion. However, one might wonder whether this fan was truly ignorant or merely pretending to be clever. Had he forgotten the summer rain by Daming Lake? Did he not remember Dirk Nowitzki of the Dallas Mavericks? As the second half commenced, Boozer swiftly amassed 7 points, igniting the home team's fervor. The players on the court appeared ablaze with determination, as if they were ready to devour the opposing Grizzlies. Their defensive anticipation and movements were audacious. The adrenaline coursing through their veins seemed to invigorate rather than exhaust them, enhancing their agility. How could Li Ming bear to watch someone flaunt their prowess, especially Carlos Boozer? In Li Ming's era, this man was considered a public adversary, not in a derogatory sense, but due to his versatile skills that often left Yao Ming in a precarious position. Therefore, any scoring was permissible, but Boozer was the exception. Li Ming gritted his teeth, determined to devise a strategy to thwart him. In the midst of his contemplation, a pass from Bellas arrived before him. Li Ming strode into the paint, executing an Iguodala-esque dunk. Though Gibson attempted to keep pace, he was a heartbeat too late, merely watching as Li Ming thundered the ball through the hoop. Wow, that was a timely play. I suspect that if the Grizzlies fail to score this possession, Coach Hollins will call for a timeout to recalibrate, remarked Reggie Miller, clearly taken aback by the dunk. After all, in their eyes, the athleticism of players with yellow skin paled in comparison to their African-American counterparts, making such a forceful dunk a rarity. Chapter 46. Acquiring the vanished Rain Man defensive card. This diminutive player from Huaxia appears to possess some skill, doesn't he? How many points has he scored? 10? Some fans began to take notice of him. Certainly more than that. I sense he has accumulated 20 points, another chimed in. I'm not sure, but it seems he has outscored Mike Conley. In truth, including that recent dunk, Li Ming had now achieved an impressive 6 out of 9 from the field. 4 out of 4 from beyond the arc, totaling 17 points, along with a free throw. As Bellinelli crossed midcourt with the ball, Li Ming found himself matched up against him. The pressure significantly alleviated, allowing him to focus on scoring and orchestrating the team's offense, thereby granting Conley additional respite. Bellinelli aimed to lob the ball to Boozer, but Gay intervened, disrupting the play just in time for Li Ming to seize the opportunity. With his back to the basket, Li Ming executed a behind-the-back pass to Gay. Understanding the cue, Gay grasped the basketball and sprinted towards the opponent's half. While Gibson had already established his position in the paint, arms raised high. Despite losing the initial advantage, Gay remained undeterred, refusing to relinquish his momentum. Lacking a dominant force inside, engaging in a half-court battle proved disadvantageous for the Grizzlies. Undaunted, he charged towards Gibson's defense and leapt. Just as he narrowly evaded Gibson's block and prepared to dunk, a large hand swatted the ball away. Upon closer inspection, it was Boozer, clad in the number 5 jersey. To one's astonishment, wasn't he this the same player rumored to be lackadaisical in transition, sluggish in his footwork? How had he suddenly become so energized? It was no surprise. In this moment, his enthusiasm surged, resulting in a marked increase in his agility. In this moment, Gay found himself as defenseless as a sandwich cookie. Overwhelmed by the relentless pressure, Li Ming glanced at the fierce duo of Gibson and Boozer, their aggressive demeanor reminiscent of the mischievous spirits from his homeland's folklore. Their combined defensive effort could aptly be dubbed the Twin Goblins at the gate. Ding, dear host, a new task option has emerged. Please check it promptly. Open. If you manage to score 7 3-pointers in tonight's game, you may exchange your performance for coveted skill cards and various packs at the Merchandise City. Currently, there is also a complimentary defensive card named a Vanishing Rain Man available. Would you like to activate it? Yes. The Vanishing Rain Man? What a curious title. Could it possibly refer to Shawn Kemp? Kemp, a legendary figure of the Supersonics, had once propelled his team alongside Gary Payton deep into the Eastern Conference playoffs. Due to the phonetic similarity of his nickname, Rain Man, he was affectionately dubbed the Rain Man. Wait a moment. Why is this defensive card tied to the Supersonics? What connection does this system have with the Supersonics? Perhaps younger fans might not grasp this. The Supersonics were the predecessors of the current Thunder team. They experienced a period of glory in the early 2000s, particularly during the 2004 to 2005 season, when the formidable Ray Allen and the subsequently well-compensated Rashard Lewis, alongside rookie Jeff Green, dominated the court, proving to be a tough challenge. Yet, there remains a conundrum. The Rain Man was an interior player, while Li Ming was a point guard. How could his frame contend without a center? Although Boozer was a diminutive big man, he still possessed significant bulk. Li Ming shook his head, conceding that he would accept the defensive card. Fortunately, the requirement of 3-pointers was not too demanding. He silently assured himself, just 3 more to go. There was ample time left, and it seemed he was on the verge of acquiring new skills. With the score standing at 65-61, the Bulls swiftly narrowed the gap to 4 points, a mere 2 possessions away, thanks to Boozer's dominant performance on both ends of the court. Lee, step outside. Don't let him cut to the basket, Gay shouted, hopping in frustration at Li Ming's hesitance to assist. His intent was clear. He wanted to prevent Bellinelli from penetrating the paint while Boozer could handle his own battle. This fool, Li Ming thought, Boozer is currently on a roll. If you force the issue, you will not have the upper hand. Despite his reluctance for physical contact, his size and nimble footwork make him a formidable opponent. Understanding Gay's intent, Li Ming positioned himself sideways, extending his right hand, thereby granting Bellinelli an opportunity to break through. It was evident that Li Ming harbored doubts about Gay's one-on-one defensive capabilities. Moreover, he was intrigued by the nature of this so-called Vanishing Rain Man card. Why was a perimeter player like him receiving an interior card? Was the system deliberately designed this way, perhaps aware of his team's current predicament? As he contemplated this, Li Ming seized the opportune moment, and, just as Gay was momentarily distracted, he surged into the paint. Boozer, startled by this sudden advance, clearly did not anticipate a diminutive player charging in from such a deep position, causing his chance for a layup to vanish. With Li Ming's elbow pressing firmly against his waist, Boozer found himself utterly constrained and in an awkward predicament. On the sidelines, Thibodeau shouted fervently, urging him to leverage his height and overpower Li Ming. Yet, Boozer seemed oblivious to the command, opting instead to pass the ball, a decision that incensed Thibodeau, who was visibly agitated. But it was indeed a commendable moment. At least the psychological advantage lay with Shawn Kemp's card. To conquer without a fight is a true mark of wisdom. The ball found its way to Radmanovic on the perimeter, but confronted by the relentless defense of Bellas. His opportunities appeared scant, holding the ball aloft in hesitation. With less than 4 seconds on the shot clock, he passed to Hamilton. Despite his attempts to shake off Tony Allen's defense with a series of swift changes in direction, was compelled to shoot hastily. The shot missed by a wide margin, placing the blame squarely on Hamilton's shoulders. On the Grizzlies side, following several uncomplicated pick-and-rolls, Tony Allen executed a cunning reverse layup along the baseline. The Bulls advanced, but Radmanovic's three-pointer failed to find the net. Gibson secured the offensive rebound, but was unable to score on his second attempt, leading Boozer to seize the rebound, while Gay remained blocked behind Gibson. Facing Boozer directly, Lu Ming lowered his center of gravity, effectively sealing off Boozer's waist. This was a classic case of a smaller player defending against a larger one. Let us see what unfolds next. Surely this was a moment Carlos should capitalize on. If he failed to do so, he might never see another minute on the court. Reggie Miller's words dripped with disdain as he spoke, his lips curling in a smirk. Now, the home team's 6 feet 9 inches, 270-pound power forward, Carlos Boozer, held the ball beneath the basket, matched against the visiting team's 6 feet 3 inches, 220-pound player Lee. Larry Bird elevated the atmosphere in the studio. Boozer, backing down, attempted to spin left, as if the entire world was aware of his intent, for he lacked any proficiency with his right hand. Larry Bird pounded the table, his complexion darkening with frustration. Lee exhibited no fear in contesting him, firmly maintaining his position while occasionally reaching for the ball. Miller added commentary as Boozer lifted the basketball, seemingly preparing to shoot. Indeed, he stepped back and executed a pronounced fadeaway, a maneuver reminiscent of his playoff encounters with the Chinese player Yao Ming. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. Lee's footwork was significantly quicker than that of Yao, which would prove pivotal. In the midst of impassioned commentary within the studio, Lu Ming propelled himself off the ground, executing a leaping maneuver that sent Boozer's recently released shot soaring away with a powerful swipe. Guy dashed to retrieve the ball, with Bellas closely trailing behind to receive it. Lu Ming once again harnessed his physical prowess, accelerating with the swiftness of a cannonball freshly launched from its tube, as Bellas delivered a perfectly timed high-arcing pass. Leading the charge, Lu Ming unleashed a ferocious slam dunk, reminiscent of a cleaving strike upon the mountains. The exuberant energy of the Grizzlies bench starkly contrasted with the palpable stillness enveloping the United Center, which had descended into an almost eerie silence. In the interplay of offense and defense, Lu Ming showcased his unparalleled speed and control to the local Chicago radio station, affirming his resilience as a player. The latter part of Reggie Miller's unsaid remark lingered in the air. Someone is indeed a complete coward. In fact, there were murmurs of discontent among the crowd, as the previously ignited home court fervor rapidly dissipated. Chapter 47. A silver lining in misfortune. Carlos, focus, do not let him affect you. Bellinelli shouted encouragement to his teammate while weaving through the court. Gibson, a man of few words despite his fierce countenance, remained silent in the face of provocations from Guy and Lu Ming, steadfastly guarding his position beneath the basket while frequently assisting his teammates in defense. He was the type everyone admired. Lu Ming, however, did not press him. As their encounters were limited to defensive switches, they typically occupied different positions on the court. The roles of the power forward and center had become somewhat ambiguous for the Bulls, granting Grizzlies' key interior player Zach Randolph precious moments of respite to recuperate his stamina. Lee, show them your strength. Go on. Step up. Randolph gestured for Lu Ming to take the defensive lead, advising against merely retreating and waiting for the opponent to break through. Even from the sidelines, his concern for the team was palpable. Lu Ming, slightly winded from the recent offensive and defensive exertions, stood near the free throw line awaiting the ball from Bellinelli, who, however, opted to pass to Boozer on the other side. Here we go, truly reckless. Lu Ming called for a switch with Guy once more, who elegantly sidestepped with a smile. In this instance, Boozer received the ball near the basket, engaging in a direct confrontation with Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his right hand incessantly, murmuring incantations, leaving one to wonder whether Boozer comprehended his words. A twinge of sympathy arose within me for him. Boozer cast a glance in Lu Ming's direction and feigned a shooting motion, yet Lu Ming remained unmoved, steadfastly guarding the space above him. Observing Lu Ming's unyielding demeanor, the crowd erupted in boos, but Boozer paid them no heed, gritting his teeth and pressing forward. Though Lu Ming valiantly protected his vital area, he still felt the sting of impact. Both athletes bore down, their resolve unwavering, for to falter would brand one a coward. Boozer finally reached his favored position, securing the ball with both hands. Regardless of his location beneath the basket, it was an open secret across the league that he would invariably pivot to the left. Lu Ming subtly stepped back, enticing him to launch from that side. Seizing the opportunity, Boozer acted without hesitation, executing a sidestep shot off the backboard. Damn it, Li Ming shouted as he soared over Boozer, expending every ounce of his strength. Boozer's ability to evade was rendered futile, his body succumbing to gravity's pull. With no time left to spare, he released the ball, only to find Li Ming perfectly positioned to intercept it. A clean and decisive rejection sent the ball soaring 5 meters away, the force so tremendous that even Gay, closest to the ball, could not retrieve it, merely watching as it sailed out of bounds. Oh la la! As the Grizzlies bench erupted in cheers, Li Ming, while sprinting back, suddenly contorted in pain, clutching his ankle. Hollins promptly called a timeout, and Gay approached, not rushing to reposition himself, but rather bending down to inquire about Li Ming's condition. "What's wrong? Li, are you feeling something? Move it slightly. Let us see if the bone is injured," he asked with urgency. Randolph was the first to dash onto the court, cradling Li Ming's head and attempting to lay him flat, ensuring that foot bore no weight to prevent exacerbating the injury. Li Ming cautiously rotated his foot, seemingly unscathed in terms of bone damage. Instant replay revealed that during his descent, he had inadvertently stepped on Boozer's foot, causing his ankle to twist nearly 90 degrees. This sudden pang of pain was alarming. If the injury proved severe, it could sideline him for a month. However, had he released some force at the moment, the outcome might have been less dire. Though swelling and discomfort were inevitable, Li's ankle exhibited a noticeable twist, indicating he would likely not return to the game tonight, with fingers crossed that his injury would not be too grave. As a professional athlete, Larry Bird is profoundly aware of the psychological trauma inflicted by injuries. Indeed, the pressure stemming from psychological distress often surpasses that of physical sensations, potentially impacting a player's career. Li Ming gestured for assistance in rising, and Randolph swiftly lifted him, gently guiding him to the sidelines to take a seat. Remarkably, as they exited the court, the United Center resonated with thunderous applause. Such occurrences are rare in away games, and it is evident that this tenacious defender has won their admiration, reminding them of their own team's prodigy, Derrick Rose. One sincerely hopes that injuries stay far from them. Guy attentively helped Li Ming untie his shoelaces and remove his socks, revealing noticeably red and swollen ankles. The team physician approached, spraying a few applications of treatment, then briefly examined him before being summoned away by the coach. There exists an unwritten rule within the league that team physicians cannot communicate directly with players, but may only engage in discussions regarding injuries with the team manager and agents. Judging by Holland's gradually easing expression, the situation does not seem dire. However, for precautionary reasons, it is likely that Li Ming will not take the court tonight. Li Ming felt a wave of disappointment, forcefully striking the towel on the bench to release his pent-up emotions. He still yearned to play, yet the coach paid him no heed. For him, it was a relief that no bones were injured. This provided a valuable opportunity to further study the team's tactical system and positioning while recuperating. In the grand scheme of misfortunes, this was a fortunate turn of events. Meanwhile, Arthur continuously patted Li Ming's head, wishing to offer words of consolation. Yet finding himself at a loss, he could only smile, revealing a set of pearly whites. A few rookies, long deprived of playing time, seized the moment to approach and display their camaraderie, seeking to strengthen their bonds. The individuals involved seemed to be attempting to curry favor, hoping to receive more of his passes in the future. Li Ming heaved heavily, beads of sweat consistently dripping onto the floor before him. The definitive outcome would only be determined once the results of tomorrow's MRI report were available. As long as the results returned negative, indicating no damage to the ligaments, it would be classified as a mere ordinary strain. Given the physique of a professional athlete, he would likely recover with a week or two of proper rest. Additionally, with the support of the system, it was estimated that within 2 or 3 games, Li Ming would rejoin the team roster, staging a triumphant return. However, he had initially envisioned a miraculous comeback akin to Paul Pierce's legendary re-entry with the Celtics, which now seemed implausible. After all, several years later, Pierce would admit in an interview that he had merely been seeking a restroom, while Li Ming had indeed sustained an injury. And the coach would not jeopardize a player's career for the sake of a gamble. Moreover, Li Ming was an indispensable component of Holland's tactical framework, with the 3-defender system having taken shape. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed, and the camera shifted to Li Ming on the bench, his head hung low, staring blankly at his teammates' movements on the court, occasionally frowning, uncertain whether it was from concern over the unfolding situation or the pain in his ankle. Li Ming's absence posed a significant challenge to Coach Holland's 3-defender strategy. Upon seeing Li Ming exit, the opposing team promptly substituted in the more aggressive Nate Robinson to intensify their assault on the basket. confronted by the double team of Bellinelli and Robinson. Conley appeared somewhat overwhelmed, leading to an increase in turnovers while Lu Deng capitalized on the opportunity, steadily reclaiming the lead. By the end of the third quarter, the Grizzlies found themselves trailing 77-84. Chapter 48. The Furious Bulls. Nate, do not hesitate. Drive inside. Coach Thibodeau fervently gestured at Nate Robinson from the sidelines, his animated exhortations causing nearby bench players to squirm uncomfortably. Robinson maneuvered through the crowd, executing a stylish, large two-pointer that swished through the net. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Bulls were the first to score. Lacking Ming's orchestrating presence, the Bulls could concentrate their defensive efforts solely on Conley. Although Bellinelli seized the opportunity to score several points, such tactics were insufficient to subdue the Bulls. The Bulls were a team rich in legacy. Relying solely on one player or a singular moment of brilliance was unlikely to secure victory. Carlos, for heaven's sake, show some backbone. Did you forget to eat tonight? Thibodeau bellowed at Boozer, who had just made a basket. Wow. Coach Thibodeau seems a bit frazzled. Indeed, he is genuinely angry. In his lexicon, winning is a given, especially since Conley remains on the floor, albeit without a backup, Larry Bird remarked loudly. Well, how could it be otherwise? This is a team that has finished first in the league for 2 consecutive years. Their discipline is unparalleled. Even in the wake of Derrick Rose's season-ending injury, their objective remains unchanged. Reggie Miller swayed back and forth against his chair as the atmosphere in the studio had become considerably more relaxed. Devoid of the breathless moments that characterized the first half, Rudy circled to the baseline, avoiding a stalemate with Mike, and created some space. Hollins shouted instructions to Gay from the sidelines. Gay obediently positioned himself at the baseline, while Conley, maintaining his composure, made a jump shot near the free throw line, the ball bouncing twice before finding its way through the hoop. He did appear somewhat fatigued. Mike had already played 34 minutes that night, Reggie Miller observed. Indeed. What have we done now? The Grizzlies lacked reliable and consistent three-point shooters, requiring every shot to be set up through pick and rolls near the arc, which was the most exhausting strategy, Larry Bird noted. Nate Robinson swiftly seized the ball and sped down the court, his feet seemingly propelled by the wind, leaving Conley behind in his wake. He strode boldly into the paint, showing no inclination to pass to his teammates on either side, and delivered a powerful dunk against Gay's outstretched arms. The ball not only went in, but also earned a free throw. Hearty greetings, my friend, as you arrive in Chicago. The doors of Uncle Nate's little abode are always open for you. He unleashed a torrent of classic trash talk directed at Gay, who appeared utterly fatigued and lacked the energy to retort, merely turning his head away, an uncharacteristic display for him. Robinson, relentless in his pursuit, did not rush to take the free throw. Instead, he strolled to the center of the court, waving his arms exuberantly, like a triumphant general receiving the adulation of the home crowd. The DJ aptly illuminated the big screen with the proclamation of noise. To amplify the atmosphere, Nate confidently sank the free throw, granting possession to the Grizzlies. Gay took the ball across half court, glanced at Conley beyond the three-point line, and with a deft sidestep, penetrated the lane, effortlessly spinning off Boozer's frame for a layup. The ball swished through the net. Following the basket, he refrained from celebrating, merely glancing at the scoreboard before trotting back to his half of the court. This shot was a response to Nate Robinson's earlier provocation, and he understood that the tide had turned irreversibly against him. After a series of crisp passes, the Bulls again saw Lu Deng deliver a spectacular dunk. Meanwhile, Randolph of the Grizzlies finally managed to finish a play under the basket, only for Deng to swiftly follow up with a jump shot. It was truly an exchange of blows. Bellinelli inbound the ball, and Robinson exchanged knowing glances with Boozer. Boozer, leaning against Arthur, executed a sudden turn, receiving Robinson's pass in stride. He soared high for a decisive slam dunk. Duke K. The rim reverberated, and the home crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Take down Memphis. Go, baby. YYDS. Give them a good thrashing, Carlos. Make it count. The crowd roared, raising their beers and swaying to the rhythm. Indeed, this night was destined to belong to the Chicagoans. Despite the tumultuous journey, the outcome aligned with their desires. As the clock wound down, revel in the game. For the camera cut once more to Scottie Pippen and his stunning wife, Larsa, seated beside him. Larsa was truly a vision of beauty, her assets unmistakably prominent, though aging. Her allure remained undiminished, inciting desire. It was no wonder that later, Beasley of the Timberwolves would become infatuated with her, forsaking family for her charms. Arthur faltered again under Boozer's front defense, and the Bulls, enjoying a 3-on-2 advantage, inexplicably opted for a three-point attempt, though Bellinelli made the shot. Coach Thibodeau continued to shake his head disapprovingly. The score stood at 89-107, as the home team, the Bulls, extended their lead. Indeed, when holding a numerical advantage, one ought to press inward. After all, proximity to the basket ensures a higher shooting percentage. In this instance, Bellais seized the opportunity to launch a stealthy assault beneath the basket while the Bulls were still finding their footing. The spectacle was undeniably captivating. Yet the score gap continued to widen. During a certain dead-ball moment, the Bulls even substituted Hamilton for Jimmy Butler. Indeed, Thibodeau felt compelled to intensify their efforts, even with a substantial lead and precious little time remaining. Coach Hollins called for a timeout with less than 4 minutes left in the game. Gay Conley and Randolph exited the court, making way for a wave of substitutes, including players like Haddadi, who managed to secure some playing time. The NBA has an unwritten rule that when the score difference is considerable and time is running low, the trailing team is the first to call a timeout to remove their starters, signaling an acknowledgement of the situation. Consequently, the leading team swiftly follows suit, and both sides officially enter garbage time, allowing marginal players to execute some strategies and hone their skills. Soon, with the referee's whistle, the final score was set at 96-119, granting the Bulls a well-deserved victory on their home turf. The visiting team's valiant performance earned them respect, as Coach Thibodeau promptly approached Coach Hollins to embrace him after the final buzzer. Lu Deng, who played for 26 minutes and scored an efficient 21 points on 8 of 13 shooting, appeared somewhat despondent as he sat at the end of the bench, his gaze vacant. It was evident that the near victory slipping away from him was profoundly disheartening. Lu Deng was quick to console the injured Lu Deng at the opposing bench, engaging in friendly dialogue, and even took the initiative to exchange jerseys with him. This is quite a rarity. In his capacity as Lu Deng, he should have sought out McConley to exchange jerseys, which reflect how Li Ming's performance tonight has captivated everyone. The players gradually made their way into the players' tunnel, entering the locker room. Chapter 49. Heartfelt meal. All right, children, this is not the end, nor will it ever be. You have showcased your resilience to those watching on television. I promise you, when you next step into this arena, victory will surely belong to you. Hollins clapped his hands towards his despondent disciples. Encouraged by their coach, the team slowly began to shake off the gloom of defeat, even sharing jokes along the way to the showers. Lee, do you feel better now? Hollins turned to Li Ming, who was seated and struggling to remove his socks. Much better, Coach, Li Ming replied earnestly. Excellent. You played exceptionally well tonight. Do not fret too much. Regardless of the test results, maintain your patience. The team will always stand by you. With a gentle pat on his back, Hollins departed. This old gentleman still possesses a kind demeanor. I wonder why the domestic media portrays him as a white-haired devil, Li Ming mused with a faint smile. On the flight back, Li Ming indulged in a refreshing sleep, and upon arriving at his home in Memphis, he took a shower and collapsed into bed. Just as he was on the verge of deep slumber, his phone buzzed with a sudden notification. He sat up to find 17 messages. Hey, buddy, feeling any better? If you're awake and bored, remember to come find me. You know where to locate me. The first message was from Rudy Gay. This guy always out and about. No wonder he lacks stamina on the court. Lee, we specially checked the Chicago Tribune today. You're quite the celebrity there now. Even the Baltimore ballpark is requesting a one-on-one with you, my friend. You brought us pride. Just hope your ankle isn't too bad. Daniel remained true to his humorous and exaggerated nature. Buddy, I am exhausted. Don't bother me during the day. I plan to sleep the entire day away. If anything comes up, reach out to me at night. Oh, and make sure you take care of that damn ankle before you find me. Love, Zach. The burly Randolph was still a devoted believer. Are you all right? I saw on the news that your plane arrived today. I have no classes this afternoon. Do you need me to keep you company? Reading the final message made Li Ming's heart race. Yes, it was Wang Lele. She was still quite concerned for him. Initially, after leaving the team parking lot, he had intended to sleep the entire day. However, since the test results would not be available for another 2 hours, sleep eluded him. Now seeing Lele's message, he decided to throw on some clothes and engage with his computer. The task was not completed this time, and it remains uncertain whether the system's scoring will be affected. The system did not activate, despite Li Ming silently reciting Xiao An's name several times in his mind. The system is rather playful. However, it remains quite reliable overall. It appears when it should, and it certainly excels at delivering scores when needed. The upgrades are commendable. And as for the benefits, the season has just begun, so we shall see what unfolds later. Approximately an hour later, the doorbell rang. Li Ming hurriedly hopped to open the door. There's no need to rush. I have plenty of time, Wang Lele remarked, cradling a large paper bag in her arms. She struggled to place the bag onto the table in the room. How's your foot? Does it still hurt? The news reported that your injury was quite severe, possibly a bone sprain. Her words flowed quickly, accompanied by a breathless tone. Oh, it's nothing. The results will be out soon. The report has already been sent. And now, it's in the hands of the doctor. Li Ming was aware of her concern for him, and a bloom of delight blossomed within him. Have you been sleeping all this time? Lele inquired, tilting her head. How did you know? He replied. Just look at what time you responded. You kept me worried sick, she pouted as she approached the table, beginning to organize the contents of the bag. Have you eaten? Lele turned to ask, and it was then that Li Ming noticed her elegantly drawn eyebrows and the shimmering contacts enhancing her beauty, resembling a serene porcelain doll. Just as Li Ming was about to eat, he scratched his head, leaning against the sofa. Don't just stand there. Sit down. I'll whip up something for you. Before he could respond, she had already made her way to the refrigerator. With practiced ease, she retrieved a carton of eggs and rummaged through it, furrowing her brow. Why is there nothing in your house? Just beer and cola in the fridge. Can a professional athlete really drink cola? Li Ming found himself momentarily speechless. Fortunately, I just passed by Costco, and many meats and vegetables are on sale today. I brought back some steak and pasta. She seemed to be conversing with him while also engaging in a monologue. Did she really know which days held discounts? How remarkably resourceful. Moreover, she had just referred to coming back, as if she considered herself the mistress of this abode. Was it possible she had genuinely fallen for him? A wave of warmth crept across Li Ming's face. It seems that today you shall have to enjoy steak and pasta with me. You don't mind, do you? Lele turned around with a smile. Sounds great. I also adore pasta. Wonderful. But your home lacks shrimp and mushrooms. Had I known, I would have picked some up. I can't carry so many things alone. Do you have any idea how heavy this meat and potatoes are? I suspect it weighs over 10 pounds. Lele pouted. Li Ming's refrigerator evidently disappointed her. Perhaps her visit was intended to showcase her culinary skills. This heartfelt meal was also the perfect opportunity to bridge the distance between the two. I was wondering, after dinner, could we perhaps go see a movie together? Li Ming stammered. No. Lele turned her head and exclaimed in anger. Your foot is not allowed to go anywhere right now. If you want to watch something, do it at home. I will accompany you. It's enough that I didn't ask you to go out and buy mushrooms. Yet you still want to go to the movies. Your heart is truly vast. Do you understand how crucial the ankle is for a professional athlete? The subsequent words pulled Li Ming's icy heart back to warmth. He fell silent, lying quietly on the sofa, watching Lele bustling about at the table. He longed to embrace her, yet lacked the courage, fearing rejection. Indeed, he was a sensitive soul. Perhaps this was simply her nature. Perhaps she treated everyone with such kindness. Or perhaps it was merely the concern of an ordinary friend. He refrained from delving further into his thoughts, merely staring vacantly at her silhouette. Lele's figure was quite appealing as she stood at the table cooking. Her fitted white jacket accentuated her shape, while her slightly loose jeans made her appear more vibrant. Before long, the steak was ready, adorned with a heart-shaped egg and a layer of red ketchup on the side. The spaghetti looked somewhat dry, perhaps due to insufficient water. Come on, eat, Lele encouraged, opening a bottle of soda and handing it to him. Is this a date meal? You made this yourself? Li Ming forked a piece of steak and brought it to his mouth. Wow, how much soy sauce is in this? It's really salty. He tried to mask his expression, swallowing with all his might. Is it good? Lele asked, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes wide with anticipation. Yes, it's delicious, he affirmed with certainty. Due to starting with the steak, he devoured the spaghetti quickly, hardly tasting it at all. Lele chatted about recent happenings at school and some baseball stars, scarcely mentioning his matches. Li Ming didn't interject, simply enjoying the sight of her. Before long, he received a text message. The test results were in, and the report boldly stated negative. He clenched his fist tightly, the weight on his heart finally lifting. Upon hearing the news, Lele grabbed his hand and jumped around the room, squealing with delight. Chapter 50. Some little joys happening in orderly Ming's ankle had actually ceased to throb as much. He simply refrained from exerting force, opting instead for ice therapy at home. Lele found a small bucket just large enough for him to immerse his foot, and he took the liberty of submerging his right foot as well, 2 ice packs resting atop his knees. Refreshing. After clearing the table, Lele rummaged through her bag and pulled out a camera, fiddling with it. She chuckled often, perhaps discovering amusing photos within. Li Ming caught sight of her holding an old CA Nikon D3500, a treasure for a seasoned film enthusiast. By the way, do you have many classes usually? Li Ming gazed at Wang Lele, who was lost in a reverie. I am currently preparing for my postgraduate entrance examination and selecting a mentor. My coursework is manageable. She did not lift her head. After approximately 10 minutes, she tucked her camera back into her bag and turned towards him. By the way, didn't you just mention wanting to watch a movie? Oh, right, but didn't you say not to wander around? Li Ming's eyes widened, shimmering with excitement. Don't you have any DVDs at home? You know, action films, like those with Tom Cruise or Keanu Reeves. Lele smiled at him. Action films? Does Michael Jackson's concert count? She teased. You'd be surprised, but there are indeed some action movies at my place, though not the kind starring Keanu Reeves. Mostly, they are films featuring characters like Mudo, Ran, and Teacher Song, intended to alleviate nighttime solitude, if you catch my drift. How about we just watch something online? We can directly enjoy whatever seems entertaining. The internet speed is decent here, and the clarity is quite good. Honestly, I must criticize the American internet situation. In this day and age, why is it still so challenging to obtain high-definition visuals? Well then, let us just listen to some music and chat. You need to rest and prepare for your upcoming competition. Strange, why haven't Daniel and the others come today? Lele pouted. Daniel? Li Ming asked, perplexed. Yes. He and Wang Ping texted me, saying they would come this afternoon to watch your performance. They even inquired if I had any classes this afternoon. Lele fiddled with the pillow beside her, appearing contemplative. Those guys. Li Ming had also been surprised that those inconsiderate friends had not come to see him, only to realize he had misjudged them. These two gentlemen are deliberately creating opportunities for themselves. However, Wang Lele, being somewhat obtuse, remains oblivious to the underlying circumstances, believing they're genuinely preoccupied with some urgent matters. Just as Li Ming pondered how to respond to her, the telephone at home rang. Hello, who is this? May I speak with Mr. Li Ming? This is Paul Simo Ritchie. Are you available for a conversation? Oh, yes, I am. Li Ming could hardly conceal his inner excitement, his voice trembling. After all, he was speaking with Rich Paul, a figure synonymous with the pinnacle of athletic aspirations, and the prospect of lucrative commercial contracts was tantalizing. We have a commercial endorsement opportunity that we have deliberated upon, and we believe you would be the most suitable candidate. It pertains to the agency of a basketball brand. Rich Paul articulated deliberately. Our team has unanimously concluded that a 3-year contract worth $24 million is an excellent proposal. Of course, there is also an alternative of 2 years for $18 million. However, I personally believe the first option is the most prudent, given the numerous variables that may arise. Oh, I see. Li Ming mused internally, recognizing the cunning nature of this seasoned negotiator, who clearly viewed him as a newcomer, likely to be easily swayed. Nevertheless, securing his protection seemed advantageous. At least he would not have to shoulder the diplomatic burdens alone. Yet, Li Ming discerned the unspoken half of Paul's statement, implying that as a professional athlete, he faced the constant risk of injury, thus rendering the 3-year contract a safer bet. May I inquire which company the contract is with? Adidas. The other party replied with unwavering certainty. This meant that he would soon be endorsing alongside luminaries such as Duncan, Garnett, and McGrady. Li Ming internally celebrated with a triumphant gesture. However, as is customary, we do require a certain fee for our services and a signing bonus. Rich Paul mentioned casually and almost nonchalantly. This is one of his wrist gestures, casually presenting his terms at the moment of the player's utmost joy, thereby maximizing his benefits. Well, let's concede a few points to him at the outset, considering it as a tuition fee for a newcomer. Today, Li Ming is in high spirits and has accepted his initial proposal. The conversation over the phone transpired smoothly, leaving both parties quite satisfied. The specific details will be promptly transmitted via fax by his assistant. All that remains is for him to sign and photograph the document for record-keeping. Li Ming even graciously declined the other party's suggestion to deliver the contract in person, for he wished to avoid any disturbances, particularly in the presence of Wang Lele. He cherished the fleeting moments spent together, especially amidst his hectic travel schedule. Here, Rich Paul exhibits a keen awareness of the situation, witnessing the other's promptness. He chooses not to dwell on trivial matters. In the realm of business, this man possesses a formidable acumen. His timing for the phone call is rather peculiar, arriving precisely when Li Ming is injured. He refrains from contacting him at the onset of the injury, instead choosing to reach out only after the diagnostic report confirms there are no issues. The official report is set to be released the following evening. Yet he manages to acquire the results today, underscoring his influence among various locker rooms and team managers. Li Ming cannot help but admire his cunning tactics. After all, how else could the young emperor, James, secure a $100 million endorsement with Nike while still in high school, for which Rich Paul earned a staggering $23 million. Moreover, this figure continues to accumulate annually. Nevertheless, Rich Paul remains insistent on finding an opportunity to sit down for a discussion, as this crafty fox fears that Li Ming might suddenly change his mind or that a rival might intervene. Considering their verbal agreement exists only in the realm of spoken words, he finds it impossible to rest soundly without seeing the final signed contract. The conversation concludes in a relatively relaxed atmosphere. Let us uncork a bottle of wine to celebrate. Li Ming gestures to Lei to fetch 2 bottles of beer from the refrigerator. Really? Is there something joyous to share? Lei inquires as she turns to retrieve the drinks. Indeed, the sneaker endorsement has been finalized. Adidas. Wow, Adidas? Isn't that the contract endorsed by Derrick Rose? Wang Lei can hardly believe her ears. Yes, it is. And upon signing, I plan to gift each of you a pair of Rose's sneakers. Although Li Ming has not yet attained signature sneakers akin to those of Rose or McGrady, he has nonetheless breached the stronghold of Adidas. Conquering it is merely a matter of time, and soon she too will have her own signature sneaker endorsement. As long as the games continue, all that he desires, business contracts, love, and familial bonds, will eventually be his. He receives the beer from Lei's hands and downs in one go. Chapter 51. Gifts after 3 days of recuperation. Li Ming's previously swollen left ankle has returned to its normal state, and he no longer feels the piercing pain when he moves it with his hand. He attends the home game against the 76ers to cheer for his teammates, and with strong performances from Conley and Randolph, they triumph over the visiting 76ers with a score of 109-91. During halftime, a reporter even approaches him for an interview, though the crowd is more intrigued by the friends surrounding him, particularly Wang Lei. To express his gratitude for everyone's support, he graciously purchases tickets for Daniel and his 2 companions to enjoy the game, securing them seats in Daniel's favored front row. Li, this is so thrilling. I must call my mother, exclaims Daniel, resembling a child who cannot contain his excitement, animatedly calling each friend on the way home. Li Ming suddenly recalls his father. In his memories, was always in a state of anger. The meals were overly salty, leading to outbursts. Walking at a leisurely pace provoked ire. Falling off a bicycle ignited anger. There was an incessant quarrel with his mother, and in every circumstance, it was invariably someone else's fault. As if he ruled the household with the authority of a tyrant, dictating the thoughts and actions of his family. Certain garments were deemed inappropriate. Hair dye was forbidden. Outings with classmates were prohibited, and friendships were disallowed, even with boys. It seemed as though he found a sense of security within his own little kingdom. Wang Ping remained quiet, perpetually adorned with his earphones, while Lei intermittently pinched her brother's ear and squeezed Li Ming's arm, appearing to be in high spirits. Indeed, in recent days, Lei had spent almost every moment with him, attending to his needs, and even staying at his home one rainy night. Naturally, she occupied Li Ming's room, while Li Ming resided in a slightly smaller space. Observing Daniel's exuberant gestures, Li Ming was suddenly struck by a bold notion. Daniel, tomorrow is Sunday, right? What? Are you joking? You injured your foot. Why is your brain not functioning? Daniel was still caught up in his excitement. Do you all have plans for tomorrow? The question left the others momentarily stunned, with Wang Ping removing his earphones to listen intently. Would you mind if I came over to your house for a barbecue? Li Ming directed his inquiry at Daniel. What? Are you serious? Daniel could hardly believe his ears. Indeed, despite his remarkable academic achievements, he had rarely ventured beyond Memphis, and he was entirely unaware of what restaurants a few streets away offered or what cheese tasted like. As a child from a predominantly black community, he and his siblings approached everything with caution, fearful of potential mishaps. Even if a cat went missing from the neighboring street, the police would first knock on their door. Although he had grown somewhat familiar with Li Ming, they were still merely newly acquainted friends. The fact that Li Ming offered him a ticket was already beyond his expectations. Now, the prospect of inviting himself over felt bewildering, leaving him in disbelief at the unfolding events. Wow, you must be joking with me. Tap my head and tell me where the moon is. I can't be feverish. Clearly, he was elated, having internally accepted Li Ming as a friend. All right, Daniel. Li Ming has said he will visit your home tomorrow, and we shall accompany him. Oh, okay, let me call my mom. I should do it in the morning. She might be asleep by now. Tell her we'll arrive around 11. Li Ming suggested slowly. Don't. Come earlier. We can play video games. Daniel spread his hands in eagerness. Li Ming had his own reasons for arriving a bit later, but that was a secret for now. No, I can't get up early, he replied nonchalantly. Oh, well then. Daniel felt a tinge of melancholy as he made his way to the parking lot. After seeing each of them back to their apartments, Li Ming returned home alone, reclining on the sofa and pondering what gifts he should present to Daniel's mother the following day. Daniel often spoke fondly of his mother, and in Li Ming's mind, she was depicted as a fiercely independent and loving African-American woman, a mother deserving of utmost respect. The gifts he chose ought to be grounded in reality and practicality. However, having never visited Daniel's home, he remained unaware of her specific circumstances. It seemed he would have to rely on Wang Ping for information. He sent a text to Wang Ping, mindful that calling might alert Daniel, thus compromising the secrecy of his intentions. Before long, through Wang Ping's response, Li Ming gleaned some valuable information, and Wang Ping volunteered to accompany him and Lele to Costco early the next morning to select the gifts. On this night, Li Ming enjoyed a deep slumber, free from thoughts of the competition, absent of reflections on Lele, and devoid of musings about his parents in a distant land. It was a night of exceptional repose. As the alarm rang at 7 in the morning, Li Ming swiftly completed his morning routine, hastily devouring a couple of bites of a sandwich before heading out. He first picked up Wang Ping, then returned to collect Lele, to avoid arousing Daniel's suspicion about a change of attire. Wang Ping claimed he needed to visit his sister's house to repair a plumbing issue. Daniel, not giving it much thought, simply turned over and resumed his sleep. Daniel's mother had always wished for a large air conditioner, one that would allow the children to gather together for study and play, yet she hesitated to make the purchase, as funds were allocated for Daniel's sister and brother's education. Wang Ping, while munching on a hamburger, remarked, "Oh, by the way, it seems my sister has always wanted one of those talking picture books." Wang Ping likely intended to convey the notion of an audiobook. Lele, taking meticulous notes in her notebook, was undoubtedly acting on her brother's prior hints, which spurred her to volunteer for this outing early in the day. Before long, they arrived at their destination, where the trio selected a powerful air conditioner, a small radio, 2 audiobooks of fairy tales, a brand new range hood, and a 60-inch television. Lele also chose several practical household items. The total expenditure amounted to $7,600. The financial contribution from Daniel and his mother, Mrs. Naniel, represented a considerable expense. However, to Li Ming, it was but a trifling sum. The mere act of spending such an amount to win a friend's heart was exceedingly worthwhile. Li Ming, unable to accommodate the gifts in his vehicle, approached the front desk to arrange for a delivery truck, generously tipping 100 yuan. Each present was adorned with a sizable note that read, "Dear Mrs. Naniel, a gift from a friend." Once these tasks were completed, the group glanced at the time. It was merely 8:40. Why don't we head directly to Daniel's house? Let us surprise him. He might still be asleep. I can already picture his expression upon receiving his mother's call. Lele often harbored whimsical ideas, a trait that perhaps befits women. I had no objections, as it was of no consequence at this hour. With a grin, Li Ming beckoned them to board the vehicle. "I'll drive. I know the way to his home." Wang Ping glanced at Li Ming. "All right." Just as Li Ming was about to take the passenger seat, Lele pulled him into the back row. Wang Ping smiled subtly, pressing the accelerator as they made their way toward Daniel's residence. As they arrived, Daniel's 2 younger sisters rushed toward Wang Ping as he stepped out of the car. Li Ming noticed the front door of the house ajar, with everyone bustling about, carrying items inside. "Hi, Alice. Hi, Maya," Wang Ping greeted, affectionately ruffling their hair. The 2 young girls eagerly returned the greeting, but upon spotting Li Ming emerging from the back seat, they buried their heads into Wang Ping's embrace. Feeling somewhat shy at their first encounter, Maya quickly ushered the guests inside. A robust voice called from within. Mrs. Naniel, setting aside her belongings, hurried out to greet everyone. "Wow, you must be Li Ming, the one Daniel often speaks of. My goodness, come here, child," she exclaimed, enveloping Li Ming in a warm embrace. "Thank you, dear. You are truly an angel sent by God," she whispered gratefully in his ear, conveying her profound appreciation for Li Ming's generosity. "Daniel hasn't called me yet. I thought you all would arrive at 11. I was quite prepared," Mrs. Naniel remarked as she released Li Ming, adjusting her apron and striding back inside. Her home, located on a quaint little street approximately 600 meters from the main thoroughfare, was a 2-story structure with numerous rooms, albeit somewhat aged, with patches of freshly painted white in certain areas. In the yard, a neatly trimmed patch of flowers stood out, while the remaining space was enclosed by a fence. A large lemon tree caught Li Ming's attention, its bountiful fruits even extending onto the street, evoking an indescribable delight. "Come inside, children. Quickly welcome our guests." Madame Naniel was already serving steaming coffee, the aroma wafting through the air. Before long, another vehicle arrived. It was Daniel's sister and her family. They approached the trio, holding bottles of red wine and carrying paper bags to greet them. It seemed Daniel had made a grand introduction of his friends, turning the occasion into a family gathering. Daniel was the last to arrive, his forehead glistening with sweat, having ridden back on his bicycle. "Come on, Ma. Wasn't he agreed upon for 11 o'clock?" Daniel playfully jabbed at Li Ming's chest with a flurry of light punches, followed by a shoulder bump between the two. "Thank you, B." It appeared that Madame Daniel had informed him about the gift she had purchased. The gathering unfolded in a cheerful atmosphere, with the men engaged in discussions about basketball and football, while the children frolicked around. Daniel, however, remained fixated on the game controller in his hands. Everyone busily arranged their newly acquired appliances, and Li Ming ventured outside to assist Madame Daniel in grilling skewers. During the meal, he even learned a few phrases of prayer. Chapter 52. Team practice. Li Ming arrived at the gym early, unable to participate in the 5-on-5 scrimmage, relegated to solitary practice on the sidelines. He was the first to arrive, and as he basked in his early achievement, Conley entered with a towel draped over his head. It turned out Conley had been training in the equipment room downstairs and had not arrived at the gym first after all. Thus, the title of first arrival still belonged to Mike Conley. Your ankle shouldn't be subjected to any weight-bearing exercises or scrimmages yet, should it? Indeed. The team physician's note states no competitive training for a week, Li Ming replied, his admiration palpable as he looked at the man who had scored 31 points, 13 assists, and 7 rebounds in the previous game against the 76ers, almost achieving a triple-double. "It's possible that Lionel might not include you on the active roster for the next game," Conley remarked, a hint of concern in his voice. "Yes, the team will be flying to Orlando for a matchup against the Magic. Though the Magic have been faltering since Howard's departure, their talent remains formidable. Particularly, their point guard, Nelson, is a stout figure, which is exactly the type of opponent Conley despises, as he does not rely on speed. Instead, he'll try to draw you into his rhythm." Conley, however, does not fear speedy guards like Brooks or Rose, as he is quite confident in his own pace. However, he finds a slow-paced, physically robust play of traditional point guards quite bothersome. The former Denver player, Miller, and the upcoming opponent, Nelson, both epitomize this style. Li Ming stands near the baseline, engaging in deliberate movements, testing the stress on his ankle. It must be said that the NBA medical staff is quite diligent, given Li Ming's current condition. With just a couple of additional layers of tape, he should be able to take the court, as he hardly feels any pain. Meanwhile, Conley circles the free throw line, practicing his mid-range shots, having stripped off his shirt to reveal his well-defined muscles. After half an hour of shooting three-pointers, Li Ming settles on the sidelines, observing Conley's relentless practice. Conley seems to possess an obsessive nature. Every shot must be executed to perfection, even during personal practice. If the shooting angle is off, he redoes it. If the pass is too forceful, he starts over. If his balance is unstable, he repeats the attempt. Li Ming even speculates that if Conley ties his shoelaces starting with the right foot, he would insist on redoing it. Approximately 40 minutes later, Conley finally succumbs to fatigue, lying on the floor to rest. The gym is soon filled with synchronized footsteps as Randolph, Gay, and others arrive. Li Ming counts, and with Conley. There are 13 players present, including the rarely utilized Kenyon Dueling and Pondexter. It's peculiar. Team practice is typically scheduled for the afternoon, and it only involves reviewing game footage. It turns out that this is a training session initiated by Conley, a spontaneous gathering of players aimed at enhancing their chemistry through a series of drills. Before long, everyone is on the court, with the starting 5 facing off against the practice squad. The practice squad consists of point guard Kenyon Dueling, shooting guard Bayless, small forward Pondexter, power forward Austin Day, and center Haddadi. There is no need for introductions for the starting 5. The sidelined Marcus Saul takes on the role of referee. The jump ball is initiated, and Randolph taps it away. "Rudy, go right," Conley directs while swiftly advancing past half court. Li Ming is genuinely impressed by his stamina. He is an absolute powerhouse, still full of energy after such an extended practice session. "Hey, Rudy, you're up against me, not some second-rate forward you can easily dunk on." Austin Day is also a formidable player, possessing considerable lower body strength. After a half-turn, Gay's shot is effortlessly blocked by Day. Not bad at all, Li Ming thinks. Gay's desire to succeed begins to ignite his teammates, as he incessantly demands the ball to challenge Day one-on-one. Move, spread the floor, don't get tangled up with him. Let us circulate the ball and use passing to dominate the game," shouts Dueling from the practice squad. Li Ming's previous game allowed him nearly 20 minutes of playtime, during which he scored 8 points, delivered 5 assists, and secured 4 rebounds, a performance that was quite satisfactory to Hollins. Before long, Haddadi collapses on the floor, signaling that he can continue no longer, prompting a substitution for Piedmont. Li Ming was acutely aware that Haddadi was likely feigning, for he understood that no matter how diligently he exerted himself, the opportunity to take the court eluded him. His movements were too sluggish, and he was too easily targeted. Pittman, too, was a marginal player, a stocky forward selected by the Heat from the University of Texas. Standing at 2.08 meters, he played the center position but lacked finesse, resulting in scant playing time. Often, Hollins would rotate Arthur and Randolph, as Arthur possessed agility, allowing him to keep pace with opposing guards during defensive switches. Li Ming observed quietly from the sidelines, diligently cataloging his teammates' attributes in his mind. "Hey, Quincy, haven't you eaten? My grandmother could outrun you," he remarked. Baylor incessantly urged Pondexter to establish position beneath the basket. Pondexter shot him a sideways glance, as if to say, "You try squeezing in there with a 300-pound behemoth. I'm exerting every ounce of strength I have, all right?" In contrast, the starters primarily focused on movement, rehearsing various plays without an obsessive fixation on victory. While there were many commendable collaborations, mistakes were equally prevalent. Guy even attempted a high-speed, 360-degree dunk amidst the crowd, only to be ruthlessly swatted away. The substitutes finally seized the opportunity to vent their frustrations, playing with great fervor. "Mike," Randolph called out, and amidst the crowd, calmly soared into the air, executing a thunderous dunk that elicited a chorus of cheers. Here, Duel swiftly engaged in a brief 2-on-2 collaboration with Bales, culminating in a bank shot that secured points. You must ascend without trepidation, exerting pressure on the ball. Intensify that pressure, ensuring he cannot transition smoothly past half-court. Conley is orchestrating the defensive efforts of his teammates. Indeed, perimeter players, particularly when opposing guards are advancing the ball across midcourt, must timely apply pressure. It is imperative that they are not allowed to traverse into the front court unchallenged, nor permitted to operate at their own pace. This is a crucial point. Such dynamics will influence the subsequent defensive enthusiasm of teammates. For once perimeter players find their rhythm, it becomes exceedingly difficult to contain them. Consequently, the defensive burden on teammates will dramatically escalate in the ensuing plays, and the offensive flow of one's own team will also be affected, akin to the interconnectedness depicted in the butterfly effect. Just as the conversation concluded, Duel effortlessly sank a long-range three-pointer. "Pass me the ball, and I shall orchestrate the play," Gay asserted as he stepped forward to demand possession, while Conley engaged in off-ball movement, tapping into his sharpshooter instincts. Indeed, Conley boasts a commendable three-point shooting percentage, ranking among the upper echelon of the league. However, the demands of orchestrating the team's offense consumed the majority of his stamina. At times, when Tony Allen steps off the court, Conley assumes the responsibility of guarding the opposing team's key offensive players, such as the elite scorers Kobe Bryant and Dwayne Wade. On occasion, in smaller lineups, Conley even finds himself tasked with defending premier scorers like Carmelo Anthony, which places considerable pressure upon him. It is not uncommon for him to play the full 40 minutes of a match. Gay, positioned at the 3, possesses ball-handling capabilities and can facilitate the team's offense. Yet he lacks Conley's composure and shot selection, often falling prey to the opposing defense's traps and opting for isolation plays. Consequently, among all the players, Gay frequently finds himself on the receiving end of Hollins' reprimands. "Zach, you need to step out a bit. Receiving the ball from that position is challenging." Randolph slightly moved out to receive the ball, pivoting effortlessly for a smooth floater that found its mark. Here, Durling swiftly executed a baseline throw-in, aiming to catch the opponent off guard with a surprise attack. Unfortunately, his shot beneath the basket was ruthlessly swatted away by Conley. Shortly thereafter, the young Prince made his entrance, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the practice squad. The tardy veteran serves as the spiritual leader within the locker room, and the fledgling players are eager to orbit around him. His esteemed status within the realm is undeniable. Prince does not rush onto the court. Instead, he directs his teammates' movements from the sideline, shamelessly orchestrating plays on both sides, leaving Li Ming in utter bewilderment. "Wow, I haven't even spoken yet." And he is utterly shameless, thought Li Ming, covering his mouth in amusement. Soon, Gasol blew the whistle, signaling a break for both teams to continue their tactical discussions. "When you reach for the ball, never do it like this. Just wave your hand," Randolph advised as he pulled Arthur aside for a demonstration. "You need to maintain your balance, slightly crouched, ideally leaning against your opponent's body, with one hand raised high and the other positioned between you and your opponent, ready to pivot at any moment." Arthur listened intently, nodding vigorously. Randolph then summoned Gay, instructing Arthur to step aside and observe how he and Gay positioned themselves for the ball, allowing Arthur to practice several times. Meanwhile, Conley and Bells were engaged in a fervent discussion, with Dueling standing by, hands on hips, occasionally chiming in. Li Ming could only grasp the gist, which revolved around the strategies for executing screens when two diminutive guards were involved, whether to opt for a pull-up jumper or to leap back for a three-pointer. That was about all he could discern, as others were also occupied, some practicing vigorously with bare arms, while others were intently absorbing the guidance from their elders. Even Gasol, nursing an injury, diligently demonstrated footwork and defense to the rookies. After more than an hour of offensive and defensive drills, everyone was exhausted, dripping with sweat and sprawled on the floor, except for Conley, who continued to practice his three-point shots alone. 1, 2, 3. Each swish resonated with a smoothness that belied any signs of fatigue. Truly, this man is not of this earth. His stamina is astonishing, Li Ming thought, further increasing his admiration for Conley. Chapter 53. Leisurely moments 2 days later, during the game, Li Ming did not accompany the team. Following the team physician's advice, he opted to rest at home, deeming it unnecessary to fly to Orlando to cheer for his teammates in person. On that evening, the group finished their tasks early and gathered at Li Ming's home, eagerly awaiting in front of the large screen. "Hey Li, guess what I brought for you?" Came a hearty laugh, followed by the resolute and heavy footsteps of Daniel, nearly leaving imprints on Li Ming's floor. He emerged from his embrace with a stack of A4 papers, and upon a quick glance, Li Ming noted they contained analyses of the main rosters and characteristics of various teams from around 2010. "I thought you might feel bored at home, so I brought you some materials. While you can't take the field tonight, you can still absorb some insights." Daniel grinned mischievously, adding, "This is far more intriguing than Playboy, so do be mindful and exercise restraint." "That fool," Li Ming mused, "I could simply access these materials directly or even watch the game replay. How convenient." Nonetheless, he smiled knowingly and gently punched Daniel's shoulder. "If all goes well, I should be able to make the activated roster for the next match. I feel fantastic. My legs are brimming with strength." In that moment, Li Ming spoke the truth. After his ankle injury, the internal system within him is undergoing rapid updates. The system's merchandise city has developed several training methods and nutritional beverages tailored to his characteristics. However, the system reboot occurs at night when he is in a daze, leaving him with only a vague impression upon waking, unable to discern whether it was a dream or reality, yet feeling a newfound strength in his legs. "Where's your charcoal?" Lele inquires, peeking her head out. "Oh, it seems to be in the cabinet beneath the television," Li Ming replies, scratching his head. "Well, fortunately, I didn't forget to bring some myself." Wang Ping has stepped out to assist his sister in setting up a frame. Li Ming surveys the items scattered on the ground: chili peppers, meat skewers, chicken wings, and mushrooms. Today, 2 new friends have joined, Lele's roommates. The tall one is named Lena, and the slightly shorter one is Laura. They aren't particularly fond of basketball. Rather, they have come out of sheer boredom to enjoy some leisure time and catch a glimpse of the heroes of the team Lele often speaks of, merely seeking a breath of fresh air. Both are fair-skinned, with Lena donning a teal plaid dress, while Laura is dressed in smart jeans paired with a white shirt. Furthermore, Li Ming notices that Wang Ping's gaze has not strayed from Laura. "So, this lad has a preference for this type," he muses. He gives Wang Ping a knowing look, prompting him to quickly turn away and feign interest in picking up a fallen meat skewer. Lena finds 2 stools from the room and assists in placing the scattered items onto them, intentionally brushing against Li Ming with her arm as if by accident. This is quite amusing. The scene of 2 women vying for one man is about to unfold. Li Ming casts a sympathetic glance at Daniel beside him, who seems rather oblivious to romantic matters, always clutching his gaming controller. It's 7:50. The match is about to commence, and the players are already warming up. Laura snatches the gaming controller from Daniel's hands and switches the television to the satellite sports channel. "Do you really enjoy basketball?" Li Ming asks, eyes wide with surprise. "Not entirely. My brother is on the high school basketball team, and he loves the sport, so I occasionally watch along." Laura, holding a beer, searches for cushions to support her back against the sofa. The meat skewers and beer have been placed on a coffee table, leaving Wang Ping alone outside to grill chicken wings, as everyone has claimed their spots, eagerly awaiting the player's entrance and introduction. The first to appear is actually Arthur, Laura exclaims. Li Ming is astonished that she can name Arthur, a rookie in his second year, an earnest yet relatively unknown player. "Rudy Gay is so handsome, so handsome." I even shook his hand. Amidst Leona's exclamations, Guy leisurely exited the court, arms raised high. Following him were Bayless, Randolph, and finally Conley, whose introduction was extensive, detailing his journey from high school to college even mentioning his parents who had won high jump medals. Nothing was overlooked. Next came the introduction of the home team players, which finally elevated the decibel level within the arena. Surprisingly, the last to take the stage was Nelson. After Howard's departure to the Lakers, had he become the team's leader? A diminutive point guard averaging 16 points per game? In Lu Ming's recollection, Quentin Richardson's reputation far surpassed his, especially with epic-making players like Tegregru still present on the team. Which team do you think will lead in the first quarter? Daniel suddenly inquired, tilting his head, seated on the carpet. I believe it should be the home team, considering they're playing on their own turf, Laura remarked thoughtfully while nibbling on skewered meat. The Grizzlies secured the jump ball, and Conley swiftly dribbled downcourt. At the arc, he executed a subtle left-hand flick, delivering the ball to Guy, who, towering over Vucevic's defense, unleashed a thunderous dunk. Indeed, with Howard's entry, it was only natural for the team to bolster Vucevic, the imposing white player. This young man's statistics were decent, having averaged 13 points and 10 rebounds in his initial 10 starts, rewarding the coach's faith. His shortcoming lay in his low-post defense, which lacked physicality. This vulnerability could be persistently exploited by the seasoned Hollands. On the Magic side, after several screens and movements, Nelson, clad in jersey number 14, sank a three-pointer. Nelson's speed is quite impressive. Look, Bayless can barely keep up with him, Laura exclaimed, her enthusiasm evident as she bounced on her feet, clearly rooting for the Grizzlies. Ugh, so annoying. I bet $50 with my brother. He wagered on the Magic winning while I backed the Grizzlies. $50. She squealed, finishing her beer. Come on, the game has just begun. You could always retreat to the next room for a nap, and I'll wake you for the final quarter, Wang Lele teased, making a face at her. Both teams maintained a brisk pace. Merely 3 minutes into the game, the score stood at 9-13 with the home team, the Orlando Magic, leading the visiting Grizzlies by 4 points. It appeared that a high-scoring affair was on the horizon. As the Magic launched their offense, Nelson weaved like an eel through the towering Grizzlies beneath the basket, delivering a mesmerizing pass to Quentin Richardson on the perimeter. Big Q Richardson, with his noticeable belly, confidently drained another three-pointer, marking his third consecutive successful attempt to start the game. His shooting touch was critical to the Magic's early momentum. To be fair, in terms of overall strength, the visiting team certainly held the advantage. Hence, the Magic strategy was straightforward: seize the opening. After all, Stan Van Gundy is an experienced veteran. He will prepare dishes according to the ingredients at his disposal, having departed from the likes of Howard and Rashid Lewis. The current Magic can no longer replicate their previous lineup's effective spacing. However, the strategy of utilizing a smaller player to penetrate the defense and subsequently dish out to the perimeter for a three-pointer remains a reliable tactic. Chapter 54, Lele. Please bring me 2 more skewers of chicken wings. Why doesn't Conley take the initiative to score? They are trailing by 7 points, and there is still time left in the quarter. Laura begins to grow impatient with the Grizzlies' high post passing. Upon reflection, it is understandable. The Grizzlies' high pick and roll has historically been lethal, yet for some reason tonight, everyone seems unusually restrained, unwilling to take a shot. Ultimately, it was Arthur who concluded the offensive play, and the outcome was predictable. Since entering the league, Arthur has not developed his mid-range game. Coach Hollins holds a rather simple expectation for him: to contribute approximately 20 minutes per game, allowing Zach Randolph more time to rest. Due to Marc Gasol's absence due to injury, he and Randolph found themselves on the court simultaneously, which forced him to position himself near the free throw line. If both were stationed beneath the basket, it would create an unwieldy situation, leaving Randolph with scarcely any room to pivot. After considerable effort, Randolph managed to secure a rebound beneath the rim and successfully converted on a second-chance opportunity. Vucevic's defensive prowess proved to be quite discomforting for him. These white centers employ their intellect in defense rather than relying solely on brute strength. At last, the Magic failed to make a shot, allowing Conley to seize the rebound and dash towards the opposing basket, catching him off guard. Immediately after, during the sideline inbounds, Gay swiftly turned and intercepted Richardson, completing an emphatic dunk. In a mere 11 seconds, the Grizzlies amassed 4 points, prompting the Magic to call a timeout. Seizing this moment of pause, the few individuals in front of the television engaged in fervent discussion, while Daniel rose to bring in the freshly grilled skewers and chicken wings, simultaneously disposing of the used metal sticks. "Hey Lee, where's your honey?" Wang Ping inquired, peering inquisitively. "Perhaps it's obstructed in the inner compartment of the fridge. You might want to check there," Li Ming replied, devouring the skewers without lifting his gaze. Finally, he relished a moment of relaxation with a beautiful woman by his side. and the pangs of guilt in his heart began to diminish. Indeed, he needed to monitor his body fat percentage, so indulging in barbecue was out of the question. After consuming a couple of skewers, he conscientiously opted for a mushroom nearby instead. "Wow, it's in! It's in!" Lele exclaimed, raising her hands in jubilation. For Gay had chosen to take a long-range three-pointer just as the shot clock was running low. The ball ricocheted off the backboard and went in. A stroke of luck indeed, yet such joy was fleeting. The newly substituted Reddick promptly answered back with a three-pointer from nearly the same position, assisted by Al Harrington. Velez called for his teammates to set a screen at the top of the arc as Arthur sidled over. The ball swiftly found its way into Arthur's hands, who then executed a clumsy lob pass to Randolph. Immediately, two defenders converged upon Randolph. I surmised that Zach would opt for a strong move. Given the depth of his position, it seemed more prudent to take the risk himself rather than attempt a pass, even if it meant missing the shot, as he could still draw a foul for free throws. This was spoken by Wang Ping, who noted that Daniel was now on the outside substituting for him, finally granting him some precious time to enjoy the game. As he uttered these words, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Laura, who, upon meeting his eyes, deliberately chose to look away and took a sip of her beer. This is not too terrible. What is more awkward, however, is that as soon as he finished speaking, Randolph delivered a bounce pass to the cutting Conley, who executed a delicate layup under the basket, adding 2 more points for the Grizzlies. The onlookers cast innocent glances at Wang Ping, desperately suppressing their laughter to the point of nearly causing internal injury. The poor fellow has it tough. Just as he settled down to put on a show, it all fell apart. Beal's entry onto the court was akin to a divine being descending from the heavens, as he delivered a series of assists and three-pointers that left the Magic utterly defenseless. "Hey Lee, isn't this guy playing the same position as you?" Wang Ping exclaimed, his mouth agape. On the sidelines, Coach Van Gundy promptly called a timeout, substituting Vucevic for a smaller lineup, embarking on a high-scoring exchange with the Grizzlies. The Magic's offensive and defensive rhythm was exceptionally swift. With the absence of a traditional stationary center, the entire team engaged in seamless switches, their footwork becoming increasingly agile. Particularly evident after Al Harrington took the floor. This gentleman boasts an impressive resume, a formidable competitor and a top-tier scorer. He was a member of the formidable quintet during the early days of Baron Davis with the Golden State Warriors. He was also a pivotal player in the 2006 to 2007 season's miraculous We Believe Warriors, capable of single-handedly defending against the peak Dirk Nowitzki. He is often described as a player even more versatile than Lamar Odom, adept at playing all 5 positions on the court, while also excelling defensively against them. Although the team's core was centered around the bearded Baron Davis, Harrington's multifaceted skills allowed him to exploit mismatches against various opponents, disrupting their defensive rhythm. This is why he was a key asset in Don Nelson's fast-paced system. Li Ming passionately introduced this extraordinary individual to the crowd, and as they observed his solid footwork in the paint and his smooth shooting touch from beyond the arc, everyone in the room nodded in silent agreement. Hollins has replaced him with Kenyon Dueling, forming a backcourt duo with Mike Conley, further accelerating the team's offensive tempo. This substitution aims to counteract the opposing number 14, Nelson, Wang Ping remarked once again. Indeed, the defensive strategy involves utilizing Dueling to continuously wear down Nelson and disrupt the opponent's offensive rhythm, while on the offensive end, Dueling and Conley will execute pick-and-rolls to penetrate the Magic's compact defense. Li Ming felt it was time to interject a few words on behalf of Wang Ping, lest his presence go unnoticed. Yes, one can observe that in the animal kingdom, during mating season, male hippos on the African continent display their virility before female hippos, intentionally or otherwise, to garner their attention and favor. However, Laura remained fixated on the screen, seemingly uninterested in his words, occasionally turning to exchange a few remarks with Leona beside her. Most of the time, she quietly watched the game. The Grizzlies edged ahead by a point, thanks to another three-pointer from Dueling. With 4 minutes remaining before halftime, the Grizzlies finally took the lead. If Marc Gasol had been on the court, the Grizzlies would likely have a more substantial advantage by now. Daniel chimed in as he entered with chicken wings, clearly having caught a glimpse of the score on the television. "Go fetch another case of beer," Laura called out to Daniel. "Well, why don't you go?" Daniel grumbled. The Grizzlies were on the attack. Gay held the ball, executing a series of crossover dribbles beyond the three-point line. This was a signal. Typically, Gay would only engage in such audacious isolation plays when the team was in a favorable position. He made a swift and dramatic move, deceiving his defender, Harrington, before sneaking into the paint, stopping abruptly to execute a beautiful little hook shot, completing the play seamlessly. Chapter 55. The shootout. The intense back-and-forth exchange concluded the first half. with the score standing at 65-59, the visiting Grizzlies leading by 6 points. Haha, cheers. Drink up. The Grizzlies are ahead. Laura shouted exuberantly at Leona. Li Ming and Wang Lele settled into the inner sofa, occasionally glancing at the nearby computer as they whispered to each other. Indeed, Li Ming's computer was also streaming the game, with the comment section buzzing with activity. Wang Lele had registered an account under his own name to cheer for him in the comments. During halftime, everyone engaged in a game of truth or dare, with beer flowing freely, creating an atmosphere rivaling that of a live event. Lee, remember to let us know in advance for the next home game. We'll come support you. Leona, slightly tipsy, insisted on toasting Li Ming, lifting her bottle and downing its contents in one go, despite everyone's attempts to stop her. This girl must be from a tough tribe. Can American girls really drink like this? It's hard to tell at all. Li Ming muttered to himself. By the way, Leona is currently interning at the local financial newspaper, and in 3 months, she will be officially employed. She is 2 years senior to Wang Lele, while Laura is in the same cohort as Lele, and the three of them share an apartment. Gritting his teeth, Li Ming finished the drink in his hand. To be frank, compared to his stamina on the basketball court, his capacity for alcohol was rather unimpressive. Look, it's Will Smith, Wang Ping exclaimed, pointing at the screen. It turned out that during the halftime break, the media had captured Will in the front row of the VIP section. I think the Magic is a splendid team. Vibrant and full of positivity. The players are always brimming with enthusiasm. Will Smith's response was exceedingly diplomatic, offering no grounds for criticism. In essence, he conveyed that the Magic team, though youthful, could not compete with the Grizzlies. He is so handsome. I believe he is the most attractive one, Leona declared, raising her wine bottle and approaching the television to toast with Will, causing everyone to clink their glasses together. Soon, the second half of the game commenced, with the Grizzlies launching the first attack. Calmly sat on the sidelines as Coach Hollins employed a backcourt duo of Bellas and Dueling. Gay remained at the small forward position, while Arthur played power forward, and the center was occupied by Pittman, wearing number 45. Gay passed the ball to Pittman inside, but regrettably, the latter's handling was quite poor. Even in the absence of defenders, he managed to miss the shot. Hollins shook his head in despair, while Gay covered his eyes, unable to believe that such an opportunity had slipped away. That was a complete disaster, Daniel grumbled. The Magic secured the rebound, and Al Harrington executed a dazzling solo run past half-court. At the arc, he exchanged a glance with Gay, confirming, "You are the one I seek," before deftly maneuvering around Gay, taking a power stride into the paint, and delivering a spectacular dunk. The play elicited a chorus of cheers from the audience, with the DJ even proclaiming the term MVP. Indeed, Harrington is a master of chaos, and in this leaderless Magic team, he is in his element, dominating the court. Gay, with a cold smirk, remarked, "Seriously, it was just a dunk. Anyone can do that." Dueling advanced the ball past the half-court line, and after Arthur set a screen for him, he swiftly rolled to the basket. Pittman cleared some space, moving to the sideline, allowing Arthur to execute a clean move onto the rim. Hollins clapped enthusiastically, acknowledging Arthur's progress. His footwork was precise and fluid. Randolph on the bench wore a proud smile, having personally taught Arthur that very technique. When the Magic regained possession, Harrington was stripped of the ball by Gay during his pivot. Gay surged forward, executing an emphatic dunk that sent the crowd into a frenzy. The Grizzlies bench erupted, cheering loudly. With Conley absent, Gay enjoyed unrestricted freedom on the court, and he was determined not to allow Harrington an easy dunk at his expense. He had to retaliate. A player must possess such a competitive spirit to reach greater heights. Those with immense talent who remain lackadaisical will never grasp the pinnacle of success. From another realm, McGrady quipped, "I feel you're talking about me." The Magic began to falter, especially with both Mike Conley and Zach Randolph still sitting on the sidelines. Daniel shouted loudly, clearly energized by Gay's recent dunk. Nelson brought the ball slowly across half-court, executing a give-and-go with Harrington, who then shifted to the right side beyond the three-point arc, ready to shoot. The competition is becoming increasingly intriguing and remarkably simpler. Essentially, one can swiftly take a shot after setting a screen. Duren and Gay executed a seamless handoff, with Duren skillfully finishing with a jump shot, thereby adding 2 points to the score while also drawing a foul in the paint, leading to an additional free throw. During the dead ball situation, Coach Van Gundy substituted in the formidable Glenn Davis and power forward Josh McRoberts, further intensifying the interior assault. "Wow, Glenn, your mother is calling you home for dinner," Daniel shouted at the television. "Daniel, is there a story behind this?" Laura inquired, her expression one of bewilderment. "Well, back in '09, Garnett berated the rookie Davis during a timeout, causing him to cry, and the media captured the moment he sobbed while tossing a towel, which became a famous meme. Daniel explained, his tone dripping with disdain. Wow, you're impressive. How do you know everything? Laura gently tugged at Daniel's sleeve. Nearby, Wang Ping forcefully rattled his plate, clearly interested in her. None of this escaped Li Ming's keen observation. Harrington advanced to the three-point line, seizing the moment to deliver a precise pass through the crowd to Davis, who, swaying his substantial frame, executed a bank shot for 2 points. Bayless and Gay executed a pick and roll at the top of the arc, while Duran circled the baseline to stand firm at the opposite corner. Gay, without hesitation, delivered a bounce pass that sliced through 2 defenders, akin to a guided missile, finding its target in Duran, who drew back and released a piercing three-pointer. The Grizzlies' offense flowed with the fluidity of Mercury. The players selflessly maneuvered for each other's positioning and screens, creating even more opportunities. Their collective approach rendered the Magic's defense vulnerable. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Harrington gestured for his teammates to clear space for a screen. Indeed, he intended to drive straight at Gay's defense. For the outcome paled in comparison to his pride. If this guy was so skilled, why had both Indiana and Golden State dismissed him in the past? His brief tenure with multiple teams over the years was largely attributed to his temperament, as coaches typically shied away from such rebels. Coach Van Gundy struggled with a lack of suitable reinforcements, which accounted for Harrington's extensive playing time. Despite his defensive issues, he could still score. Better to make the best of a bad situation. Nelson quickly launched a three-pointer that clanged off the rim. Arthur leapt high to secure the rebound and subsequently unleashed a long pass, allowing Duran to glide effortlessly to the opponent's basket, finishing with a layup. As this basket swished through the net, the whistle signaling the end of the third quarter sounded, 86-76, with the visiting Grizzlies maintaining a 10-point lead. Chapter 56. A bloodless victory. This meat is a bit overcooked. Daniel, were you secretly playing on your phone and forgot to tend to it? Laura brought a skewer of partially eaten meat to Daniel's lips. As the final quarter commenced, the crowd began to rhythmically tap their heads, straightening up, ceasing their playful banter, and bracing themselves for the impending climax of the contest. In truth, Li Ming was acutely aware that Coach Van Gundy had no intention of securing a win from the outset. Rather, the focus was on experimenting with the lineup. If they managed to seize an early advantage, it would be splendid. If not, extensive substitutions would follow to test various formations. This season, the Magic's objective was straightforward: to secure a position in the lottery and embark on a complete rebuild. Recently, the upper echelons of the Magic and the Raptors have been exchanging knowing glances, and soon, Terrence Ross would likely be traded, pending the resolution of certain details. Returning to the game, Duel stationed himself at the top of the arc, signaling to his teammates to reposition. Pondexter, who had scarcely seen the court in the first 3 quarters, now found himself at center stage. Upon receiving the ball, Pondexter executed a half-hook shot with ease. The fact that even Pondexter could receive a pass near the free-throw line highlighted the Magic's woeful defensive coordination. Vucevic, appearing almost invisible in the paint, became a frequent target for screens set by the opposition, who effortlessly exploited his footwork with repeated success. Coach Van Gundy, unable to bear the sight any longer, substituted Vucevic out after less than 3 minutes, sending Josh McRoberts onto the court in his stead. Hollins, on the other hand, reintroduced Rudy Gay, adding another ball handler to enrich the team's offensive strategy. Beverly played extensively today, as Hollins had great faith in him, allowing Conley ample rest, and it seemed unlikely he would return for the remainder of the game. The Grizzlies' bench appeared relaxed, each member sporting smiles, occasionally leaning in to whisper about previous plays. In stark contrast, Li Ming's room had grown considerably quiet. It was uncertain whether everyone was intently focused on the game or simply succumbing to the effects of alcohol. In any case, tranquility reigned. Even Leona, who had been vocally advocating for drinks, now rested her chin on her hand, fixated on the screen, with the occasional snore escaping her lips. Damn, she's snoring, and with so many people around, Americans really have no sense of decorum. Li Ming chuckled quietly to himself. Nearby, Wang Lele gently pinched her friend's arm, clearly feeling that mocking Leona was impolite. After all, everyone snores in their sleep, and some even snore more loudly after drinking. Perhaps sleeping is the most peaceful and refined state one can achieve. L. Harrington roared as he charged into the fray, dodging left and right before finally sinking a half-hook shot. Upon reflection, it was evident that he had not scored in quite a while, having missed at least 6 or 7 attempts. He remains on the court because Van Gundy requires a sharp-edged player to penetrate the opponent's defense. It is up to him to decide whether to take the shot himself or to pass it to an open teammate, a decision beyond the coach's control. I believe that if the price is right, Van Gundy would not hesitate to trade him, as such a player would fit better into the opposing roster. Gay stood beyond the three-point line as Bellas passed by him, glancing over before launching a three-point attempt, which, due to Nelson's interference, struck the rim. Arthur was not in a favorable position and could not secure the rebound on his first attempt. He merely tapped it, then leapt again, allowing Josh to claim the rebound. Van Gundy, on the sidelines, applauded Josh McRoberts for this rebound, continuously giving him a thumbs up, affirming that as long as he is on the court, he will strictly adhere to every demand of his coach. With diligent defense, earnest positioning, and exerting every effort to contest each rebound, his playing time increased with each game. Nelson sprinted forward, receiving the ball in a timely manner. He dashed towards the basket, but Dueling had already positioned himself ahead, causing Nelson to hesitate momentarily before accelerating again. Leaping high as Dueling followed suit, poised to block the shot. In midair, Nelson spotted J.J. Redick charging into the paint and executed a behind-the-back pass. Redick continued towards the left, drawing his defender away. He effortlessly scored 2 points. The Grizzlies did not rush to inbound the ball. Bellas, with seasoned composure, recognized the game was nearing its conclusion and his team held a significant lead, thus began to control the tempo. He gradually crossed half court, observing his teammates' positions, and passed the ball to Gay near the left free throw line. Gay, showing no urgency to attack the hoop, instead began a series of between-the-legs dribbles, retreating towards the three-point line. Oh no, Rudy Gay is about to show off again, Wang Ping lamented at the sight of an open lane beneath the basket. Well, we're leading by so much, so slowing down the pace isn't a bad idea. Harrington, like a bulldog, spread his arms and urged Gay not to pass, but to directly attack. When did the game become their personal one-on-one practice? Gay smirked, launching a high-arching shot as Arthur leapt into the fray. Dunk! Not only did he score, but the big baby, Glenn Davis, also drew a foul, earning an additional free throw. Hey buddy, how are you passing? You need to face me directly. Aren't you touted as the best small forward since McGrady? Come on, face me. Let me teach you a lesson, Harrington taunted Gay. Oh, my friend, I never said that. That was the media's claim. However, one thing is certain, you're too old, really too old. You can't keep up with me. Getting past you is as easy as crossing the road in the morning. When has Gay ever spared anyone with his words? Harrington, provoked by him, had veins bulging on his forehead and, in the next round, even committed a rookie error by dribbling out of bounds. Both coaches simultaneously slapped their foreheads and sighed heavily. The Grizzlies regained possession. During the play, Dueling positioned himself at the three-point line while Bayless maneuvered around him. Dueling executed a behind-the-back pass, and Bayless, stepping back, launched a piercing three-pointer. Wow, is his playing time really overshadowing yours? Daniel observed, bewildered, as he glanced at Lu Ming. Clearly, Bayless's performance tonight had captured his attention. Currently, Bayless held the highest playing time on the Grizzlies, having taken 16 shots and made 11, including 6 out of 9 three-point attempts, along with 4 successful free throws, efficiently amassing 32 points, the highest on either side. Most importantly, he also delivered 8 assists, effectively orchestrating the team's offense. Even when on the court with Conley, he often took charge of the ball, allowing Conley to exploit his off-ball offensive prowess. Thanks to Bayless's stunning display, Conley played for less than 26 minutes, scoring 19 points on 8 of 14 shooting, with 7 assists, comfortably resting on the sidelines. With the referee's whistle, the final score was 117-96. As the Grizzlies claimed victory with ease. I told you, the Grizzlies would ultimately win the game, Daniel remarked to the drowsy crowd. Indeed, having established the tone of the match early on, everyone felt fatigued. After bidding farewell, Lu Ming entered his room and turned off the lights. Chapter 57. Pinnacle of purple and gold. Following the team's resounding away victory against the Magic, Hollins unusually granted the players a day off to alleviate muscle fatigue. The upcoming journey would be challenging, with the next game against the Los Angeles Lakers, led by none other than Kobe Bryant. On the bus 3 days later, Lu Ming, with headphones on, leaned against the window, gazing outside. The good news was that he was finally cleared to play, and the team's prominent center, Marc Gasol, was also returning from injury. Lu Ming struggled to contain his excitement, as his past was intricately intertwined with the Lakers. Years ago, he had faced a merciless rejection during his training stint with the team, the reason cited being his inconsistent shooting and slight build, which made it difficult for him to endure the high-intensity competition of the NBA. Hey Lee, what are you thinking about? No need to be nervous. We'll make sure to pass you the ball, Rudy Gay seated in the front row, flashed him a victory sign. Tonight in Los Angeles, there will surely be a plethora of attendees. I heard many big-name celebrities will be present, including Beckham and Celine Dion, and who knows, perhaps even Scarlett Johansson. Arthur chimed in. Of course. After all, it's a team with Kobe at the helm. He has the league's golden emblem, a walking masterpiece, Lu Ming replied. Yes. I've heard Kobe is quite stringent. His teammates fear him, and even the team director takes care to avoid him in the hallways. A group of novices chattered excitedly nearby, eager to catch a glimpse of the living legend. Those are tales of yore, one remarked. I've heard that Kobe has mellowed considerably with the arrival of Gasol. He has added 2 more championship rings to his collection. Now, his sole ambition is to secure another, surpassing Jordan in both personal statistics and accolades. As he spoke, Gay extended his right hand, scrutinizing it thoughtfully, pondering when he might claim his first ring. Indeed, most players dedicate their entire careers without ever acquiring a single championship ring. Only a fortunate few bask in the grace of divine favor, an endeavor fraught with sweat, toil, and pain, not to mention the serendipity of a player like Horry, who seems to possess an aura of luck. The team arrived at the Staples Center by 6:30, and the sensation of the polished floor beneath their feet gleamed with a golden radiance, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. Hey, can you imagine what it was like when they received their championship rings here? Could the whole family attend? My uncle's household has 2 lovely sisters who could join the festivities. Indeed, one could only speculate about the gathering of dignitaries present, perhaps even selecting a couple to elevate them into the echelons of the elite. A few rookies, typically starved of playing time, frolicked nearby. Meanwhile, Conley remained silent, practicing 3-pointers with bare arms. Oh, come on, Mike, can you take a break? Can't you see the Lakers are quiet over there? If you keep this relentless practice up, the old man will have a word with me. Clearly, Gay was aware of his own propensity for laziness. As warm-up time commenced, Artest approached, exchanging high-fives with Randolph and Gay, sharing a few whispered words to fulfill the obligations of camaraderie. Curiously, Gasol's brother did not seek him out, merely waving from a distance. Wow, how klitsch. Aren't they supposed to be brothers? Isn't blood thicker than water? In recent years, the Grizzlies' formidable defense has posed considerable challenges for teams in the West, with the Lakers and Spurs among the casualties. Established powerhouses viewed Holland's team with trepidation. Fortunately, Conley, raised within the Grizzlies' ranks, is a modest and reserved player, and Randolph has also tempered his demeanor, or else they might have become as despised as the bad boys of the late 80s. Following the departure of Shaquille O'Neal and the dissolution of the Showtime era, the Lakers endured a period of stagnation. However, with Kupchak's astute acquisition of Gasol from the Grizzlies, the team swiftly regained its status among the elite. Notably, they clinched consecutive championships in the 2009-10 and 2010-11 seasons, triumphing over the formidable Celtics, a feat of significant merit. Gasol's arrival enriched the team's tactical framework, becoming the pivotal axis within Phil Jackson's triangle offense. The passing and descending tactics employed during the game are exceedingly formidable. Consequently, Kobe has been afforded a plethora of effortless scoring opportunities, no longer ensnared in the inefficiencies of solitary plays, complemented by the perimeter prowess of Ron Artest, now referred to as World Peace, with his tenacious defense, alongside the burgeoning talents of Bynum in the paint. The team has begun to take on the semblance of a championship contender. This year, they remain resolute in their ambition to once again ascend to the pinnacle of glory. As the clock strikes 8, the players make their entrance. The introductions for the visiting team have concluded, and there is no need to enumerate them all. The confidence and dominance exuded by the home players upon their arrival is simply ineffable, with the 16 championship banners fluttering overhead serving as a testament to their legacy. Dwight Howard, the high school center who was the first overall pick in the 2004 NBA draft, captivated the audience with an impressive 3-minute breakdancing display, marking a highlight before the game commenced. It seems Kobe has also relaxed his expectations of his teammates, allowing them to express their innate talents. This evening's radio commentary team is equally illustrious, featuring none other than Clyde Drexler, a member of the championship-winning Rockets and former Rockets coach Jeff Van Gundy. Clearly, the broadcasting team has gone to great lengths to heighten the atmosphere to its zenith. Finally, when Kobe takes the court, the roar from the Staples Center is enough to shake the very rafters. Oh, is this the presence of a seasoned superstar? The aura, the rhythm, truly timeless. Lu Ming instantaneously transforms into an ardent admirer, exuberantly welcoming him as if he were a rock legend from the 1960s. Naturally, the sentiment is shared by all. Kobe's magnetism and charisma are unparalleled. Most delightfully for Lu Ming, today marks the first time he has been named a starter in his career. On such a momentous occasion, this will undoubtedly become one of his most cherished memories. Jeff, have you noticed that Coach Hollins has opted not to start Tony Allen and Conley together? Instead, choosing a player wearing number 7 from Huaxia? Drexler appears puzzled by Hollins' decision. Well, you see, the number 7 player, Lu Ming, is a remarkably impactful athlete with an excellent court vision and a robust defensive presence, perfectly aligning with Hollins' established criteria. Van Gundy is more familiar with Lu Ming, having provided commentary during the previous game against the Chicago Bulls. Oh, I see. Are you suggesting that Lu Ming is a superior ball handler? It seems Drexler has set a trap for Van Gundy, eagerly awaiting his response. I did not imply that. Tony has his own merits. However, facing a team steeped in championship pedigree, perhaps Coach Hollins is seeking a strong start, and substituting in the more offensively inclined Lu Ming is certainly justifiable. Van Gundy, with his high emotional intelligence, deftly praises both players. As for how the narrative unfolds from here, can Lu Ming truly shoulder the burden? Let's await the outcome with bated breath. Chapter 58, The External Duel with Kobe. As the match commenced, Howard leapt for the ball, while Steve Nash maneuvered it across the court. Alas, Steve has aged. Under the pressure from Lu Ming, he nearly relinquished possession. Drexler, right from the start, elevated the atmosphere. I surmise he must be feeling the weight of his past accolades. An 8-time All-Star, a 3-time first-team selection, and a 2-time regular season MVP. After all, the age of 38 is not to be trifled with. Van Gundy, however, maintained a clear perspective. Dwight, move inward, he urged. Kobe, stationed beyond the three-point line, directed Howard's positioning with precision. Without uttering a word, Howard turned and advanced, as certain media outlets have recently taken to discussing the dynamic between Howard and Kobe, suggesting there is substance behind the speculation. The ball found its way into Meta World Peace's hands, where, under the defense of Gay, he not only scored but also drew a foul for a hand check against Gay. The ball was truly a demonstration of sheer strength. Indeed, it was a contest of brute force. In the position of small forward, few can match the presence of Ron Artest. Gay was overly eager. He should have afforded him a step to take the shot. With the score at 0-3, Artest calmly sank his free throw. Conley advanced with the ball, with Kobe retreating in defense, maintaining a step's distance to entice him into a long-range attempt. Mike Gay, eager to reclaim his reputation, moved to the perimeter to receive the ball. Conley glanced at him, but instead passed the ball to Ming Lee, who was being guarded by Nash. With a feint, Lee made a direct drive into the paint, executing a graceful two-point shot that found its mark. In this instance, the Lakers were equally resolute, executing two straightforward passes before delivering the ball directly to the paint, where Howard eagerly capitalized. Lu Ming dribbled, while Conley transitioned to an off-ball roll. Did the player wearing number 7 for Huaxia orchestrate the offense? Is Coach Hollins employing a dual point guard strategy? Such an approach is indeed rare. It was evident that Drexler harbored doubts regarding Lu Ming's playmaking abilities. In a fleeting moment of uncertainty, Lu Ming lofted a high pass, allowing Randolph to stride in and execute a one-handed dunk, leaving Gasol with no time to react. A miscommunication occurred between him and Howard, as both assumed the other would promptly rotate for defense. Kobe, with a stern expression, demanded the ball. This team, from the coaching staff to the players, faced various pressing issues in need of resolution. Reports suggested that Zen Master Jackson had fallen out with the management, and the Lakers were poised to dismiss him. The lack of an official announcement was attributed to his esteemed position, allowing him to resign voluntarily to avoid a more contentious situation. Additionally, it was reported that the incoming coach would be D'Antoni, rekindling his partnership with Nash in Los Angeles, though it remained uncertain how much fuel this aging steed had left in the tank. Kobe, seated at the free throw line, observed as Conley maneuvered inside, executing a graceful half-turn to bank the ball into the hoop. Kobe remained quintessentially himself. Perhaps time had left its mark upon him. Yet as long as he graced the court, the Lakers possessed a steadfast anchor. Van Gundy lamented. Following Gay's baseline inbounds, he swiftly sprinted towards the opposing half, drawing Artest along with him. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming broke free of Nash and, beyond the three-point arc, unleashed a shot that soared through the air. This shot caught the Lakers completely off guard. No one anticipated that a point guard would take a shot without a single pass after crossing half-court. Many Lakers players did not even recognize the player wearing number 7 before them. The three-pointer was executed with remarkable precision and determination. Kid, impressive. However, opportunities for you to shoot will be scarce from now on. I shall take over your defense, murmured Meta-World Peace with a disdainful huff near his ear. Li Ming recognized this as merely a psychological tactic. He was already entangled with Gay, unable to extricate himself, leaving him with little energy to assist in defense. This season, Meta, born in '79 and a year younger than Kobe, had lost much of his former vigor on the court, his once formidable presence diminished. Despite his defensive acumen, injuries had significantly hampered his knee, slowing his exceptional defensive instincts and ability to support teammates. In the next play, Li Ming intercepted Nash's pass beneath the basket and swiftly dashed down the court. With Kobe in pursuit, he executed a magnificent windmill dunk. It was astonishing to witness Kobe relegated to the role of a mere backdrop, overshadowed by a rookie. Who is this player? How can he be so swift? Why have I not come across any reports about him before? Is Memphis not known as a defensive team? Why is the tempo so rapid now? The analysis provided by the fan is astutely perceptive. Oftentimes, when Li Ming initiates a fast break, the formidable Randolph has yet to traverse half the court. It carries a certain charm. Kobe flashed a grin, raising a finger towards the heavens, prompting his teammates to swiftly position themselves. Indeed, he was about to enter his one-on-one mode. Conley firmly anchored himself against Kobe's waist. After executing a few deft maneuvers, Kobe stepped back to the right, twisting his body to take the shot. The shot proved too challenging, striking the front rim. However, Gasol secured the rebound and attempted a follow-up. Yet it too failed to find its mark. Once again, Gasol retrieved the ball, bending low, while Randolph soared. Yet, Pau Gasol remained grounded. As Marc Gasol shouted warnings from beside him, "Be wary of the basket," Pau's pass found Kobe, who had once more penetrated the paint. With effortless grace, Kobe executed a delicate floater, showcasing the synergy between the two. Conley and Mark had been drawn to the perimeter, granting Kobe the time he needed to cut through. Oh, truly, he is the man closest to divinity, capable of such fluid movements within such a confined space. What artistry! Li Ming wore a sly grin as Conley's pass arrived. He dashed to the corner, and before Nash could position himself defensively, he launched a trailing three-pointer, which swished through the net. Nash leaned against his waist, breathing heavily, casting a glance at Phil Jackson on the bench. Jackson nodded, signaling for a timeout. "Well played. Let us take a breather. We'll be counting on you in the second half." The Zen master was keenly attuned to his players' feelings, ensuring Nash did not feel his pride wounded. Simultaneously, he substituted Meta-World Peace for Anton Jamison, thereby enhancing the ball-handling options on the floor. Jamison, renowned for his one-on-one capabilities, was once one of the trio of stars for the Wizards. Entering in place of Nash was Steve Blake. Indeed, both bore the name Steve, but their skills and achievements differed vastly. Nevertheless, Blake possessed one advantage: youth. As the old adage goes, no matter how formidable a warrior, he cannot consume 10 pounds of rice. Age is an inevitability that no one can escape. Upon witnessing Nash leave the court, Hollins brought in Bayless and Arthur, substituting them for Conley and Marc Gasol. With this, Li Ming has gained greater authority to shoot. The newly entered Blake appeared somewhat anxious. While attempting to pass the ball to Kobe, he was thwarted by Gay's long reach. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ming reclaimed the basketball and charged towards the basket, executing a powerful dunk. It was rare for Kobe to pat Blake on the back and give him a thumbs up. A true leader exudes warmth and encouragement. Calmed by this gesture, Blake eagerly returned to the game, intensifying his efforts on both offense and defense. Jamison received the ball at the top, pushing against Gay without yielding. He then passed it to Kobe, who, with a nonchalant look, sank a three-pointer effortlessly, radiating an aura of dominance as he faced the Grizzlies. Li Ming, with the help of his teammate screens, caught the ball at a 45-degree angle on the right side and, despite Blake's defense, executed another flawless three-pointer. The score now stood at 17-13. Within a mere half of a quarter, Li Ming had already amassed 13 points, making all three of his attempts from beyond the arc, equating his individual score to that of the entire Lakers team. Chapter 59. The invincible card during the official timeout. Both teams retreated to catch their breath. Do not attempt to match his speed. You can disrupt his shot or position yourself in his path. Inside, Paul will assist you with the defense. Kobe patiently explained to Blake. Antoine, Rudy Gay is your responsibility. You must increase your presence in the post to wear him down. Hey, buddy, show them your prowess. You are a formidable player in the small forward position. Even Scott is no match for you. It seems that every nation relishes such flattery. The effect was palpable. Both players, momentarily taken aback by their leader's praise, regained their spirits, casting eager glances at the Grizzlies bench, their eyes sparkling with determination. Lee, make an effort to pass to Rudy, allowing him to utilize his footwork to create space in the paint. Zach will help you with the screens. Hollins, an astute coach, recognized that Randolph had become ensnared by the opposing defense, thus making Rudy Gay the key to unlocking that area. Ding ding, the voice from his subconscious echoed once more. Host, congratulations on acquiring 30,000 points, which can be exchanged for preferred offensive attributes and equivalent items. Would you like to access the store interface? Damn, the system has finally activated. The frequency is far too low. It completely relies on personal effort, Li Ming resolutely responded. Additionally, a Peak Fat Buddha 3-point card is included as a bonus. Would you like to open it? After Li Ming selected the Endurance card and Invincible Rebound card, the system reminded him of the accompanying card. Absolutely. Fat Buddha, the twin star of the Celtics, Walker? Hasn't this guy been off the radar for quite some time? Well, regardless of his weight, his 3-point shooting is undeniably exceptional, quick, and accurate. System refresh complete. Please refer to the table below for the host's offensive attribute values. Offense, 91 defense, 94 footwork in the paint, Dreamlike Rocket card, 94, breakthrough, Peak Iverson, 96, offensive rebounds, Invincible Big Bugs Scent Lollipop, 96, total upgrade expenditure, 4 coins, worth 37,000. Keep it up, host. There are surprises for completing the task. Note, the Iverson mode card costs 28,000. Wow, spending 28,000 on this means I'll need to grind through countless matches to earn it back. Well, it is Iverson after all. Let us bye. As the referee's whistle echoed, the players returned to the court with the Staples Center DJ rallying the audience to chant Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. Jamison received the ball and showcased his signature one-leg jump shot near the free throw line. Although it missed, his form was so stylish that it made a lasting impression. Meanwhile, Howard, amidst the crowd, overpowered Randolph and emphatically dunked the ball back into the hoop. Baylor executed a behind-the-back pass to Li Ming at the arc. Li Ming, eyeing Blake, executed a wide crossover that sent Blake slipping on his feet. With a grace reminiscent of martial arts, he deftly maneuvered through the defense, delivering an exquisite layup that kissed the backboard and fell in. Truly remarkable. What has transpired? Was it a move executed by a player from Huaxia? Isn't that your signature move? Fungundi Tisch Drexler. The glide felt a bit embarrassed. He indeed saw merit in this number 7 player becoming a starter, affirming that Coach Hollins made a wise choice. He had to find a way to save face. Blake received the ball along the baseline, dribbled twice, and attempted to pivot away from Li Ming's defense, only to be intercepted by Gay, who deftly stole the ball from behind. Li, Gay shouted, tossing the ball forward into the open field. With no one around, Li Ming leaped while turning back to point at Gay. Dunk! The rim reverberated as Li Ming, due to his momentum, crashed into the crowd, accidentally toppling a cameraman in the process. The fans gasped in disbelief. He didn't choose to dunk it himself? This was indeed audacious. Yes, Li Ming merely soared high and slammed the ball against the backboard, allowing Gay to follow up with a thunderous windmill dunk. Coach Hollins observed sternly from the sidelines, sensing that Li Ming, having spent too much time with Gay, was beginning to adopt a flair for the dramatic, something that needed correction. Kobe, with a grim expression, approached for the ball. He wasn't rushing for a fast break, but rather signaling Blake to set a screen. Indeed, he intended to confront Li Ming directly. Blake obediently positioned himself for the screen as Kobe faced off against Li Ming. Hey kid, basketball isn't as simple as you think. The road ahead is still long. With a swift motion, he spun past Li Ming's defense, striding confidently towards the free throw line before leaping gracefully into the air. Alas, he had neglected to acquire the finest cards to counter Kobe's direct approach. Indeed, the inventory contained defensive cards for Paul Pierce and Sean Marion, renowned for their prowess in limiting Kobe's impact. However, both cards were prohibitively expensive for Li Ming. In desperation, he resorted to pulling Kobe down, resulting in a whistle and a free throw. Though his actions were forceful, Kobe merely chuckled and gestured with open palms, unfazed. 2 successful free throws brought the score to 21-17. Maintaining a 4-point gap. Kobe rallied his teammates for full court pressure, aiming to disrupt the Grizzlies' rhythm. As anticipated, under Kobe's relentless pursuit, Bellas lost control of the ball, sending it out of bounds. Glancing at Coach Hollins on the sidelines, Li Ming noted there was no immediate intention to substitute Conley. Instead, a gesture was made. Understanding the cue, Lu Ming signaled his teammates to adopt an aggressive defensive strategy, aiming to slow the Lakers' offensive tempo. The Lakers' ball found its way to the interior, where Pau Gasol, facing Arthur's defense, opted for a frontal attack. Yet, he underestimated Arthur's leaping ability. Although a rookie, Arthur's quickness compensated for his slightly slower anticipation, disrupting what should have been an assured score for Gasol. The ball ricocheted off, and Howard seized the rebound, attempting to overpower Randolph. However, Randolph was not easily intimidated. He had never shied away from a battle of strength. "Pass the ball now," Howard bellowed, disregarding Kobe's desperate calls from the perimeter. He stubbornly continued to back down against Randolph, but the struggle led to the ball going out of bounds. Kobe, in frustration, leaped and stomped back to the half-court, lamenting the squandered opportunity. He pointed at Jamison, animatedly indicating that Jamison had been open for a three-pointer, chastising Howard for relinquishing possession to the opposition. Acknowledging his fault, Howard silently shook his head and retreated to his side of the court. The Grizzlies bench erupted in laughter at the spectacle, for in any land, there are always those who revel in the chaos of others. After all, the more disarrayed the opponent, the greater the chances for oneself. Who cares about unity when opportunities abound? Chapter 60. The Mamba's fury quickly. Keep up with your assigned defender. Do not hesitate. Close in. Kobe incessantly urged Howard and Gasol to dominate the paint. Randolph elevated the ball, executing two feints. After a few words from Howard, he impatiently lunged forward. Seizing the opportunity, Randolph delivered a bounce pass, allowing Gay to leap high and execute a spectacular slam dunk. The score was 36-27 as the first quarter concluded, with the visiting Grizzlies leading the home team by 9 points. It seems somewhat unreasonable for the defensively strong Grizzlies to amass 36 points in a single quarter. There had been too much lackadaisical defense. Jeff Van Gundy shook his head in disbelief. Indeed, it was quite surprising that the Los Angeles Lakers, boasting their so-called Four Kings, were dealt such a stunning blow in the opening quarter. The Glide also shook his head. "I believe you are all intelligent and perceptive gentlemen, capable of discerning the appropriate actions at the right moments. You will not allow emotions to cloud your judgment, nor will you place personal interests above those of the collective." The Zen master adjusted his glasses and remarked lightly, "I could assure that if the cameras were to capture this moment, it would undoubtedly astonish the audience." This was not merely a coach, but rather a philosopher, effortlessly chastising while leaving no room for rebuttal. On the other side, Coach Hollins was not idle either. "Kids, you're performing remarkably well. Keep the pressure on them. The game lasts 48 minutes. Keep it up." He clenched his fists tightly, while Arthur, closest to him, wiped the spit from his face. As the second quarter commenced, Nash remained seated on the bench, while the Zen master continued to pair Blake with Kobe in the backcourt, simultaneously withdrawing Howard. Jamison received the ball beyond the three-point line, his gaze fixated on the interior where Pau Gasol resided. Yet he passed it to the other side to Jordan Hill. Yes, such a pretentious name, even more audacious than Anthony Carter, hailing from the University of Arizona. Selected 8th overall by the Knicks in 2009, he was an adept interior player with remarkable athletic ability. Being chosen at the 8th position indicated his physical prowess, though his skills required refinement, particularly in mid-range shooting. At one point, he could have easily been a top 3 pick had it not been for his struggles with shooting accuracy. Jordan Hill glanced at the basket, took a bold stride into the paint, leaping against Gay's extended arms, only to have the shot blocked. Just then, Kobe, arriving just in time, retrieved the ball as Hill landed, effectively shielding Gay behind him. Kobe executed a delicate floater, successfully scoring. Oh, Bryant had the opportunity to pass to the open teammate beside him. Yet at this moment, his eyes were ablaze with determination. He was resolute in personally penetrating the opponent's defense to score. The glider pounded the table, vociferously calling out. Upon landing, he incessantly shouted towards Rudy Gay, his face nearly pressed against his. The cameras on site even captured a moment where their lips almost met. The large screen displayed the recent goal repeatedly, showcasing Kobe's undeniable dominance, maintaining an unyielding presence. Even the combined popularity of the opposing team paled in comparison to his singular allure. This evening, the Staples Center was flooded with luminaries such as David Beckham, Will Smith, Douglas, and most importantly, his young admirer, Taylor Swift. The sheer presence of these stars alone would cost a fortune. Even the most renowned celebrities, unfazed by the exorbitant price of front-row tickets at $14,000, remain utterly composed. As the camera panned to Swift, she graciously removed her sunglasses and cheerfully greeted her fans, while the venue's DJ aptly played her hit Sparks Fly. The audience, regardless of the score disparity, swayed to the rhythm, fully immersed in the atmosphere. As Gay took possession of the ball, Conley and Lee deftly drew away their respective defenders, while Jamison maintained his position directly in front of him. "Antoine, you've aged. Truly my grandmother could outrun you," Gay scoffed, pushing past Jamison's defense with a swift back pivot, determined to break through with sheer speed. "This is a matter of pure velocity," Van Gundy exclaimed. "While I acknowledge Antoine as a player I admire, possessing considerable prowess, youth often prevails. Rudy's talent is glaringly evident. He embodies the vigor of the moment," Drexler remarked, shaking his head. Just as everyone believed Gay had succeeded in his drive, Kobe inexplicably emerged from the side, executing a sudden reach that startled Gay, causing him to lose grip on the ball. "Quick, grab it," Kobe shouted urgently at Blake, who, displaying admirable resolve, managed to tip the ball to the captain before tumbling to the floor. "Come on," Bryant charged into the Grizzlies' paint, unfazed by the double team from Randolph and Bellis, executing a remarkable reverse layup. The score shifted to 39-33, and the whistle blew, a decisive and one. The camera angles, unfortunately, missed the precise moment of the shot, leaving only awe at Kobe's extraordinary core strength. "Wow, what incredible core strength. Vanessa must be head over heels for him," Lee marveled, his expression one of disbelief. Kobe's innate talent was nothing short of astounding, evoking envy and admiration. Gay approached the free throw line, whispering into Kobe's ear, who simply regarded him with an innocent shrug and open palms. Kobe steadied his breath, dribbled the ball a few times, and prepared for the shot. Lee's impatience grew, exclaiming, "Damn it, I've been watching old Kobe perform, and Haven T had a chance to shine. Wasn't Walker a star too? He was once a focal point for the Celtics." He glanced at Bellas before swiftly maneuvering to the baseline. Bellas and Gay executed a pick and roll, immediately moving to receive the pass. Meanwhile, leaning left, the ball was delivered to Arthur on the right. Arthur, oblivious, took a shot after glancing at Lee. "Oh dear, this fool can't see the Lakers' defensive trap? They want you to shoot." Lee fumed, casting a disapproving look at Arthur. Fortunately, Gay secured the rebound, pushing against Gasol, but just as victory seemed imminent, Kobe stealthily snatched the ball from behind. Kobe sprinted towards the opposing basket, determined. "You must block him. Use your body to impede him," Conley shouted towards Arthur, who had already established his position beneath the basket. "Rest assured, boss, I've got my spot," he proclaimed. "If he dares to come, I'll show him what a hot pot really is." Kobe slowed his pace in the paint, pivoting to begin backing down Arthur. It seemed he intended to impart a lesson to the rookie. "Welcome to the NBA, Arthur." Drexler harbored no doubts about the ball's potential. His only uncertainty lay in whether Kobe would choose the left or the right, a dilemma shared by Arthur as well. Every inch of Kobe's muscle, even every cell within him, was a feint. His continuous shoulder fakes had already begun to bewilder Arthur. At this moment, Conley also caught up, and the two flanked Kobe from either side. Upon noticing Conley approaching, Kobe executed a half-turn in response to Conley's outstretched left hand, performing a Dirk-like one-leg jump shot. The ball swished through the net, and the whistle blew once again. "Wow, incredible. I adore you." The Staples Center erupted into a frenzy once more. This shot was undoubtedly intentional. As he descended, he deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for Mike to arrive. Such audacity is commendable. Indeed, to devise a script in such a brief span of time, one cannot help but admire Kobe, as Van Gundy sincerely remarked. The man before him was indeed formidable. He was aware that he would score and that a foul would be called. He chose to wait for Conley's arrival. For drawing a foul from Conley held far greater significance than from Arthur, given that Conley was the focal point of the opposing team. Kobe approached the free throw line once more, and the Staples Center resonated with chants of MVP. Chapter 61. The Battle of Wits among Coaches 41-43. Both sides engaged in a series of relentless exchanges. Within half a quarter, Kobe had scored 11 points and provided 4 assists, turning the tide of the game, prompting Coach Hollins to call another timeout. "Do not fall into their rhythm. He is enticing you to play according to their tempo," Hollins admonished his players. However, he also recognized that a fully unleashed Kobe was an unstoppable force, and he could only pray that his teammates would miss their open shots. Kobe, even when on fire, was the type to share the ball, particularly in his 16th year in the league, where his leadership qualities manifested in a more mature performance on the court. Coach Hollins once again deployed a 3-guard lineup, featuring Mike Conley, Lee Ming, and Bayless, with Gay sliding up to the power forward position, complemented by either the swifter Arthur or Pondexter in the paint. Marc Gasol and Zach Randolph sat on the bench, observing to see if the Lakers could extend their lead during this stretch. Van Gundy held little faith in the Grizzlies' configuration. In his view, Hollins had forsaken his heavy hitters, completely sidelining his big men. Such a lineup would be utterly passive against teams boasting interior giants like Howard and Gasol. However, fellow guard Drexler had a different perspective. His reasoning was straightforward. All three Grizzlies guards possessed a certain ability to attack the basket, and Gay's footwork against the opposing sitter was undeniably advantageous. As long as they avoided being ensnared in a half-court battle, they would not be overly disadvantaged, and unexpected outcomes might arise. It is akin to the heavy, armored infantry encountering cavalry on the battlefield. Once they spread their formation across the open ground, the mobility of the cavalry becomes fully apparent. Indeed, after the substitutions, the Grizzlies significantly accelerated their pace. Upon crossing half-court, a simple pick-and-roll was executed, regardless of the outcome, swiftly transitioning to defense. Conversely, the Lakers appeared hesitant, occasionally overly focused on exploiting their interior advantage, which led to the squander of several open opportunities from beyond the arc. Coach Phil Jackson signaled for a timeout. Let us observe the adjustments he will implement. Van Gundy expressed deep admiration for Jackson's adaptability. As anticipated, Jackson decisively removed Howard and Gasol, introducing Earl Clark and Chris Duhon, while Antoine Jamison assumed the center position, crafting a more refined small ball lineup. Both coaches displayed their tactical acumen and ingenuity to the fullest extent, often meticulously adjusting their strategies for specific possessions, even substituting a defensive player or a larger athlete for rebounding during dead balls, only to revert at the next stoppage. The competition resembles a game of intricate strategy, where the dynamics on the court shift unpredictably, lacking a rigid framework and relying instead on the art of countering each move. Chris, you will take charge of guarding Conley. Kobe has summoned the newly introduced, taller Chris Duhon to position himself alongside Conley. Indeed, he is fresh on the court, brimming with vitality, capable of closely shadowing the opposing playmaker. Meanwhile, Kobe will focus on the relatively weaker Bellas. Standing opposite Lu Ming is Clark, another novice, yet at this moment exuding energy and enthusiasm. Conley dribbles beyond the three-point line, surveying his teammates' movements in search of an opportunity. Bellas maneuvers along the baseline, poised to strike. Lu Ming executes a feint, successfully shaking off Clark, and extends his arms to receive the ball. Conley's pass is straightforward and effective. Upon receiving it, Lu Ming does not wait for Clark to react and promptly elevates for a shot. The trajectory is precise, and it swishes through the net, a three-pointer. It appears this chubby sharpshooter's three-point range is quite formidable. Lu Ming wears a mischievous grin as he gazes at the novice before him. However, the Lakers are not to be underestimated. Just as the Grizzlies are still coordinating their defensive adjustments, Chris Duhon on the perimeter has already launched a three-pointer, which also finds its mark. Now, it is visually captivating, perfectly aligned with the mountains. Both sides mirror each other, engaging in an exchange of prowess. You score one, and I shall reciprocate. In this round, you executed a slam dunk following a screen, so in the next round, I will employ the same screen to launch a three-pointer from the perimeter, showing no mercy, refusing to yield in momentum. While this style of play is visually captivating and invigorating, it is exceedingly taxing on physical stamina, and its duration is typically limited. After several rounds of mutual offense, Conley called for a timeout due to a strategic foul. Indeed, they needed a moment to catch their breath and devise a targeted defense, especially since they were on the Lakers' home court. Continuing in this manner would yield no advantages, a scenario that the Lakers would relish. Coach, this approach is unsustainable, Lu Ming said, panting heavily. Wow, this kid has already begun to meddle in coaching matters? Several rookies nearby regarded him with disdain, eagerly anticipating his downfall. The opposing Pau Gasol possesses formidable shooting and playmaking abilities. If he remains off the court, Marc Gasol can enjoy a bit more rest. Hollins, however, did not fault him. He harbored his own considerations. After all, Gasol had just returned from injury, and as a coach, he must delve deeper into personnel decisions. Tony, you will enter shortly. Your task is merely to engage the opposing ball handler. Do not fixate on Kobe Bryant, Hollins instructed Tony Allen. Mike, take a breather. Conserve your energy for the second half. Although the Lakers' morale was soaring at that moment, Hollins remained unfazed. He had already begun to strategize for the decisive battle in the second half. With the referee's whistle, players took the court. Lu Ming tapped his head, determined to reclaim control over the game during these final 4 minutes. The Zen master indeed brought in Gasol, substituting the briefly played Clark. Bellas advanced with the ball, while Lu Ming extended his hand for a pass beyond the three-point arc on the right side. Upon receiving the pass, Chris Duhon dared not step back, closely shadowing him. This young man proved far more manageable than the previous Nash and Artist. Lu Ming first positioned the ball to the left, then swiftly executed a behind-the-back maneuver to switch to the right, causing Duhan to stumble and lose his footing. Seizing the momentum, Lu Ming pulled back beyond the three-point line and released the shot with poise. The ball soared through the air like an aircraft piercing through the clouds, landing deftly into the net. This maneuver bears a resemblance to the later popular step-back jump shot, albeit executed with greater simplicity and subtlety. Kobe, in possession of the ball, beckoned Gasol to establish his position in the paint. With a decisive step towards the free throw line, he elevated the ball high above his head, simultaneously performing a graceful half-turn hook shot. The ball soared through the air at an exceptionally sharp angle, finding its way into the basket. The crowd erupted in applause, and the studio echoed with resounding cheers. The artistry of that shot was undeniable. If Jordan's style could be described as expansive, then Kobe's execution was akin to a captivating landscape painting. The score stood at 46-51, with the Lakers still leading by 5 points. Chapter 62. The rampaging Randolph Lee might want to try that, Gay whispered as he drew closer. That? The nearby Lakers player looked on in bewilderment, clearly unable to comprehend. This was a coded language and gestures commonly shared between Lu Ming and Gay during their training sessions, perplexing to outsiders. Lu Ming swiftly advanced the ball across half-court, halting at the arc's peak. Gay, utilizing Baylor's screen, slipped into the paint. Lu Ming delivered a direct pass to Gay's chest, allowing him to receive it comfortably. Without any need for adjustment, he pivoted upon catching the ball, raising his left arm as Gasol instinctively lowered himself. A faint smile graced Gay's lips. As Gasol leapt into the air, he ascended for a well-placed bank shot, adding 2 points to his tally. In truth, Gay's position was already quite advantageous. He could have simply taken the shot without hesitation, as Gasol was too late to react, merely responding out of instinct. He had a chance for an and-one play. However, Gay's thought process often eludes comprehension, not only for his opponents, but occasionally even for his teammates. Lu Ming gestured at him, perplexed, questioning why he didn't take the shot directly under the basket. Coach Hollins also wore a look of confusion. This young man was challenging to decipher. Sometimes, even with several defenders in front of him, he would force his way to the basket. Yet in this moment of opportunity, he opted for finesse, which seemed rather convoluted. During a free throw break, the Zen master substituted in Howard, prompting Hollins to remove Arthur and bring on Randolph. Kobe passed the ball to Blake near the free throw line, but Blake took too long to prepare for his shot, which was disrupted by Gay's lengthy reach. Baylor sprinted with the ball, but the Lakers' defense was swift, forcing him to dribble while awaiting Randolph's positioning. Eventually, Randolph lumbered into the paint, creating space with his ample frame and extending his right hand. Baylor delivered a powerful pass directly into Randolph's grasp. The formidable bear began to push Howard back. Even spectators in the front row could hear the sound of their muscles colliding. Randolph leaned into Howard's body, executing a half-turn for a small-angle bank shot. However, the ball was positioned too far from the hoop and veered off course. Alas, he was too eager and should have sought a bit more space inside. It appears that he is overly concerned with the media's portrayal of the competition for the title of Premier Center, which has altered his mindset. Van Gundy perceives this quite clearly. Indeed, you have articulated much, for the opposing Howard lacks the ability to shoot from mid-range, allowing Zach to extend his game without having to contest strength in the paint. His eagerness to prove himself is palpable. Drexler shares this sentiment. However, the contest is far from over. Our formidable bear possesses more than just this. Lu Ming smirks slightly, extending his arms to obstruct the Lakers player attempting to drive inside, providing a shield for Randolph. As someone who trains alongside him, he is acutely aware of the bear's prowess, particularly his commanding presence in the paint, which makes it exceedingly difficult for even a powerhouse like Howard to gain an advantage. Indeed, he is remarkably resilient, robust, and enduring, an absolute nightmare for all interior players across the league. As expected, when the ball bounced back, Randolph decisively took a step in, enveloping Howard and depriving him of any vertical space before rising himself for a rebound, effortlessly adding 2 points to the scoreboard. It was as if he were merely playing. What could anyone do against him? The spectators were left in awe by such a display, reminiscent of a time when a man named Shaq similarly toyed with opposing centers on this very floor. Kobe shot Howard a disapproving glance, questioning Phil's decision to deploy such a fool. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, when Howard positioned himself to receive the ball, Kobe unselfishly passed it in. Randolph lowered his center of gravity, effectively sealing off Howard's waist. Howard, who is heavily reliant on positioning near the basket, cannot execute a hook shot from distance like Randolph or the Gasol brothers. Consequently, he charged with greater force, but Randolph seized the opportunity to retreat. Howard stumbled and fell, landing flat on his back, causing the ball to roll out of bounds. Ha! Dwight fell for Zach's trap. I believe he ought to exercise a bit more intellect. Has Phil not imparted any wisdom to him during his time in Los Angeles? Drexler humorously remarked. The translation of this passage is as follows. How could Howard be such a fool, failing to recognize that this is a trap set by Randolph? He dives headlong into it. The Glide, however, articulates this with greater subtlety and poetic elegance. Witnessing such a scene, the home crowd could not help but express their discontent. For the large screen was displaying Howard's futile attempts to confront Randolph. Little did he know, he ended up falling flat on his face. And now the entire nation has witnessed it. Meanwhile, Hollins is directing Bells to execute a quick play, catching the Lakers off guard. Nevertheless, under Kobe's insistence, the Lakers swiftly regrouped, positioning themselves effectively as Bells crossed half-court. The essence of this is rather obvious. I believe the esteemed audience is already aware of a latecomer to the scene. Lee, given their vigilant observation, opportunities from the perimeter have become scarce. Guy shouted towards Li Ming. The statement almost explicitly reveals whom it concerns. Li Ming, undeterred, executed a spinning pass directly into Randolph's hands. Instead of hastily relinquishing the ball, Randolph held it aloft, leisurely twisting his body to gauge whether Howard's defensive weight leaned left or right. After a couple of subtle nudges with his hip, he suddenly glanced to the right, then placed the ball to his left and dribbled powerfully. Startled, Howard retreated a couple of steps, but by the time he advanced again, Randolph had already taken his initial substantial stride. At this juncture, halting the relentless advance of the formidable Black Bear proves to be a formidable challenge for Howard, who can only brace himself and extend his arm, striving to prevent him from penetrating too deeply. Yet, he remains unable to quell the fiery determination in the Bear's eyes as he watches helplessly as the ball is delivered into the hoop. The score now reads 50-51, with Zach Randolph consistently scoring under the basket, narrowing the gap to a mere point. Damn it, Kobe exclaimed, flailing his arms in frustration. The Zen master, witnessing this, had no choice but to call for a timeout, substituting Howard out of the game. He leaned in close to Paul Gasol, whispering a few instructions. Gasol nodded earnestly in response, while the other players sat on the bench, panting heavily and sipping water. On the Grizzlies' side, Hollins pulled Randolph close, urging, Zach, we need to seize the momentum, understand? We cannot afford to give them a chance to react. This is not the time to feel fatigued after this timeout. They will undoubtedly attempt to double-team you. Mark, you go in for Rudy. You and Zach must coordinate in the low and high posts to prevent their defense from identifying the focal point. With a decisive wave of his hand, Hollins sent both Bears onto the court. However, the Lakers opted to remove Howard, bringing only Gasol onto the court. Can Paul Gasol truly contend with his brother and the duo of Zach Randolph? Let us await the outcome. Chapter 63. The Clash of Inside Powerhouses. Paul, show them your prowess. Just before stepping onto the court, Kobe embraced Gasol tightly. Do not engage in a battle of strength with him inside. Your shooting range exceeds that of Zach. Play to your strengths and showcase your style, Kobe added in a hushed tone. Understood, boss. Just wait. I shall not disappoint you. Prior to Gasol's arrival at the Lakers, many had criticized his style as being somewhat soft. Yet, Kobe had always admired him, consistently encouraging him to be his authentic self. All right, if you dislike battling in the paint, then step outside and shoot them down. As long as that wretched ball goes in. Who cares if it's from 6 feet or 11 feet? Furthermore, in the ancient and enigmatic East, there exists a renowned adage, as long as one can catch mice. It matters not whether the cat is black or white. Thus, during his 3 years with the Lakers, Gasol forged genuine friendships. He and Kobe shared a mutual respect and admiration, their synergy growing ever stronger, often requiring only a glance to understand one another. Indeed, some affections need not be articulated. At this moment, the camera pans to Vanessa on the sidelines, cradling their youngest daughter, while the eldest sits quietly nearby. The Lakers prepare to inbound the ball, with Nash donning his jersey once more, as the presence of a seasoned veteran is essential. Meta World Peace draws Gabe beyond the three-point line, while Kobe receives the ball near the free throw line, executing a feigned drive to deliver a pass to Gasol in the paint. Marc Gasol resolutely positions himself to obstruct his brother's movements, preventing him from pivoting to the right, aware that this is his brother's favored shooting zone. The game has become enthralling, as the long-anticipated brotherly duel finally unfolds. Naturally, they should be well acquainted with each other's playing styles, leading to more tailored defensive strategies. During the commentary, Jeff Van Gundy seizes the opportunity to promote season tickets for the home team. The Lakers spread out, affording Gasol ample space for an isolation play, while Randolph is drawn closer to the baseline by Jamison. "Mark, do not engage him. Cut off his access to the ball," Zach Randolph implores. However, the younger Gasol appears self-assured in his defensive stance, remaining motionless as long as his brother does. The possession drags on, and Paul holds the ball for too long. Mark will not be deceived by such a shoulder feint. On the sidelines, Phil Jackson clenches his fists in anticipation. With only 8 seconds left on the shot clock, Gasol suddenly lowers his center of gravity, dribbling vigorously as he pivots to the right. "Wow, he truly is turning right," exclaims Drexler. Just as everyone anticipates Gasol to forcefully challenge his brother at the basket, Marc Gasol, poised to block, notices a mischievous grin on his elder sibling's face. This is not good. As the younger Gasol realizes the ruse, Kobe deftly maneuvers past Tony Allen, charging toward the hoop. The pass from Mark is perfectly timed, leading to a clean, one-handed dunk by Kobe. Upon landing, Kobe and Mark share a celebratory chest bump. "Hey, buddy, your acting is getting better. You nearly had me fooled." Kobe chuckles, playfully striking Mark's chest. "Damn it," the younger Gasol mutters, clearly frustrated as he realizes his brother merely aimed to divert his defensive focus. Leaving him to assist Kobe, Gay swiftly navigates past Jamison's defense, penetrating the interior, only to find himself ensnared by the combined efforts of Mark and Nash. In a moment of desperation, he passes the ball to Randolph, who positions himself high. Faced with Jamison's advancing defense, the formidable Randolph refrains from forcing a shot, having observed that Kobe and Mark are poised for a potential double team. If he dared to relinquish the ball, it would undoubtedly be intercepted, for Kobe's center of gravity was lower and swifter. Thus, he opted for the most straightforward approach, a long-range shot. Jamison refrained from stepping forward to block, wary of his dominance beneath the basket, and could only watch as Randolph made his way to the rim. "It's fine. You defended well. He can't possibly maintain such accuracy," Kobe reassured him, patting his shoulder. Meanwhile, Howard on the sidelines erupted in a string of exclamations. "Damn it. When others lose their defensive position, it's nothing. But when I get scored on, it's all my fault. What the hell, this old dog has serious double standards." Nash gradually brought the ball past half-court and passed it to the advancing Kobe. Kobe exchanged a glance with Lu Ming before swiftly distributing the ball once more to Gasol in the paint. This time, Xiao Jia displayed wisdom, creating a half-step distance and merely extending his right arm to disrupt. The Jia Suo, with his back to the basket, executed a few movements before gradually pivoting. Suddenly bending low, Xiao Jia instinctively retreated 2 steps, but De Jia unexpectedly raised his hand for a mid-range shot, skillfully banking it into the hoop. Alas, he still harbored caution towards his brother's footwork, leading to a misjudgment in defense. He anticipated a drive to the basket, yet Paul possessed a knack for long-range shooting, as evidenced during the series against the Celtics. Drexler's commentary was astute. Indeed, whenever the team faced adversity and Kobe found himself ensnared, it was Paul's mid-range efforts that opened avenues for the team, much to the chagrin of Kevin Garnett, as Van Gundy added. De Jia clenched his fist tightly, swiftly returning to his backcourt, while the DJ exuberantly announced his remarkable feats in the finals. The Staples Center erupted into a frenzy, with the crowd swaying to the music. "Zach, pull out a bit. There's no passing space inside," Lu Ming urged, hopping in frustration. However, the cacophony of the arena made it impossible for him to rally his teammates. "Never mind. I'll take matters into my own hands," he resolved, recognizing that the moment the Grizzlies gained possession, the noise would swell. After taking 2 steps to the right, Lu Ming focused on Jamison's lengthy arms and took a direct jump shot. Alas, the trajectory was too flat. Lu Ming sensed impending trouble for evading the defense. He had failed to release the ball at the apex of his jump. The arc of the ball was disappointingly flat. Inevitably, it struck the rim and rebounded out. Fortunately, Randolph, amidst the crowd, managed to secure the rebound, only to be fouled upon his second attempt. The area beneath the basket was so crowded that when the whistle blew, several hands shot up simultaneously, leaving the referee momentarily bewildered. Ultimately, the foul was attributed to Nash. Holding his reddened hand, Randolph slowly approached the free throw line, contemplating, "All I want is to make a shot. Why must it be so difficult? Look at my hand. It's bruised. This is rather harsh." Taking a moment to steady his breath, he missed the first shot but fortunately sank the second. Kobe flashed a grin and signaled to Gasol, who immediately understood and dashed towards the opponent's basket. Kobe swiftly dribbled across half-court, executing a series of feints and crossovers before penetrating the paint. Ming, and Randolph leapt simultaneously. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, Kobe passed the ball beneath Randolph's arm to Gasol, who effortlessly banked it off the glass for 2 more points. Coach Hollins promptly called a timeout. With a score of 52-57 and just 2 minutes and 7 seconds remaining in the first half, the visiting Grizzlies trailed the home team by 5 points. Chapter 64. The aerial wizardry of Rudy Gay. The camera did not capture Coach Hollins' strategic adjustments. Instead, after the whistle, it revealed the player's speculations as he waved his hand decisively, commanding both teams with authority. Even in the final 2 minutes, he maintained a small lineup. The Lakers retained the towering presence of Gasol on the court, paired with Jamison at the 4, while Nash and Kobe occupied the backcourt, with Karasek as the small forward. The Grizzlies inbound the ball, and the newly substituted Kenyon Dueling, a designated shooter, received it. After gaining possession, Dueling executed a long pass downcourt, where Gay, following a few crossovers beyond the 3-point line, noticed Karasek's momentary hesitation and accelerated past him. Nash quickly advanced to provide help defense, yet Gay did not rush his shot. Instead, he paused, lifted his dribble, and surveyed the corners. Steve Nash did not grant him ample space, positioning 1 foot just above the free throw line, raising his hand while leaning slightly, muttering, "Shoot. From that deep, why not? Are you merely a mindless player who can only cut and dunk?" In truth, Nash was a player of great integrity, though his frequent practice sessions with Howard had led him to pick up a few trash-talking habits. The blame for that must rest with Howard. Suddenly, Gay lowered his center of gravity. Nash lunged for a steal, but Gay swiftly pivoted on his body axis, leaving Nash behind. With a powerful, stationary swing, the rim resonated, declaring, "Who else could conquer this vast expanse?" The momentum of the ball caused Sharon Stone's skirt to flutter slightly at the sidelines. The camera incessantly shifted its focus between Sharon Stone and her young companion, revealing her in a striking deep V red dress, with her alluring figure partially obscured. Guy even sent her a playful kiss in her direction. Despite being over 50, her charm remains undiminished. "Hey, Rudy, quickly fall back," Hollins shouted immediately upon witnessing the scene. This young man constantly keeps him on edge. Now is not the time for such distractions, as the competition is still ongoing. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, one can sense the heightened energy of his disciples. Nash, with seasoned composure, advanced the ball past half court and cast a brief glance at Dong. With a sudden burst of speed, he approached the paint, momentarily pausing to raise his hand to the right before swiftly pivoting to the left for a bank shot. In this instance, Du Hong fell victim to his inexperience, leaping too easily and receiving a lesson from the seasoned veterans. Steve's back injury has been a lingering concern since the 2008 to 2009 season. I surmise he is acutely aware that he can only manage around 20 minutes of play per game at this point. Jeff Van Gundy, a formidable opponent of the Phoenix Suns, possesses significant authority on the matter. Indeed, it has become increasingly challenging for him to endure prolonged periods of high-intensity competition. Not only is his back failing him, but his knees can no longer withstand the strain. Drexler offered timely commentary. While the two commentators were still analyzing Nash's recent basket, Rudy Gay had already made his way into the Lakers' paint, unbeknownst to anyone. With his back to the basket, he used his body to create space, followed by a powerful dribble as he soared from the left, smashing the ball into the hoop amidst the attempts of Clark and Kobe to block him. The score stood at 57-57, with an additional free throw. Indeed, Gay had once again executed a 2+1 over Kobe's head. Oh, I believe that had time reversed 3 years, Kobe would have been capable of defending against that shot. Alas, the toll of offensive exertion has depleted his stamina, leaving him somewhat compromised on the defensive end. Both the commentators and the fans in attendance are well aware that for a player who has consistently made the All-NBA first team for a decade, such an accomplishment is no small feat. To achieve 9 consecutive selections to the first defensive team is even more formidable. Indeed, the previous year marked a break in this streak, relegating him to the second team. Time is a thief, stealthily robbing Kobe of his innate talent. Though Gay ultimately completed the play, one must acknowledge that Ming, the player who passed to him, is remarkably imaginative. Faced with Nash's defense, he could have easily opted for an outside 3-point shot. However, upon noticing Rudy Gay in a better position, he chose to place his trust in his teammate. This selfless choice garnered widespread acclaim from the Memphis Grizzlies bench, and Coach Hollins even offered a rare grin in his direction. Although Gay's free throw failed to find the mark, he swiftly surged into the paint, nearly overpowering Clark as he emphatically slammed the ball back into the hoop. Wow. 59-57. A remarkable 4-point play in a single possession left the seasoned glider in the studio momentarily speechless, astonished by Gay's extraordinary athletic prowess. Don't be deceived by his physique. Push him to the perimeter, and trust me, his shooting accuracy is not as formidable as you might think. Kobe refrained from hastily taking the ball, instead cradling the somewhat despondent Clark's head. At this juncture, the significance of psychological encouragement becomes particularly pronounced, revealing the pivotal role of the team leader. For a sophomore player, being repeatedly dunked on by Gay beneath the basket may profoundly impact his self-confidence. This could even affect his subsequent defensive enthusiasm or anticipation. Thus, timely words of encouragement could yield unexpected rewards. Indeed, after receiving motivation from his leader, Clark proactively sprinted to the baseline to inbound the ball and, during a fast break, set a screen to assist his captain, providing cover for Kobe as he penetrated the lane. "Hey, Rudy, you're the Grizzlies' premier scorer. Don't bother with those kids. Try shooting over me," Kobe jested while on the offensive. Gay, however, remained unfazed, steadfastly pushing Gasol out of the paint, bending low to brace against his waist. As Kobe continued to exchange playful banter, he casually tossed a high-arcing ball that barely skimmed over the rim. Meanwhile, Jamison, from the right corner, strode decisively into the paint, executing a spectacular shot that delivered a striking response to the Grizzlies. The ball indeed possesses a remarkable degree of concealment. Beneath the basket, several players, including Kobe's teammates, are poised to seize the rebound, oblivious to the stealthy entry of Jamison from the baseline. "Antoine, splendidly done. Let them witness. Let Rudy witness your former glory as the premier power forward in the Eastern Conference." This moment truly echoes the old adage of the elderly reminiscing about youthful exuberance. He exuberantly pounds his chest, shouting with fervor, sidestepping into his half of the court to secure his position. He reminds Clark that in the final 40 seconds, he intends to defend Rudy Gay head-on, advising the young man not to be overly impetuous. As Gay approaches the three-point line, Jamison stands resolute, denying him any opportunity to penetrate. Antoine's strategy is straightforward. If Rudy Gay possesses the skill, let him shoot to his heart's content. Attempting to drive in? No chance. He maintains a constant distance, his hand outstretched. Should Gay dare to penetrate, he would undoubtedly find himself ensnared. Alas, Rudy finds himself tightly guarded, prompting Lu Ming to emerge from the baseline, extending his hand for the ball. Gay glances at him but refrains from passing, instead relocating to Lu Ming's previous position, executing a sudden stop before rising for a shot. The score stands at 61-59, and the latter half of the quarter is destined to showcase Rudy Gay's prowess. This seemingly off-balance drifting shot surprisingly finds its mark. With 21 seconds remaining, Kobe advances the ball past half-court, orchestrating his teammates to spread out. He intends to engage in a one-on-one duel. After dribbling a few times to the left, he strides to the right, with Lu Ming maintaining a step's distance. Lacking absolute confidence in his ability to break through, Kobe continues to dribble with calm composure, and with 7 seconds left, he suddenly accelerates, using Lu Ming as leverage to push inward, executing a delicate floater within the paint. He anticipated a foul, yet the referee remains silent. The ball descends from the rim, and Lu Ming leaps to catch it, taking a long stride before launching it. Clad in number 22, Rudy Gay unleashes a powerful dunk reminiscent of a fierce cleaving of mountains. The score is now 63-59, and, as the first half concludes, the visiting Memphis Grizzlies lead the home team Los Angeles Lakers by 4 points. Chapter 65. Conversations in the locker room during the halftime segment. A beautiful reporter from the Los Angeles Times interviews David Beckham, who is seated courtside. "Hello, David. Your suit looks splendid tonight." "I'm Anna from the Los Angeles Times." Anna gazes intently at Beckham, her body subtly shifting. "Oh, was my suit not appealing the other day?" Beckham teases playfully, displaying a sense of humor that is quite charming. "As a supporter of Los Angeles, what are your thoughts on tonight's game, or any predictions for the second half?" Anna inquires directly. "Well, first and foremost, I believe the Lakers are performing well. The team exhibits tremendous spirit and enthusiasm," Beckham replies, before shifting his stance. "However, given that the Grizzlies have employed a dual center lineup in the second half, if I recall correctly, we too possess two formidable giants who have proven themselves in the league. He was evidently referring to the incident of Howard being benched. Indeed, we also possess the league's premier center. David, your insight is truly piercing. Just as Anna intended to pose a few more questions, Beckham had already bowed his head to accompany his son to the sidelines for some basketball practice. Yes, today he brought along his eldest son, Brooklyn. In the Lakers' locker room, the Zen master gathered everyone together. The three-guard system of the Memphis team has posed significant challenges for us, he remarked, casting a glance at Steve Nash. Clearly, he was considerate of his disciples' pride, opting not to directly mention Nash's sluggishness. Steve, you're back, the Zen master said, his mouth slightly agape. Oh, damn it, coach, indeed. My old issue has resurfaced. It's truly unfortunate, Nash lamented. It must be noted that Nash, exhibiting remarkable acumen, quickly capitulated, preserving the Zen master's dignity while also safeguarding his own. In that case, Chris Duhon will take your place for a while in the second half, and you can step in during the crucial moments of the fourth quarter. What do you think? The Zen master spoke in a hushed tone. Oh, coach, that sounds splendid. I believe my back might not ache as much by then. Nash nodded earnestly. Clark, can you keep pace with Rudy? You're significantly younger than him. I've seen your fitness report. Do not make me doubt your stamina, young man. Clark dared not lift his head, continuously wiping sweat with a towel. Hey, buddy, you need to step up in the second half. These youngsters are utterly unreliable. The Zen master turned his head towards Meta World Peace. Come on, you are the boss. Meta flexed his brawny biceps, repeatedly pounding them. This implied that if he were to play in the latter half of the second quarter, Rudy Gay would be rendered irrelevant, sent home to find his mother. Paul, who do you think is quicker on their feet? You or Zach? Me? Gasol responded without hesitation. And who do you believe has a more accurate long-range shot? You or Zach? The Zen master continued his interrogation. Me, was again the unequivocal reply. Then what the hell are you waiting for? What are you afraid of? What are you hiding from? Why not launch 20 or 30 shots this game? Show some spirit. Damn it. Are you worried that someone won't pass to you? That someone might speak ill of you? As he uttered these words, the Zen master turned his gaze towards Kobe, who was soaking in an ice bucket on the side. Oh, dear me, Phil, you know me. Paul and I share a true bond, Kobe replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. The Zen master said nothing, directing his attention towards Howard, who sat nearby, shirtless, shaking his head in silence. What on earth is happening? Even a rookie like Clark is receiving critiques. Is it that I, the foremost center, am being deprived of opportunities for growth? No, coach, please speak up. If necessary, feel free to scold me. I fear this silence. Howard expressed his inner turmoil, yet remained silent. Meanwhile, in the Grizzlies' locker room, Gay vigorously wiped the sweat from his body, repeatedly murmuring to himself, clearly still caught up in the excitement. Such a mid-game intermission instilled in him a sense of abrupt cessation, leaving him thoroughly unsettled. Belays secured the bindings on his feet, while Randolph slumped on the bench, gasping for breath. Marc Gasol sat quietly in the far corner, donning headphones. Coach Hollins was sketching something on the tactical board. Eventually, he clapped his hands, signaling everyone to cease their activities as he prepared to speak. Rudy, maintain your aggressive momentum in the second half. Hollins commenced by affirming Rudy Gay's impact beneath the opponent's basket. Mike, Lee, you two must engage in more high-screen plays, as the opposing team boasts 3 perimeter defenders. Opportunities for off-ball movement in the paint will be scarce. Kenyon, increase your off-ball cuts along the baseline to alleviate some pressure from the perimeter defense. Your stamina is currently the most abundant among the outside players. Hollins glanced at the perpetually silent Kenyon Dueling. Dueling remained taciturn, merely nodding emphatically. Coach, there Howard lacks mid-range shooting ability. Drawing him out might yield better results. Marc Gasol suddenly rose and approached the coach and his teammates. Indeed, you're quite right. But Phil may conceal this aspect. It was evident that Marc Gasol was brimming with confidence regarding his confrontation with Howard, as this giant was significantly more manageable than his brother. To be fair, both big men in the Grizzlies roster possess commendable footwork. Once little Gasol establishes his position in the paint, it becomes exceedingly difficult for any counterpart in the league to contain him. His gentle touch is a nightmare for coaches. Moreover, Gasol is currently in his prime, brimming with energy, and is entirely unfazed by the onslaught from the opposing smaller lineup. He frequently assists in defending against perimeter shots, while Randolph embodies a more traditional, stationary big man. This black and white configuration, both in its cohesion and harmony, is remarkably aligned with the essence of the current iron-willed defensive team. However, as the league subtly embraces a fast-paced whirlwind of play, the opportunities for both Bears to be on the court simultaneously have diminished. More often, They are utilized in a staggered manner or during specific moments. Primarily, their long-range shooting is employed to draw out the opposing giants, thereby providing cover for Conley and others as they penetrate the defense. Coach, I feel as vigorous as I did at 19. I could play more in the second half without needing to be substituted. Randolph eagerly expressed his anticipation for this journey to Los Angeles. Indeed, he aims to prove himself to this city, to demonstrate that they were mistaken. The once toxic figure of the Clippers has now transformed into a man of responsibility. Well, that depends on Phil's strategy, Zach. I understand your intentions, and I know your actions are for the team's benefit, but I cannot stand idly by while JR falls into the opponent's trap, Hollins said earnestly. Indeed, while Randolph exhibits tenacity in the paint, his size is a factor. Should Phil Jackson employ a series of smaller players to relentlessly attack, he may find himself gasping for breath after a few exchanges. An offensive powerhouse could swiftly become a defensive liability, and, as a seasoned coach, Hollins would not allow such a predicament to unfold. All right, everyone, let us give it our all. You can defeat any team in the league. No one can break you. Let us go, Hollins exclaimed, extending his right hand for a high five with the team. Chapter 66. An elder at home is a treasure as the second half commenced. The Lakers' home fans erupted in fervent cheers, welcoming their idol. The camera panned to Kobe Bryant on the bench, with his ring and middle fingers wrapped in bandages. Despite his injured fingers, this man had scored 14 points and provided 6 assists in the first half. Additionally, during the latter part of the second quarter, he focused more on orchestrating the team's offense, supplying his teammates with opportunities. The Lakers initiated the play, with their substitute guard Darius stepping in for Kobe. Darius is a dynamic guard, adept at both organization and penetration. On the Grizzlies' side, Conley remained firmly on the bench, replaced by Kenyon Dueling. Dueling positioned himself beyond the three-point line, lowering his center of gravity, his gaze sharp as a hawk. The home team had recently triumphed over the visiting Knicks in an overtime battle, having rested for less than 24 hours. While the visiting team enjoyed a 2-day respite after their game in Orlando, potentially granting the Memphis players a physical advantage. Drexler expressed concern regarding the Lakers' consistency. Indeed, it poses a significant challenge. However, with Phil's wisdom and on-the-spot adjustments, it should not be an issue. Van Gundy expressed admiration for Phil Jackson. Darius passed the ball to the advancing Clark, who, without hesitation, executed a long pass directly into the hands of Jordan Hill in the paint. Faced with the basket, Jordan Hill attempted a layup against Arthur's outstretched arms. Regrettably, he was neither Jordan nor Hill, and the shot missed spectacularly. The rebound was seized by the Grizzlies. As Dueling slightly adjusted the tempo, steadily crossing half court, with Tony Allen providing a screen. Seizing the moment when the defender lagged behind after Allen's quick screen, Dueling elevated for a three-pointer. The score stood at 66-59, with the Grizzlies scoring first in the second half. Darius passed the ball to Clark, who then relayed it to the right side to Artest. Artest, moving with a crab-like gait, stumbled into the paint and managed to score. Arthur refrained from committing a foul, merely extending his arm in anticipation. Yet unexpectedly, Meta World Peace altered his direction and, utilizing his less familiar left hand, deftly sank the ball into the net. He showcased his skill to the audience, demonstrating that his prowess was not solely reliant on brute strength. Indeed, whether during his tenure with the Kings or the Rockets, Meta remained the undisputed leading scorer from beyond the arc. Do not engage with them. Pass the ball swiftly, Hollins shouted towards Duren. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Li Ming attentively observed the unfolding action, his mind clear and absorbing every detail, akin to a ravenous little beast eagerly drawing in sustenance. Arthur, leveraging his height and footwork, managed to score in the paint, but the Lakers swiftly seized a fast break opportunity, executing a 3-on-1 play that culminated in a successful dunk by Clark. Phil was quite pleased with his disciples' performance. As long as this group of substitutes could hold their ground a little longer, Kobe and Gasol could enjoy a well-deserved respite. However, Hollins shared a similar sentiment, as his four stalwarts remained on the bench, leaving the inexperienced Arthur as the sole interior presence on the court. Duren briskly traversed the half-court, dribbling beyond the three-point line while awaiting his teammates to position themselves. Tony Allen signaled from the right side, prompting Duren to deliver an immediate pass. Without hesitating for the defender to close in, Allen launched a three-point shot. This fellow is indeed a formidable defender, yet his shooting leaves much to be desired. The ball fell short, failing even to graze the rim. Hollins, with a hand to his forehead, offered a wry smile, resigned to the fact that this was the best they could muster. If the shot didn't land, so be it. In stark contrast, the opposing meta-world piece was far more impressive. The absence of comparison renders the pain even sharper. During his prime, World Peace's defensive prowess was truly formidable, rendering even Kobe Bryant speechless, prompting a call after the playoffs to request his joining the team. This individual not only excels in defense, but also contributes an impressive average of 20 points per game on the offensive front, marking him as a formidable player. During the playoffs, he notably delivered a game-winning shot against the Suns and secured another victory over the Celtics in the finals, aiding his team in extending the series to a decisive Game 7. It is fair to assert that without this man, Kobe would not have attained those subsequent 2 championships. However, in recent years, due to the passage of time and shifts in the team's tactical dynamics, he has experienced a noticeable decline. Nevertheless, he still possesses the ability to intimidate opponents in critical moments. As the conversation unfolded, Meta World Peace launched a formidable 2-pointer against the defense of Tony Allen. Following the successful shot, he continued to exchange barbs with Allen, my friend, who truly reigns as the foremost gatekeeper of the perimeter in the league. Have you ever claimed the title of Defensive Player of the Year? I, on the other hand, possess one. Meta bellowed as he retreated into his half of the court. Kenny, unleash the prowess you display in training. Conley anxiously urged his teammate from the sidelines. Damn it, a rookie exclaimed, prompting Meta to glance back. The young player swiftly shrank back into the crowd. Do you not recall the infamous Palace incident? Fortunately, Meta remained focused on the game, choosing not to dwell on the rookie's outburst. Durant lingered too long while dribbling on the perimeter, leading Arthur to impatiently signal for the ball. In an unexpected twist, Durant passed the ball to the right corner where Wayne Ellington stood. No one noticed when the rookie had slipped into that position, and he executed a seamless 3-pointer without hesitation. What on earth? How could the Lakers commit such a fundamental error, leaving the perimeter unguarded? Is a rookie not a player? Drexler shouted. Indeed, any player who has managed to carve out a niche in the league must possess their own unique talents, as Van Gundy remarked while examining the data report before him. Damn it. Phil Jackson expressed his displeasure towards his players on the court, striking the bench with frustration and adjusting his tie. Chris Duhon stood firm beyond the arc, yet Karasek did not pass him the ball. Instead, he directed it to Meta, who was establishing position near the free throw line, pushing his way in. Just when everyone anticipated he would overpower Arthur, he deftly passed the ball to Antoine Jamison at the baseline. Jamison would not squander such an opportunity, with a feint to mislead his defender. He strode into the paint and executed a graceful one-handed dunk. Having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. Having 2 elders is doubly precious. The large screen in Staples Center replayed the vigorous chest-bumping celebration between the 2 veterans. The crowd began to stir, waving their beers exuberantly. The screen even initiated a kissing segment, where anyone caught on camera was prompted to kiss their neighbor. Some fans even engaged in a playful game of disappearing shirts, featuring some lovely female fans. Chapter 67, Meta World Peace, Your Wife Calls You Home for Dinner. As the official timeout commenced, both teams retreated to the sidelines for a breather. Gay embraced Kenyon Durant, exclaiming, "Why aren't you using that move I taught you? It would be an effortless task against those guys." Easier said than done, Kenyon retorted. I've faced Meta defending me for several possessions. That move is utterly ineffective against his muscular frame. Dueling murmured, Mark, go tell them that the league's most skilled passing center is not Divac. Hollins waved his hand grandly. As Marc Gasol and Randall simultaneously entered the court, Conley and Lu Ming, the formidable trio of guard from the Grizzlies, took to the floor, showcasing their strongest lineup. Wow, Mark is on the court. Has Hollins already decided to play all his cards just 5 minutes into the third quarter? Drexler exclaimed, casting a glance at Howard, who remained seated on the Lakers bench. Damn it, why do they keep showing me when I'm not even playing? Howard angrily tossed aside the towel in his hands and turned his face away. With the Grizzlies in possession, Conley skillfully dribbled the ball. Meanwhile, Kobe still sat on the sidelines for the Lakers, as Chris Duhon and Steve Blake formed a backcourt duo, accompanied by Gasol, Jamison, and Artest. Duhon closely shadowed Conley, denying him his favored left side, clearly having received ample guidance from Kobe in the locker room. Conley struggled against the defense. After a quick stop, he passed the ball to Marc Gasol at the arc. Mark raised the basketball high, waiting for his teammates to position themselves, while Pau incessantly reached out to disrupt his hold on the ball. Suddenly, Mark lowered his center of gravity, feigning a drop in the ball, prompting Pau to rush forward. In an instant, Mark seized the ball from beneath, almost on his toes, and launched a long-range jumper, swishing it through the net. Wow, that shot is destined for the highlights. Such a matchup is a rare occurrence, the commentator remarked leisurely. Pau smiled faintly and gently patted his brother's head, while Mark, growing impatient, shrugged off his brother's hand and scurried back to his half of the court. Damn, the kid's skills haven't improved, but his temper has certainly grown. Pau thought, bewildered, as he watched his brother's retreating figure, letting out a cold snort. Blake advanced the ball past half-court, halting just outside the three-point line, signaling for Arteist to come up for the ball. Kid, you dare direct me to set a screen? Arteist reluctantly approached to receive the pass, shooting Blake a fierce glare. With Arteist matched up against Lu Ming, there was no choice but to sacrifice Gay's playing time for the current black and white Bear lineup. Lu Ming was thrust into the small forward position. Hey, buddy, I heard you performed well in Chicago. Even Thibodeau praised you at the post-game press conference. Arteist taunted while crouching with the basketball. What? Aren't you supposed to mention the Clippers? Lu Ming replied disdainfully. Clippers? What kind of second-rate team are they? It appeared that Arteist was just another player with a big mouth, as it seemed everyone in Los Angeles held a disdain for the Clippers. I'm not a gorilla. You better bring your A-game, he warned. As they were conversing, Meta World Peace suddenly pivoted, forcefully dribbling the ball with his left hand and driving inward. Lu Ming felt his entire body weaken, a sharp pain piercing through his ribs. Despite having taken extra precautions, the discomfort was undeniable. It was no surprise that he was up against a man who had once fractured 2 ribs in a collision. Lu Ming raised his elbows, pushing back with all his might. The spectators on the sidelines seemed to sense the ominous creaking of bones. Suddenly, the whistle blew. Lu Ming's excessive movements resulted in a defensive foul. I told you, my friend, you cannot defend against me. You're simply too weak. I am genuinely concerned about injuring you. I can hardly exert myself, Meta taunted mercilessly. Ah, you're strong indeed. The strongest, no doubt. Have you forgotten? Who was it that was chased out into the rain by his wife, helplessly appealing to passersby for assistance while dialing for help? Lu Ming raturta defiende, launching into a lengthy tirade akin to a rap. Wow, was he mocking Meta? Goodness, he was indeed a fearless newcomer. No one in the league dared to speak to Ron in such a manner. Clyde Drexler, blushing, was on the verge of an internal injury. Huh, he knows that joke too? That was the headline news back in the day. I recall Ron was wearing nothing but a pair of floral boxer shorts. Haha. He was pursued for several blocks by his wife, and it was said that even a frying pan was broken in the scuffle. We may not know how tough his bones are, but his head is undeniably hard. That we never doubt. The Lakers bench erupted in laughter. Kobe discreetly covered half of his face with his right hand, yet could not suppress his amusement. Meta stood there, utterly bewildered, raising his hands in a gesture to the referee, indicating that he had been wronged. The referee turned his head away. After all, it was true. He had been chased for several blocks by his wife. Frustrated, Meta urged Blake to quickly inbound the ball. Yes, he needed to reclaim his pride. A man must restore his honor on the court. However, the author couldn't help but chuckle for an additional 5 minutes at the thought of Meta being pursued in the rain, clad in his floral shorts, utterly helpless. Meta successfully received the ball, and Lu Ming stepped back, signaling him to take the shot. With a glare, Meta wasn't fooled. He slowly lowered the ball, scanning for his teammates' movements, patiently seeking an opportunity for an open shot. Come on, shoot it. Shoot the bloody ball, man. Lu Ming once again gestured provocatively. Ron, take him down. Ron, go for it. Give him a good kick in the rear. The crowd began to jeer. Meta slowly turned, attempting to push inward, but Lu Ming this time did not engage in a battle of strength. He merely leaned against him slightly, preventing him from leveraging his momentum to break through. Kid, you won't be able to defend against me like this. Let me show you what true strength looks like. With that, Meta forcefully shoved Lu Ming aside, striding confidently into the paint. Bang! With a sudden thud, darkness enveloped him and his mind swirled with stars. He had inadvertently collided with Randolph, who had already positioned himself. The force of the impact sent him sprawling backward. However, the referee was not deceived this time and refrained from blowing the whistle, witnessing the futility of the performance. Meta World Peace had no choice but to rise and pursue the ball. It was snatched by Bellas, who was standing nearby. Oh dear, my apologies. But your wife says dinner is ready, Lu Ming remarked with an innocent grin. Fool, how could you fall for that so easily? You ought to pass the ball. Do it sooner. Zen Master shouted from the sidelines, marking his first display of frustration after maintaining silence throughout the first half. Hollins, on the other hand, gave Lu Ming a thumbs up. Chapter 68. A tense atmosphere. Bellas executed a long bounce pass while advancing, delivering it to Lu Ming. With a flurry of speed, soared past the halfway line. Under the watchful gaze of 21,000 spectators at the Staples Center, he unleashed a breathtaking 360-degree slam dunk. Wow, is this the Huaxia player we know? Are they all this explosive? Drexler could hardly believe his eyes. In an astonishing display, an unassuming Chinese player executed a dunk reminiscent of Vince Carter, showcasing what must be elite athleticism. What has transpired? Did he truly just perform a 360-degree dunk? Indeed, and he leapt from a considerable distance. It is truly beyond imagination. I am astounded. The spectators began to murmur among themselves about this number 7 player. On the Lakers bench, Kobe was fervently applauding, clearly impressed, but for him, it was merely routine. Lu Ming leapt back to his own half, vociferously urging his teammates to maintain formation. Wow, this kid is even directing our positioning, Randolph remarked, shaking his head. Just moments ago, he had not even sprinted down the court, clearly taking a breather. Chris Duhon swiftly advanced the ball to the front court, halting at the arc. As Ron Artest approached for the ball, facing Lu Ming's defense once more, Artest lifted the ball high, swirling it twice before him. Yet Lu Ming remained steadfast, his center of gravity unwavering. Artest was compelled to pivot, edging closer. 1 step, 2 steps, just as he neared the paint, he abruptly halted, gathering the ball. Using his right foot as a pivot, he executed a half-turn towards the left, but Lu Ming's large hand was right there to contest. Forced to shift to the right, Lu Ming matched his rhythm yet again. After repeating this dance 2 or 3 times, Artest himself became bewildered, unsure from which direction to pivot next. In the end, he passed the ball to Jamison at the free throw line, who, glancing at the game clock behind him, had no choice but to take the shot. In this match, the Lakers were indeed fortunate. As time was nearly up, the ball bounced off the rim not once, but twice before finally finding its way in. Conley surged into the Lakers' territory like a gust of wind, spinning like a top before deftly maneuvering past Gasol's outstretched arm to score. This play was remarkably artistic, reminiscent of a practice drill, as it left Gasol momentarily bewildered, leading to a missed opportunity. Keep running, don't stop the ball, Kobe urged, rising to motivate his teammates, while Howard appeared indifferent, even neglecting to pick up a towel. Jamison came to set a screen for Duhon, who paused momentarily at the free throw line before passing the ball to the nearby Gasol. Without hesitation, Gasol strode into the paint, only to be confronted by little Gasol, their eyes locking in a silent acknowledgement. You are not my target. Confirming this, Big Gasol unleashed a ruthless mid-range jumper, which unfortunately did not find its mark. Quick, go for the rebound. As Big Gasol and the Grizzlies tangled amidst the chaos, a figure emerged from behind, swiftly snatching the rebound with lightning speed. As he landed, the number on his back became visible, an unmistakable 7. Without pausing, he charged forward, with Jamison being the farthest from the basket, thus the first to sprint back on defense, closely followed by Duhon. The player in the number 7 jersey changed direction, soaring towards the stationary Jamison. His leap seemed to reach an astonishing height of 103 centimeters, no less than the peak of Francis. The commentator in the studio was in a frenzy. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, racing towards the hoop, while Jamison launched himself with all his might, and Duhon, not to be outdone, also pressed on in defense. The 3 collided mid-air in an intimate encounter. However, the basketball was still forcefully pushed into the net. Just as the Grizzlies erupted in jubilant celebration, the referee's whistle pierced through the air. Lu Ming had committed an offensive foul for colliding with a defender, nullifying the basket and granting possession back to the Lakers. What kind of offensive foul is that? Jamison was moving his feet. He hadn't even established position. Conley and Randolph approached the referee to contest the call, but the official's expression darkened, warning them to cease their complaints or face a technical foul. The players reluctantly returned to their half of the court, shaking their heads in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lu Ming remained composed, acknowledging the foul with a casual, "Oh, a collision? I'll try again next possession." Finally, Coach Zen seized the opportunity presented by the dead ball to substitute in Kobe. Upon entering the game, Kobe was electrified, tirelessly creating opportunities for his teammates. In the ensuing plays, the Lakers, revitalized by Kobe's presence, executed their strategy with precision, quickly narrowing the score to 79-76, trailing by only 3 points. Currently, Kobe held the ball at the arc, glancing at Gasol before suddenly launching into action, prompting Baylor to step forward, resulting in a foul call against him. Fortunately, the team's foul count had not reached 4, thus they were spared from free throws. At the sideline, Meta World Peace inbound the ball, and Kobe Bryant executed a handoff with Pau Gasol. Randolph failed to keep pace, allowing Gasol to slip past him effortlessly. Upon noticing Randolph's compromised position, Gasol swiftly delivered a forceful slap, bringing both the ball and his opponent crashing down. I harbor serious doubts about their fraternal bond. They certainly do not share the same eternal lineage, Drexler jested. Indeed, that looked rather painful. I presume the audience seated on the second floor could hear the impact. Van Gundy silently felt a twinge of sympathy for Gasol. Gasol writhed on the ground for a couple of revolutions, momentarily dazed. Kobe was the first to rush over, inquiring about his condition and assisting him to his feet. Once upright, Gasol repeatedly patted his ears, clearly dazed from the hit, his ears ringing. Hollins on the sidelines could not suppress his laughter at the brutal treatment the younger brother had dished out. Perhaps due to the recent foul, Gasol surprisingly missed both of his free throws, a rare occurrence for him, as his free throw percentage typically eclipsed that of many guards, nearing a remarkable 90%. Oh, what a steal. My apologies, brother. The younger Gasol smirked mischievously. Randolph inbound from the baseline, and calmly advanced with the ball, flanked by Lu Ming on the left and Bayless on the right, forming a triangular formation as they progressed forward. Conley pivoted at the free throw line, passing to Bayless on the perimeter. However, Kobe's swift footwork rendered Bayless unable to seize the opportunity for a surprise three-pointer, forcing him to return the ball to Conley, who calmly operated the offense, stepping back beyond the three-point line to await an opening. Lu Ming signaled to him, executing a sudden forward step followed by a rapid retreat that deceived Duhan's defense. Conley's pass was perfectly timed, landing right in Lu Ming's hands. Without taking a moment to adjust, Lu Ming took a decisive stride into the paint, soaring once more against Jamison's impending defense. I shall surely dunk this right over your head, Antoine. Just watch. Lu Ming exerted every ounce of strength as he launched toward the rim. The ball swooshed through the net, accompanied by the sound of the whistle. This time, it was not a foul, but an and-one opportunity that he converted. After landing, he unleashed a torrent of verbal expression toward Jamison, releasing his pent-up frustration. Finally, he sauntered over to the free throw line. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself. The score stood at 80-78, with the Grizzlies leading by 2 points and 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the third quarter. In Chapter 69, the attack of the Titans, Gasol continued to set screens for Kobe, who deftly maneuvered through the crowd, evading defenders with the grace of a serpent. Oh, how fluidly he moved. One can only hope that time has not marred his artistry. Kobe, after all, has aged, having spent 16 years in the league. He is no longer the young man who could soar through the skies. Nevertheless, this does not diminish his unassailable status as the foremost player. In recent years, the only two challengers capable of rivaling him are the rising stars LeBron in the East and Durant in the West. Talent emerges in every generation, each leaving its unique mark over the centuries. The Glide chuckles nearby. In the twilight of his career, he won 2 consecutive championships with Olajuwon on the Rockets, achieving a sense of fulfillment. Steve, come on in. Kobe persistently urged Blake to position himself. Ron, stop lingering there. Get moving. Hurry up. After a pick and roll with Meta World Peace, Kobe swiftly received the ball and charged into the paint, only to be called for an offensive foul. The intensity of the defense suddenly escalated, adding an intriguing element to the game. Conley gradually brought the ball past half-court, waiting for Bellas to position himself in the corner before delivering the pass. Just as Bellas was about to shoot, Meta appeared before him, his large hands obscuring Bellas' line of sight. Young man, you want to have a chance to shoot. If you wish to score on this floor, you still have much to learn, he declared. Conley shouted as he raced past Bellas, attempting to pass to the veteran. Bellas found the ball snatched away by Meta's swift intervention, allowing Kobe to seize the opportunity. Paul, quickly establish your position. Just when everyone presumed Kobe would pass, he deftly maneuvered into the paint and executed a beautiful bank shot, scoring 2 more points. The score tightened with each passing moment, the tension on the court intensifying as physical confrontations became inevitable. In one instance, Bellas suffered a gash to his brow from Meta's elbow, blood streaming down. Oh dear, that must have hurt. The brow is the most fragile part of the face. It seems this young man will need stitches, Van Gundy exclaimed, clearly shaken by Meta's fierce demeanor. However, this was the type of player he admired, as a coach renowned for his defensive prowess. Especially in this era of small ball, having a robust forward was crucial. On offense, he could seize opportunities, while on defense, He could support his teammates and maintain the integrity of the system, a truly invaluable asset. With Bellas substituted, Gay entered the game, further enhancing the Grizzlies' front line. Gay's shooting range and innate talent far surpassed Bellas' capabilities. Indeed, even LeBron would hesitate to claim superiority over his athleticism. Upon entering, Gay displayed remarkable aggression, persistently pressuring Meta on defense, leading to multiple turnovers. On offense, he bulldozed his way inside on 2 occasions, achieving an impressive in one play. The Zen Master, observing from the sidelines, whistled to his prot-G, signaling the next play to unfold with the ball concentrated in the hands of that man. Phil's whistle has become a striking icon within the league. Van Gundy made several attempts himself, yet his clumsy technique prompted peals of laughter from Drexler, standing nearby. "Jeff, my friend, spare me," he exclaimed. "Phil's moves are elegant, but yours resemble the futile imitation of a clumsy swan, simply unbearable to watch." Kobe, stationed beyond the three-point line, held the ball, taking 2 probing steps, yet Conley remained unfazed. Was he planning to drive inside? To the left? To the right? Conley remained intensely focused, not daring to relax his guard. Indeed, Kobe did not opt for a distant shot. His composure is unparalleled, and his reading and understanding of the game transcend that of ordinary players. In this moment, he chose to exploit the opportunity for a powerful back-to-the-basket move. Leaning against Conley, he gradually pushed inwards, feigning with a shoulder shimmy while casting a glance to the right. Conley instinctively reached out for contact, and Kobe smoothly executed a turnaround, skillfully grazing the ball into the hoop from a nearly impossible angle. The spectacle of the game was truly captivating. Under such challenging circumstances, the ability to execute a shot while maintaining bodily coordination is a remarkable feat indeed. The Zen Master gestured towards Kobe. During his retreat, unexpectedly intercepted Conley's dribble, catching him off guard. In an instant, Kobe accelerated, leaning against Conley, and just as he was poised to score, the ball was suddenly passed out. Gasol strode in, executing a one-handed dunk to secure the points. Within a mere 10 seconds, the Lakers had amassed 4 consecutive points, and the Grizzlies players began to struggle with their stamina, panting heavily and no longer eager to initiate the baseline throw-in. As the old adage goes, haste makes waste, slow is fast, and fast is slow. One must ensure quality, guaranteeing the efficacy of each offensive maneuver, beginning with the simplest of defenses and the most basic of pick and rolls. Conley transitioned to playing off the ball, with the freshly substituted Gay taking on the role of orchestrator. Gay continuously signaled to Ming to move to the sidelines, eager to confront Kobe head-on. However, Kobe appeared disinterested, beckoning Arteas to switch defenses while he pursued Conley. What does this mean? Is he belittling me? It implies that Mike Conley is the star of the Grizzlies, and I am unworthy? Gay took determined strides inward, yet Arteas' strength proved formidable, making it difficult to break through from the front. Indeed, after 2 attempts, the ball slipped away as Gay bent to maneuver past Arteas, only for Jamison to swiftly intercept. Taking the ball down court, Randolph firmly established himself at the center circle, showing no intention to receive a pass from Jamison, instead opting for a highly challenging side shot. The attempt clanged off the rim, with Randolph securing the rebound tightly. "Rudy, do not rush. Both Mark and I have opportunities inside. There is no need to engage them in a battle of strength. We can explore more passing options." Randolph shook his head, slowly making his way into the paint. Observing Marc Gasol positioning himself for a pass, Gay swiftly delivered the ball into his hands. Little Gasol turned seamlessly, keeping his hands elevated, a commendable habit, as it conceals one's true intentions from the opponent. Just as Van Gundy was about to finish his thought, the ball in Little Gasol's hands shot like a cannonball into Randolph's embrace. Randolph bent down, causing Gasol's center of gravity to shift, then executed a sudden right turn, retreating as he sent the ball through the hoop. The sensation of the ball is exquisite. It is remarkable that a player of his stature can execute such movements with ease. Among active centers in the league, Randolph possesses one of the softest shooting touches, complemented by solid footwork in the paint. Coach Hollins has successfully transformed him into a formidable player. Chapter 70, dunking on Randolph after relentless skirmishes in the paint. The third quarter concluded with the referee's whistle, the score frozen at 84-81, with the visiting Grizzlies leading the Lakers by 3 points. "How are you feeling?" Hollins inquired of the recently treated Bellas. "I'm fine, coach. It hardly bothers me now," he replied, a large medical adhesive bandage affixed near his brow. a rudimentary remedy employed on the court to stem bleeding. It serves as a temporary solution until the game concludes, at which point he can be sutured again, a rather painful prospect to contemplate. The players in the NBA exhibit a remarkable tolerance for pain. One need only recall Kobe's dislocated finger during the playoffs against the Suns, where he simply had the team physician pop it back into place and continue to play. Truly an American version of bone setting, reminiscent of the legendary resilience displayed by certain players. Everyone must remain focused. The final quarter will be arduous. The opposition will not readily concede victory. Each possession will be a test of your stamina and patience. Hollins urged his teammates, if he cannot shoot immediately upon receiving the ball, find a way to pass it to Zach in the post. His customary strategy is to utilize Randolph during the initial stages of the fourth quarter. With just under 6 minutes remaining, he substituted Randolph for Marc Gasol. The pairing of the two Bears was rare, as the final quarter primarily involved outside shooting from the adversaries. And having both giants on the court could be disadvantageous in terms of foot speed. However, there are no absolutes in basketball. In certain matchups, both Bears could appear simultaneously, depending on the opposing coach's tactics. You are a championship team with a rich legacy, while the other side is merely a franchise established 2 decades ago, one that has yet to taste the experience of a conference finals. Are you truly willing to lose to such a team? Phil Jackson's admonition felt more like a statement of undeniable truth. I've had the privilege of coaching some extraordinarily talented teams. Those were indeed glorious times. But they are now a chapter of the past. I hope that my future memories will reflect the beauty of our time together, he added, his words resonating deeply. A perfect score for a speech that stirred the emotions. How could the players not give their all? The arena's DJ cranked up an exhilarating dance track to rally the home team. Steve, you have only 5 minutes left to rest. Zen Master turned his gaze towards Steve Nash, who was reclining on the floor, attempting to alleviate the soreness in his lower back. Nash remained silent, merely raising his right hand to form a gesture of victory, suggesting that the Zen Master was poised to deploy his ace point guard with 7 minutes remaining. Concurrently, Hollins had also relegated Conley to the bench, pairing Lu Ming with Bynum in the backcourt. Despite his injury, Bynum retained the trust of his teammates, eliciting envy from the sidelined Kenyon Dueling, who sat there with a look of discontent. To be fair, he had performed admirably during his limited playing time today. Bynum halted at the free throw line, awaiting his teammates' positioning, while Blake diligently shadowed him. Nearby, Chris Duhon exerted himself to disrupt the efforts of Pondexter, who sought to receive the ball. Tony Allen maneuvered around the baseline, shaking off the defender trailing him, gradually positioning himself for a shot. Now was the moment. Bynum shoot. Under the cover provided, Bynum soared high for a three-pointer, but alas, the trajectory was too flat and the ball ricocheted off the rim, with Jamison seizing the rebound. Jamison opted against a long pass, noting the scattered positioning of the Grizzlies. A hasty pass would surely invite interference. Instead, he chose the more prudent route of advancing the ball himself down the court. The Zen Master on the sidelines smiled approvingly at his decision. However, it has been said that a rift has emerged between Phil Jackson and Buss, and he may depart before Christmas. One wonders if there is any truth to this. In the studio, Drexler playfully remarked on the well-known relationship between the Lakers owner and head coach. The Zen Master had even included some details in his new book, which, of course, went beyond merely cooking together. The more vivid descriptions of their camaraderie tantalized the audience's curiosity. If memory serves me right, Phil is already in his 80s. Isn't he? Van Gundy teased, questioning whether he still had the stamina or if he merely observed from the sidelines. Could it be that this is the crux of the matter? Phil, we have some Indian oil in our studio that guarantees a revival of vigor. Would you care for taste? As they jested, Blake executed a devastating shot from the perimeter. The ball was delivered to him by Antoine Jamison, who leapt and passed amidst the double team. The score was tied at 84, and thanks to Blake's resolute three-pointer, the Lakers finally managed to level the game after a challenging struggle. The Grizzlies players appeared unhurried in their offense. They adhered strictly to their coach's directives, completing a screen and roll before drawing away the defenders, thus creating space for Zach Randolph in the paint. The formidable Randolph leaned against Gasol's body, skillfully maneuvering around him. And as the last seconds of the shot clock dwindled, he took his shot. The ball did not find the net, but he rebounded and scored almost right over Gasol. Randolph, having secured an additional rebound, beamed with joy like a child. Indeed, he had procured 2 crucial points for his team amidst such a tightly contested match, compelling the Lakers to maintain their defensive vigilance. It was not uncommon for 2 or even 3 players to converge on Randolph, thereby granting the outside shooter Bellas or Li Ming an opportunity for an open three-pointer. Perfectly executed, extraordinarily exquisite. Hollins rose to applaud his disciple, vocally orchestrating their positions. On the Lakers bench, Kobe sat, his legs incessantly shaking. Although he had made several requests to enter the game early, the Zen master paid no heed to his pleas. He needed more rest. After all, he was no longer 18. Gasol held the ball high, signaling for a pass, but after several attempts without success, Randolph grew somewhat impatient, his hands fidgeting. How could this fool be so easily deceived? Li Ming hurried to the free throw line to assist Randolph in defending, effectively blocking Gasol's passing angle. In a moment of desperation, Gasol was forced to shoot. The ball circled the rim before falling away. Yet, it was at this moment that the highlight of the game emerged. Chris Duhon, who had remained inconspicuous, suddenly broke free from the Grizzlies' defense and surged into the paint, precisely dunking the ball over Randolph's head. Wow, was he riding Zach? Drexler clapped his hands on the table in excitement. Chapter 71. The Grizzlies' claw, the atmosphere at Staples Center began to escalate, and Kobe also rose to applaud this young player. No one anticipated that Randolph would be so dramatically outmaneuvered by an unheralded rookie. Indeed, what goes around comes around. Seizing the moment amidst the Lakers' cheers, Li Ming stealthily dribbled past half-court, and by the time the Lakers players realized it, he had already executed a soaring layup. This young man is quite unprincipled, launching a sneak attack. Get him, Antoine, get him! When Kobe was absent from the court, the ball was predominantly in Jamison's hands. Although Pau Gasol boasted greater renown, Jamison, as a small forward, possessed the ability to control the ball himself and exuded an extraordinary level of confidence, reminiscent of Jamal Crawford from the Clippers. Jamison did not shy away from the challenge. Under the stringent defense of Bellas, he executed a shot from an almost impossible angle, his body airborne as the ball swished through the net. Antoine had surprisingly brought his street ball antics into the game. Phil, being an excellent coach, would undoubtedly have you taking him down in the next round if he were under your tutelage. Drexler teased Van Gundy, who was widely recognized as a stubbornly old-school coach, viewing players more as moving chess pieces, with himself orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Li Ming reached out for the ball near the baseline, searching for an opportunity to make a long pass to Randolph. However, Randolph's speed was woefully inadequate, forcing him to pass to Tony Allen on the opposite side. Zach, exploit him, Allen urged as he leaped to deliver the ball to Randolph. Upon turning, Randolph realized he was too far from the basket and nudged Gasol with his head. Gasol instinctively took a half-step back, providing Randolph with the opportunity to shoot. He released the ball with grace and precision, displaying a shooting form more elegant than that of the average smaller guard. The ball sailed through the net, adding another 2 points to the score. I believe that was a foul, Jamison protested to the referee, but was met with a dismissive glance. Chris Duhon was now invigorated, his footwork exaggerated as if the recent dunk had unlocked a reservoir of confidence within him. Watch my outside shot, Duhon declared, seizing the moment to take an immediate shot without waiting for his teammates to position themselves. The shot veered off course, careening out of bounds. Young man, it's time to go home. Shooting is not a pursuit suited for someone of your caliber. Though not physically present, Gay's sharp tongue did not spare this unfortunate soul. Duhon's attempt took less than 6 seconds, and Gasol had yet to position himself in the paint. His displeasure was apparent, his expression rigid, and, as he defended Randolph, his movements were exaggerated, resulting in yet another foul called against him. Gasol now bore the burden of 4 fouls. The Lakers found themselves in a predicament, with their sole big man capable of orchestrating plays from the perimeter encumbered by foul trouble. The Zen master, in resignation, had no choice but to substitute him with Howard, who had been struggling throughout the evening. Goodness, my friend, it has been a while since I last saw you. Cold hands, I presume? Tony Allen murmured as he passed by. The Grizzlies resumed play from the sideline, and the ball found its way back to Randolph. Perhaps it was the exuberance of just entering the game or a deliberate expression of frustration, but Howard quickly accrued another foul. Once again, it was against the interior presence of Randolph, prompting Hollins to chuckle. Well, since you all are so in sync, I may delay Mark's entry a little longer. That fool. Both Kobe and Phil simultaneously cursed him in their minds. Randolph approached the free throw line, and perhaps the opportunity felt too effortless. He squandered one. Duhon seized the ball, passing it to the position Jamison. After probing the three-point line twice, Jamison fed it to Howard in the paint. Howard, undeterred, executed a hook shot, only to be swatted down by Randolph. Li Ming retrieved the ball and, with a swift motion, launched it as the airborne Bales soared into action. Staples bore witness to the remarkable prowess exhibited during the playoffs against the Spurs. It was astonishing to see a white player with such leaping ability. Reminiscent of a man named Brent Barry. I would wager his head just grazed the rim, one fan remarked to his companion. The female companion bit her finger, exclaiming in astonishment at the speed and height of the play. The Zen master, unable to endure any longer, called for a timeout. Dwight, if you don't want to play, just tell me. Don't waste my time, you pig-headed fool, he exclaimed, employing every vile epithet he could muster. Howard, aware of his shortcomings, lowered his head in silence, occasionally glancing up to gauge the coach's reaction. With a grand gesture, the Zen master summoned the reinforcements, Kobe and Nash, to join the fray. Observing the entrance of Kobe and Nash, Hollins quickly brought in Conley and Gay. Both teams positioned themselves strategically, ready for a direct confrontation. Nash deftly delivered the ball to the poised Kobe, who glanced at the basket. In a moment of instinct, Bellas took a step back, seizing the hesitation. Kobe evaded his opponent, driving into the paint and performing a reverse layup against Randolph's long reach, his fluid movement igniting excitement among the crowd. Conley passed the ball to the distant Gay, who, positioned far from the basket, found himself with no option as both Kobe and Jamison refrained from pressing him. Losing the opportunity for a quick breakthrough, he dribbled outside before returning the ball to Conley. With a flick of his wrist, Conley sent the ball soaring, prompting Li Ming to rush forward. "Watch my fiery leap," he exclaimed, executing an extraordinarily graceful dunk. Yet, Jamison swiftly yanked him down, causing Li Ming to crash heavily onto the floor, his expression contorted in pain. "Are you all right? Hey, yellow-skinned kid, this is a gym, not a studio. If you want to perform, go home," shouted a spectator, who raised a middle finger toward Li Ming. At this point, the offensive and defensive exchanges had reached a fever pitch. After all, this was the Lakers' home turf, and they were not about to let a dunk come easy. Van Gundy observed Li Ming on the ground, while Gay approached him, opting not to rush him, but allowing him to slowly test his limbs. After a moment, Li Ming gradually managed to rise, realizing that without the system support, he would likely be sidelined for months. The impact had been nearly vertical, with his entire weight crashing onto his back. The referee, after reviewing the play, deemed it a mere ordinary foul, acknowledging the home advantage. Li Ming stepped up for free throws, missing both attempts. Rudy Gay secured the rebound and passed it back to Li Ming, who took a step before launching a jump shot. Just as Kobe leapt to contest, Li Ming passed the ball beneath his armpit. Chapter 72, A Surge to Victory. Conley skillfully navigated through the crowd, executing a nearly identical reverse layup. Indeed, Conley proved to be the stabilizing force for the Memphis team, delivering with precision as soon as he took aim. The shot surprised even Kobe, as Conley was in a position where he could have taken a chance, given his impressive shooting percentage, as noted in the scouting reports. Watching Conley before him, Kobe reflected on the swift passage of time. Most of the elite point guards who once played beside him had now retired, leaving this stage destined for them. Nash urged the momentarily dazed Kobe to move down, while Metta World Peace seized the opportunity to grab the ball. He edged past Gay before returning the pass to Kobe. Kobe, stepping on the three-point line, executed a sudden jump shot, which veered off the rim. Gasol fought for the rebound and passed it back to Kobe, who attempted another shot, still a miss. He reclaimed the ball for a second chance, and this time, he succeeded. The three attempts within a single possession revealed a subtle shift in Kobe's mindset. He was no longer the composed playmaker for his teammates, but began to unleash his full arsenal of skills. It was imperative to determine the outcome on this court, and swiftly. Perhaps Kobe's relentless spirit inspired his teammates, or perhaps they feared reprimand. In the ensuing possession, every player on the floor displayed intense focus, defending, positioning, and setting screens with precision. Despite this, Conley and Lee managed to capitalize on opportunities, each sinking a three-pointer. Kobe, feeling the urgency, shouted for Gasol, who struggled to assert himself against Randolph in the paint. Gasol could only receive the ball at the perimeter, opting for a jump shot or pass as a pivot. However, becoming the finishing point in the post was a formidable challenge. Both Randolph and Gay were not easily overpowered. Although Gay lacked height, he compensated with agility and footwork. Observing Kobe, Gasol cleverly passed to Jamison on the wing, but unfortunately, Jamison's shot was thwarted by Conley's defense. Gay once again secured the rebound and dribbled past half-court. "Lee, what are you doing? Soaking up the sun? Get inside, push through." Gay shouted. "I wish I could, but do you think Meta's muscles are made of paper?" "I'm trying my best to get in there," Lee replied, exerting every ounce of strength yet still unable to displace Meta. He had no choice but to retreat beyond the three-point line to receive the ball, his eyes fixed on the hoop. Lowering his stance, he dribbled attentively before suddenly launching a no-look pass. Gay leaped with powerful strides, executing a graceful, soaring dunk that reverberated through the rim. We all assumed he would opt for the shot himself. After all, he was in a favorable position, and his ability had been proven. Drexler acknowledged that he is a more selfless player. His eyes are always quick to seek out teammates in better positions. For it is such individuals who can traverse the long journey of a season and achieve greater heights in the game. With a score of 104-102 and 4 minutes remaining, Kobe grew anxious, shouting for the ball. He charged through the defense of 3 Grizzlies players, launching an errant long-range three-pointer despite Biyombo's defensive pressure. Gay seized the rebound and executed a long pass to Conley, who effortlessly made a layup. The Grizzlies now led the Lakers by 4 points, 106-102. Kobe demanded the ball once more. Nash signaled for him to slow down, yet Kobe circumvented him, bypassing his teammates' help defense and boldly stepping into the paint, executing a spinning move before switching to his left hand for a layup. However, he was met with a ruthless rejection from Gay. Biyombo salvaged the ball and passed it to the fast-breaking Conley, who converted an and-one against Jamison's lengthy reach. The score was now 109-102. Nash swiftly advanced the ball to the frontcourt, and after 2 passes, it found its way back to Kobe beyond the arc. Without any feints, Kobe elevated for a long-distance two-pointer, finally finding his mark. The score stood at 109-104 as Conley received the ball, executing a pick-and-roll with Randolph. While Gay stationed himself at the baseline, Conley returned the ball to Randolph, who, drawing from the same formula, delivered a long-range two-pointer. The score moved to 111-104, prompting the Zen Master to call a timeout with 2 minutes and 16 seconds remaining in the game. This time, he refrained from extensive arrangements, merely opting to replace Howard for enhanced rebounding protection. In truth, he was aware that his words would be futile. Kobe had already entered his isolation mode, impervious to suggestions. Kobe attempted yet another challenging three-pointer from beyond the arc, but to no avail. Randolph secured the rebound, while Conley confidently navigated the half-court. As the 24-second clock neared its conclusion, he passed to Li Ming, who executed a nearly impossible layup, successfully scoring. Jamison, firmly positioned at the arc's pinnacle, received the ball, and Kobe approached, requesting it. Jamison attempted to set a screen, only to be dismissed by Kobe's wave. He intended to take on Conley one-on-one. After a couple of dribbles, he leaped, but the shot was clearly lacking in power, veering off course significantly, allowing Gay to receive the ball beneath the rim. In one fluid motion, Li Ming sprinted forward, once again showcasing a one-arm dunk. With a score of 115-104, this play nearly sealed the Lakers' fate, with precious little time remaining. In under a minute, recovering an 11-point deficit against a formidable team like the Grizzlies proved exceedingly challenging. Kobe's final reckless isolation attempts nearly squandered the Lakers' efforts throughout the night. Yet, one could hardly fault him, as they had previously triumphed in this manner. Kobe, dribbling the ball himself, advanced into the frontcourt without any intention of passing or seeking a screen. From just 2 meters beyond the three-point line, he took a shot. Perhaps fatigue had taken its toll, as several of his subsequent attempts clanged off the front rim, allowing Randolph and Gay to dominate the boards in the closing moments. The newly substituted Howard seemed burdened, as if his legs were weighed down by lead, pushed away by Randolph, with 2 players opting not to jump at all. Gasol, while eager, found himself in a less than optimal position, unable to secure the rebound immediately. Conley took long strides into the opponent's paint, while Li Ming dribbled outside, seeking an opportunity. Gay, leaning into Jamison, raised his arms in signal. Li Ming smiled slightly, passing to Randolph on the opposite side. The massive bear executed a swift right turn, scoring while closely guarded by Gasol. With a score of 117-104, Kobe refused to concede. Regardless of the possibility of a comeback, he continued to sprint with determination as Nash delivered the ball to him. In a fierce tussle with Conley, Kobe struggled to release the shot. Gay once again claimed the rebound, hoisting a high as time finally expired. With a final surge of 15-2, the Grizzlies achieved victory against the reigning champions. Post-game, Conley approached Kobe for an embrace, which Kobe graciously reciprocated with Li Ming. "Well played, Lee. Splendid work, young man. Keep it up," Kobe repeatedly whispered in Li Ming's ear. Chapter 73. Press Conference. Li Ming arrived at the post-game press conference wearing a hooded sweatshirt. Just as he settled into his seat, Gay arrived fashionably late, clad in all black and sporting sunglasses. Coach Hollins, this marks your first victory at Staples Center since returning to coach the Grizzlies. What are your thoughts? Hollins took a sip of water, finding it rather inconsequential. Isn't that the way of the world? No one remains perched atop the mountain indefinitely, just as even the lowliest of creatures has its day of redemption. This atmosphere has indeed elevated the tone to a higher echelon. Beside him, Guy struggled to suppress a laugh, ultimately resorting to covering his mouth and turning his face aside. Ming counted, noting that approximately 30 media outlets and radio stations were present. Los Angeles certainly distinguished itself as an international metropolis, its influence undeniable. It was said that even a local college basketball game could attract an audience of 60,000. In comparison, the 20,000 spectators for basketball pales against the attendance figures for baseball and football. Coach Marc Gasol did not play a single minute in the final quarter. Was it due to his ankle injury? A well-dressed man with a bushy beard inquired, revealing a badge that read Los Angeles Sports Daily. Indeed, I discussed it with Mark at the time. He felt a lingering twinge in his ankle, and to err on the side of caution, I opted to let him rest on the sidelines. After all, nothing is more paramount than the career of an athlete. Wouldn't you agree? Hollins countered, garnering applause from the assembled reporters. Coach, you have recently been experimenting with a three-guard strategy, which significantly reduces the playing time of the previously outstanding perimeter defender Tony Allen. Won't he harbor any grievances? Hey, which media outlet are you from? Guy suddenly removed his glasses. Yes, this fellow seems to be stirring trouble with such a question. Doesn't he? First and foremost, I find your question rather unprofessional. As a professional basketball journalist, such inquiries clearly do not align with the ethos of your publication. If you must resort to such sensationalism to capture readers' attention, I harbor doubts about the future of your publication, Hollins replied, his tone measured yet resolute. By the way, which publication do you represent? He inquired, pausing momentarily. I am from Sports Guy Weekly, the man answered. Oh, I haven't heard of it. That explains a lot. The issue lies not with you, Hollins quipped, delivering a retort that was as satisfying as a dunk following a steal. Ming silently applauded the elder's finesse. Now, I hope you will direct more of your inquiries towards our main subjects. Hollins gestured towards his two disciples. He then rose to leave, although a few reporters stationed at the door persistently sought to continue the interview. Hi, Rudy. I'm Anna from the Los Angeles Daily Weekly. May I ask your thoughts on the current small ball lineup? A sweet-voiced blonde beauty inquired. Thoughts? Guy gently stroked his chin with his right hand, yet his gaze lingered on the subtle contours of the other person's chest. Ming, standing nearby, discreetly coughed twice, signaling him to exercise a bit of restraint. Indeed, to put it simply, are you adapting to the fourth position? This implies that you will need to contend for more rebounds and guard taller, heavier players. Won't this distract you from your offensive focus? The enchanting woman fluttered her large eyes. Oh, you're referring to that? I'm perfectly fine with it. As a professional player, I will do whatever the coach instructs me to do. The position I play depends on the team's needs, and I see no issue with that. Moreover, the crux is that I can excel in any position and match up against any player. Guy adjusted his sunglasses once more. Wow, the bravado he displays is beyond commendation. It seems that not even this world, nor the earth itself, can hinder his excellence. Hello, Ming. I am Andrew from Sports Weekly. May I interview you? The reporter was exceedingly polite. Absolutely. Ming spread his hands, flashing his signature smile. Finally, someone remembered him. Do you have anything to say about your first start in life? Or was there anything different? Well, in fact, I only learned tonight that I would be starting. For me, it doesn't make much difference. I continue to run hard past my teammates and remain true to myself. Ming's response was neither servile nor arrogant. I reviewed your statistics from tonight. 19 points and 7 assists, which is a decline compared to your performances against Chicago and the Clippers. Are you experiencing some adaptation issues? Or is it due to fewer opportunities alongside the starting players? A reporter interjected unexpectedly. The Lakers are a remarkably talented team. I exerted myself to the utmost on the defensive end tonight. Against a player like Kobe, you cannot afford to give him any space. This answer garnered favor from those present. The questioning reporter felt somewhat embarrassed and sat down, muttering, "Yes, you are indeed a serious player," as he sought to excuse himself. On the other side of the venue, the Zen master had not attended the press conference. Only Kobe and Gasol were present to address the media. Hey, Kobe. Good to see you again. Do you have anything to say about tonight's game? The individual clearly had a good rapport with Kobe. Tonight, my teammates performed admirably. Everyone was focused and strictly adhered to the coach's plan. It was my performance that faltered, In the final few consecutive plays, I failed to score. Kobe took the blame for the loss upon himself. In the last 3 minutes, you attempted 7 shots, but only succeeded with 1. Was it due to injury? Clearly. The other party sought to offer him an escape. Oh no, no, no. This has nothing to do with injury. I am a professional player. If I missed, I missed. It's my responsibility. I will adjust for the next game. It's nothing, merely a regular season match. Kobe's gaze was resolute. Paul, your shooting touch is exceptional tonight. Yet the team ultimately fell short. Do you have anything to say? Inquired a beautiful reporter from the Eastern Sports Weekly. Why are you asking him and not me? Kobe interjected, seizing the microphone. It seemed he was in good spirits, and it was evident that he shared a strong bond with Gasol. This is merely a regular season game. Everyone needs time to adjust. I believe we will perform better in the next match, Gasol replied succinctly. Chapter 74. I will shoot 10,000 three-pointers again upon returning to Memphis. Hollins granted the team a day off. However, Lu Ming was not idle. He arrived at the gym early. After an hour of strength training in the upstairs fitness room, he enjoyed a light meal in the cafeteria. Accompanying him were Lele and others, as they often sought his company during weekends without classes, eager to pester him, especially since the players' cafeteria offered delightful meals at affordable prices. And most importantly, they wouldn't have to foot the bill. Lee, my mother asked me to thank you. She said the new range hood works wonders. There's no more grease in the house, and she no longer has to scrub the walls, Lele said. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. It's no trouble at all, Lu Ming replied, his head down as he munched on a sandwich. Who has the best three-pointer on your team? Lele suddenly asked. It should be Mike, Lu Ming answered without hesitation. Oh, it's him, Lele exclaimed, clasping her hands in admiration. As a child, her favorite anime was Slam Dunk, and the character Mitsui Sho was her idol, the dream lover of many girls of that era. It's time to practice three-pointers. Although the small ball hasn't fully taken over yet, preparation is essential. After all, the system has its busy and idle moments. Being well prepared is the key, he thought. You all go back first. I want to practice for a while, Lu Ming said casually. Practice? No, I want to join, Lele whined. Yes, we want to experience it too, Daniel chimed in, tugging at Wang Ping's sleeve, always the quietest among them. I'll give it a try. Generally, outsiders aren't permitted in the upstairs gym, but today there was no training, and the manager in charge of the gym had a good relationship with Lu Ming. Lu Ming had just gifted him the latest rose jersey. You know how it goes. One must reciprocate kindness. With Lu Ming's efforts, they successfully entered the gym. The only condition was to leave no mess behind and to clean the floor before departing. I will dedicate 10 days to shoot 10,000 three-pointers, Lu Ming declared, gripping a basketball with fervor. 10,000? In 10 days? Lele and the others widened their eyes. Although they weren't well-versed in basketball, they had seen enough news to know that even the stars usually practice at most 300 three-pointers a day. Could he truly manage 1,000? Lu Ming surveyed their expressions and let out a cold snort. Perhaps it was inappropriate for others, but he was endowed with a system enhancement, possessing stamina that far surpassed that of these professional athletes. 1,000 shots was hardly excessive. Since you all are here, I would appreciate your assistance in retrieving the basketballs. Lu Ming first approached the right corner and began shooting three-pointers. He instructed Wang Ping to hold the clipboard and assist him in calculating the shooting percentage for the first 300 attempts, while Daniel brought over a 2-tiered card, with 5 balls on each level. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming aimed to complete these 10 shots. Aside from the first and 2 consecutive misses in the middle, he succeeded with the rest. Furrowing his brow, he realized that a 70% success rate in an unguarded scenario was unacceptable. He had heard tales of Thompson hitting 70 consecutive shots during training. Curry had even experienced a streak of 99 misses. Clearly, the gap between himself and those elite shooters was substantial. Currently, the league boasted only a handful of renowned sharpshooters. The Heat alone had 2, Ray Allen and Mike Miller, both of whom could easily claim a spot among the top 10 three-point shooters in history, known for their quick and precise releases. Although Ray Allen had aged, it had not diminished his competitive prowess. If anything, he seemed to defy age, frequently executing spectacular dunks amidst games. Lee, I think you could afford to slow down during training, fully preparing before each shot, Daniel suggested innocently. No, I must maintain speed to develop muscle memory. I cannot afford to pursue comfort. There will be no time for adjustments in a game, Lu Ming replied as he moved slightly higher up and continued his shooting practice. The others scrambled to retrieve the balls that had bounced in various directions, placing them back into the cart. Remarkably, Lu Ming practiced uninterrupted for 5 to 6 minutes, completing 300 shots in no time. The group had to fetch 2 additional carts to be positioned at his shooting spot, facilitating quick releases without interrupting his rhythm. Wang Ping diligently recorded the results, marking circles for successful shots and crosses for misses, organizing them in rows of 10 across 5 groups. As the shooting continued, the number of crosses steadily diminished, from 13 in the first group to 9 in the second, and 8 in both the third and fourth groups. The final 2 groups each recorded 6 crosses. Li Ming had nearly adjusted his 3-point shooting percentage to around 90% during practice. After reviewing the data report, he smiled, ready to accelerate his shooting speed and trajectory drills. He even attempted 2 consecutive sets of 3-pointers following sudden stops, though the results were less than satisfactory. With about 15 crosses in each set, it seemed he still needed to refine his body control and balance while moving at high speed. Setting the basketball aside, Li Ming began practicing frog jumps on the court, an excellent exercise for training his calf muscles and enhancing endurance. Li Ming performed frog jumps in sets of 30, completing 5 consecutive sets. It is worth mentioning that frog jumps can be quite exhausting. Most individuals would struggle to complete even 20, and attempting 150 could induce nausea. After finishing his frog jumps, Li Ming proceeded to engage in high knees and butterfly steps, which are rather commonplace exercises and not particularly noteworthy. Meanwhile, spectators on the sidelines indulged in snacks and engaged in casual conversation, as snacks are an inevitable accompaniment wherever women are present. Li, you don't always have to use both legs. You could try jumping on one leg, Daniel shouted, taking the opportunity to challenge his friend, since he was not the one training on the court. Daniel's reminder was indeed pertinent. Li Ming predominantly exerted force with his right leg. If he could train his left leg to be equally strong, his hand coordination would improve, making it less awkward to shoot while using the same hand and foot, thereby complicating defense for opponents. After approximately 40 minutes of strength training, Li Ming took a sip of water, removed his shirt, and positioned himself once more beyond the 3-point line, this time with only a single ball. Upon releasing the ball, he chased after it himself, retrieved it, and then returned to execute a sudden stop and shoot. This technique would enhance the effectiveness of his quick stop jump shots. After repeating this process around 200 times, he began to feel slightly breathless. Indeed, if he showed no signs of fatigue, his peers might start to suspect he was inhuman. Chapter 75. An invitation from the councilman Li Ming. Someone is looking for you, called the assistant to the team's executive director from the doorway. Looking for me? I don't have any friends here. Who could possibly be looking for the team? Li Ming murmured as he made his way to the adjacent office. Hello, I am Li Ming, he said softly. On the other end was the voice of a middle-aged man. Wow, Li Ming, it's an honor to speak with you. I am a representative from Grant Street. Tonight there is a themed community event, and we hope you can attend. Of course, you are welcome to bring your friends as well. The sincerity in the voice made it difficult to decline the invitation. Oh, a community event? What is the theme? Li Ming inquired for more details. The theme revolves around caring for our planet and fostering a harmonious community. By the way, city council officials will also be in attendance, the other party replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Li Ming began to recall vaguely the slogans he had seen in the community's display window regarding the upcoming elections. It appeared that the candidates for the new council were eager to garner votes within their respective neighborhoods. That evening, just as Li Ming intended to mention his training, the other party hastily interjected, "That is settled then. See you tonight," and abruptly hung up. Well, it was clear enough. This celebrity, with his artistic flair, could assist those lofty council members in rallying votes and enhancing their public appeal. Li, what is going on? Daniel inquired, noticing Li Ming walking into the venue with his head down, causing him to drop the basketball he was holding. There's a community event tonight, and they asked me to attend, though I'm not entirely sure what it entails, Li Ming replied with a shrug. Really? That's impressive. Tonight's event is a themed community gathering, Lele exclaimed excitedly, having seen the promotional materials at school. There should be local football stars and some jazz bands performing. The best part is that cocktails are free-flowing, and there's an abundance of fruit snacks to indulge in. This aspect was most alluring to them. I haven't decided yet, still pondering it, Li Ming added. Why not go? It would be strange not to. You're the hottest basketball star around here. You know, you're even more renowned than those boys at our university, Lele remarked, referring to the star players of the Memphis University basketball team. Indeed, in a smaller market like Memphis, college players often enjoyed greater popularity than their professional counterparts, as many were local youths whom the community had watched grow up, rendering them more relatable. Go on, I really want to see the live performance of the Spartan Band, Daniel suggested. The Spartan Band was a local African-American jazz ensemble known for their participation in such events, which helped boost their visibility. Furthermore, they often appeared at City Hall events, indicating a long-standing partnership. All right then, stop practicing. You've already met your goals for today. It's time to unwind. Li Ming was almost ushered out the door by them. At 5:30, they arrived punctually at his home, bustling about to help him select his attire and adjust his bow tie, as if he were preparing to attend some grand film festival, certainly more formal than even the Grammy Awards. Nevertheless, Li Ming felt a surge of joy. He bore no particular impressions or fondness for the city councilman, yet he cherished the opportunity to spend time with friends, which held the utmost significance for him. The group arrived early at the venue, where the sound of string instruments filled the air. People mingled, occasionally raising their glasses in Li Ming's direction in silent acknowledgement. Once Daniel and the others entered, they vanished into the crowd, heading to the far side near the Riverside Jazz Band, where the largest gathering of young people could be found. Among them was the local football star, Lawrence Mourning, accompanied by his teammates, likely one of the evening's highlights. Perhaps even delivering a speech. Li Ming took a glass of brandy from a passing waiter and wandered aimlessly around the venue. You must be the basketball sensation, Li, right? Yes, that's you. Suddenly, a gentleman clad in a black tailcoat approached him. Indeed, sir, Li Ming replied with a smile. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Pierre from St. Ding Clinic at the westernmost end of this street. I am a dentist. The gentleman was polite and modest, placing his glass on a small table as he produced a business card from his pocket, humbly presenting it with both hands. Delighted to make your acquaintance. Li Ming responded courteously as he accepted the card. There will be many sports stars here tonight, but may I say, you are the most radiant among them. The entire city knows you and cheers for you. Your performance in Los Angeles has reached us here. He gestured toward a nearby Sports Weekly, where a striking image of Li Ming dunking over Jameson graced the cover, boldly labeled, the league's new sensation. The current Grizzlies team now possessed the confidence to challenge the entire league, a transformative shift brought about by this player from the East. Hey Lee, there you are. Randolph and Gay suddenly enveloped him in a hug, impeccably dressed in their suits. They are here too, Li Ming.At, recalling that these two were from the northern part of the city. It turned out that the councilman had cast a wide net to elevate his profile and appeal, inviting anyone associated with the arts and sports. Randolph and Rudy Gay were, of course, prime targets for his outreach, capable of drawing back a significant number of Northern District votes while simultaneously undermining his opponents. Truly a masterful strategy. Wow, that bow tie looks splendid. Who picked it out for you? Guy remains true to his mischievous persona, incessantly fiddling with Li Ming's bow tie. It is only then that Li Ming notices Guy is clad in a striking blue suit, resembling a large caterpillar. Meanwhile, Zach Randolph takes it a step further, sporting a pink suit jacket paired with tight black and white checkered trousers, a taste that is utterly incomparable. These two gentlemen, appearing rather darkly clad, could easily be mistaken for two walking coat hangers from a distance. Are your speaking notes ready for the stage? Randolph pulls a small card from his pocket, where several lines of neat handwriting are inscribed. Hey Zach, what's the point of that? Perhaps they don't even intend to call you up. Come on, don't be so self-absorbed, Guy quips. With Guy around, laughter is always in abundance. Nonsense. They will definitely call me up. After all, I am the ambassador of the city. Zach replies earnestly. Ambassador? You? Pray tell, Mr. Zach Randolph, is this an advertisement for hiring at a cotton farm? Guy laughs heartily and scampers away. Randolph, feeling a bit bashful, lowers his head, pretending to pour himself a drink at the table. Chapter 76. The Eastern Expedition to Miami. Who do you think would win in a one-on-one between LeBron and Durant? Li Ming inquires quietly of Guy on the plane. Well, that's hard to say. If we're talking about shooting touch, Kevin Durant is undoubtedly superior. However, if we consider physicality, LeBron James is more formidable, Guy muses, glancing upward. But if you had to choose one, Li Ming persists with curiosity. If I had to pick, I would certainly choose LeBron. After all, if he decides to take it to the post, Kevin's frame is too slender to defend against him, Guy asserts confidently. Tonight, they are set to face the Miami Heat, and the media is ablaze with discussions on whether LeBron can clinch the MVP title this year. Seemingly indifferent to the visiting Grizzlies. Lee, why not listen to some music and unwind? There is a long night ahead, Tony Allen from the front row suggests. The bus soon arrives at the hotel, where the players engage in a brief strength training session before heading to the American Airlines Arena. The night view of Miami is truly stunning, Guy exclaims, his mouth agape, clearly brimming with energy after Hollins have been urging them on with their strength training at the hotel. Hey, Zach. Dwayne Wade deliberately approached Randolph to greet him, indicating a strong camaraderie between the two, as they engaged in light-hearted conversation for about 10 minutes. The commentary soon ushered in the commencement of the game, with the esteemed guest for the night being Scottie Pippen and the former mid-range shooting prodigy, Allen Houston. The tip-off took place, with the Miami Heat securing possession. Currently on the court for the Heat were Wade, Chalmers, Sean Battier, Chris Bosh, and LeBron James. The Memphis Grizzlies, on the other hand, featured Ming alongside Conley in the starting lineup, with Rudy Gay as the small forward and a formidable duo of Zach Randolph and Marc Gasol in the paint. Chalmers passed the ball to Bosh in the post. How would Chris choose to proceed? Would he confront Randolph directly or opt to dish it out to the corners? After attempting to back down twice without success, Bosh decided to pass the ball to the cutting James. LeBron leaped high, but made an error, sending the ball out of bounds. The replay suggested he had slipped while attempting to secure the catch. A close call indeed. Lee's heart skipped a beat. The aura of the league's top player was undeniably overpowering. Although the game had only just begun, the decibel levels in the arena soared. And every time the visiting team gained possession, it felt as though the very air vibrated around them. Conley cautiously brought the ball across half-court, and Gay received the pass. Facing off against James, Gay glanced at the basket and quickly attempted to drive inside. Yet James maintained his position, firmly blocking his path. Despite this, Gay showed no intent to pass, taking it upon himself to shoot, but his effort faltered as he leaned back too much, causing him to slip and miss. In the opening 40 seconds, both teams' forwards had each committed a turnover. On the Heat's bench sat the legendary sharpshooters Ray Allen and Mike Miller. The cameras frequently shifted to Allen, whose tenure with the Celtics seemed to have concluded on a sour note. His decision to join the Heat stirred a controversy akin to the reactions provoked by LeBron's departure to Miami years prior. Particularly, Garnett and Rondo had openly expressed their discontent in various media outlets, utilizing the term traitor and unfollowing him on social media. Should he fail to secure a championship this season, his decades-long reputation could be irreparably tarnished. LeBron patiently facilitated play, and Battier found himself with an open three-point opportunity. But it fell short, allowing Randolph to grab the rebound. Rudy quickly. Randolph executed a quarterback-style long pass that landed perfectly in Gay's hands, who faced no defenders and was poised to dunk. However, LeBron made a swift move from behind to wrap his arms around him. Due to Gay's explosive acceleration, both players lost their balance midair, tumbling down towards the baseline. Fortunately, LeBron had maintained protective positioning, ensuring Gay emerged relatively unscathed. The intensity was palpable as both teams played fiercely, yet the players remained amicable. Upon rising, Gay promptly reached out to pat LeBron on the head, acknowledging the foul. It appears that the relationship between the two is harmonious. As representatives of the league's elite all-around forwards, they possess a strong competitive spirit. Yet one might say that heroes appreciate one another. Allen Houston's commentary is incisive. Gay attempts a free throw. The first one misses, while the second barely rolls into the basket. He forcefully claps his hands, seemingly vexed by the earlier miss. With a score of 1-0, the visiting Grizzlies have secured the first point of the game. Chalmers arrives near the midcourt, while Battier, with arms outstretched beyond the three-point line, runs toward the paint, drawing Conley with him. As Wade steps forward to request the ball, Lu Deng faces off against the flash Wade. After a brief exchange of glances, Wade executes a swift change of direction, evading Lu Deng and slicing through the lane. Under Gasol's defense, he twists his body to score. Ding. System upgrade successful. Opponent's player data is being transmitted accurately. Wade, born in 1982, alma mater, Marquette University, draft status, selected 5th overall in the first round by the Heat in 2003. Max vertical leap, 103 centimeters. Height, 193 centimeters. Weight, 99 kilograms. Speed, SS level, the premier penetrator in the league. Weakness, inconsistent shooting from beyond the arc, with a three-point shooting percentage ranked in the lower tier of the league. The system scanning function has finally activated, eliminating the need for self-research. Lu Deng slapped his forehead and hastily advanced to the front court. Rudy passed the ball quickly. Lu Deng shouted from beyond the three-point line, yet Gay disregarded him, opting instead for a mid-range jumper, which, after a couple of bounces, found its way in. Quite intriguing. His offensive desire is palpable. The former small forward Scottie Pippen holds Gay in high regard, and many in the league regard Gay as a successor, a notion Pippen accepts with pleasure. It is undeniable that Gay's athleticism far surpasses that of the former number 1 pick, Bargnani. Wade pushes the ball down the court. At the arc, he finds Chris Bosh on the right with a bounce pass. Bosh takes the ball and immediately shoots, scoring as well. Following the initial phase of mutual probing, both teams have succeeded in their mid-range attempts during these two possessions. Inside, Zach Randolph receives the ball and makes a tentative move to the left, but Bosch maintains his balance, firmly holding his ground. Gasol exchanges a glance at the free throw line, and Randolph reacts instantly. Gasol shoots and scores again. With 3 consecutive mid-range attempts from both sides finding the net, it seems the space is tightly constricted, leaving little room for breakthroughs. In truth, the two interior players of the Grizzlies exhibit a remarkably soft touch from the perimeter. When facing them, particularly when Gasol is positioned high, other teams must exercise caution. Allen Houston offers strategic advice to the Heat. Indeed, Gasol not only has the ability to shoot from mid-range, but can also serve as the pivot for orchestrating his team's offense. Pippen added that the Heat possesses an exceptional depth at the small forward position, with the 2 most accurate shooters on the perimeter yet to make their appearances. Furthermore, they have acquired the remarkable Chris Anderson, who shone brightly last season with the Nuggets, to bolster their center position. In contrast, the visiting team's backup center appears rather lackluster. Arthur is still too young, and Haddadi has nearly been cast aside by Hollins. They do have a usable option in Pondexter, yet he seems more akin to the physique of a power forward. Chapter 77.